Chapter 1. The Electromagnetic Cannon. On a sweltering summer day, Jiang wiped the beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, feeling a sense of restlessness within. According to the original text of the novel and the system's prompt, Lin Qiye was supposed to return home along this very road. However, after waiting for nearly an hour, she had yet to spot anyone resembling the boy with black satin wrapped around his eyes. The oppressive heat was unbearable, and with her propensity to sweat easily, she felt as though her dress was nearly drenched. Just then, she noticed a small cart by the roadside selling beverages and ice cream. With no sign of the elusive Lin Qiye nearby, Jiang licked her parched lips and ultimately succumbed to the temptation of purchasing 2 ice creams. One ice cream was hardly sufficient to quell the heat that enveloped her. When Jiang had crossed over 3 days prior, she possessed neither identity nor funds, existing entirely as a phantom. At her earnest insistence, the system reluctantly provided her with a fabricated identity and lent her 10,000 yuan. Though 10,000 yuan was not a substantial sum, the cost of living in Changnan City was relatively low, allowing her enough to sustain herself for a while. As she savored her creamy ice cream, her eyes darted through the crowd in search of her target. At last, she spotted a striking young man across the street, clad in a black short-sleeved shirt, with his eyes shrouded in black satin. In addition to a plethora of shopping bags and a bottle of peanut oil, he held a white cane for guidance. At last, all the elements were in place. Tears of excitement streamed down Jiang's face, not only because she had encountered her two-dimensional idol, but also due to the scorching sun that had baked her skin throughout the morning. Lin Qiye was waiting at the traffic light across the street. Since he would inevitably cross over, Jiang decided to stand by the roadside and wait. Perhaps her gaze was too fervent, for as Lin Qiye approached, he instinctively quickened his pace, attempting to distance himself from her. Jiang was taken aback, quickly adjusting her expression before donning a polite smile to greet him. "Hello." Lin Qiye furrowed his brow and took 2 steps back. "Hello, is there something you need?" He had sensed her unrelenting stare, which felt oddly predatory. Jiang replied, "I came to Changnan with a friend for a vacation, but we've gotten separated and my phone is dead. Could you please tell me where the nearest police station is?" She was aware that her excuse was rather flimsy, but it mattered little. Her intention was not to visit the police station, but merely to find an opportunity to converse with him. For a brief moment, Lin Qiye's expression was peculiar as he gestured to the right. Jiang followed his direction and saw a sign standing about 2 meters tall by the roadside, emblazoned with bold characters. "Police station 350 meters ahead, turn left." Below, in smaller letters, it read, "Warmly welcoming you to Changnan." Jiang thought, well, that was unexpected. She had not anticipated such hospitality from the local police station, complete with a dedicated sign. "I'm so sorry, I didn't see it." "Thank you." After politely thanking Lin Qiye, Jiang slowly walked in the direction indicated by the sign, putting on a semblance of normalcy. Meeting Lin Qiye and engaging in friendly conversation, Regret 1. Ability can be extracted. Number of extraction attempts. 1. Would you like to extract an ability? Jiang let out a sigh of relief. She had finally arrived. The system she was bound to was named the Regret Compensation System, which, as the name implies, brought her to this world to rectify various regrets. What were the regrets in Godslayer? They included the one-time use of the Oblivion Flash Moon, failing to outrun the River of Time against the King's face, allowing Shao to return home in her stead, and the annihilation of the Demon Squad, not to mention the Red Dust Sword Immortal, Zhou Ping, who wielded this sword, and so on. When Jiang watched Godslayer, she was tormented to the point of tears, wishing she could personally slap Loki and that group of outer gods. Perhaps her fervent desire was too strong, as a being claiming to be the Regret Compensation System indeed transported her into the world of Godslayer, even rejuvenating her by several years. However, despite her assertions, she, a recent university graduate with no combat experience and who had never even killed a fish, found herself in this unexpected predicament and was understandably flustered. Fortunately, the system assured her that for every regret she compensated, she could extract a superpower, which somewhat eased her worries, though skepticism lingered. It was only upon hearing the system's notification sound that she truly felt her anxiety dissipate. Extract, extract, extract. The next plotline involved the ghost-faced man versus Lin Qiye, and she recalled that Lin Qiye's classmate had been slain by the ghost-faced man. The children were the blossoms of the nation, even if they could not contribute to their country. They must not perish at the hands of that vile, ghost-faced man. If she could obtain a powerful skill, she hoped to save those children. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability. Railgun. Railgun? Jiang was momentarily taken aback. It seemed quite formidable, though she was uncertain and decided to take a closer look. There was an additional description of the ability. Railgun, capable of freely manipulating a billion-volt high-voltage current and electromagnetic waves. It can launch coins at 3 times the speed of sound, forming a railgun. Derived abilities: electromagnetic barrier, magnetic control, control over electricity and magnetism. Wasn't that the skill of the railgun's sister? Jiang was ecstatic, bouncing on the spot several times. When she had watched this anime, she had been utterly captivated by the railgun's sister's prowess, never imagining that one day she too would possess such a superpower. This was perfect. Dealing with the ghost-faced man would be a piece of cake with this ability. After extracting her power, Jiang opened the personal panel of the system, and indeed, her information had changed. Name: Jiang. Age: 17. Gender: female. Realm: early lantern realm. Ability: railgun, early lantern realm. Jiang grimaced, having thought that with such an advantage, she would at least reach the level of Qian, if not surpass the human pinnacle. To her dismay, she discovered she was merely at the early lantern realm. Even if the capabilities of the railgun are extraordinary, it seems that she can only spar with the minor minions for now. As for the Phantom King, it is likely that the odds would be 3 to 7 against her. With 3 punches, she would find herself in dire straits. Alas, grass is merely a type of plant. However, there are still a few days before Zhao Kongsheng confronts the Phantom King. Who knows? Perhaps she possesses an extraordinary talent and could ascend to the ranks of the Chuan realm in just 7 days. After bolstering her spirits, Jiang took a detour to purchase a meal before returning to the hotel, collapsing onto her bed like a pancake. In a moment of leisure, she glanced at the system notification. Phantom Minion, Lin Qiye has awakened. Countdown: 8 days. The system has its merits, yet it fails to provide her with a precise time, leaving her to wait idly for the inevitable. Sigh. Chapter 2. The Phantom Minion. A week later, beside a food stall at the entrance of Sunan Second High School, Jiang, clad in a black tracksuit, relished a skewer of grilled gluten with great delight. Indeed, the best culinary delights lie at the school gates. This stall's grilled gluten is simply divine. As the school bell rang, echoing through the air, Jiang finished her last bite of grilled gluten and tossed the bamboo stick into a nearby trash bin. As the narrative was about to unfold, she felt a twinge of nervousness. She reassured herself with the hefty handful of game coins she had purchased for 20 yuan, calming her heart slightly. During the past week, she had not been entirely idle. Aside from dining out and shopping for a few outfits, she had spent the remaining time familiarizing herself with the abilities of the railgun. Remarkably, she had mastered the skill of charging her phone without the risk of exploding the battery. As for the railgun's ultimate move, she had yet to test it, uncertain of its true power and lacking a safe space to practice. The last thing she wanted was to create chaos with a reckless display of power. As the electric gates of the school creaked open, students poured out in droves. Soon, Jiang spotted a young man, draped in black satin, surrounded by a group of admirers. Truly, he is the protagonist, forever the most radiant presence in any crowd. Lin Qiye was flanked by 4 companions: Jiang Qian, Li Yifei, Lu Yuan, and Wang Shao, none of whom managed to survive the confrontation with the Nantua serpent demon in the original narrative. In fact, Jiang Qian and Wang Shao would meet their demise that very night. Jiang toyed with a game coin, maintaining a distance that allowed her to overhear their conversation. Lin Qiye slightly turned his head, sensing a gaze upon him as he exited the school, initially thinking he had encountered a human trafficker, only to realize it was the girl who had asked him for directions that day. Logically, he should not have remembered the visage of a stranger, but the girl was strikingly beautiful, her face radiant yet her demeanor cool, akin to a thorny white rose. Yet, when she looked at him, her eyes burned with an intensity that was akin to encountering a long-lost friend risen from the grave, a feeling both bewildering and profound. Jiang listened as the group discussed the mist before their conversation shifted to the upcoming holiday, which struck her as amusing indeed. They were but children, carefree and unburdened. She glanced up at the fleeting crimson light in the sky. At this moment, Team 136 must have already commenced their mission, which meant that Zhao Kongshen was on his way to A.S. I rounded the corner. I announced he'll head off first. A boy from Lin Qiye's group waved goodbye to his classmates as he approached a narrow path. Li Yifei called out to him, whispering something that startled the girl, prompting her to exclaim in a hushed voice, "Li Yifei, are you out of your mind?" This exchange aligned perfectly with the original narrative, and Jiang felt a sense of relief, realizing her arrival had not disrupted the storyline thus far. Her most significant advantage lay in her familiarity with the plot. To prevent any deviations that could lead to dire consequences, she had spent the past 2 weeks treading cautiously, refraining from unnecessary actions, and simply awaiting the unfolding of events. Casting a glance back at the group still engaged in discussion, she quickened her pace and ventured down the concealed path where the ghostly figure lurked. Lin Qiye paused in surprise she was taking this route. It seemed he had misjudged her intentions. Wang Shao, feeling a bit intimidated by Li Yifei's earlier comments, found solace in the fact that someone was accompanying him, and after bidding farewell to Li Yifei and the others, he followed closely behind Jiang into the path. The surface of the narrow path was uneven, and with the darkness enveloping them, Jiang proceeded cautiously, which allowed Wang Shao to catch up swiftly. Perhaps emboldened by the presence of a companion, he even considered overtaking her. Jiang quickly grasped his arm, feigning disgust as she pinched her nose. "Hey, have you caught a whiff of something? It reeks." Wang Shao, bewildered by her sudden gesture, instinctively inhaled. "It seems there is a faint odor. I believe this path feels rather unsafe. Perhaps we should consider an alternative route. What do you think?" In the original story, the stench surrounding the ghostly figure was exceedingly foul, and having detected even a hint of it now indicated that the specter was likely concealed nearby, probably just ahead. Without waiting for Wang Shao's response, Jiang tugged him back, prompting a bewildered reaction from him as the tall boy stumbled clumsily behind the girl who barely reached his shoulder. The foul odor intensified, reminiscent of a month-old cesspit infused with a gallon of putrid tofu soup, further marinated by a batch of rotten eggs, a scent so overwhelming it made one dizzy. Upon hearing the chaotic footsteps echoing from the narrow path, Lin Qiye instinctively glanced back, noticing Wang Shao being dragged out by the striking girl. Li Yifei, witnessing the scene, exclaimed in surprise, "Wang Shao? What's going on?" Seeing they had not ventured far, Jiang pushed Wang Shao towards Lin Qiye, positioning herself protectively in front of them while vigilantly watching the direction of the path. "Have you detected any unusual odor?" Qian, known for her acute sense of smell, interjected suddenly. "It stinks." "It was here." Jiang retrieved 2 cotton balls from her pocket, stuffing them in her nostrils to shield herself from the ghostly figure's odor during the impending confrontation. The others behind her were already retching from the sudden stench, crouching down in distress, while only Lin Qiye managed to maintain some composure, his expression grave as he regarded the girl who had taken on the role of their protector. A faint violet current flickered around Jiang, forming an electromagnetic barrier that shielded her and several students behind her, simultaneously incapacitating those who might cause her trouble, save for Lin Qiye. In moments of panic, chaos often ensues, and she wished to focus solely on battling the ghost-faced figure without the distraction of unstable elements behind her. She recalled that there were likely 2 of those figures lurking nearby. Suddenly, a grotesque humanoid creature charged towards them, moving with alarming speed. Its appearance was utterly repulsive, with limbs that seemed to grow in a disjointed manner. While reading about such beings in novels might not evoke much, experiencing one firsthand revealed just how revolting it truly was. With a pallid and menacing visage, its long, crimson tongue lunged directly at her. Lin Qiye sensed the creature's approach, and, noticing Jiang frozen in place, assumed she was paralyzed by fear. He intended to pull her away, only to witness her retrieving a few game tokens from her pocket. In recent days, Jiang had practiced flicking coins, albeit without employing her supernatural abilities. Uncertain if she could achieve accuracy while augmenting her powers, she chose to wait for the ghost-faced figure to draw closer, to pounce upon her. Boom! A blinding flash erupted in the alley, sending the remnants of the ghost-faced figure soaring into the sky. Indeed, remnants. The creature's body could not withstand the electromagnetic cannon upon their first encounter. It disintegrated into mere fragments, vanishing into thin air. Jiang was left dumbfounded. Is this what you call the initial stage of the lamp realm system? Are you deluded, or has my cannon sister lost her edge? She couldn't help but feel relieved that the ghost-faced creature had attacked from above. Otherwise, this entire block would likely have been reduced to rubble. With one ghost-faced figure dispatched, another remained. Perhaps the previous display of power had frightened this one, as it now cowered in the shadows, hesitant to advance. Out of the corner of her eye, Jiang caught sight of Lin Qiye, who stood beside her, gripping his cane tightly. Today marked the day of his awakening to the divine ruins, and she realized she must not disrupt the unfolding narrative with her presence. Assessing her internal reserves of psychic energy, she noted she had enough for several more electromagnetic blasts. Even if he faltered, she would have time to rescue him. Or perhaps, should she give a try? With that thought, Jiang suddenly softened, as if overcome by fatigue, and sank to the ground, prompting Lin Qiye to rush to support her. Chapter 3: The Breath of the Archangel. Are you all right? There should be another monster nearby. You must be cautious. With those words, she closed her eyes and fainted in Lin Qiye's embrace. Were it not for the inappropriate setting, she would have laughed aloud, never imagining that one day she would be held by the protagonist Lin Qiye, the slayer of gods. Worth it. The figure lurking in the shadows, the ghost-faced man, upon witnessing the fall of a dangerous individual, let out an excited shriek and lunged at Lin Qiye, gently placing Jiang down. Lin Qiye gripped his guiding cane tightly and engaged in combat with the ghost-faced man. He had been saved by Jiang once. Now, it was his turn to rescue her. The imagination was splendid. Reality, however, was harsh. Although the ghost-faced man was merely a minor monster, he was still beyond the capabilities of the ordinary Lin Qiye. In mere moments, the black satin covering Lin Qiye's eyes was torn by the creature's claws, and his guiding cane shattered into two pieces. After being blind and mentally ill for a decade, just as he was about to embark on a new life, he encountered yet another monster. Why must he endure such misfortune? Why? I refuse to accept this. A furious roar accompanied by a blazing light surged skyward, drawing gasps and curious glances from many. In that instant, Jiang, closest to Lin Qiye, nearly found herself blinded by the brilliance. Concerned for the still unconscious Lin Qiye and others behind her, she expanded her electromagnetic barrier to its maximum, shielding them from the pressure and indiscriminate attacks emanating from Lin Qiye's awakening before continuing to observe the battle. Lin Qiye's awakening lasted but a brief 7 or 8 seconds, his eyes transforming from two miniature suns to that of LED lamps. Meanwhile, the oblivious ghost-faced man, freed from the oppressive aura of the seraph, foolishly attempted to strike Lin Qiye, only to be met with the broken end of the guiding cane thrust into its eye. After a few futile struggles, it ceased to breathe. It was over. Jiang let out a sigh of relief. Tap, tap, tap. A flurry of hurried footsteps approached from the alleyway. Lin Qiye and Jiang turned to look, only to find not the ghost-faced man, but a man clad in a dark red cloak wielding a long knife. It was General Shao Kongsheng. All is well now. The first act has come to a close. Shao Kongsheng took a deep drag from his cigarette, awaiting the arrival of his comrades. He had never anticipated that the divine agent of Michael would deceive him. Wasn't he supposed to return shortly with a backpack? Damn it. He tossed the cigarette, but to the ground, seething with anger. He pondered. He was no villain. So why did that kid run away? At that moment, the few students who had been unconscious began to regain consciousness, and Jiang feigned a few groans, pretending to awaken as well. Awake? Shao Kongsheng's gaze fell upon Jiang, the most conspicuous among them, as she was the only one not in uniform, appearing unrelated to the other students clad in their school outfits. Jiang nodded, as if recalling something, and suddenly looked around in alarm. I think I just saw a monster. Uncle, did you see it? I saw a monster too. Its tongue was so long, and it smelled terrible. Lin Qiye was greatly startled by the scene before his fainting. Being merely teenagers, they had been excessively sheltered by their families and the state, and had never encountered such grotesque creatures. Now, upon reflection, chills ran down their spines. Jiang Qian and the others remained silent, appearing rather dazed. Whether from shock or disbelief was uncertain. Nonetheless, Yi Jiang would never concede that she might have exerted too much force when shocking them. Zhao Kongqing nodded. Do you recall how many monsters you saw? Only one corpse of a ghoul-faced creature was found at the scene, while another remained unaccounted for. It would be preferable if it had been slain by the divine agent of Michael, but should it have fled, danger loomed. Yi Jiang scratched her head. There seemed to be two. I briefly regained consciousness and thought I saw one turn to ashes at the hands of a glowing boy. My apologies, Lin Qiye, my scapegoat. I only saw one before I lost consciousness. Li Yifei felt somewhat embarrassed. After he had vomited, he glanced at the creature and then fainted, fortunate that his classmates were unharmed. Wait, where's Lin Qiye? Did you see a boy with black satin wrapped around his eyes? Li Yifei grew anxious. Aside from Lin Qiye, the others were present. Where could he have gone? He had promised Lin Qiye's aunt to look after him. How could he have vanished? Zhao Kongqing shot him a look, a storm of frustration brewing within. Rest assured, he has already returned home. Just the thought of it incited his anger. However, with both ghoul-faced creatures seemingly dead, he felt a measure of relief. The squad arrived swiftly. When Shima swayed the forbidden object, Dream Whisper, to erase their memories. However, for Yi Jiang, the artifact bore no effect due to the presence of her system. Rescue Wang Shao, Jiang Qian, regret -1. Ability can be extracted. Extraction chances, 1. Would you like to extract the ability? Yes. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability, Breath of the Archangel. Breath of the Archangel. The healing ability of the angel Raphael, capable of mending both body and spirit, restoring vitality. Derived ability, divine healing of the soul. After reviewing the description of her new ability, Yi Jiang felt an overwhelming urge to laugh joyously at the heavens. This was indeed a life-saving skill. It could heal the body, the mind, and even the soul. What did this signify? It meant that she could at least rectify 90% of the regrets in this divinity-slaying world. Ha 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 ha! She could now be considered a divine agent. Following this, Zhao Kongqing would engage in a battle against the ghoul-faced king using the ghoul god's lure, were it not for her need to conceal her identity. She would have eagerly informed him that it was fine to use it freely, that he could utilize it multiple times without worry, for she was capable of saving. After extracting the ability, Yi Jiang noticed that her system panel indicated her realm had reached the mid-stage of the Lantern Realm. She did not dwell on this. She reasonably suspected that this realm was merely a contrivance of the system to align with the world-S setting. After all, who in the early Lantern Realm could obliterate a minor creature of the same realm in a single strike? Chapter 4. The Phantom Face, Phantom King, Zhao Kongqing's Demise. Countdown, 1 hour and 5 minutes. In the old district, there exists a quaint tea shop where Yi Jiang sat languidly on one of the two available chairs, idly toying with a small, pale green cube. Occasionally, she sipped from the taro milk tea resting on the table. The weather was peculiar. The day had dawned clear and bright, yet as evening fell, the skies darkened, heralding an impending downpour. At this hour, Zhao Kongqing was likely still at Lin Qiye's residence, preparing dinner. Boredom settled in as she waited, prompting her to consider waiting at Lin Qiye's doorstep, for surely the Phantom King would make an appearance there. Finishing her drink in one go, she bid farewell to the barista and, under the shelter of her umbrella, stepped into the rain. She was uncertain of Lin Qiye's exact location, only aware that it was in the old residential area. However, it mattered little. All she needed was to locate Zhao Kongqing's vehicle. Before long, she spotted the familiar black van parked in front of a two-story building, with Zhao Kongqing emerging as he stowed his umbrella. 10, 9, 8. Yi Jiang silently counted down from a distance. Soon, news from Wu Xiangnan reached Zhao Kongqing, indicating that the Phantom King had been traced to the very same old district. Just as she suspected. Bang! Zhao Kongqing slammed the car door shut, leaving his umbrella behind. Clutching a box containing the boundless void, he dashed into the rain, muttering something inaudible to Yi Jiang from her distance. However, the narrative had commenced, and she could not afford to miss it. She quickened her pace to match his stride. In the rain-soaked night, cloaked in black and wielding a black umbrella, Yi Jiang concealed herself nearby, rendering her presence undetectable to Zhao Kongqing, who was preoccupied with setting up the boundless void. An all-too-familiar foul stench assailed her senses. This time, Jiang was not as swift to react as before. The noxious odor nearly caused her to retch. Hastily, she retrieved a cotton ball to block her nostrils, finally managing to breathe a little easier. She pondered the rationale of the ancient cult, daring to study such repugnant entities, perhaps drawn by the scent of the living. The manhole cover nearby began to tremble violently, and then a creature far larger than the previous phantom emerged abruptly, lunging towards the spot where Jiang was hidden. Unbeknownst to her, since acquiring the breath of the Archangel, she had been exuding a potent aura of vitality, akin to the way mythical beings sought to consume the flesh of Tang Sung in Journey to the West. The grievously wounded Phantom King, sensing her abundant life force, was compelled to pursue her in hopes of restoring its own strength. After placing the final notice board and activating the boundless void, Zhao Kongsheng had been recounting the oaths he once swore as a night watchman to Wu Xiangnan. However, upon turning around, he was startled to see the Phantom King bypassing him altogether, lunging towards another direction. "What the hell?" he exclaimed. Wu Xiangnan immediately inquired, "What's wrong? What happened?" Zhao Kongsheng's gaze fixed on the girl who had been forced out by the Phantom King, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Who is this girl? How did she get in?" "What girl?" Panic set in, neglecting the inquiries from Wu Xiangnan, still echoing in his headphones. Zhao Kongsheng brandished his star blade and charged forward. At that moment, Jiang was evading the ghost-faced king. As it drew near, she amplified her power to deliver a jolt of electricity, specifically targeting the wound inflicted by Qian Mai's blade, then seized the opportunity to flee. As the creature regained its composure and pursued her, she would shock it once more, provoking the ghost-faced king's furious shrieks. Jiang did not wish to grant it a swift demise. After all, Zhao Kongsheng depended on it to awaken the forbidden ruins, and she could not jeopardize the general's endeavors. Thus, in Zhao Kongsheng's eyes, the ghost-faced king was merely too grievously injured to catch even a girl unacquainted with the forbidden ruins. As the creature's claws were about to strike Jiang, Zhao Kongsheng rushed in, wielding his blade to intercept the attack, leading to a fierce clash between claws and steel. Jiang stood a short distance away, hands on her hips, gasping for breath. Her stamina was already mediocre, and the ghost-faced king was exceptionally swift. Within a minute, she felt as though she had run for an entire year, her body drained of energy. It must be said that Zhao Kongsheng's close combat prowess was formidable, managing to hold his ground against the ghost-faced king from the Chuan realm, even without the aid of the forbidden ruins, despite the creature already bearing serious injuries. However, judging by the ghost-faced king's state, it likely would not endure for much longer. It was time to unleash a powerful move. Sure enough, a ghostly visage materialized upon the ground, accompanied by Zhao Kongsheng's terrified exclamation. "This is the Forbidden Ruins Sequence 176, Ghost-Faced Earth. You must flee." The warning was evidently directed at Jiang, yet he failed to notice that the girl, whom he perceived as lacking any connection to the Forbidden Ruins, stood leisurely in place, unperturbed, quietly observing the struggle between him and the ghost-faced king while toying with a small green cube in her hand. The activation of Ghost-Faced Earth disoriented Zhao Kongsheng, rendering him oblivious to the fact that the ghost-faced king had appeared behind him, its claws poised to strike at his neck. A sudden crackle of electricity surged through the air as the creature's arm went numb, instantly losing sensation. That attack had come from the woman. At the same instant, Zhao Kongsheng regained his awareness, pivoting to create distance from the ghost-faced king, his star blade aimed at the creature's neck, certain that this strike would sever its head. But to his astonishment, the ghost-faced king caught the star blade with its bare hands and retaliated with a kick. Another surge of electricity pulsed through, and the creature's leg lost sensation, dropping to one knee upon the ground. Yet Viang Simidet. Allowing it to live was merely a means to compel Zhao Kongsheng to utilize the ghost god induction to awaken the forbidden ruins. Yet if it overstepped its bounds, she would not hesitate to end its life. The ghost-faced king roared in fury, feeling utterly provoked. Typically, this is the moment when antagonists unleash their ultimate attacks. Clearly, Yi Jiang was not alone in this thought, as Zhao Kongqing's expression grew increasingly grave. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. He could handle minor adversaries from the Lantern Realm, but he stood no chance against the Chuan Realm's forces, especially with an ordinary person at his back. The rapid depletion of his stamina, combined with the pressure of engaging the Ghost-Faced King, left him gasping for breath, and the ache in his arms made it nearly impossible to maintain his grip on the blade. He would undoubtedly not last more than 10 minutes. Yet he had to endure until the captain and Hong Ying arrived. Upon this realization, he retrieved the Night Watchman's emblem from his chest. "Zhao Kongqing, are you inside?" Suddenly, a voice resonated from beyond the boundless realm, the voice of Lin Qiye. Zhao Kongqing shouted, "Hurry and get back home. This is no place for you." Lin Qiye persistently pounded against the invisible barrier before him, pleading, "Let me in. I can help you fight." The onslaught from the Ghost-Faced King intensified once more. Zhao Kongqing had no time to waste. He swiftly expelled the Phantom Goddess bullet, took a deep breath, and pressed it into his palm. Chapter 5. The treatment of Candy feeling the fatigue and pain dissipate, along with an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him. Zhao Kongqing erupted into hearty laughter. Forbidden Ruins, Sequence 083. Vanishing Life and Flickering Moon. I knew it. I, Zhao Kongqing, am indeed a genius. Yi Jiang chuckled as well, having finally waited long enough after a flurry of activity. Now awakened to the powers of the Forbidden Ruins, Zhao Kongqing found himself capable of matching the Ghost-Faced King in combat, prompting Yi Jiang to divert her attention, seeking a stone to sit upon and watch the duel unfold. Suddenly, a tremendous crash resonated as a corner of the unrestrained void was forcefully breached. Yi Jiang glanced back to see Lin Qiye entering, his eyes radiating golden light. "We meet again," she greeted him first. Despite the fact that he had abandoned her during their last encounter, she had also shifted the blame onto him, thus balancing the scales. Lin Qiye narrowed his eyes slightly. "What are you doing here?" Yi Jiang shrugged. "By chance, I found myself imprisoned." Amidst the clash, Zhao Kongqing called out to Lin Qiye. "How did you get in here?" "Perhaps just by glaring my way in," interjected Yi Jiang. Lin Qiye responded. Zhao Kongqing thought to himself, "These two are truly going to drive me mad. Why aren't you helping him?" Having witnessed Yi Jiang's formidable power capable of reducing a ghost-faced person to ashes in an instant, Lin Qiye wondered why she chose to observe as Zhao Kongqing, an ordinary person lacking the Forbidden Ruins, battled fiercely against a monster. "It is not yet my turn to intervene," she replied nonchalantly, casting her gaze towards Lin Qiye. "Do you believe that everyone has their own moment to shine? My duty is to neither cut in line nor be tardy." Lin Qiye was perplexed by her words. Seeing Zhao Kongqing being kicked away by the Ghost-Faced King, he rushed forward to assist. Zhao Kongqing halted him. "Wait for me to strike again. This blow, you must witness it." Why? "Because this strike will be magnificent. This strike will indeed be magnificent." Yi Jiang's whispered words harmonized with the voices of the two men, and in that instant, she felt a newfound sense of genuine belonging in this world. With a swift motion, a black crescent moon sliced through the night sky, the Ghost-Faced King's head rolling aside. Zhao Kongqing, having seemingly completed his task, collapsed directly into Lin Qiye's embrace. Yi Jiang stroked her chin, finding this scene oddly familiar. The headless corpse of the Ghost-Faced being continued to tremble slightly, yet the two men, enveloped in their emotional moment, remained completely oblivious. "I have a pack of cigarettes in my pocket. Can you light one for me?" Yi Jiang snatched the cigarette and promptly shoved the small green cube she had been gripping into Zhao Kongqing's mouth. "Forget the cigarette. Have some candy instead. Chew quickly." Zhao Kongqing remarked, "This girl is completely unfazed, and such a hard candy might be a bit tough on the teeth." Lin Qiye hesitated, wanted to voice his thoughts. He struggled to articulate why, at this critical juncture, Zhao Kongqing's simple wish could not be granted. In the following moment, a gentle green light enveloped Zhao Kongqing, dissipating in less than 2 seconds, leaving behind a middle-aged man in his 30s. His complexion rosy and his face a mask of astonishment, lying in Lin Qiye's embrace. The essence of the breath of the Archangel lies not merely in healing, but in the bestowal of vitality. The small cube that Yi Jiang had given to Zhao Kongqing was a crystallization of life force, painstakingly forged over 2 days. Under normal circumstances, her instantaneous healing would suffice to revive a gravely injured individual. And such an abundance of life energy could easily restore a man in his 60s or 70s to the appearance of someone in their 40s or 50s. However, as this was Yi Jiang's inaugural use of this ability, she was apprehensive that Zhao Kongsheng, having overexerted himself through the invocation of the demon god, might not recover from even the slightest healing. Thus, she dedicated 2 days to crafting a life crystal, not only replenishing his depleted vitality and healing all his hidden injuries, but also rejuvenating him. Lin Qiye, opening his mouth in disbelief, gazed at the man before him. Zhao Kongsheng. Zhao Kongsheng responded, "What is wrong?" Suddenly realizing, he exclaimed, "Wait, I seem to be fine? No way. How is this possible? I'm not dead." Lin Qiye had witnessed Zhao Kongsheng, moments ago resembling a candle on the verge of extinguishment, suddenly spring back to life and appear younger. To claim he was not astonished would be a lie. Yet he felt a surge of joy, for besides his aunt and Ajin, Zhao Kongsheng was the third person to selflessly stand before him in protection. Good people ought to enjoy long lives, indeed. After a moment, he smiled, "Welcome back, General Zhao Kongsheng." Zhao Kongsheng laughed heartily, clapping him on the shoulder. "Haha, General is still a bit premature. I mean, the Demon Face King is still alive. Can we show some respect?" Yi Jiang's voice came from a short distance away, concerned that the Demon Face King might escape while they were caught up in emotion. She had gone to guard its head and body. However, at this moment, the Demon Face King was struggling with increasing vigor, and she found it somewhat difficult to maintain control. Had she not considered this Zhao Kongqing's achievement, she would have obliterated it with an electromagnetic cannon long ago. Both Zhao Kongqing and Lin Qiye turned their gazes to the peculiar young girl standing atop the Demon Face King's body, conversing with them while fiddling with something in her hands. The darkness obscured their view. Upon hearing that the Demon Face King was not dead, Zhao Kongsheng was instantly invigorated. That wretched creature is truly resilient. Even without its head, it still clings to life. He grumbled as he approached, and Yi Jiang stepped aside. With a swift motion of his blade, a crescent-shaped black arc flashed through the air, cleaving the Demon Face King's body in two from top to bottom. Concerned it might rise again, Zhao Kongsheng unceremoniously chopped the corpse into multiple pieces before sheathing his weapon. Yi Jiang gasped, "How cruel! Now who could possibly discern what this is?" Zhao Kongsheng shot her a sidelong glance. "Well, I haven't seen you frightened. By the way, who exactly are you? Last time it was the Demon Face Man, and now it's the Demon Face King. And what was that thing you fed me earlier?" He instinctively understood, with a mere tap of his heel, that his revival was undoubtedly due to the tasteless candy offered by the young girl. However, what could compel her to bestow upon an ordinary night watchman such a rare and life-restoring treasure? Could it be? Zhao Kongqing's gaze drifted toward Lin Qiye, who stood quietly to one side, a 17-year-old youth, handsome and well-built, serving as a divine agent with a promising future ahead. It seemed he had indeed benefited from this boy's fortune. Yi Jiang sat upon a stone, holding an umbrella. "I am merely an ordinary person with a slight supernatural ability. As for the incidents that occurred twice, consider them simply my misfortune." "Then what was it that you gave me?" "The ability to heal those summoned by spirits must be an exceedingly rare and precious item. I crafted that healing candy over the course of a year. If it were too commonplace, it would lose its value. Had it been more suitable, I might have claimed it took me a decade to create." "Healing candy? Are you a healer from the Forbidden Realms?" Two overlapping voices responded, one filled with astonishment, the other laced with skepticism. "Chapter 6, A Sirius Ponche, Limitless Technique, Peacekeeping Bureau." "Name? Yi Jiang. Age? 17. "What is your ability, the Forbidden Ruins?" "Healing." "Healing? Is it the Forbidden Ruins sequence 389? Micro-healing? Could you demonstrate it?" "Certainly." Yi Jiang restrained her strength, subtly releasing a hint of breath of the Archangel, and even this slight emanation was imbued with a rich essence of life. When Shima also sensed this aura, rendered speechless by astonishment, and upon encountering the green radiance, his body felt an unparalleled comfort, as if the injuries sustained during training with Hong Ying yesterday, and even the lingering wounds from before, had miraculously healed. Am I out of touch with the times? Is this what you call micro-healing? Zhao Kongcheng awaited outside the room, observing Wen Qima's astonished expression. He nudged Lin Qiye, saying, "Hey, are you just want to let her deceive people like this?" He had seen night watchers with micro-healing before, but never one who could revive someone after using a demonic invocation and simultaneously rejuvenate them. Isn't this merely treating people as fools? Lin Qiye shot him a glance, her expression complex, yearning to recount her encounter with the demon-masked man, for her ability was not healing at all. Yet, considering her own secrets at the Divine Psychiatric Hospital, she refrained from speaking. Everyone harbors their own mysteries. She had her reasons for silence. Moreover, despite her undeniable strength, she had still resorted to a demonic invocation to assist Zhao Kongcheng, perhaps for her own rationale. Wen Qima emerged from the room with a notebook, his face eloquently conveying disbelief. Jiang, hands in pockets, followed him out and immediately noticed Zhao Kongcheng and Lin Qiye at the door, their expressions betraying a desire to speak, yet hesitating. Jiang raised an eyebrow. "Is there no restroom here?" When Qima assumed she needed to go and gestured, "Yes. It's over there." Why were they so pent up? Was there a disagreement over the restroom protocol? Zhao Kongcheng, Lin Qiye. This girl can be infuriating at times. Are we really concerned about this? Jiang glanced at her phone. It was already past 10 in the evening. "Have you joined the Night Watchers?" she asked Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye nodded yes, and you? Everything that transpired that night, along with Jiang herself, underscored to him that he was woefully inadequate. If he did not join the Night Watchers, should a similar situation arise again, he would be incapable of protecting his aunt and Ajin. Furthermore, he indeed owed Zhao Kongcheng a debt of gratitude. Had it not been for him blocking the Demon Mask King, had it not been for him using the demonic invocation to slay the Demon Mask King, and had it not been for Jiang saving Zhao Kongcheng would have perished in battle by now. By this reckoning, he owed Jiang a life. Jiang shrugged. "Then I shall join as well, though my combat prowess is rather limited. I possess only a modicum of healing abilities." Lin Qiye replied with a quiet observation. "I shall merely observe your pretense." When Qima, upon hearing this, hastily interjected, "Do not speak so modestly. Your forbidden domain is exceptionally potent. If you join us, our team 136 will be immensely pleased." He nearly faltered in his writing of 389, minor healing, in his record book. Were it not for the absence of any divine agents related to the gods of life at that moment, he might have mistakenly believed that Jiang was also a divine agent. At that juncture, Chun Mai stepped out from the office. Observing the three individuals at the door exchanging perplexed glances, utterly bewildered. "Why are you all standing there? Come, sit and converse." He promptly took a seat on the sofa. "Lin Qiye, I have just submitted the applications for you and Jiang to join the Night Watchers, which means that henceforth, you shall be temporary members of our team 136. It is only after completing the intensive training that you will be considered official members." "Is it truly that swift?" Jiang exclaimed in surprise. "It seems rather expedited compared to the original narrative." Chen Mai's expression was complex. It was precisely because of her that he had hastily submitted the application late into the night, even having contacted Xiaoping by phone. While there were indeed healing-type Night Watchers, such as Shao, whose fateless thread could perform healing tasks, they had never encountered a purely healing-type forbidden domain beyond the sequence 389's minor healing, especially one with such impressive efficacy. Thus, they were all acutely aware that this was undoubtedly a novel forbidden domain, perhaps even a divine domain. However, for various reasons, he and Xiaoping decided to record it as Forbidden Domain Sequence 389, Minor Healing, in Jiang's file. She mentioned that her forbidden domain had awakened a year prior. Regardless of its veracity, the fact that such results could be achieved in merely a year's time was astonishing. If utilized effectively, it could potentially be combined with the powers of the gods, essentially granting every Night Watcher an additional life. Moreover, it could even enhance one's appearance. Cough, cough. Chen Mai cast a glance at Zhao Kongsheng, who was seated nearby, admiring himself in a mirror, silently lamenting. Why does he always seem to benefit from the best of circumstances? Slaying ghost-faced beings, awakening forbidden domains, and regaining youthful vitality. He would never admit to feeling envious. Clearing his throat, Chen Mai stated, "Our efficiency as night watchers is quite commendable." Wen Qimao, Zhao Kongsheng. The recently arrived Wu Xiangnan. Who was being deceived this time? Lin Qiye inquired. What is this intensive training you mentioned? All newcomers must partake in a year of concentrated training to acquire certain combat skills before formally joining the Night Watchers. When does it commence? Jiang, well-versed in these narratives, simply sat to the side in a daze. The system's rewards had long since been credited, but she had yet to find time to examine them. Seizing the moment, she quickly checked, rescued Zhao Kongsheng, and assisted him in awakening his forbidden domain. Regret-2. Abilities available for extraction. To her astonishment, she managed to compensate for 2 regrets in a single instance, believing that each narrative only accounted for 1. Yet, 2 are certainly preferable. The more abilities she acquires, the stronger she becomes. Extract. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the ability. Serious Punch and Unlimited Technique. Serious Punch. There's no problem in the world that cannot be solved with a single punch. If there is, then deliver another punch. P.S. May I land a punch? Unlimited Technique. Just try touching me. One beckons for a punch, while the other challenges with a mere touch. Jiang pondered. Is this description reliable? However, she couldn't shake the feeling of familiarity. These were indeed the skills of Saitama and Gojo. No wonder the ability descriptions were so formidable, as they belonged to true powerhouses. As Jiang assessed her abilities, she realized that Serious Punch could only be unleashed when truly needed. Currently, her persona was that of a delicate healer, making such a violent skill unnecessary for the time being. Yet, the Unlimited Technique was one she could maintain at all times, as it required minimal mental energy, merely a passive skill, perfectly suited for her. Chapter 7. Business. As Jiang found herself engrossed in her newfound skills, Chen Mai and the others had already shifted their conversation to the topic of the temporary team members' remuneration. It was specified that temporary team members would not be provided with accommodation or meals. Chen Mai's voice gradually brought Jiang back to reality. She nearly forgot about this critical detail. The system had only lent her 10,000 yuan, and after accounting for her lodging, purchasing a mobile phone, meals, and leisure activities, she was left with less than 3,000 yuan. With just a month remaining before the training camp, she certainly could not survive on nothing. Where will we stay for this month? Lin Qiye exclaimed in a panic, and Jiang shared his concern. In the original story, Lin Qiye was kindly taken in by Hong Ying. What would she do now? Their gazes instinctively turned towards Chen Mai. Aren't I your divine agent? Your ultimate caregiver? Are you going to abandon me? Chen Mai felt a bit awkward, realizing that these 2 young ones had nowhere to stay. Just then, Hong Ying's small head peeked in from outside the door. My home is quite spacious. Would you like to stay with me? Hong Ying, didn't you go home with Shao, Nan? When Qimao asked in surprise. Hong Ying pouted slightly. Today marks the first day for 2 new members to join our team. So it wouldn't be appropriate for me and Shao Nan to leave, would it? Besides, it's fortunate we stayed. Otherwise, you would have left Jiang and Qiye to sleep on streets. Exactly. Si Xiaonan chimed in softly from behind Hong Ying. Jiang was overwhelmed with gratitude. She could save her money. Thank you, Sister Hong Ying. Thank you, Sister Hong Ying. Lin Qiye echoed, following Jiang's lead. Jiang shot him a glance, inexplicably feeling as if she had gained a younger brother. Hong Ying beamed with joy. It's no trouble at all. Since it's so late, why don't I take you home to rest? She looked at Chen Mai, silently seeking his approval. Chen Mai nodded in agreement. All right, bring them over tomorrow morning. They need some training before the camp begins. Hong Ying gestured that she understood, and with Si Xiaonan holding her hand, they exited the office. A divine agent and an unknown girl from a forbidden realm. Chen Mai gazed after them, his brow furrowed in concern. In the villa district, Jiang and Lin Qiye stood in awe before the opulent mansion, their mouths agape. The disparity between what they had read in novels and the reality was striking. She had never imagined she would one day reside in such a splendid abode. Hong Ying bounced over to unlock the door. "Coming quickly. The house is a bit messy, so please don't mind." Lin Qiye and Jiang waved their hands dismissively. "We don't mind at all." Hong Ying fetched 2 pairs of slippers for them and pointed to the 2 adjacent guest rooms on the second floor. "These 2 rooms are guest accommodations, both tidied up and furnished with new bedding and toiletries. You can use them directly." The layouts of the 2 rooms were nearly identical. Lin Qiye turned to Jiang and asked, "Which room do you prefer?" Jiang casually gestured towards the room near the staircase. "I guess this one." "All right." Lin Qiye nodded. Suddenly, he recalled something and called out to Hong Ying, "Sister Hong Ying, may I borrow some paper and a pen?" Having unexpectedly ventured out today and not returning home for the night, he felt it imperative to inform his aunt and Jean of his decision to join the night watch. "Paper and pen? Wait a moment while I search for them," Hong Ying replied as she rummaged through a room. Lin Qiye glanced at Jiang and asked, "Aren't you going to inform your family?" Jiang shrugged. "I have no relatives." In her previous world, she had been the excess child following her parents' divorce and subsequent remarriages, receiving nothing but a monthly allowance. Upon graduating from university, her parents deemed their obligations fulfilled and severed all contact with her. Consequently, she found herself adrift in both this world and the previous one, a fact that compelled her to follow the system without hesitation into this new realm. Sorry, Lin Qiye had not anticipated her plight to be even more tragic than his own. At least he had his aunt and Jean. Jiang, with her hands casually tucked in her pockets, responded nonchalantly, "It's fine. I'm used to it." When Hong Ying finally returned with the hard-won paper and pen, Jiang bid them good night before heading to her room. Originally, she thought training would commence that day, but she had forgotten that Lin Qiye was enlisting in the military at Qiqihar and that Chun Mai and the others had gone to perform at his aunt's house, leaving only Jiang, Hong Ying, Shao and Wen Qima, and Lin Qiye at the agency. Hong Ying had intended to teach her marksmanship, but just then, an elderly lady arrived, claiming she suspected her partner of infidelity and wished to hire them to investigate. Consequently, Hong Ying and the others went to comfort the old woman. Lin Qiye approached Jiang and suggested, "Why not come with me to learn marksmanship?" Jiang's eyes lit up, sure. In Huahua, she had never had the opportunity to handle a real firearm, but now she had the chance. Bang! A gunshot echoed in the shooting range. Jiang tilted her head slightly. "How did I do?" "How many rings?" Lin Qiye nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. 10 rings. Try again at 50 meters. Bang, bang." 2 more shots rang out. Observing the clustered bullet holes, Lin Qiye was somewhat astonished by Jiang's talent. "Is this truly your first time handling a gun? You have quite the gift." Jiang pondered, "If we don't count shooting balloons at the night market, then yes, this is indeed my first time." She had always had a good aim, whether throwing stones or tossing rings. Perhaps this was her innate talent. Well, practice more. You might become a valuable asset to the team in terms of firepower. Jiang agreed wholeheartedly. Given her capabilities, her firepower would undoubtedly be formidable. When Lin Qiye and the others returned, Hong Ying and the others were still consoling the elderly lady, while Jiang prepared to step out for a meal after a morning of enjoyable yet exhausting practice. "Oh, you're back. Care to join us for dinner?" Lin Qiye remarked, casting a bemused glance at Hong Ying and the others, muttering softly, "Is this really an agency?" "Indeed," she replied. Songnan hardly encounters mysterious incidents throughout the year, and they can't just sit idly by. This way, they can find something to do and also earn some rent. How splendid. Jiang still remembers when Lin Qiye was merely a doctoral candidate at the University of Political Science and Law, yet he was also taking on tutoring assignments for middle school students. Lin Qiye. The mere thought that he too might one day handle such cases filled him with a pang of regret for joining the Night Watchers. His expression was so conflicted that Jiang could discern his thoughts without hesitation. Rest assured, you will have no opportunity to navigate the complexities of the affections and grievances of grandmothers and grandfathers. Why? Because you will be far too formidable by then. Jiang pushed open the door at a noodle shop and remarked casually, "You will understand when the time comes." Chapter 8. Doubting her abilities in the afternoon. It was Chun Mai's dedicated training session. Yi Jiang's persona was that of a pure healer. Yet Chun Mai insisted on bringing her to the training grounds under the pretext that a support character must possess self-defense capabilities. Yi Jiang. She yearned to express that despite her system panel indicating her status as merely a novice, if she truly engaged, a single punch could leave Chun Mai bewildered. However, she refrained from voicing this, for she needed to maintain her faade. Chun Mai handed her a straight sword while wielding a wooden sword himself. Come, attack me. Yi Jiang raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? Yes. Perhaps, Captain, you should strike me instead. Yi Jiang genuinely did not know how to fight. Her only brush with combat was during her university's elective Tai Chi classes, which she had now nearly forgotten. Realizing she was likely at a loss for how to initiate an attack, Chun Mai took the initiative. To his surprise, Yi Jiang stood still, gripping the sword without moving. Chun Mai sighed inwardly, suspecting she was merely intimidated. In the next moment, his wooden sword halted a mere 10 centimeters from her shoulder, immobilized. What? Chun Mai blinked in astonishment. What was happening? He retracted his sword, repositioned, and struck again, only to meet the same outcome. He could not touch her, not even slightly. Curiosity prompted Chun Mai to reach out and tap Yi Jiang's shoulder, but his hand was met with an invisible barrier, unable to make contact. Did you bring a forbidden item? The effect resembled the shield of sequence 171's, Wang, yet he sensed no aura of forbidden objects. Yi Jiang smiled and shook her head. This is my passive skill. I call it, try to touch me, Chun Mai. What a fitting name. Shortly thereafter, the training grounds door swung open, and Yi Jiang emerged. At the entrance, when Qima was taken aback. You're out so soon? Wait, you weren't injured? He was well aware of the captain's prowess. Initially, during the commencement of their training, he would enter upright and exit in a horizontal state. Never did he expect to witness someone emerge unscathed. Upon observing Yi Jiang's face, he mused, "Ah, the captain is indeed cherishing her. Yet, who could truly bear to be harsh with such a beautiful girl? Honging, am I unworthy? Lin Qiye, enter." Chun Mai's voice resonated from within, and Lin Qiye strode in with confidence. Yi Jiang appeared so at ease. Clearly, the intensity of the captain's training was not too high. Moments later, pain. Captain, take it easy. When Qima remarked, the captain has indeed changed. Yi Jiang, perhaps having dealt Lin Qiye a harsher punishment than intended. That evening, Chun Mai personally prepared a splendid feast. As Lin Qiye stumbled out of the training room, Yi Jiang suppressed her laughter and gave him a gentle pat, instantly healing all his injuries. Oh, how delightful! Lin Qiye couldn't help but moan in relief at the soothing sensation coursing through him. Yi Jiang's ability was truly remarkable. The bruises inflicted by the captain vanished in an instant. Zhao Kongcheng held his bowl of rice, as if he had found a kindred spirit. Indeed, I must say, Shao Ye's Forbidden Market is truly remarkable. It feels as though I have undergone a full-body massage. Utterly delightful. Not only that, Hong Ying interjected. Shao Yi gifted me a pendant she crafted herself today. After I donned it, I sparred with Qima for 2 solid hours without feeling fatigued. It's simply a miraculous replenisher of energy. When Qima paused mid-sip, his expression darkening. I told you, why must you insist on competing with me today? You owe me snacks. Without any buffs. He had been extorted by Hong Ying for 200 yuan worth of treats. Feeling guilty, Hong Ying glanced around, avoiding his gaze. Chun Mai emerged with the last plate of braised ribs, placing it on the dining table before taking a seat. Just when they thought they could finally eat, he suddenly turned to Yi Jiang and asked, Shao Yi, is the healing candy you gave to Hong Ying also one of your creations? Yi Jiang raised an eyebrow. More or less, but it doesn't have the same effect as the one I gave to old Zhao. The one Zhao had consumed took her 2 whole days to prepare, while the one given to Hong Ying was merely a product of her boredom before morning training. She had expected Chun Mai to request more for the team, but to her surprise, he neither asked for additional ones, nor did he want her to reveal her ability in the future. The breath of the Archangel is truly a divine skill, and if discovered by those with ulterior motives, it could spell trouble for her. Here, those with ulterior motives primarily referred to the ancient god society. Although Yi Jiang did not believe that her current strength posed a threat from the ancient god society, she graciously accepted Qian Mai's goodwill. In return, she promptly crafted 7 green orbs, each a crystallized essence of life, distributing one to each member of Team 136. For ailments, we heal. For health, we nurture. Despite Qian Mai's disapproval and inner turmoil, Jiang smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Captain, I will be cautious. The members of Team 136 were all good people, and she too wished for their safety. With these life essence crystals, they would at least have a means of urgent assistance in times of peril. It must be said, Qian Mai's culinary skills were indeed exceptional. After days of consuming takeout and food from small eateries, Jiang finally experienced a semblance of home-cooked flavor. However, there was no time for sentimentality, as the others at the table were in a frenzy over the food. Lin Qiye even brandished a submachine gun to maintain order, but was met with a yellow card warning from Qian Mai. Nevertheless, the meat he had seized was shared with Jiang and Lin Qiye. After they had eaten their fill, Lin Qiye took Lin Qiye away for shooting practice. Thinking of Lin Qiye's shooting talent, Jiang couldn't help but chuckle. By the end of the day, Lin Qiye was thoroughly exhausted, while Jiang remained unscathed. This was primarily due to her passive skill, which shielded her from all attacks. Whether faced with knives or rubber bullets, none could approach her. Qian Mai, skeptical, unleashed his full prowess upon her, even nearly resorting to the use of the unchanging blade. Yet he could not breach Jiang's defenses. In the end, he could only helplessly advise her. If your passive skill doesn't consume much mental energy, then keep it activated at all times. It is truly too safe. Jiang readily agreed. Thus, today, only Lin Qiye has sustained injury. Chapter 9. The Campus Purge. Are you saying you witnessed your classmate, Lu Xiaoyan, devour our dean? When Qima inquired, his expression one of utter astonishment. Hong Ying interjected. Did she regurgitate a whole dean afterward? Zhao Kongchang added, and they seemed to share a rather good rapport. Listening to this string of inquiries, Jiang lounged on the sofa, yawning casually while half-heartedly absorbing the conversation. Today, the peace office was destined to be anything but tranquil. As the tale of the Nantua serpent demon had already commenced, she had intended to find a suitable moment to discuss the matter with Qian Mai, only to discover that Li Yifei was faster than her, having staked out the office entrance from the early hours. Truly, he was worthy of being the future head of the caretakers. His initiative was commendable, Jiang mused inwardly. Did you not sleep well last night? Lin Qiye asked, observing Jiang's weary visage with concern. Jiang fiddled with a small green bead in her hand and replied listlessly, Indeed, I spent the night gazing at the stars, predicting your fortune today, which kept me wide awake in frustration. Lin Qiye appeared speechless. After a brief moment of contemplation, he queried, Did you predict a substantial fortune? Jiang rolled her eyes, retorting, How pedestrian. Truly, how very pedestrian. As the plot unfolded in a manner consistent with the original narrative, Li Yifei's arrival prompted Qian Mai to convene a meeting to devise a detailed plan. Subsequently, Hong Ying, Shao and Lin Qiye and Jiang set forth toward the second high school to eliminate the mysterious threat. Oh, and not to forget Li Yifei. Jiang was not particularly keen on attending. Qian Mai wished to shield this precious gem from danger, yet her insatiable curiosity was a relentless torment. What did the Nantua serpent demon truly look like? Was it male or female? Wasn't Qingyu handsome? These questions clawed at her heart like feline paws, compelling her to witness the events firsthand. However, before their departure, Hong Ying persistently doused her with perfume, chanting, Do not let your sin escape and attract trouble. Having mastered the art of concealing her presence, Jiang shrugged in resignation. All right. The 5 of them arrived at the second high school in grand fashion. Yet, as they stood beside the school-less wall, Jiang was taken aback. Jiang thought, How foolish of me. I am merely a pure mage. Scaling walls is entirely beyond my skill set. Fortunately, Lin Qiye managed to hoist himself atop the wall, pulling Jiang up with him, and then descended to catch her, allowing the group to proceed with their mission. According to the plan, Shao and Hong Ying ventured toward the girls' dormitory, while Jiang, Lin Qiye, and Li Yifei were tasked with surveying the playground and academic buildings. Everything unfolded precisely as in the narrative, save for the fact that Jiang, with her hands casually tucked into her pockets, trailed behind Lin Qiye and Li Fei. To be honest, were it not for her boundless technique, facing so many serpent demons would have genuinely unnerved Jiang. Lin Qiye could sense who among them was a serpent demon, but she could not. She had directly made eye contact with those offspring whose eyes had transformed into vertical slits. In an instant, Jiang felt as if she were ensnared in a den of serpents. If one were to inquire about her emotions, she would confess to being utterly paralyzed by fear. With a resigned sigh, she lamented internally, "Alas, curiosity truly is the bane of existence. The ancients did not deceive me." At that moment, a student suddenly shrieked in terror. What on earth? Why has the sky turned green? Indeed, it was true. A verdant, boundless realm began to rise slowly, and Lin Qiye, frowning, tapped the notice board, questioning whether it was malfunctioning. Zhao Kongsheng, seated nearby and engrossed in a casual game, glanced up, bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha! What have you done to make it this color?" Lin Qiye's expression darkened. Jiang could not suppress a chuckle. The atmosphere was just right. The green, boundless realm validated her request for Lin Qiye to personally arrange it today, driven solely by her curiosity about the emerald sky. The girls' dormitory was likely embroiled in chaos, as Jiang observed numerous offspring of serpent demons racing towards it, some even revealing their true forms. The students, horrified by the sight, fled frantically toward the school gates. Lin Qiye shouted several times above the din, but his voice went unheard. In desperation, he drew his sidearm and fired 2 shots into the air. "Silence! Listen to me." Surprisingly, it was quite impressive. Jiang couldn't help but commend him. He truly embodied the protagonist. Some students doubted Lin Qiye's identity, but without hesitation, he drew his sword and swiftly dispatched a serpent demon hidden among the students. His formidable display of power rendered the others mute, behaving like docile lambs. Thus, Lin Qiye and Li Fei busied themselves organizing the throng of students at the gates, while Wen Qima and others outside erased their memories. Jiang remained a passive observer, occasionally healing fallen students and taking a shot at solitary serpent demon offspring. Quite at ease, once the students at the gates were dispersed, Lin Qiye took a deep breath and returned his gun to his pocket. "Li Fei, I recall seeing a few girls hiding in the auditorium earlier, including Wu Shujie. You go there to protect them, while Jiang and I head to the sophomore building to rescue others. If Lu Shaoyan is the source of the monsters, the sophomore building will undoubtedly be the epicenter." Lin Qiye, concerned for Li Fei's safety, hesitated to let him join the perilous mission. Li Fei wrestled with his emotions. On one hand, there was the girl he secretly admired, and on the other, the imperative to save more lives. After a brief moment of contemplation, he resolutely declared, "No, I want to accompany you to the teaching building." Just as Lin Qiye was about to refuse, Jiang interjected, "Let him come along. With me here, nothing will happen." Considering Jiang's formidable combat skills and healing abilities, Lin Qiye nodded in agreement. "Very well. Then we shall proceed together." What lay ahead would be a true struggle for survival. Jiang instantly regained her composure, recalling that in Qingyu was, if her memory serve her right, in a classroom on the 3rd floor of the teaching building. As Lin Qiye and his companions arrived at the teaching building, they were met with a relentless surge of snake demon offspring violently rushing inside, accompanied by faint echoes of human screams amidst the cacophony of their assaults. The sheer number of these serpentine creatures sent shivers down their spines. It was akin to stumbling upon a veritable den of snakes. How on earth could they possibly enter amidst such a horde? Li Fei's voice quivered, the horrifying scene delivering a profound psychological blow. "Through the window," Jiang suggested, directing her gaze towards the window of the side staircase. Most of the snake demons were charging up the main staircase at the front of the building, making the sides relatively safer. "Very well." Lin Qiye decisively shattered the glass of the window with the hilt of his knife and leaped inside, with Li Fei swiftly following suit. Yet, Jiang stood motionless, hands stuffed in her pockets, showing no inclination to join them. Li Fei, filled with confusion, inquired, "Aren't you coming in?" Jiang shrugged dismissively. "No, I'll take care of the ones at the entrance. Truth be told, she would have preferred to eliminate Lin Qiye directly, thus annihilating the snake demon offspring effortlessly, saving herself considerable trouble. However, she refrained from such actions. As it was imperative to facilitate the progression of the narrative, she could only begrudgingly shoulder the task ahead. Believing her reluctance stemmed from an aversion to climbing through the window, Lin Qiye did not press the matter further, simply advising, "All right, just be careful." Jiang responded with an okay gesture. "You two head to the 5th floor and clear from there. I'll start from the 1st floor and work my way up. This will save us time." Understood. Once Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye departed, Jiang leisurely approached the main entrance of the teaching building, idly toying with a coin in her hand. After a moment of contemplation, she pocketed the coin, realizing the immense power of the electromagnetic cannon. She would find it challenging to smooth things over later. Chapter 10. Unable to defeat a sharp, piercing whistle suddenly broke the silence, instantly capturing the attention of the serpent demon offspring. Outside the dimly lit teaching building, Jiang stood alone, her body crackling with faint currents of electricity, occasionally accompanied by the sound of sizzling, as she gazed at the grotesque creatures surging toward her like a tidal wave. A faint smile curled at the corners of her mouth, her eyes glimmering with excitement and defiance. "Come on." Moments later, Jiang surveyed the charred corpses strewn across the ground, the air thick with the acrid scent of burnt flesh. Strangely, this fierce battle had ignited a ravenous appetite within her. "Oh dear, this fight has me craving barbecue. I must indulge when I return," she mused aloud, her expression reflecting a sense of longing. The serpent demon offspring nearby had mostly perished. Even those within the classroom on the 1st floor had been lured out and dispatched. Jiang clapped her hands in satisfaction. Although her electric strikes lacked the overwhelming force of a railgun, dispatching these minor adversaries was a trivial task. It merely took a bit longer than anticipated. She pondered whether Lin Qiye had encountered in Qingyu yet. The thought of that moment filled her with anticipation. She simply had to witness the first encounter between the key of the door and the god of causality. After Lin Qiye and Lin Qiye charged into the teaching building, they made their way swiftly to the 5th floor. It must be said that, in such life-threatening circumstances, many displayed remarkable cleverness. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they were met with a cacophony of chaos, the dull thud of heavy objects falling intermingled with frantic cries. Lin Qiye rushed forward with several strides and found a dozen grotesque monsters blocking the staircase, desperately attempting to topple the obstacles in their path. However, due to the continuous barrage of desks and chairs raining down upon them, coupled with the narrowness of the staircase, their movements were severely hindered, resulting in a stalemate. Lin Qiye could hear someone inside shouting hoarsely, but he had no time to linger. He swiftly drew his blade, a flash of cold light slicing through the air as he dispatched the creature that turned to attack him. Lin Qiye, wielding a fire axe, stood by, forcefully kicking the severed bodies and discarded debris down the stairs, clearing more space for Lin Qiye to maneuver. Truth be told, these monsters were not particularly difficult to slay. The challenge lay in their sheer numbers, making the task rather cumbersome. However, with only a dozen present, eliminating them was akin to slicing through vegetables. Upon witnessing this valiant display, those trapped within recognized that salvation had arrived, and tears of gratitude welled in their eyes. Several young women were unable to contain themselves. Bursting into tears, a middle-aged man stepped forward, his face a mask of astonishment upon seeing the two boys in school uniforms. "Lin Qiye, is that you, Lin Qiye?" Lin Qiye chuckled, scratching his head, beads of sweat from the battle glistening on his brow. "Mr. Wang, are you unharmed?" Mr. Wang adjusted his glasses, pride evident in his voice. "I am unscathed. My years of playing tower defense games have not been in vain." Taking advantage of their conversation, Lin Qiye swiftly surveyed the dozens of students on the 5th floor, confirming that there were no disguised snake demons before he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Approaching Teacher Wang, his expression grave, he said, "Teacher Wang, the 5th floor is currently secure. Let us proceed downstairs to investigate, while I kindly ask you to continue directing matters here." Having witnessed Lin Qiye's valiant display of bravery in dispatching the small monsters, Teacher Wang refrained from offering any words of caution. Very well, but do exercise caution. The fourth floor was remarkably quiet, likely as everyone had retreated to the fifth floor. So they proceeded directly to the third floor. Outside a classroom on the third floor, two snake demons were frantically blocking the door, attempting to force their way inside. Clearly, they could not breach the defense constructed by the students within using desks and chairs, and could only roar angrily from the outside. As Lin Qiye and his companions descended, the two snake demons spotted them and charged forward. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye drew his blade. With a flash of steel, he swiftly dispatched the creatures, leaving them lifeless on the ground. Li Yifei rushed to the classroom door, knocking forcefully. The monsters outside are dead. You may come out now. The individuals inside, upon realizing that the relentless creature banging on the door was truly vanquished, cautiously dismantled their defenses and opened the door. A few brave boys stepped out first, bolstered by courage. The sound of cheerful footsteps echoed from below, prompting everyone to look on alert. It was a striking young girl with long hair. Upon seeing Lin Qiye and Li Yifei standing with several boys, Jiang felt a surge of delight, knowing she had not missed an exciting spectacle. Fortunately, she had run quickly, observing her pristine appearance, not a speck of dirt on her clothes. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow in confusion. The monsters outside. They're all gone. Jiang replied cheerfully, her face radiating a victorious smile. Lin Qiye felt a surge of astonishment inside. It seemed he had underestimated her capabilities. Among the boys, the one wearing glasses appeared scholarly and refined, an obvious favorite among teachers. He regarded Jiang with a rational scrutiny. Jiang flashed him a friendly smile. Was this the vice captain of the Nightfall team? He looked just like the boy next door, utterly unlike the scientific madman who had lived in the sewers for a year. Li Yifei was the first to speak, addressing in Qingyu and the others. The teaching building is secure, and most students have evacuated the school. You should join us as well. Before Qingyu could respond, Jiang suddenly shook her head, her expression serious. We cannot leave yet. We haven't found the main body. Main body? And Qingyu inquired, confusion etched across her face. Are you suggesting that this monster has a mother entity? Indeed, without the mother entity's demise, these monstrous offspring will continue to proliferate. Therefore, we must locate it and then eliminate it. Wouldn't you agree, Li Yifei? Jiang's cold gaze suddenly shifted to Li Yifei, who, bewildered, nodded, yes, right? Amidst the incredulous gazes of Lin Qiye and the others, Jiang smiled, a hint of coldness gracing her expression. In a swift motion, akin to the sound of a thief in the night, she drew her pistol and fired 3 shots at Li Yifei's head. Bang, bang, bang. Each shot found its mark. What's happening? Lin Qiye's words were left unfinished as they witnessed Li Yifei, who should have collapsed, standing unharmed. Even the gaping wound at his brow vanished at an observable pace. He touched his head in bewilderment, murmuring, I'm fine. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated his face. Qiye, I'm actually unscathed. Have I awakened a similar power to yours? Can I join your organization? That seems unlikely, Jiang replied with regret. After all, you are the Nanda serpent demon. Li Yifei's eyes widened in disbelief. I am the Nanda serpent demon? What are you talking about? Stop pretending and hurry up. We need to get home for dinner. At her words, everyone watched as Li Yifei's dark brown eyes suddenly transformed into golden, slitted pupils. And a raspy voice escaped his lips. How did you know? Jiang, growing impatient, furrowed her brow and commanded, mind your own business when it comes to beautiful women. Lin Qiye, go. She continued, no one wants to engage in a mysterious chat with you. Just hand over Li Yifei's soul in your head, and this story will conclude. We'll miss our table at the barbecue place. As Jiang's words fell, Li Yifei's pupils constricted, and in an instant, he transformed from a schoolboy clad in uniform into a terrifying creature, entirely cloaked in dark scales, with a serpent's tail. Lin Qiye gripped the starry blade tightly and charged forward without hesitation, swinging down with all his might. Clang! The Nanda serpent demon easily blocked the attack, mocking, You think you can kill me with your mere strength? Jiang was taken aback, her gaze abruptly shifting to the sky outside the window. Oh no, I forgot it's not yet night. Lin Qiye can't use the starry dancer. Her presence had halved the narrative's progression, as the orange twilight still lingered in the sky. Lin Qiye, danger. Chapter 11. The change of training grounds as anticipated. Lin Qiye, in the realm of the lantern, found it exceedingly challenging to defeat the Nanjuash demon of the Pool realm without the enhancement of the Starry Night Dancer. Even though he was the protagonist, the odds were decidedly against him. The situation on the battlefield was overwhelmingly favorable to the Nanjuash demon. Jiang watched in horror as Lin Qiye narrowly evaded the demon's lethal claws several times, and it seemed he could hardly hold on any longer. She couldn't help but mutter a curse under her breath. She had warned him against disrupting the narrative flow. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed into the fray, activating her serious fist mode. This was her inaugural use of this ability. To prevent an inadvertent fatal blow to the Nanjuash demon, she refrained from unleashing her full power, opting instead to strike with a mere 1% of her strength, landing a punch to its abdomen. Just a moment prior, the Nanjuash demon had been arrogantly taunting. "You two lantern beings think you can challenge me, a pool being? What a delusion," Jiang retorted with a scoff. "Who said I was a lantern being?" In the next instant, a terrifying cyclone swiftly coalesced beneath Jiang's fist and erupted outward with tremendous force. The impact was profound. The Nanjuash demon was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the far wall of the corridor before finally coming to a halt. Lin Qiye stared at Jiang in disbelief. "Wait, you possess such strength and still let me engage it? Are you even human?" He had assumed that her inability to employ that devastating electromagnetic cannon stemmed from some limitation, only to discover it was a misconception. Even without that technique, she could obliterate the creature with a single punch. Jiang, both irate and embarrassed, shot him a glare. "I thought you could handle it. How could a mere lantern being like me possibly defeat it? Why can't you?" They bickered while the Nanjuash demon, having regained some composure after being momentarily dazed, struggled to rise. And Xingyu quickly interjected, "Watch out, it's getting up. It's injured. You should try again." A mere 1% of her strength had proven so formidable that she feared another punch might indeed kill it. And then Lin Qiye's chief caretaker would be lost for good. Lin Qiye activated Mortal Realm, brandishing his blade and charging forward with fierce determination, intent on claiming victory while the demon was vulnerable. Though the Nanjuash demon had begun to recover, its lower body remained entirely numb, and upon seeing Lin Qiye's blade approaching, it could only feebly attempt to defend itself. Lacking mobility and its serpent tail as a means of attack, its claws were utterly inadequate against Lin Qiye's relentless assault. In no time, a massive head was severed, rolling on the ground before coming to rest after several revolutions. Lin Qiye wiped the blood from his straight blade and sheathed it with a flourish. If one overlooked the blood splattered across his face and body, he would indeed appear quite dashing. However, in that moment, he resembled a deranged killer, rendering that notion purely hypothetical. With the demise of the Nanjuash demon's progenitor, all its serpent spawn fell lifeless in an instant. As Wu Xiangnan's voice resonated through the headphones, Jiang cast a glance at Xingyu, whose gaze was fervently fixed on the severed head of the serpent demon. Without uttering a word, she grasped Lin Qiye's hand and proceeded downstairs. The subsequent arrangements at the school were naturally the responsibility of designated personnel. Their mission had already reached its conclusion. As they descended, Jiang keenly sensed that Lin Qiye's mood was somewhat subdued. Understandably so, for the Ghost Face King was not slain by him, and he remained oblivious to the existence of a prison within the divine mental hospital. In his heart, Li Yifei was indeed dead. As an elder sister, Jiang felt compelled to uplift her melancholic brother's spirits. "What is troubling you?" she inquired. Lin Qiye remained silent for several seconds before slowly responding. "Li Yifei was my first friend upon arriving at the second high school. He was a remarkable person." Jiang patted his shoulder, offering comfort. "I must reveal something to you. Li Yifei is Li Yifei, and the Nantawa Serpent Demon is the Nantawa Serpent Demon. Li Yifei is, in fact, the second persona of the Nantawa Serpent Demon. He was entirely unaware of his true identity, hence he truly was a wonderful person." Lin Qiye managed a bitter smile. "It's pointless to discuss this now. He is already gone." Jiang shook her finger, speaking with an air of mystery. That may not necessarily be the case. Make sure to rest early tonight. Perhaps a surprise awaits. What kind of surprise? He retorted, it's certainly not a windfall. At the school's entrance, Hong Ying and Si Xiaonan sat on a stone pedestal nearby. Upon seeing them emerge, they chuckled. Wow, that was quite a fierce battle. Yi Jiang, with a serious expression, nodded and exaggeratedly claimed, indeed, just look at the blood on us. I wonder if it can even be washed out with detergent. Hong Ying replied, that blood on you is clearly just smeared on, right? Those evident fingerprints. Yi Jiang giggled, hee. Si Xiaonan, quietly standing to the side, glanced at the red mark on Yi Jiang's arm, pondered for a moment, then discreetly wiped a bit of Lin Qiye's blood onto her own face. Yi Jiang turned just in time to see this and cheerfully gave her a thumbs up. Not far away, atop a tall building, a crisp sound echoed as a photo was gingerly picked up and shaken by slender fingers. Lin Qiye gazed at the four smiling figures in the photograph, a subtle smile gracing his lips. On the way back to the office, as anticipated, Chen Mai received a call, learning of the mysterious disappearance of the serpent demon's head. It was merely a head, and no one paid it much heed. Yet, Yi Jiang pondered in silence. Indeed, and Xingyu had made her move. The next encounter would likely be after the new year, and she wondered if he would still remember her by then. 10 days later, within the peace office, Chen Mai sat behind his desk, addressing Lin Qiye and Yi Jiang. The new recruit training will commence in a few days, likely in Shangjing City. Winters there are frigid, so in the next couple of days, have Hong Ying take you shopping for some daily necessities and winter clothing. Do not fret about the expenses. You may use my card. There are still tickets available. You might as well purchase them while you're out. Chen Mai's voice echoed continuously, and Yi Jiang scratched her head, gazing at the system panel with a troubled expression, to spare Chen Mai the unnecessary expense of winter clothing and tickets. Count down 20 hours. Surely, this is not a deliberate attempt to vex me. Fat tiger. Should she directly inform Chen Mai that she was aware the training session would be held in Songnan? But how could she explain her knowledge? Alternatively, should she squander her own funds on items she would not need, appearing foolish in the process? After much hesitation, considering her dwindling balance, she ultimately resolved to speak directly with Chen Mai. Captain. Her words interrupted Chen Mai's incessant chatter. However, given that she was the cherished member of Team 136, he displayed no irritation. Instead, he kindly inquired, what is it? I think you should consult the higher-ups again. I have a strong feeling that this training session will not be in Shangjing. Chen Mai was taken aback. Why do you say that? In previous years, the training has always been in Shangjing. Unable to conjure a suitable excuse, she decided to take a bold step. Actually, I can read fortunes, and I foresee that this new recruit training will indeed be in Songnan. If you don't believe me, feel free to make a call. With a furrowed brow, Chen Mai regarded her for a moment before picking up his phone to make a call. Yi Jiang felt a slight sense of relief, only to notice Lin Qiye gazing at her with an enigmatic expression. Startled, she smacked him lightly. What are you staring at? Lin Qiye silently turned away. The night they vanquished the Nanda serpent demon, he had been unable to sleep, preoccupied with the surprise Yi Jiang had mentioned, prompting him to visit the psychiatric hospital to see Nikes. To his astonishment, he stumbled upon a prison. Within it were the Nanda serpent demon and Li Yifei. Reflecting on Yi Jiang's earlier words, he now found himself questioning whether she was aware of the existence of a psychiatric facility. Meanwhile, after completing the call, Chen Mai set his phone down quietly, surprised to discover that Yi Jiang's intuition was correct. The training had indeed been relocated to Songnan. Thankfully, she had urged him to make that call. Otherwise, his wallet would have suffered significantly. But how did Yi Jiang know? Seeing his expression, Yi Jiang recognized she was right and raised an eyebrow playfully. So, Captain, was I correct? Clearing his throat, Chen Mai replied, yes. The new recruit training is indeed in Songnan. Prepare yourselves, and I will have old Zhao take you there. Captain, considering how much I have saved you, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Appreciation for what? For the dinners over the next few days? All right. Chen Mai chuckled. All you can eat. Chapter 12. Returning home. Help Chen Mai safeguard his wallet. Regret-1. Ability can be extracted. Extraction attempts. 1. Would you like to extract the ability? Yi Jiang. Yes. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability. Blink. Blink. Travel to any desired location, disregarding distance and obstacles. The maximum distance for a single blink is 10 kilometers. Excessive use may lead to minor side effects. P.S. Though blink is wonderful, do not overindulge. Jiang slightly parted her crimson lips, feeling a generational gap between herself and the system. To her, such a skill should be referred to as spatial transfer rather than the mundane blink. Could your blink allow you to escape from Songnan with just a few attempts? And can it truly ignore all barriers? Jiang stroked her chin, the corners of her mouth curving upwards. However, with this newfound ability, not only could she run swiftly, but she also need not learn to scale walls. Quite splendid indeed. Once humans acquire a new toy, they are inclined to flaunt it to their peers. With a mere thought, Jiang vanished from her room, reappearing in the adjacent chamber in the blink of an eye. Lin Qiye was engrossed in practicing his sword techniques, knife in hand, when he suddenly turned to find someone who should have been next door standing before him. "Good evening," Jiang greeted him with a cheerful smile. Lin Qiye stood in stunned silence, his gaze darting to the door, which was indeed tightly shut. "How did you get in?" She shrugged nonchalantly. "I simply walked in." Though Lin Qiye was aware that Jiang must possess hidden abilities, he wondered if it was truly wise for her to display them so openly before him. After all, he was merely a 17-year-old, and even his composure could falter. With a sigh, Lin Qiye expressed his curiosity. "I genuinely wish to know, what is your true realm?" "Don't ask. The answer is minor healing." Lin Qiye's expression darkened. "Then could you enlighten me on your actual strength level?" Jiang raised her chin with pride, the atmospheric layer. Lin Qiye closed his eyes, turning to the door as if to usher her out. Jiang hastily grabbed his arm. "Look at you, why are you so anxious?" Fine. I confess that I myself am unaware of how strong I truly am, as I have yet to unleash my full power, whether employing Railgun or serious punch. She had merely executed them casually, let alone full strength. At most she had utilized 1% of her capacity. If she were to exert her full power, she feared she might lay waste to the entirety of Songnan City. Tilting her head in contemplation, she added, "However, I believe that even Michael would struggle to endure a punch from me. Well, perhaps 2 punches, as he is your patron deity. I should afford him some courtesy." Lin Qiye, reasonably suspecting she was boasting, resolved to pose one final inquiry. "What is your current mental realm?" Jiang enunciated clearly. "Mid-level pool realm." Lin Qiye extended his hand. "Please, leave." What a remarkable feat it is to strike down a supreme deity with a single blow. Yet who do you think you're fooling? Jiang, quick-witted and swift, grasped his hand firmly. "Look at your impatience. When I speak the truth, you doubt me. When I weave a tale, you accuse me of deceit. Is the trust between individuals truly so fragile? Moreover, who claims that the realm of mental fortitude equates to one's level of strength? When you were in the Zhan realm, and I was in the Chuan realm, I did not call you absurd, did I? If one were to liken others' mental realms to mere small teacups, then Jiang's would surely resemble a large tea vat, while others' pool realms may be likened to small ponds. Hers would be akin to an expansive lake. She could hardly fathom how formidable her power would be when she ascended to the Qian realm. Would 3 pillars of the Qian system suffice to withstand a single punch from her? Furthermore, the abilities extracted by the system not only consume minimal mental energy, but also wield tremendous power. How infuriating. Yet what can she do? As a mere bystander, she finds herself equally powerless. Noticing his lingering skepticism, Jiang sighed. "Since you remain unconvinced, allow me to demonstrate. Do not blink." With that, she seized Lin Qiye's arm and activated Flash. In an instant, Lin Qiye felt a shift in his vision, and a familiar house materialized before him. It was his aunt's home. Instinctively, he sought refuge in the shadows, but Jiang pulled him into the light. "Why are you running? We've arrived at your doorstep. Want to you step inside for a moment?" Just as Lin Qiye was about to decline, a sudden cacophony of barking erupted from the second-floor balcony. Likely sensing an unfamiliar presence, a young man's voice called out, "Shao, hey Lai, what is it?" A charming young boy peered over the balcony. immediately spotting the pair standing below. "Brother, you're back." The boy's voice, filled with excitement, cracked as he shouted, and before Lin Qiye could process the moment, the boy dashed downstairs, calling for their mother. "Mom, Mom, my brother has returned." Lin Qiye turned to Jiang, his expression a mixture of reluctance and inner turmoil. "Consider returning for a visit. Not only do you long for them, but they yearn for you as well," Jiang encouraged, gently patting his shoulder. Lin Qiye hesitated, caught in a conflict of emotions. Was he truly unwilling to return? He feared he might be unable to leave again, and was also concerned that his presence might endanger his aunt and Jean. As if reading his thoughts, Jiang urged, "You should go inside. I have a delightful surprise in store for you. Oh, and take this." She produced 2 marble-sized green orbs and handed them to Lin Qiye. "One for your aunt and one for Jean. It would be best if they wore them on a string daily. If they ever feel unwell, a couple of licks will suffice. Just don't consume them lightly, as these took me 3 painstaking days to craft, and they are more potent than the one I gave to old Shao." This had originally been intended for the captain of the masked squad, Wang, but plans are often outpaced by circumstances, lacking any other worthy gifts at the moment. She resolved to offer these newly crafted energy crystals to his aunt and Jean. Lin Qiye was taken aback, his brow furrowing in suspicion. "Did you not say that the one old Shao consumed took you a year to create?" He realized then that her words were laced with untruths. "Oh dear, I let that slip." Jiang's face flushed with embarrassment as he cleared his throat awkwardly and gently nudged Lin Qiye towards the doorway. "Do not dwell on the trivial details. Quickly, step inside." Once Lin turned back multiple times before finally entering the house, Jiang let out a long sigh of relief and glanced at his system panel. Just moments ago, amidst the commotion of Yang Jin's loud exclamations, the system had stirred to life once more that evening. Let Lin Qiye return home to reunite with Annie Jean. Regret-1. Ability can be extracted. Extraction attempts. 1. Would you like to extract the ability? To his surprise, a fleeting whim had led to the rectification of yet another regret. Yet, it made sense, since Lin Qiye joined the night watch. He had not returned home, nor made many phone calls. Subsequently, when the divine war erupted in Songnan City, that scoundrel Loki deceived him out of the city, leading to Auntie's disappearance and Yang Jin needing to be reforged after the battle. Their next encounter would be during the grand finale. It was not just Lin Qiye who felt regret. She too could hardly bear the weight of such a blow. "Come on, let's extract the ability." Extraction complete. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired the ability. Guardian Barrier. Guardian Barrier can create a barrier that withstands all forms of attack and reflects damage. However, the barrier's effective range is limited to a radius of 1,000 meters. Exceeding this range will deplete your mental and physical energy, so please use it judiciously. Chapter 13. The Guardian Barrier exceeding a distance of 1,000 meters would deplete one's mental and physical energy. Therefore, surely, within this limit, one could utilize it freely. Were it not for the current and opportune circumstances, she would have laughed heartily at the absurdity of it all. "See, I told you that a daily act of kindness bears fruit." Even the infinite version of Wang 2.0 has emerged. Jiang lifted her gaze towards Lin Qiye's residence, then pressed her palms together and rubbed them vigorously for a moment. When she opened her hands, a translucent bubble appeared in her palm, emanating a faint glow. She pinched it hard, yet the bubble remained unwavering. "Is this the Guardian Barrier?" Jiang promptly slapped the bubble against the wall. Upon contact, it adhered automatically, extending until it enveloped the entire house snugly, flickering slightly before vanishing into the air. Done. Yet, she wondered if this contraption could withstand Shiva's grudge. Perhaps she should later encase her aunt in a single occupancy room. Inside the room, her aunt was inquiring about Lin Qiye's recent experiences. Suddenly, Yang Jin turned his gaze towards the window, a glimmer of gold flashing in his eyes. "Brother, is that sister outside also a soldier?" His aunt paused momentarily. "The sister outside?" Lin Qiye quickly clarified, "A comrade of mine has accompanied me. She is also a soldier." Concerned, his aunt exclaimed, "Oh dear, how can you let your comrade stand outside? Yang Jin, hurry and invite her in." "Understood," Yang Jin replied before dashing down the stairs, with the little black dog joyfully trailing behind. The ability of the guardian barrier was indeed invaluable. Jiang resolved to create one for each member of Team 136. As she continued to rub her hands together, the door before her suddenly swung open, revealing a boy and his dog. "Sister, it's chilly outside. My mother asked me to invite you upstairs for a while." Jiang paused in her actions and smiled, shaking her head. "No need. It's rather pleasant out here. I'll just enjoy the breeze." At the end of August, the weather was still too warm for it to be cold. Moreover, although she recognized Lin Qiye's aunt as a kind-hearted person, she preferred to keep her distance for the time being. She feared that if she were unable to save her aunt, it would only heighten her sorrow. "Oh," Yang Jin nodded, then added, "Then let me keep you company." With that, he went inside and fetched 2 small stools, placing them on the ground as an invitation for Jiang to sit. Without hesitation, she plopped down on the stool, which had been personally offered to her by the deity Erlang Shun, and playfully ruffled the head of the little black dog. What delight! She could now proudly claim to have petted a divine beast. Yang Jin observed her actions in silence, and the two sat quietly at the entrance. Before long, Jiang resumed her work on the barrier, showing no intention of concealing her actions from Yang Jin. After all, they were both adept at playing the fool while concealing their true strength. Who was unaware of whom? Yang Jin watched her movements, surprise flickering in his eyes before he inquired, "Sister, what are you doing?" Jiang did not lift her head. "The guardian barrier, the one you just used at home." "Yang Jin, aren't you night watchers supposed to conceal your identities in front of ordinary people? Why are you revealing this to me? Just as you have descended, I shall present this to you." Jiang disregarded his thoughts and continued. "This is a small-scale guardian barrier. It can withstand and even reflect damage. While I am uncertain if it can endure the wrath of Shiva, it should suffice against ordinary attacks. The Night Watcher's Wang can only obstruct those who possess the forbidden void, but cannot stop ordinary individuals. You and your aunt should carry it with you. With this, Lin Qiye can be more at ease." Yang Jin's gaze abruptly sharpened, fixating on the girl before him. "Who exactly are you?" "I am one who aids the great Xia and Lin Qiye," Jiang replied in a calm tone, yet her expression was exceedingly earnest. "Rest assured, I align with you and the Night Watchers. I will never act against the interests of Great Xia. Not only will I refrain from actions detrimental to Great Xia, but I will also assist and protect it in various ways." Meanwhile, upstairs, Auntie and Lin Qiye had been conversing for quite some time without any sign of her son returning, and even the little dog, Shao Heilai, was nowhere to be seen. She wondered aloud, why hasn't Ajin returned yet? Lin Qiye walked to the balcony and looked down, spotting the 2 individuals and a dog sitting together, seemingly engrossed in conversation. Jiang held several glass beads and a string, appearing to teach Ajin how to make a bracelet. He chuckled helplessly. Jiang truly could engage with anyone. "Don't worry, Auntie. Ajin is downstairs playing with my comrade." Auntie joined him at the balcony to glance down, scolding lightly. "You should have brought him inside when your comrade arrived. It's dangerous for a little girl to wait outside all night." "Dangerous?" Lin Qiye thought to himself, realizing that when there was no danger, Jiang was the greatest peril. "Downstairs, yes, just like that. Make a small hole in each bead, thread them onto the red string, and place the finished ones in this bottle." Jiang guided Yang Jin in beading while busily rolling beads in her hands. Initially, the scene was quite different until Yang Jin, out of boredom, poked the bead made from the guardian barrier with divine power, creating a small hole in its center. This manifested a fine thread that transformed the bead into a bracelet. Jiang was astonished, exclaiming, "What is this? This is my fated partner." Thus, it evolved into their current collaboration, one shaping beads while the other threaded them. Their synergy seamless. Jiang even retrieved the vitality crystals she had previously prepared and stored her system space, determined to exhaust Yang Jin's divine power completely, which made him feel quite uneasy. Though this task did not consume much divine power, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Yang Jin's pace slowed considerably, prompting a curious glance from Jiang. "What's wrong? Are you tired?" Yang Jin replied, Yes, I'm fine." Jiang set aside the finished beads and gently patted his arm. A surge of vibrant life force instantaneously permeated his body. Fatigue dissipated, vitality was restored, his soul rejuvenated, and his mental prowess revitalized. His condition soared. Yang Jin. Yi Jiang, how are you feeling? Is it any better? This was her inaugural attempt at divine healing, and she remained uncertain of its efficacy. Yang Jin numbly nodded, feeling immensely better. The pace of his divine restoration had significantly accelerated. Thank you. Let's proceed without delay, for I must return tonight, as Lin Qiye and I are scheduled for new recruit training tomorrow. Yang Jin silently cast his gaze upward, for the first time earnestly wishing that his brother would perhaps refrain from returning, at least for the time being. Chapter 14. Unclean Things. As Lin Qiye emerged, his aunt followed closely behind. Upon catching sight of Yi Jiang, her expression shifted, and she seized Yi Jiang's hand, grinning widely. Little Yi, next time you come, be sure to let Annie know in advance. I'll prepare some delicious food for you. Surprised by her aunt's unexpected appearance, Yi Jiang obediently nodded. All right, Auntie. I understand. Goodbye, Annie. Finally managing to escape her aunt's affectionate admonishments, Yi Jiang, along with her aunt and Ajin, exchanged farewells before hastily pulling Lin Qiye away. With a benevolent smile, her aunt watched their retreating figures, murmuring to herself, such fine looks, honest eyes, an age that matches well. What a good child. Little Qiye is indeed fortunate. Hearing her words, Yang Jin's expression turned peculiar. Mom, what are you talking about? His aunt snapped back to reality, grasping Yang Jin's hand as they walked indoors. Ajin, what were you and your sister playing just now? Yang Jin replied. We were making a bracelet. A bracelet? It seems she is quite industrious. Yang Jin fell silent, his gaze drifting towards the direction where Yi Jiang had departed. If his brother truly ended up with Yi Jiang, wouldn't he have to help her string beads every day? No way. Meanwhile, a black van traversed the road, with the entire team 136 mobilized to escort 2 temporary team members to the training camp. Hong Ying scrutinized the essentials listed in her phone's memo, methodically checking off each item to ensure Yi Jiang hadn't forgotten anything. Sunscreen, sunglasses, hydrating spray, hand cream, cute girl essentials, foot soap bags. Yi Jiang chuckled at Hong Ying's palpable anxiety. You checked 3 times already. I've got everything. Hong Ying zipped up her snow-white backpack, asserting, the training camp is closed off. If you don't pack everything now, you won't have a chance to buy it later. Is that so? I had no idea. I'm lucky to have you around. Otherwise, it would be such a hassle. Si Shaonan chimed in from the side, and don't forget me. I prepared everything together with Hong Ying. Yi Jiang grinned as she playfully ruffled Si Shaonan's fluffy twin buns. Thanks to you two, Shaonan. Without your help, I wouldn't know what to prepare. Observing Yi Jiang effortlessly navigate her interactions with the 2 girls, when Shima couldn't help but feel envious, exclaiming, only Yi Jiang could charm her way through this. Otherwise, which girl could withstand such an onslaught? Sitting quietly nearby, Lin Qiye trembled slightly, his gaze darting between the 3 talking girls, particularly fixating on the petite, adorable one who resembled a little kitten. Wu Xiangnan nodded solemnly. Indeed, she is beautiful, strong, gentle, and considerate. Not just girls, even boys would struggle to resist her charm. After speaking, he slyly nudged Lin Qiye, who sat silently beside him with his backpack. What do you think, Qiye? Yi Jiang and Lin Qiye were of similar ages and had both joined the night watch at the same time, often undertaking missions and training together, which garnered much admiration from the members of Team 136. Lin Qiye understood their insinuations, offering a wry smile and a shake of his head in silence. His feelings for Yi Jiang were devoid of romantic inclination. Instead, he regarded her with the camaraderie of a true comrade, perhaps even a familial bond. In his heart, Yi Jiang assumed the role of an elder sister, a sentiment he believed she shared, evidenced by her playful teasing and affectionate gestures akin to petting a dog. Meanwhile, Zhao Kongcheng, who was driving, nearly chuckled aloud upon hearing Wen Qima and Wu Xiangnan's banter. In his view, Yi Jiang was a formidable young woman whom Lin Qiye would find challenging to impress. Their dynamic clearly suggested a strong woman and a comparatively weaker man. Yet, Lin Qiye was no ordinary individual, as a divine agent. Even if he was currently overshadowed by Yi Jiang, it was only a matter of time before he grew stronger. It was clear to him that neither of them harbored romantic feelings towards the other. It was merely their group of elder comrades, idly preoccupied with the affairs of the younger generation's emotions. Outside the training camp, a black van came to a gradual stop. After disembarking, Jiang and Lin Qiye caught Chun Mai's gaze, who regarded the two youngsters with a bittersweet sense of nostalgia, akin to a parent sending their child off to school for the first time. He solemnly advised, "The training camp is not like the team. It is filled with prodigies from all corners of the world. Let us try to avoid trouble, but if trouble finds you, do not cower. If anyone bullies you, we shall retaliate, and I will shoulder the consequences." He then turned to Jiang. "If you find yourself in need, seek out Qiye for assistance. Do not bear it alone. And Qiye, do take care of Jiang. Her abilities are of a healing nature, and she may not fare well in a fight at the training camp." Jiang nodded obediently, while Lin Qiye remained silent. Were it not for Jiang's previous admonition, he would have insisted on revealing her true nature to their captain. Only he knew that while others saw Jiang as a delicate flower, she was, in fact, a fierce female dinosaur at heart. After bidding farewell to the parents of Team 136, Jiang and Lin Qiye shouldered their bags and entered the training camp. Observing their retreating figures, Shao Kongcheng mused aloud. "Do you not feel like a group of parents sending their children off to school?" Once out of Team 136's sight, Jiang glanced up at the blazing sun above and the rugged, muddy path beneath her feet, hesitating only for a moment before abandoning the idea of traversing it on foot. Who knew how long it would take to come within the sight of the sentinels? In favorable conditions, she would never compromise her comfort. "Why have we stopped?" Lin Qiye inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Are you unable to carry the bag?" "I find our current pace too slow. I have decided to change our method of travel." Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye understood her intent. "But do you know the location of the training camp?" Gradually, they began to shimmer. Following this path, one merely needed to walk 100 meters at a time. Lin Qiye understood this well and extended his hand, saying, "Then let us proceed." As the saying goes, it is difficult to learn well, yet easy to learn poorly. Lin Qiye found himself in such a predicament, having fully adapted to Jiang's behavioral patterns, even undergoing a transformation into a reflection of her. "All right, hold on tight to me." What transpired next was a bizarre spectacle along the road. A man and a woman appeared, one carrying a snow-white backpack and the other a Peppa Pig bag, their hands intertwined. In one moment, they stood still, and in the next, they materialized 100 meters ahead, lingering for but a fleeting second before vanishing yet again to reappear 100 meters further along. The sentry, a special forces soldier, felt a chill run down his spine. It was broad daylight, yet he was witnessing something unearthly. Trembling, he retrieved his walkie-talkie. "Report. I believe I have encountered 2 apparitions." The voice on the other end seemed perplexed. "What nonsense are you speaking?" "I am serious. 2 spirits, a man and a woman, hand in hand, one with a snow-white backpack and the other with a Peppa Pig backpack." "Where have they gone now?" Another sentry joined the conversation. "They're approaching the entrance of the training camp." "No, they have already arrived." Chapter 15, Shun Qingzhu, Jiang. And Lin Qiye gazed in awe at the imposing iron gate before them. "Qiye, how do you think they managed to construct such a grand training camp in just a few days? With such technology, they would surely be real estate tycoons in the modern world." Lin Qiye did not respond to her query, sensing an approaching presence. Shortly thereafter, an instructor emerged through the gate, his gaze fixed upon them with palpable curiosity. "Are you new recruits?" he inquired. "Yes. What are your names?" "Lin Qiye, Jiang." The instructor's expression shifted to one of realization as he scrutinized Lin Qiye more closely. They had recently heard much about this individual, the divine agent. A rarity indeed. Recalling another file that accompanied his, the instructor's attention turned to the relaxed Jiang standing nearby. Both hailed from the same squad as the agent of the Seraphim, Michael, and it seemed the commotion earlier was instigated by Lin Qiye. The instructor escorted them through the training camp's entrance, speaking as they walked. "You're the first wave of new recruits this year, arriving quite early. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hong Hao, your instructor." "Hello, instructeur Hong." Lin Qiye and Jiang replied in unison. Instructor Hong smiled, Let us proceed. While the place is still quiet, I shall show you to your dormitory and familiarize you with the camp. The training camp was expansive, its design stark and austere, exuding a sense of military rigidity both inside and out. The male and female dormitories stood adjacent to one another. Once they arrived at the dormitory, the instructor permitted them to select their rooms and stow their belongings. Waiting downstairs, Jiang casually chose a room on the second floor, tossing her backpack onto one of the beds before hastily descending. Lin Qiye followed suit, noting that they were the only two recruits in the camp at that moment, and the rooms were all quite similar, resembling duplicates of one another. Instructor Hong expressed mild surprise at their swiftness as they returned downstairs. Do you see that large tent over there? That is the mess hall, and Master Sun, the chef, prepares meals that are simply delectable, something you can look forward to each day. Over there is the classroom, where you will study theoretical knowledge. That area is the training ground, dedicated to physical conditioning. And over there, that small building, is the supply station, where you can obtain daily necessities, including compressed biscuits, bread, cigarettes, and water. As they passed each location, instructors observed them and whispered amongst themselves, causing Lin Qiye to feel a twinge of confusion. Instructor Hong, why do those instructors keep staring at us? Because you are a divine agent, the agent of Michael. A rare find indeed, Hong Hao replied. Before he could elaborate, Jiang interjected, indeed. Instructor Hong nodded, correct. Over the years, only 2 divine agents have entered this training camp. One is you, and the other is the captain of the mask squad. The mask team. Lin Qiye had heard about this special squad from Jiang after witnessing her incessantly rolling life crystals, prompting his curiosity to inquire further. Jiang presented him with a glass vial, roughly the size of a palm, revealing that these life crystals were intended for the captain of the mask team. When he questioned her about the reason, she offered little elaboration, merely indicating that the captain possessed an exceptionally unique ability, and she wished to extend her assistance. After familiarizing themselves with the training camp facilities, Instructor Hong escorted them to the dormitory building once more. The official training will commence in 3 days. Make the most of these 2 days to rest and cherish your fleeting moments of leisure, he remarked cryptically before waving goodbye and departing. Lin Qiye sighed, sensing a foreboding glimpse of the arduous times ahead. Recalling the events in the original narrative concerning their experiences of the training camp, Jiang chuckled softly, stating, "Did Instructor Hong not say to cherish your rare moments of ease? For once you exit the training camp, you will be confronted with foes nearly insurmountable and will continuously endure the anguish of losing loved ones and friends." Lin Qiye cast her a sidelong glance, remarking, "It seems you won't be participating in the training after all." Jiang's eyes curved into a crescent moon as she replied, "Indeed. This time, I shall remain by your side, exerting all my strength to shield you, ensuring you do not have to endure such suffering again." She playfully beckoned him closer, whispering, "Let me share a secret with you." Lin Qiye glanced around cautiously before leaning in, asking, "What secret?" "I heard that there's a new recruit in this training session who has a peculiar penchant for smelling others' feet. So do be careful." Lin Qiye responded with a look of disbelief. In the surveillance room, observing their intimate exchange as they shared hushed whispers, General Gang could not help but review the files. "I don't recall any mention of the divine agent of Michael having a girlfriend in the records." Hong Hao replied, "Under normal circumstances, a recruit's romantic endeavors would not be documented. However, romance is prohibited in the training camp. Should we call them in for a discussion?" Gang, contemplating Jiang's file in silence for a moment, decided against it. Perhaps we should let it be. Why disrupt the budding affections of the youth? He swiftly closed the classified document and secured it in a safe, exhaling in relief. Reflecting on the small print he had just glimpsed, he felt a tremor of concern. Suspected divine agent of life, possessing the ability to heal those on the brink of death. "No, I must contact the commander-in-chief," he resolved, having initially been aware only of the divine agent of the Seraph Michael, and now discovering the covert inclusion of a suspected life agent among the recruits. "All right, it's too hot. I'll return to my beating. You should also rest," he concluded, handing Lin Qiye a few red cord bracelets adorned with green beads the size of a thumb, suggesting they could be gifted to friends later on. With a wave, Yi Jiang dashed into the dormitory building. It was not that she refused Lin Qiye. Rather, Lin Qiye possessed something far superior, akin to what he had given to his aunt and Jean, sufficient for him to utilize during the Divine War. As he gazed at her retreating figure, a gentle warmth enveloped Lin Qiye's heart. He meticulously arranged the bracelet before tucking it into his pocket and proceeded into the dormitory building. Along the way, he encountered a newly arrived recruit, tall and slender, towering over him, with a striking appearance, albeit exuding an air of arrogance that was not typical of a diligent student. As they passed each other, they exchanged polite nods before retreating into their respective dormitories. Lin Qiye took note of the dormitory the recruit entered, only to discover it was adjacent to his own, marked by a nameplate that bore 3 characters: Shun Qingzhu. Chapter 16. Molly in the dormitory. Yi Jiang reclined on her bed, feigning sleep while her mind churned with thoughts, her hands busily engaged. Her left hand deftly rolled transparent glass beads, while her right hand busied itself with green round beads, each hand absorbed in its own task without interference. After spending over a month crafting these beads, she had attained a level of multitasking that allowed her to juggle 3 thoughts at once. It was simply a matter of practice making perfect. The vitality crystals she had amassed filled several large soda bottles, while the guardian barrier had only just begun to be crafted last night, yielding merely 1 bottle so far. However, creating the guardian barrier was relatively straightforward compared to the vitality crystals, which required energy accumulation and compression, thus allowing for a quicker pace of work. At this moment, she contemplated whether to seize an opportunity to call the commander of the night watch, Yi Fan, to gauge the situation. After all, the considerable effort she had invested in crafting these beads was aimed at presenting them to Yi Fan for the night watch, thereby affirming her worth and making a statement. She was a staunch supporter of the Great Xia Party, aligning her stance with that of Great Xia, prioritizing its interests above all else. All those ancient cults, foreign deities, and the 3 pillars of the Cthulhu system would become targets for her eradication. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed down the corridor, halting at her door. Yi Jiang slightly opened her eyes. Was a roommate here? With a soft click, the door swung open, revealing a striking red-haired girl. Tall and possessing a visage that exuded both charisma and allure, she was the epitome of a captivating older sister. Yi Jiang squinted. This individual bore an uncanny resemblance to Molly? The cool girl, observing her drowsy yet beautiful roommate, spoke first. "Hello, I am Molly." "I am Yi Jiang," she replied. Molly nodded slightly, placing her luggage beside the bed, and began to busy herself. Yi Jiang sat up, quietly watching as Molly made her bed. Clad in a form-fitting black athletic outfit, Molly's graceful movements highlighted her well-defined curves. Upon removing her jacket, Yi Jiang could distinctly see the muscular contours of her arms. Beautiful and spirited. It was no wonder that Bai Li, the chubby one, had fallen for her at first sight. Yi Jiang too wished to draw closer to this enchanting older sister. Sensing the intense gaze upon her, Molly paused momentarily in her task of arranging the bedding, quickly finishing the job before rummaging through her large backpack at her feet. She retrieved several packets of snacks and offered them to Yi Jiang. "Here, for you to enjoy." Yi Jiang was taken aback by such warmth. She had anticipated Molly might be somewhat aloof, especially since her own signature was merely minor healing, the weakest of the signatures. The nameplate at the door bore not only her name, but also the designation of her signature. Did Molly not notice? Seeing Yi Jiang hesitate, Molly appeared puzzled and raised her hand again. "These snacks are really delicious. Do give them a try." "Thank you," Yi Jiang replied hesitantly as she accepted the offerings. After a moment's pause, she presented the red string bracelet she had fashioned with 2 round beads, one a healing candy and the other a protective barrier, offering it tentatively. "This is something I made with my signature for you." After finishing her explanation, she shyly added, "Although it may not be aesthetically pleasing, it is indeed practical. This bead automatically activates its defenses in times of danger and can even rebound damage. When carried regularly, it nourishes the body, and if ingested when injured, it swiftly cures all ailments. And then there's this red string, which ensures safety." The red string was adorned with 2 beads, one green and one transparent. To be honest, The color combination was somewhat difficult to describe and not particularly attractive. Yang Jin had even advised Yi Jiang to choose a different color for the string. Yet she insisted on the red, believing it to be auspicious and celebratory, a charm for the wearer. Previously, she had thought practicality was sufficient, but now, in the presence of a striking beauty, she felt somewhat awkward and bashful. Molly, however, displayed no sign of disdain. Instead, she reached out and took the peculiar bracelet, immediately adorning her slender wrist with it. The two ends of the red string swayed gently beneath her wrist. She tugged at the small tails, a warm smile gracing her lips as she said, "Thank you, I truly like it." Not only did she appreciate the gift, but she also found herself quite fond of the exquisite young woman before her. Receiving a response from the stunning beauty, Yi Jiang chuckled softly, unconsciously rubbing the beads in her hand. Molly watched in awe as a swirl of green mist danced with the motion of her fingers, gradually coalescing into a grain-sized green crystal. To her astonishment, the tiny bead grew visibly larger, transforming into a thumb-sized green orb, identical to the one on her bracelet, albeit 2 sizes larger. Yi Jiang followed her gaze and suddenly realized that the bead had indeed enlarged. In a moment of distraction, it had morphed into a more potent version of a healing candy. Sighing, she retrieved a clean, large beverage bottle and placed the bead inside, deciding to present it to Wang later, as he would be the most fitting recipient. Molly observed her fluid motions, momentarily taken aback. "What do you intend to do with all these beads?" Earlier, she had noticed that several soda bottles Yi Jiang had rummaged through were already filled with small beads, both green and transparent. With such a considerable quantity, surely she wasn't planning to distribute them wholesale? Perhaps they were meant as gifts. Gifts? Molly raised her eyebrows in surprise. A bracelet capable of healing and providing protection, albeit likely with limited efficacy, could serve as a talisman. And was she truly planning to give them all away? Indeed, Yi Jiang replied, lifting the green bead in her hand. "Are you familiar with ghost spirit guidance?" Molly nodded, of course aware of it. It was said to be the last dignity of the Night Watchers, temporarily enhancing their strength at a severe cost. Death was almost guaranteed after its use. I once employed this item to save a Night Watcher who had just used ghost spirit guidance. Subsequently, I joined the Night Watchers as a temporary member. At that time, I thought to myself that I wanted all Night Watchers to be equipped with my healing candies. Yi Jiang's voice was calm, yet Molly detected a hint of anger in her tone. Why would there be anger? Her thoughts flickered momentarily, only to vanish without a trace, as her mind became consumed by the adverse effects of the spirit-repelling treatment. "Isn't your forbidden realm micro-treatment?" Molly questioned, her incredulity palpable. The moment the words escaped her lips, she discerned the answers to 2 pressing inquiries. Her forbidden realm was certainly not micro-treatment, and the higher-ups were undoubtedly unaware. Had they been informed, she surmised, she likely would not have encountered Yi Jiang at the training camp. Unconsciously, her fingers brushed against the red string bracelet newly adorned on her wrist, initially perceived as a mere trinket of her own crafting. It unexpectedly turned out to be a lifeline gifted to her by a recently acquainted roommate. Yi Jiang stuffed the bottles filled to the brim on her bed into her system space, then donned her shoes and stood up, a smile gracing her lips. The higher-ups probably remain oblivious, but they should be aware soon enough. The multitude of beverage bottles she had accumulated in her system space was now overflowing. It was time for delivery. Molly observed her actions, inquiring, "Are you heading out?" Yi Jiang nodded. "I'm going to seek out the chief instructor. I produced far too many beads, and there's no room left for them. I'll accompany you." Molly rose as well, recognizing that Yi Jiang's extraordinary abilities warranted her protection in case anyone harbored ill intentions. "Very well, thank you, Molly." Chapter 17. The Bountiful Harvest Training Camp. Yuan Gang sat in his office, perusing the recently acquired documents, feeling an unusual sense of confusion. As the girlfriend of Lin Qiye, the divine agent, Yi Jiang's profile had been meticulously scrutinized once more. Naturally, the first to be questioned regarding her discovery and subsequent recruitment into the Night Watch's Team 136 was Shao, who had been implicated in the matter of the ghostly summons. What a remarkable instance of micro-treatment from the Forbidden Ruin Sequence 389. Mai certainly had a talent for concealment. With a sharp click, Gang's features became obscured in the gray haze of cigarette smoke. In light of such significant developments, his immediate instinct was to report to the commander-in-chief. However, before doing so, he first consulted with Shao, who advised that since Jiang wished to keep her identity under wraps, it would be prudent to hold off on reporting and instead have a conversation with her to avoid raising any alarms. Yet this task weighed heavily on him. It was far from simple. The slightest misstep in words could easily upset the young woman, and should she confide in Lin Qiye, what then would become of them? In his view, it would be far better to escalate the matter directly to the commander-in-chief, who could address the implications of the ghostly summon side effects. After all, as a night watchman, who could guarantee they would not be compelled to resort to the ghostly summons when faced with formidable foes? Who truly wishes for death? Yet, it seemed there was no choice. But now the situation had changed, and the solution was at hand, though how to approach it remained a dilemma. Alas! Report. Chief Instructor. A new recruit named Jiang wishes to speak with you. Just as he was enveloped in his melancholy, a fellow instructor knocked and called out. Gang's hand trembled. Cigarette in tow. Jiang? Quickly, let her in. He hurriedly extinguished the cigarette and opened the window to dispel the odor. Upon entering the office, Jiang was immediately met with a thick cloud of smoke, the air in the room shrouded in a hazy mist. She furrowed her brow, pondering how many cigarettes it would take to create such an effect. It seemed the chief instructor's role was not an easy one. Gang rose, beaming with a broad smile. Little Yi, don't just stand there. Please sit down. I don't have any beverages, but I do have a can of strawberries. Take it and make do. He kindly twisted the cap open for her and handed her a disposable fork along with the can. Jiang. She stared at the jovial, robust middle-aged man before her, momentarily at a loss. Did she not recall Gang being quite so affable in the original narrative? His overwhelming warmth made her somewhat apprehensive. Gang, noticing the questioning and curious look in Jiang's eyes, found it challenging to maintain his smile. He cleared his throat and settled into an armchair. Little Yi, did you come to see me for something in particular? Jiang placed the can before her on the table and nodded. Indeed, I have a matter to discuss. I'm actually here to deliver something. Deliver something? Gang replied, his expression one of bewilderment, struggling to grasp her meaning. Jiang extended her hand, and dozens of bottles of beverages, varying in size, materialized on the table. The table, though modest in size, could not accommodate them all, so a neat row was arranged on the floor as well. These were the life crystals, the therapeutic candies that Zhao Kongcheng had consumed. While their efficacy was not quite as potent as the one he had originally ingested, they were still capable of healing the body, mind, and soul, and could effectively counteract the side effects induced by spirits. This was a small-scale guardian barrier, typically carried on a person. It would automatically activate in the face of danger, capable of withstanding and rebounding attacks, as well as concealing one's presence. However, she was uncertain about the extent of its defensive capabilities, though it would undoubtedly suffice against the likes of Chuanjing. After departing from Aunt Lin Qiye's residence last night, she first sought out Mai. Under his full offensive assault, the guardian barrier remained unyielding, yet she pondered whether a higher realm could breach such a protective layer. Gang, taken aback, gazed at the plethora of beverage bottles scattered across the table and floor, momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. You just laid your cards on the table? I haven't even asked yet. This is akin to playing cards where I merely played a pair of eights. And you immediately dropped a bomb. Doesn't tea seem quite fair, does it? Jiang paid no heed to his complex emotional turmoil and continued retrieving bottles. And these are high-capacity life crystals, capable of replenishing expended vitality, essentially reversing aging. Each can restore approximately 2 years of life essence, should one's vitality be significantly depleted. Consuming several will suffice. Afterward, feel free to request more from me. She refrained from mentioning that these were specifically intended for Wang Mian. As a new recruit among the Night Watchers would hardly grasp the unique challenges faced by the squad leader. That would only invite trouble. Nevertheless, it was evident that Gang was already reminded of Wang Mian's predicament, even without her utterance. He stood solemnly, and saluted Yi Jiang with the utmost respect. Yi Jiang. She hastily rose, somewhat flustered, and awkwardly returned the salute to Yuan Gang. With reddened eyes, his voice trembled with emotion. On behalf of the Night Watchers, I express our gratitude for all that you have done. Thank you. He was uncertain whether Yi Jiang was an avatar of the divine. Yet he recognized that she undoubtedly harbored the spirit of the great Xia within her heart. As Yuan Gang's emotions calmed, Yi Jiang exhaled in relief, only to feel her heart race anew. Resolving the side effects of the spirit. Regret. 6. Ding. Ability can be extracted. Extraction attempts remaining. 6. Would you like to extract an ability? Regret. 6. How is that calculated? Yi Jiang glanced at Yuan Gang, who was still counting beads, and silently thought. Extract. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the abilities. Mental Domain, Cloning, Creation, Soul Retrieval, Healing Essence, and Daylight Essence. Mental Domain. Create your own mental space, capable of defense, offense, and imprisonment. Within this realm, you are the absolute sovereign. Cloning. Consume mental energy to produce a clone, which can act independently in various activities, replicate the host's skills, and possess the same level of power as the original. Though it is time-limited, existing for a maximum of 2 hours. Creation. The ability to conjure any inanimate object from thin air. Soul Summoning. Under the condition that the deceased body remains intact, one can resurrect the dead by invoking their spirit with a substantial infusion of life force. Derived Ability. Soul Summoning Talisman. Healing Essence. The primordial power of the healing angel Raphael. Sacred Realm. Garden of Redemption. Capabilities include healing injuries, reviving life, and providing collective protection and restoration. Divine Artifact. Staff of Life. Essence of Daylight. The primordial force of Hemera, the Greek goddess of daylight. Sacred Realm. Sanctum of Daylight. Abilities encompass a daylight prison, a purifying light field, amplification, and light-based attacks. Divine Artifact. Holy Wheel Staff. Chapter 18. The Soul Recalling Talisman. Yi Jiang gazed at the system panel, her expression darkening. What? So her future role is merely as a support character? A total of 6 skills, and only the Daylight Source granted her a single light beam attack. The rest were all supportive abilities. Was her Serious Punch not worthy of being classified as a frontline combat skill? Silence enveloped her as she perused the lengthy descriptions of skills on the system panel. Well, if she was to be a support character, so be it. After all, support roles have their merits, especially in ensuring survival. Would you like to merge the healing source with the daylight source? If her memory served her right, merging source powers seemed to attract quite a bit of attention. For now, it would be prudent to refrain, especially with a spy from the ancient god church lurking in the training camp. Merging sources would be tantamount to courting disaster. She decided to postpone this decision until she returned to her dormitory. Closing the system panel, she observed Yuan Gang, who was still eagerly counting beads. Yi Jiang felt an urge to suggest he call a few others for assistance, but Yuan Gang firmly refused, even preventing her from intervening. Left with no choice, Yi Jiang munched on canned food while contemplating her newfound skills. Setting aside other considerations, light purification field was undoubtedly the skill she needed most at the moment. This ability could not only dispel the malevolent forces afflicting enemies, but also purify and eradicate all negative effects, such as the ability of Shiva's curse. Thus, when the divine battle of Sangnan City arrived a year later, it wouldn't matter if Loki lured Lin Qiye out, as neither Ant nor Chunma would be in peril. Among these abilities, besides light purification field, she was most intrigued by soul recalling technique. This technique required the corpse to be intact, and the soul not yet dissipated. This thought brought to mind the special Squad 002, the mediums. If the souls of the medium squad members had not yet faded, there was indeed hope for resurrection. With this thought, Yi Jiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Perhaps she could truly witness the revival of the entire medium squad. Seizing the opportunity while Yuan Gang was preoccupied, she quietly commenced her first attempt at crafting the soul recalling talisman. The creation of this talisman was far more intricate than bead crafting. She first needed to produce yellow talisman paper, then inscribed symbols using her mental energy. Rapidly generating a stack of talisman paper, Jiang carefully wielded her mental power, meticulously drawing golden runes upon it, fully aware that even a minor error could lead to failure. This process tested not only her technical skill, but also her mental fortitude. After ruining 3 sheets of talisman paper, she finally succeeded in creating one soul-recalling talisman. Beholding the golden talisman, glowing and suspended in the air, Jiang was overwhelmed with joy. At last, she had done it. This endeavor proved to be exceedingly challenging. As she reached out to retrieve the soul-recalling talisman, she turned and was startled to find Wang silently standing beside her. "Ah, Instructor Yuan, what brings you here?" she exclaimed. Wang replied, after counting these beads, "I noticed you were busy and chose not to disturb you. So what is this?" He pointed to the talisman in her hand. Just moments ago, as she was crafting it, the talisman had emitted a peculiar energy wave that he found difficult to describe, yet it inexplicably struck a chord deep within his soul. Quite the enigma indeed. This, Jiang lifted the talisman, signaling Wang to approach her. As he drew near, she softly whispered, "This is known as the soul-returning talisman, capable of resurrecting the dead." Wang's eyes widened in astonishment, his voice involuntarily rising. "Resurrecting the dead?" The last 3 words he uttered in a hushed tone, concealing his mouth. Jiang nodded, explaining its usage and the necessary conditions, stopping just short of revealing that it was intended for the spiritual medium team. Wang swallowed hard, his demeanor turning serious as he declared, "This matter is of utmost importance. I must report it to the commander." "Very well," she replied, not expecting to remain incognito after such revelations. "However, I hope that as few people as possible are aware of this. It's not that I distrust the night watchmen, but rather certain individuals among them." Wang did not contest her words. Instead, he picked up his phone from the desk and made a call. Jiang, uninterested in their conversation, focused on creating a second soul-returning talisman. Yet suddenly, a wave of anxiety washed over her, cold sweat breaking out. Had she acted too nonchalant? The essence capable of rejuvenating youth and the soul-returning talisman. Such extraordinary creations, if it became known that she had conjured them so casually, would she still be safe? Would she become merely a tool in the hands of others? She had placed too much faith in the system and in human nature. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, as Wang was about to speak, a delicate hand snatched the phone from him. Jiang, her expression grave, addressed the receiver directly. "May I speak with Commander Yi? This is Jiang. Could you come to the Chang'an training camp? I have matters to discuss privately." Wang. In Shangjing City, Yi Fan set down his phone, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Just then, Zhuqing entered with a folder, prompting Yi Fan to instruct, "I need to visit the Chang'an training camp. I should return by evening. If there are urgent matters, please wait for my return." Zhuqing, surprised, inquired, "The Chang'an training camp? Is something wrong?" Yi Fan replied, "It's unclear. It was described as urgent." The girl named Jiang only mentioned a desire to meet, and then returned the phone to Wang, who did not disclose the specifics, but insisted it was critical that he go immediately. Their mysterious demeanor piqued his curiosity. "Well, I suppose I shall go. It is fortuitous that the divine representative of Michael is also there, so I shall meet them together." At the Chang'an training camp, after Yi Fan ended the call, he turned to the sullen-faced Jiang, asking, "What troubles you?" Jiang narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Wang until he felt a chill run down his spine. Slowly, she said, "Instructor Yuan, there is something I wish to discuss with you." Wang replied, "Speak." This child seemed suddenly possessed. From this moment forth, there exists no miraculous crystallization of vitality that can restore youth, nor any talisman of resurrection. The ordinary essence of life requires 3 days of labor to produce but a single gem. Do you grasp my meaning? The most effective approach to evade complications is to address the root of the trouble. She certainly cannot eliminate all the nocturnal guardians directly. Thus, the only recourse is to withdraw that which brings her distress. However, the gifts for Wang Mian must still be presented, and those intended for the spirit medium team cannot be overlooked, albeit subtly concealed from the gaze of others. All must transpire in secrecy. Survival is the true path. Chapter 19. Younger brother. As the afternoon sun reached its zenith, casting a sweltering heat across the landscape, an armed helicopter gracefully descended onto the training camp's helipad, stirring up waves of warmth that enveloped the surroundings. Jiang, who had come to greet alongside Wang, instinctively squinted as dust settled upon her. Fortunately, her quick wit allowed her to activate her defensive spell in advance. Emerging from the helicopter, Yi Fan surveyed his surroundings before striding purposefully toward Wang and Jiang. "Commander." Wang saluted respectfully. Yi Fan nodded, his gaze landing on Jiang, who stood to the side, observing him with curiosity. "So, you are Jiang?" Jiang instinctively stood at attention. "Yes, Commander. What is the urgent matter you mentioned?" Yi Fan brushed the dust off his cloak, his piercing gaze sweeping over the two. The phone conversation had been shrouded in mystery, insisting on his immediate presence. Now that he had arrived, they better provide a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to impart some lessons in close combat techniques. Wang glanced at Jiang. Though she had previously instructed him to keep silent, he felt it unwise to conceal anything from the commander of the Night Watch. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Jiang swiftly constructed a mental domain, drawing both Wang and Yi Fan into it. In an instant, the three figures vanished from sight, startling nearby soldiers who promptly reported the anomaly. Left Qing quickly received the news and pondered for a few moments before stating, "It appears to be a domain-type forbidden space. There is no need for alarm. Simply maintain defense in place. The commander is one of the pinnacle figures of the Daxia human race. A domain cannot confine him unless he willingly enters." Yi Fan and Wang felt a brief disorientation before transitioning into a new scene. Wang gasped, "Is this a domain?" "Indeed, this is my mental domain," Jiang replied. "The conversation we are about to have is of utmost importance, and I hope to keep it from any fourth party. I have taken the liberty of bringing you here, and we can exit once our discussion concludes." Yi Fan settled cross-legged on the ground, his expression tranquil. "So, what is it that you wish to convey?" Jiang spoke slowly. "Before we proceed, I hope Commander Yi will remember that while I am a Night Watcher Daxia, I am also a citizen of Daxia." That evening, as Lin Qiye accompanied her new roommate to the supply station for food and water, she thought of Jiang, likely still hungry, and decided to bring her a portion as well. The two strolled leisurely toward the girls' dormitory. Bai Li, observing Lin Qiye's considerate demeanor, raised an eyebrow and teased, "Che, have you already found a target upon your arrival at the training camp?" Lin Qiye paused, puzzled by his insinuation. "Target? Isn't, it's simply to become an official Night Watcher?" Bai Li looked at her, exasperated. "Who said that was the target? I was referring to this." His eyes kept darting toward the extra portion of food. "Lin Qiye, you may be overthinking it. Jiang is my dear friend, and we emerged from the same Night Watcher squad. Being a girl, I naturally need to take care of her a bit more." "Oh, a dear friend." Bai Li suddenly recalled something. Jiang. Is she not the owner of the minor healing from the Forbidden Ruins sequence 389? Every time Lin Qiye hears someone mention Jiang's Forbidden Ruins, he can only look on helplessly. "You seem to know quite a lot." Bai Li puffed out his chest, his face beaming with pride. "Of course, I came here to make friends, and one must know a bit about one's friends." He then chuckled mischievously, "Mainly because Jiang is stunningly beautiful, and given your close association with this divine agent, I initially thought you two were a couple." Lin Qiye looked at him with curiosity. "Have you met Jiang?" "Not really. I just saw your profiles before." "Otherwise, how would I have acquired that information?" Lin Qiye nodded thoughtfully. "Oh, but Jiang and I are merely friends, not a couple." Just the sight of Jiang effortlessly incapacitating the Nantua serpent demon in Chuanjing makes it clear that he harbors no romantic intentions. Even if he did, he wouldn't dare pursue her. His feelings for Jiang are purely one of admiration, devoid of any ulterior motive. Perhaps noticing the odd expression on his face, Bai Li sighed slightly and suddenly draped an arm around his shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Brother Qiye, as a friend, I must impart some words of wisdom. Although Jiang's strength may not be formidable, her joining the Night Watchers signifies her desire to grow stronger. I believe you should not look down upon her." Before he could finish, Lin Qiye exclaimed in shock. Look down upon her? Brother, are you mistaken? He had always felt that it was Jiang who looked down upon him instead. Suddenly, a melodic female voice floated from behind them. Who do you look down upon? Lin Qiye. After sending Fan away, Jiang bid farewell to Yuan Gang and prepared to return to her dormitory for some much-needed rest. After a long afternoon, she felt a rare sense of fatigue, not physical, but rather a mental exhaustion. This afternoon had been filled with bead-making and drawing, soul-calling talismans. Concerned about insufficient vitality when using the talismans, she had gone all out to create a giant cube of roughly 1 cubic meter, thinking it would be useful to carry smaller pieces if she couldn't use it all at once. Having completed these tasks, she was also burdened with the repeated admonition to keep everything discreet. Consequently, she had endured a covert interrogation from Yifan. Moreover, they had established an agreement. She would produce 100 vitality crystals capable of instantaneously healing the side effects of the ghostly spirit call, 5 large guardian barriers, 50 small guardian barriers, and 2 soul return talismans each month. In exchange, she would receive Yifan's private phone number, allowing her to contact him directly at any time. And the Night Watcher headquarters would strive to fulfill the conditions she proposed. This agreement may appear rather unjust, yet it matters little, for her current prowess has surged dramatically. She can conjure beads in a mere 2 seconds, and even if she dedicates an entire day to crafting soul-reviving talismans, she could produce several. However, rarity breeds value. Although she has come to compensate for her regrets, she does not wish to jeopardize herself, and this quantity is just right. Moreover, let us not forget that she has recently taken a considerable amount of goods from Yifan, sufficient to equip a substantial number of the night watchmen in the Great Xia with new gear. As she was hungrily contemplating a return to her dormitory for a meal, she unexpectedly encountered Lin Qiye and a rather charming, plump young lad engaged in conversation beneath the dormitory building. Lin Qiye exclaimed, "I discriminate against him." Jiang's interest was piqued. Was this an instance of bullying? Lin Qiye was startled by the sudden voice. No one. Why are you back from outside? I thought you might skip dinner, so I went to the supply station and brought you something to eat. Jiang accepted the bread and water, promptly tearing open the packaging and taking a bite, her gaze turning curiously toward him as she chewed. Little Qiye, do you harbor any thoughts about those who are inferior to you in the Forbidden Ruins? Lin Qiye's mouth twitched, and he chuckled bitterly. No, can you not listen to the entirety of what people say? That's not what I meant. Jiang nodded, aware that Lin Qiye was not a malicious individual. However, as an elder sister, it was her duty to offer guidance just in case. That's good. You must understand that there are many individuals in this world whose forbidden ruins are not formidable, such as myself. While my forbidden ruins may not be powerful, I possess a resilient heart. Lin Qiye. Indeed, you're not powerful. Bali Pang Pang. Jiang exudes a formidable aura. It's somewhat intimidating. He now comprehended that Lin Qiye and Jiang were certainly not a couple. The nature of their interaction resembled that of a brother and sister more closely. Did one not notice how even the divine agent Lin Qiye was chastened into silence? After Jiang concluded her admonishment of Lin Qiye, Bali Pang Pang seized the moment to introduce himself. Jiang. Sister Jiang, I am Qiye's roommate, Bali Tumming. You may call me Bali Pang Pang. This is a token of our first meeting. Please do not find it unworthy. As he spoke, he rummaged through his pocket and produced a gift box. Upon opening it, 12 exquisitely crafted watches were displayed in an immaculate arrangement, visually stunning and exceedingly expensive, with several being both beautiful and extravagant. Wow, how magnificent! Jiang's eyes lit up. What girl does not adore shimmering jewelry? After expressing her gratitude, she gladly accepted the gift and took a moment to conjure a life crystal and a guardian barrier as a return gesture. Although Bali Pang Pang was unaware of the significance of these items, he felt elated, recognizing that the 2 beads resembled those adorning Lin Qiye's bracelet. This indicated that Jiang regarded him as a beloved younger brother. Chapter 20. Merging with the source after bidding farewell to Lin Qiye and Bali Pang Pang, Jiang returned to her dormitory to reassure Emily. Initially, Emily had planned to accompany her to meet Yuan Gang, but had waited outside for her instead. However, as she needed to welcome Yi Fan later, she advised Mo Li to return to the dormitory to rest. Despite this, Mo Li had spent the entire afternoon in anxiety, fretting over Yi Jiang's safety and contemplating what she would do if something unfortunate were to befall her, given her own limited abilities. It was only when Yi Jiang returned unscathed that she finally exhaled in relief. "How is it? Did they give you any trouble?" Mo Li asked, inspecting Yi Jiang with concern. Yi Jiang smiled faintly. "Not at all. I merely mentioned that I would be delivering a batch of beads to them each month." Mo Li furrowed her brow. "And then? They can't possibly expect to receive goods without compensation, can they?" "Well, they'll take care of me in return." Yi Jiang replied with a hint of mischief. To be precise, as long as she remained within the bounds of the law, she could navigate the realm of the Xia with relative ease. Mo Li pouted, seemingly dissatisfied. "Is that all, considering the significant contribution you've made?" After a moment of reflection, she added, "But perhaps it's for the best. The Night Watchers will serve as your shield, ensuring your safety." In her mind, although Yi Jiang was formidable, her overall strength was still lacking, and thus she required protection. With her mind occupied with other matters, Yi Jiang engaged in conversation with Mo Li for a while before excusing herself under the pretext of needing to catch some fresh air on the rooftop. Once she reached the rooftop and found a secluded corner void of surveillance, she constructed a mental domain and immersed herself within it, subsequently accessing her system panel. Her system panel had become exceedingly lavish. Name: Yi Jiang. Age: 17. Gender: female. Realm: late stage of the sea realm. Abilities: electromagnetic cannon, breath of the Archangel, serious punch. Unlimited technique, teleportation, guardian barrier, mental domain, clone, creation, resurrection technique, healing source, unabsorbed, daylight source, unabsorbed. Look at this. It's evident that striving for improvement is far slower than leveling up through the system. In just over a month, while Lin Qiye remained in the lamp realm, she had already reached the late stage of the sea realm. Once the healing crystals and resurrection talismans arrived in Wang Neon and Bu Li's hands, she estimated she could ascend 2 more levels. Isn't it astonishing? The training hasn't even commenced yet, and she has surpassed Yuan Gang. It was somewhat embarrassing indeed. Delighted, Yi Jiang chuckled softly for a while before beginning to merge with the source power. The process of merging with the source power was a stark contrast to the ease she had experienced while extracting abilities. As the healing source entered her body, she was enveloped in a layer of golden radiance. In that instant, she felt an extraordinarily pure and warm energy gently surge from the depths of her soul. This energy flowed like a gentle stream, gradually converging into a roaring river within her, restoring her fatigue, pain, and the deep-seated wounds of her soul. An unprecedented sense of comfort and ease enveloped her entire being. Simultaneously, as her awakening deepened, the golden light surrounding her intensified, transforming into countless golden feathers that danced gracefully around her. Each feather was inscribed with ancient and mysterious healing runes, shimmering with a lively glow. Finally, behind Yi Jiang, a pair of enormous golden wings, radiant and resplendent, gathered into existence. These wings, gently fluttering, stirred up ripples of golden energy, exuding a divine and vibrant aura. As Yi Jiang floated in the air and slowly opened her eyes, she became acutely aware of the life force surrounding her. Every minute insect in the soil, as well as the growth and decay of distant flora, were imprinted in her mind with remarkable clarity. Tentatively, she flapped her magnificent golden wings, which trailed down to the ground, and upon landing, she curiously touched them. Contrary to her expectations of their hardness, the wings were unexpectedly soft. Furthermore, upon unfurling her wings, not only could she soar through the skies, but the efficacy of her healing and restorative abilities surged to an astonishing 220 increase. Yi Jiang smacked her lips in admiration. Truly, as a pure support character, if utilized effectively, she could become an unceasing source of buffs. Where her teammates were in dire straits during battle, a single skill from her could instantly restore them to full health. She was even more effective than Kaiwenji. After retracting her wings, she turned her gaze toward another source of power, the source of daylight, the divine essence of the daylight goddess Emera. Closing her eyes, she began to absorb its energy. In contrast to the gentle nature of the source of healing, the source of daylight was far more fervent. The moment it coursed through her body, she felt like a supernova that had lain dormant for 10,000 years, now erupting. The power surging within her was akin to the boundless waves of energy released during the Big Bang, sweeping over her with unstoppable force. Extending her hand, she sensed an intimate connection with the light and warmth of the universe, as if she could effortlessly control the toggle of daylight with a mere thought. Tentatively raising her hand, she felt light coalesce at her fingertips, forming a miniature sun that radiated intense warmth and dazzling brilliance. Behind her, the ethereal silhouette of the daylight goddess slowly materialized. The goddess's visage was as pure as the moon, yet her gaze bore the authority of sunlight, with a sacred aura rippling forth, causing the entire spiritual realm to tremble. As the silhouette began to merge with Jiang's form, her body suddenly levitated, surrounded by a resplendent halo of light. Her once ebony hair transformed into golden strands, dancing like flames behind her, embodying beauty, sanctity, and an undeniable majesty. Just as the golden wings had manifested, a pair of enormous butterfly wings, interwoven with gold and white, appeared behind her. The tips of the wings slightly protruded, resembling small horns, while two flowing ribbons trailed from their ends. At that moment, Jiang resembled a celestial deity gracing the mortal realm, her beauty transcending that of an ordinary human. However, she felt somewhat bemused, having just acquired a pair of feathered wings. Now she was adorned with butterfly wings as well. While they were indeed beautiful, it felt rather akin to being dressed for cosplay. The source of healing had merely bestowed her with wings, whereas the source of daylight had transformed her into a golden-haired being. The brilliance of her golden locks was almost blinding. Truly, she embodied the deity of light and the sun, a vision so radiant that most would dare not gaze directly upon her. Having completed the fusion of the two origins, she retracted her abilities, returning to her original form, and leisurely descended from the rooftop. Unbeknownst to Jiang, on the adjacent rooftop of the boys' dormitory stood a figure, a cigarette delicately pinched between his fingers, who happened to witness her materialize out of thin air, radiating a golden glow. Particularly in the evening, her presence was strikingly conspicuous. Shen Qingzhu appeared momentarily dazed, the cigarette growing hot in his hand, yet he remained oblivious for quite some time before regaining his senses. Just a moment ago, it seemed as though he had glimpsed a celestial being. Chapter 21. All present are worthless. Shen Qingzhu strolled down the dormitory corridor with his hands tucked into his pockets, his gaze wandering, lost in contemplation. A boy carrying a basin of water emerged from a dorm room and, upon encountering Shen, noticed his deep thoughts, so engrossed that he had passed the dorm without realizing it. "Were you pondering so intently, Shen?" The boy nudged him with a shoulder, pulling him back to reality. Indeed, he had just walked past the doors of Lin Qiye and Bailey Tummick's dorms. Rubbing his temples, Shen Qingzhu hesitantly inquired, "Do you believe there are fairies in this world?" Li Jia scratched his head, perplexed by the absurdity of the question, but nonetheless responded, "Of course there are. If gods exist, a fairy wouldn't be that extraordinary, would it?" Shen Qingzhu fell silent, realizing he had indeed become somewhat unhinged to pose such a frivolous question. Observing his demeanor, Li Jia leaned in with a look of intrigue. "Shen, have you encountered a fairy?" Typically, Shen was either engrossed in making money or engaged in fights. Even when young girls sought his contact information, he maintained an air of indifference, as if disillusioned with worldly matters. His friends often speculated about the type of girl he favored, and it appeared he had a penchant for the fairy-like. Feigning ferocity, Shen shot him a glare. "Go pour your water and mind your own business." After shoving Li Jia aside, he retreated into his dorm and slammed the door shut. Li Jia stood there, his eyes darting around mischievously, chuckling to himself. It seemed Shen was flustered, and he felt compelled to share this tidbit with Li Liang and the others, eager to uncover which enchanting fairy had captured Shen's heart. With 2 days remaining until the training camp officially commenced, most of the new recruits were still en route, leaving only a few in the dormitory. However, the training camp lacked signal internet, and air conditioning, aside from lounging in the dorms. The only alternative was to exercise at the training ground. Jiang lay on her bed, flipping through a novel, surrounded by an array of snacks generously shared by Molly. Initially, she had considered purchasing some treats for her system space, but her limited finances, coupled with her knowledge of the camp's forthcoming culinary offerings, led her to buy an assortment of rice sauces, pickles, marinated eggs, and sausages instead. After a shopping spree, little money remained, and thus, no snacks were acquired. Though her creation allowed her to conjure food, she felt an odd sense of guilt about consuming something she had produced, leading her to refrain from utilizing this power for such purposes. She lamented that if only she had acquired this ability sooner. With a wistful expression, a glimmer of light danced in her hand, revealing a hefty gold ingot the size of her palm. If she could sell this ingot, wealth would surely flow her way. Alas, she sighed, lamenting her ill-timed fortune. It seemed she would have to wait until the New Year holidays to amass some money. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a sweat-drenched Molly entered, a towel in hand, diligently wiping her face. The weather in Sangnan feels even hotter than in Gusu. She glanced at Jiang, who was cocooned in her blanket, her face filled with astonishment. "Aren't you hot? You're still under the covers." Jiang, with a strand of squid jerky in her mouth, replied nonchalantly, "Not at all. With the daylight principle at my disposal, controlling light and heat is a breeze. In fact, it's not just comfortable, it's slightly cool, which is why I have the blanket on." Molly exclaimed, "You truly have a high tolerance for heat." After this, she took her clothes and toiletries to the bathroom for a shower. Jiang shook her head in resignation. She too could alter the temperature around Molly, but she refrained. She needed to maintain the persona of microtherapy, as revealing too many abilities would not serve her well. Of course, things were different in front of Lin Qiye, who was a walking bundle of troubles, so she welcomed the arrival of new predicaments. However, at night, she would lower the dormitory temperature a bit, ensuring that both of them could enjoy a restful sleep. By the morning of the third day, Instructor Hong finally made his appearance, announcing to everyone that they were to assemble at the training ground at 2 in the afternoon. Upon hearing this news, Jiang sprang out of bed in excitement. Finally, she was about to meet the masked team. In the afternoon, when Jiang arrived at the training ground, most of the participants were already gathered. However, lacking military training, even their brand-new uniforms, they did not resemble proper soldiers. In stark contrast, stood over 20 instructors on the drill platform, all clad in military attire, standing upright and orderly behind Chief Instructor Yuan Gang, exuding an air of authority. Jiang pulled Molly along to find Lin Qiye, who was still accompanied by Li Pang. "Wow, Sister Jiang, you look so dashing today." Li Pang greeted Jiang before his eyes fell upon the red-haired beauty behind her, instantly lighting up. "Hello, I'm Li Tuming, a child from an ordinary family in Guangzhou in Shenzhen, but you can call me Pang." Molly initially chose to ignore him, but considering he was a friend of Jiang, she offered a cold nod in acknowledgement and stood beside Jiang. Li Pang kept glancing to the right, a blush creeping onto his face. Lin Qiye, standing beside him, puzzled by his gaze, asked, "Pang, what are you looking at?" Shoo. Li Pang urgently gestured for Lin Qiye to quiet down. Once he confirmed that Jiang and Molly were oblivious to their conversation, he whispered, "Don't you think she is stunning?" Lin Qiye replied, "She is all right, I guess." If only Li Pang had witnessed Jiang battling the Naga, he would have seen true magnificence. Meanwhile, Jiang noticed Molly's displeased expression and cautiously probed, "Molly, it seems you're not particularly fond of Li Pang." To say she wasn't fond was an understatement. It bordered on aversion. Molly, with a look of disdain, replied lightly, "Actually, it's not that bad. I just dislike wealthy playboys." What she did not mention was that yesterday, she witnessed Li, the plump young master, distributing a collection of prestigious watches throughout the training camp, embodying the very image of a wealthy and reckless scion, which she found utterly distasteful. It was unclear how Jiang had come to know such a playboy. On stage, the instructors observed the chaotic ranks below, their expressions reflecting discontent. To those aware, this was a new recruit training. To the uninitiated, it might well have appeared as a bustling marketplace. Everyone, stand still and be quiet, bellowed one of the instructors. Clearly, the instructor's authority proved formidable, as the atmosphere fell silent in an instant. Yuan Gang scanned the crowd, pausing to focus on several new recruits before he slowly began to speak. I know you are all geniuses from the great Xia. Here came Yuan Gang's sarcastic remarks. Jiang stood erect, her mind wandering freely, until Yuan Gang's tone grew increasingly heavy. You are nothing but trash. Useless. What? Do you look unsatisfied? No one in the audience spoke, yet the faces of the new recruits boldly proclaimed two words. Not satisfied. Very well. Then let me see who is unsatisfied. I am not. A young man to Jiang's right, who had awkwardly donned his military uniform, leisurely raised his hand. Due to his height, she could not clearly see his face, but Jiang recognized him instantly as Shun Qingzhu, the self-assured, innate undercover prodigy, the angel of silence. New recruit, what is your name? Shun Qingzhu. Good. Who else is unsatisfied? I. Me too. The atmosphere ignited, fueled by youthful bravado. Having been rebuked by Yuan Gang, the flames of defiance sparked within these young hearts. With Shun Qingzhu leading the charge, a majority of the new recruits raised their hands in a fervent roar. Noticing Jiang's unchanged expression, still indifferent, Lin Qiye queried, Jiang, are you not satisfied? Jiang glanced around at her fellow recruits still in the novice village and replied nonchalantly, to speak frankly, I am not satisfied. If I may be blunt, everyone present here is nothing but trash. Emoli. Bai Li. Not a sister. Are you really that audacious with your rank 389, minor healing, in the Forbidden Ruins? Yuan Gang on stage. This is a living ancestor. I cannot provoke. I shall endure. Chapter 22. The mask as the atmosphere ignited, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Yuan Gang's eyes. Very well, he mused, since you all remain unconvinced. I shall provide you with an opportunity to recognize your true selves. He picked up the intercom and spoke nonchalantly to send. The recruits below were perplexed by his intentions. Yet Jiang understood. She gazed upward and observed an aircraft soaring through the sky, 7 dark figures gradually descending. At that moment, Yuan Gang's upward glance caught the attention of the students, and a voice from the crowd exclaimed, Look, there are people in the sky. As the figures drew nearer, it became evident that there were 7 individuals clad in gray cloaks, carrying black boxes and donning masks. 6 of them were plummeting gracefully, their movements synchronized, while one appeared to flail helplessly, struggling against the descent. As they approached the ground, the recruits recognized their identities. They seemed to be members of the Mask Team. Mask. Special Operations Team 004. Mask? Lin Qiye gazed in astonishment at the descending figures. This was the Mask Team? When they were less than 50 meters from the ground, the man wearing a scale mask extended 2 fingers in a gesture reminiscent of incantation. Suddenly, the 7 individuals appeared to defy gravity, landing softly and unscathed. One could only commend the execution of this display, although one individual, adorned with a whirlpool mask, collapsed to his knees with a retching sound. The members of the Mask Team, the recruits, winky face under the piercing gaze of their captain, the whirlpool mask wearer swallowed hard, clasping his hands in salute. Wishing everyone an early Happy New Year, he exclaimed, eager to rise and pretend nothing had transpired. However, in the next moment, a gold ingot the size of a palm was tossed into his embrace, which he instinctively caught. A female voice emerged from the ranks. This is a red envelope for your supplies. No need to be modest. The whirlpool mask wearer, Bailey Pang Pang, stared wide-eyed at the glimmering ingot in the sunlight. Wow, Sister Jiang, you must be the daughter of a wealthy family. Jiang stifled a laugh, keep it low-key. Long before she delved into the book God-slaying, she had envisioned that if she ever traversed to this world, she would surely bestow a red envelope upon the whirlpool. Now, she felt as though she had fulfilled a small personal wish. Yet, the whirlpool had only succeeded in deepening his social embarrassment, laughter echoing in the air. Frozen in place, the whirlpool mask-wearer clutched the gold ingot with increasing fervor. Wang Mian exhaled slowly, pretending as if nothing had happened, and spoke gravely, Greetings, we are the Mask Special Operations Team. Despite the earlier faux pas of the whirlpool, The announcement of their team name elicited gasps of awe from the recruits present. Yuan Gang's voice resonated again. Since you all remain unconvinced, I shall grant you an opportunity to recognize your true selves. It is now 2:30 in the afternoon, before 9 o'clock tonight. If any one of you can unmask a member of the masked team, you will be victorious. Should you succeed, I will ensure your graduation tomorrow. However, if you fail, from this day forth, you must comply unconditionally with any demands we make during the training. Yuan Gang surveyed the crowd below and continued. I understand that you may feel their realm surpasses yours, which seems unfair. Therefore, in this contest, all members of the mask team will suppress their realms to match yours. Do you have any objections? Facing the same realm, 239 against 7 individuals, to the new recruits, it appeared to be a definitive landslide victory. Thus, they shouted their agreement. At that moment, Wang slowly interjected, It's not 7 people, it's 5. We 5 can easily defeat you. Boom! The atmosphere in the venue was instantly ignited. We are all at the same realm. We have over 200 people, and you only have 5. How can you be so arrogant? Li Pang exclaimed in surprise. This isn't arrogance, Lin Qiye clarified. They have left behind those who are less adept in combat, retaining only the core fighting force of their team. This strategy is not only harmless to them, but also advantageous. After explaining, Lin Qiye glanced at the relaxed Jiang and quietly inquired, Are you going to participate? He was eager to witness Jiang face this unique team and gauge her current prowess. Jiang shot him a look of exasperation. If I participate, how will you all play? Will the training camp disband? And will these new recruits deliver meals to the enemy instead? She was indifferent, as she had her own advantages. But for the others, it was a matter of their lives. Very well, Lin Qiye shrugged, deciding not to press further. In truth, having Jiang fight against the suppressed, mask team seemed rather unfair to them as well. On stage, Wang listened to the cheers from below, and he caught the phrase, If I participate, how will you all play? That was drowned out by the crowd. His gaze unconsciously shifted towards the divine agent of the Seraphim, Michael, and the girl beside her. A flicker of confusion and surprise crossed Wang Mian's eyes. Wasn't it stated that there would only be one divine agent in this training? Who was this girl? He sensed a faint divine aura emanating from her, so subtle that it would have been nearly undetectable were it not for his elevated realm. However, as the battle was on the verge of commencing, he had no opportunity to inquire with Yuan Gang and had to suppress his curiosity, planning to investigate after the combat concluded. May I ask when we shall commence? A voice from the crowd expressed eagerness to confront the renowned mass team, hastily raising a hand as Yuan Gang and the instructors descended from the martial stage. Below, Lin Qiye tugged by Li Pang and rushed toward the exit, confident that if Jiang chose to flee, she would outpace them all without his concern. Tian Ping smiled politely and then raised a finger. In the midst of the crowd, the questioner was suddenly struck by an inexplicable force and sent sprawling to the ground. It had begun. Amidst the chaos, Molly grasped Jiang's hand, breaking free from the throng as they raced towards the armory. Jiang, initially intent on slipping away unnoticed, found herself reluctantly thrust into the battlefield. As they ran, Molly remained vigilant, casting glances around her, while reassuring Jiang, I will ensure you reach a safe place. You must hide well, and I will come for you once the fighting has ceased. Jiang found herself bemused. It seemed Molly truly perceived her as fragile and delicate. Yet, truth be told, there was a certain comfort in being protected. The training camp boasted few buildings, and after winding through the grounds, Molly delivered her to the girls' dormitory, not far from the supply station. The supply station was merely a small structure, unlikely to be affected even if a skirmish broke out nearby. Once Molly had secured Jiang there, she swiftly gathered some provisions and bottled water before dashing toward the fray with a sense of relief. In the subterranean base of the training camp, the instructors watched in silence as the monitor displayed Jiang, who appeared starkly different from the scene unfolding in the field. One instructor furrowed his brow, expressing disdain for such cowardice. Which young lady is this? Has she come to the training camp to play house? He scoffed. She exhibits no sense of collective honor. While her comrades face the enemy, she remains behind to spectate, bringing shame upon the night watchers. Clearly, Yi Jiang's actions had incited profound discontent among the instructors. At that moment, Yuan Gang awkwardly cleared his throat, interjecting, "I do not believe this is entirely her fault." The instructors turned their peculiar gazes toward Yuan Gang, incredulous. "Is she perhaps a relative of yours?" they inquired. Yuan Gang continued, "After all, if she were to participate, it would be unfair to everyone." A burly instructor could not suppress his curiosity, asking, "What do you mean, Chief? Just speak plainly. Why the riddles? This is classified information. It is best if you refrain from questioning it." In any case, her absence from the field is for the better, Yuan Gang concluded, feigning concentration on the monitor and lapsing into silence, recalling the conversation he had had with Yi Jiang and Yi Fan days prior, and letting out a quiet sigh. 2 days earlier, Yi Fan had stored the 2 colored beads and the soul-returning talisman in a spatial artifact, stepping out of the mental realm. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he turned to Yi Jiang, asking, "Could you tell me, are you an agent of the divine?" This was, in fact, quite evident, yet he still wished to hear it from her own lips. Yi Jiang nodded yes. "Which deity?" "The healing angel Raphael." "The healing angel Raphael? Then that would make him a colleague of the Archangel Michael?" Yuan Gang exclaimed in astonishment. In celestial mythology, the Archangel Michael, the healing angel Raphael, the messenger angel Gabriel, and the wise angel Uriel are collectively referred to as the 4 archangels. Thus, the deity represented by Yi Jiang was indeed a supreme being. No wonder her healing abilities were so formidable. "What is your current realm?" "The sea realm." "The sea realm?" Yi Fan struggled to suppress his shock, while Yuan Gang could not help but once more exclaim in surprise. A 17-year-old sea realm powerhouse, and moreover, one endowed with extraordinary healing abilities. Fortunately, they were first discovered by the Night Watchers. Had the ancient deity's church found them first, the consequences would have been utterly unimaginable. Chapter 23. As long as one achieves the score of 99. There's no need to proclaim oneself as a master of the sea realm while still participating in the training camp for the sake of trivial victories. Yuan Gang sighed softly, his gaze drifting towards the girl seated on a small stool, nibbling delicately on her bread while observing the distant battle. Is the variety of supplies at the supply station rather limited? It seems Yi Jiang is not particularly fond of the compressed biscuits, and this bread appears quite dry. In the weapons depot, Li Pang scanned the surroundings. "Hey, Qiye, I don't seem to see Sister Jiang. She hasn't been eliminated, has she?" After all, as a support-type character with little combat prowess, her elimination wouldn't be surprising. Molly, passing by with a katana in hand, coldly remarked upon hearing him. "I've sent her to a safe location to hide, so there's no need for your concern." With that, she flicked her hair and began to depart. Li Pang exclaimed, "Wait, should we form a team?" Molly paused. She recognized that Lin Qiye was a divine agent, undoubtedly possessing formidable strength, and teaming up with him could prove advantageous. The Forbidden Domain Sequence 076, Vibrational Resonance, allows one to manipulate the vibrational frequencies of all objects that come into direct or indirect contact within the realm. The Celestial Angel. Michael, divine agent of the divine realm, mortal realm. And what of him? Molly's gaze shifted towards the relaxed Li Pang. Li Pang shrugged. "I lack a forbidden domain, but rest assured, I will not hinder your progress." Molly scoffed and continued her exit. Yet in the next moment, Lin Qiye suddenly drew his straight blade and swung it towards Molly's back. Clang! The sound of metal colliding resonated from behind. Molly reacted swiftly, leaping away from her previous position. Lin Qiye's blade forcefully met the assault of short sword. A young man's light laughter followed. "Oh, not bad. I see you managed to notice me." At the supply station, Yi Jiang neatly folded the empty bread wrapper and tossed it along with her water bottle into a nearby trash bin. Remaining hidden didn't seem ideal. Perhaps it was time to check on their situation. Brushing off non-existent dust from her attire, she casually strolled towards the source of the most intense explosions. In the underground base of the training camp, Yuan Gang remained vigilant regarding Yi Jiang's status. Observing her leisurely approach towards the weapons depot, he felt a sharp pang of anxiety in his corner of vision, nearly halting the competition. Ultimately, reason prevailed, considering Jiang was also a formidable master of the Sea Realm, equipped with the Guardian Barrier. Such a level of combat should pose little threat to her, allowing him to ease his worries somewhat. Now, fewer than half of the new recruits remained, and within that fraction, most were in hiding, leaving only a small group still engaged in battle against the masked team. If memory served correctly, Lin Qiye and his companions should now be confronting the masked team head-on. Next would be Rose against Molly, Tian Ping against Xiao Yuan, Yu Gue against Bai Li Peng Peng, Xianwu against Shun Qingzhu, with Lin Qiye facing Wang Jiang sensed the nearby life forces and decided to visit the battlefield closest to her. Even if she couldn't intervene, it would be delightful to observe the unfolding events. Suddenly, as she approached the vicinity of the armory, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending flames and thick smoke soaring into the sky, startling her greatly. The closer she got, the more intense the tremors of the explosion became, causing the ground to quiver beneath her feet. Goodness, had the armory been obliterated? Such audacity! The once structured armory had now been reduced to a desolate ruin, with an unknown assailant having detonated explosives within, triggering secondary explosions of grenades and other munitions, leaving nothing but scattered debris in their wake. Amidst the flames, a few figures emerged, seemingly unscathed yet clearly shaken, likely taken aback by the recklessness of the new recruits. Qian had just been at the epicenter of the explosion. Though the protective barrier had been deployed in time, he had inhaled a considerable amount of smoke. Now, coughing incessantly, his once pristine gray cloak was now riddled with holes and dirt, rendering him a pitiful sight. He collapsed onto the ground, coughing for some time before exclaiming, "That guy playing with air is ruthless. If it weren't for my quick reflexes, I might have been in serious trouble. Do you require medical attention?" A stranger's feminine voice suddenly called from behind. The 5 members of the mask team turned cautiously to regard the newcomer. Wang squinted slightly. A new recruit? Jiang stood a short distance away, her appearance immaculate due to her limitless technique, clearly untouched by the chaos of battle. She shrugged. "I couldn't help but notice your dire situation and thought I'd extend my assistance. It's quite affordable, not 9,008, not 98,000, just 998. Qian scrambled to his feet, shouting, 998? That's still exorbitant. You're worse than a black market clinic." Rose slapped him lightly. "Is this really the time to discuss money? Do you require treatment?" Jiang pressed. "No." Qian began, only to have his mouth covered by Yu Gue. "Yes," Wang interjected. "Please provide him treatment. We can settle the payment after the competition." Though this was against the rules of the contest, given that Qian had directly faced the explosion's impact, Wang recognized the potential for hidden injuries. With a healing practitioner from the Forbidden Realm offering help, he would not turn it down. "Very well," Jiang said, approaching them. "There are 5 of you, so considering the volume of customers, I'll offer a discount, 5,000. Does that sound reasonable?" "That's not a discount. That's a markup. Who taught you to conduct business this way?" Qian exclaimed in disbelief, finding the girl utterly unscrupulous. Jiang smiled. "What can I say? I might just be a business prodigy." The 5 had faced numerous battles, each bearing their share of wounds, but for Jiang, such healing was a trivial matter. Aside from Wang, she bestowed a gentle touch upon the 4 individuals, imparting a measure of life energy to each of them. This life energy, infused with vitality, was far purer than the orbs she had previously crafted before merging with the source of healing. With this essence of life, while it may not grant them immortality, it would render them impervious to toxins and facilitate rapid self-healing until the energy was fully expended. Additionally, it would provide a continuous replenishment of both mental and physical stamina during combat. This was a generous gift from Jiang, an offering to commemorate their meeting. The masked squad had left her with a sense of unresolved emotions. Lacking better alternatives before, she had prepared more vitality crystals for them. However, the situation had changed. For now, she possessed the source of healing, and gifting them several orbs of life energy was a trivial matter. As they sensed the pure and warm energy coursing within them, the 4 were filled with astonishment. They could feel that this energy not only healed their ailments, but also swiftly replenished their previously depleted mental resources. When their bodies and mental faculties reached their optimal state, the energy settled within them, as if waiting for the next opportunity to heal. What? What is this? Xuanhua murmured in disbelief. Aside from him, Yue Gui and Xiangwei also wished to voice their thoughts, but they were halted by Tianping. Enough. The new recruits are still awaiting our assistance. And the captain has yet to receive treatment. Let him remain for now. After gesturing towards Wang Mian, he turned and soared away with the three companions. Wang Mian found himself perplexed by their behavior, yet he could sense that his comrades were in an unprecedentedly favorable condition. Coupled with Tianping's gesture, it indicated that this girl had indeed administered treatment, and the results were promising. All right, now it is your turn. Relax and do not resist, Jiang declared, drawing the wary Wang Mian into her mental realm. Chapter 24, Where is this? In my mental realm, the forthcoming matters should not be disclosed to others. Hence I have brought you here. Wang Mian, with his brow furrowed behind the mask, subtly retreated a few steps. What do you intend to do? Observing his demeanor, reminiscent of a virtuous woman on the verge of an unwelcome advance, Jiang felt an urge to tease him, her smile imbued with mischief. Of course, I am here to do what must be done. Had she not stirred such commotion, Wang Mian might have felt a tinge of concern. However, upon hearing her villainous laughter, he suddenly felt at ease. All right, let us not make a fuss. The competition outside is still ongoing, and I cannot be away for too long. Very well. Jiang suppressed her playful grin and earnestly inquired, Have you seen Commander Yi Fan recently? Wang Mian was taken aback. No, our team has been on a mission outdoors, and we just returned today. What is the matter? I thought as much. She had noticed earlier that they bore neither the life crystals nor the guardian barrier. Otherwise, the vortex would not have been so severely damaged. I asked Commander Yi to bring you something. If you have yet to receive it, then perhaps it is for the best, as I can present it to you now. What is it? Wang Mian's expression was one of confusion. She had asked Commander Yi to send him something? They seemed not to know each other. Jiang offered no reply, instead directly activating her divine realm. A golden radiance erupted from her, infused with an intense life force, instantly transforming the space into a golden hue. Within it, a European-style garden, blooming with countless vibrant flowers, gradually took shape, resembling a dreamlike realm. Behind Jiang, a pair of magnificent golden wings suddenly materialized. The wings gently fluttered, allowing her to hover in midair. Wang Mian's eyes widened. This aura was divine. Was the girl before him a deity? The thought barely crossed his mind before he dismissed it. No, it could not be. She must be a divine agent, for he perceived her rank to be akin to his own, likely at the sea realm as well. Yet, wasn't he had said that only one divine agent would attend this training camp? And could Yuan Gang truly be this playful? A sea realm divine agent attending the training camp? In Jiang's hand, a golden scepter adorned with delicate green patterns emerged. A life scepter bestowed by the system during the ability extraction, and today marked the first time she wielded it. This is my divine realm, the Garden of Redemption. Henceforth, I shall infuse my primordial power into your being. It will replenish your vitality whenever you draw upon the divine realm, meaning as long as my primordial power endures, you shall have infinite access to the divine realm. As her words fell, she gently tapped the scepter against the ground, causing the flowers in the Garden of Redemption to tremble, golden green threads wafting towards Wang Mian before merging into his body. Wang Mian, whose form appeared to be that of a man in his 30s, underwent a swift transformation as countless threads coursed into him, altering the features beneath his mask. Soon, he transformed from a somewhat weathered man in his 30s back into a young man in his early 20s. This was his true appearance. Jiang descended slowly from the air, her wings and the illusion of the garden fading away. She gazed at the motionless man before her, scratching her ear in confusion, wondering if he had fallen asleep while standing. After a moment, Wang Mian regained his senses, and Jiang presented a mirror to him. Here, take a look at your true self at this age, she said. Wang Mian had formed the mass squad at 18 and at 19. He had sacrificed a decade of his lifespan due to the emergence of the Yamada no Orochi. Now, at the age of 24, he appeared to be in his 30s. This meant he did not even know how he looked in his 20s. Wang Mian hesitated for a moment before reaching for the mirror. Jiang watched him with eager anticipation, only to hear him say, "You aren't trying to trick me into removing my mask, are you?" Jiang exclaimed. "You should know that the training camp cannot be disbanded right now. The new recruits need more training to become qualified night watchmen. Please, it's just the two of us here, and if you take off your mask, no one else will see. Are you afraid to look in the mirror?" Wang Mian. Slowly, he lifted his hand to remove the mask, revealing a youthful and handsome face. Jiang's eyes sparkled with delight. Who would have thought that the esteemed captain of the masked squad was actually a charming young lad? She could hardly imagine how popular he would be with wealthy women at the Black Widow Club if he were to accompany Lin Qiye there in the future. Ahem. Wang Mian stared blankly at the familiar face in the mirror until Jiang's cough brought him back to reality, prompting him to don the mask once more. With a grin, Jiang asked, "So, were you surprised? Are you satisfied? You probably don't even know how to repay me." Wang Mian returned the mirror to her, saying, "Yes, so feel free to make any requests. As long as they do not endanger the Great Xia, I can consider complying. Actually, my request is quite simple. You must inform me every time you have a day off or go on a mission," she stated. Wang Mian appeared taken aback. "Why?" Jiang waved her hand dismissively. "That's not for you to question. Some secrets must remain undisclosed. But you must remember whether it's a day off or a mission. If it involves going anywhere near the seaside, you must tell me." Wang Mian shook his head. "Night watchmen have confidentiality regulations regarding missions. If you don't tell me the reason, I cannot agree." TSK. It seemed she couldn't easily persuade him. Jiang, feeling exasperated, bit her lip and stated directly, "Does it not matter if it concerns the lives of you and your teammates?" Wang Mian's expression turned serious. "What do you mean? Do you believe in fate?" "I know the fates of everyone in your squad, including you," she replied. "I cannot recall the precise moment, only that it was after the establishment of the 5th Special Squad of the Great Xia. During a brief respite, you received a call instructing you to investigate a fishing village, where you ultimately entered a temporal loop. It was only when the vortex transferred all its mental energy to you that you managed to escape." Listening to the individual before her recount their fateful tale akin to a narrative, Wang Mian was overwhelmed with astonishment. Was there any veracity to her words? If falsehood, why did her eyes betray such profound sorrow and fury? If true, what would become of them? As guardians of the Great Xia, they could not refuse an order. Were they destined to perish there? Wang Mian's thoughts became a chaotic tangle, her former composure and rationality utterly lost. The fishing village. Its exact location eludes me, yet I recall it as the homeland of a high-ranking guardian named Chen Lu. Chen Elu. Chen Elu. So was he who commanded us to the fishing village? Yes, but I cannot divulge more details. I can only share this much lest the course of history be altered. However, do not be fearful. Within this year, you are relatively safe, and I have been diligently striving to change history without disrupting its flow." Wang Mian fell into silence, her voice hoarse after a moment as she inquired, "Have you succeeded?" "Indeed," Jiang asserted with conviction. "Thus far, I have altered the fated demise of 4 individuals. I share this with you for 2 reasons: to instill belief in my intentions and to caution you against unwittingly entering that fishing village. For I may not have time to rescue you, yet you are still merely at the sea realm. If our entire team encounters misfortune there, how could your presence be of any use?" Jiang scoffed. "Do not underestimate people. Who knows, I might ascend to the Wuyang realm by tomorrow morning, to the Klein realm the day after, and perhaps become a deity the day after that." Wang Mian replied, "You truly dare to dream." Chapter 25. Heartbeat well. I have temporarily alleviated the side effects of your use of the divine ruin, but a true resolution must await your ascension to godhood. As for the matters concerning the fishing village, I shall address them at an appropriate time. Thus, I implore you to refrain from any unnecessary actions during this period. Otherwise, I cannot predict the changes that may unfold in the future. Understood. Wang Mian nodded, resolute in his commitment to safeguard his teammates' lives and determined not to act recklessly. Jiang pondered carefully, ensuring nothing was amiss. It seemed she had covered everything. After all, the system had prompted her to extract abilities, hadn't it? Very well. Let us proceed to the final step. Wang Mian gazed in astonishment as a new model smartphone materialized in her hand, shimmering with a faint light. Jiang eagerly opened the camera and leaned in beside him, exclaiming, "Come, come, let's take a picture for our first meeting and exchange WeChat." Wang Mian. Since Jiang and Wang Mian had vanished together, Gang had been fixated on the monitoring screen. His concern did not lie with Jiang or Wang Mian, but rather with Lin Qiye. Should he inform Lin Qiye that his girlfriend was likely unfaithful? Perhaps it was best to let it be. After all, Lin Qiye had indeed reached for someone out of his league, and a girl's fickleness did not seem too grave a matter. However, relief washed over him when their figures reappeared on the screen. Glancing at the clock, he noted that less than 20 minutes had passed, indicating that perhaps no major incidents had transpired. Otherwise, with both Lin Qiye and Wang Mian being divine agents, he truly would not know whom to lean towards as Wang Mian exited the mental realm. He made a beeline for the battlefield, while Jiang leisurely followed him toward the dormitory building. She had already detained Wang Mian for 20 minutes. How could Lin Qiye and the others not have dealt with the vortex yet? At that moment, Jiang remained blissfully unaware that among the new recruits, the frontline combatants, Lin Qiye, Bai Li, and Molly, were all equipped with life crystals. Facing the mask squad, infused with her life energy, the two factions had transformed into a perpetual motion machine, their combat escalating in intensity and fervor. When Wang Mian finally rejoined his comrades, he beheld a scene where only 3 recruits from the opposing camp remained unscathed. One boy panting heavily, yet continuously triggering explosions, and a peculiar black humanoid creature, cackling maniacally while wielding a black longsword, relentlessly pursuing and hacking at a scale balance. One eccentric bunch of new recruits. Wang Mian turned to glance at the boy sauntering towards him from behind, drawing the yuan from his waist and gripping it firmly. "At long last, you have made your appearance. I have awaited you for quite some time." Outside the fray, Jiang ambled to the remnants of the dormitory, pausing to take in the scene before her. She could not help but reflect, youth, so filled with fervor. Just look at this dormitory building. Not a single intact brick could be found. At this moment, Lin Qiye had already engaged in combat with Wang Mian, both serving as divine agents. As they unleashed their divine might during the battle, others instinctively distanced themselves, creating a vacuum around them. In this empty space, Jiang raised her phone to capture the scene of their confrontation. Occasionally, debris or stray attacks would inadvertently strike her. Yet her dual defenses, limitless technique, and guardian barrier effectively shielded her, causing Gang to feel a tremor of anxiety, wishing to personally intervene and pull this little ancestor away from danger. After filming the duel between the two agents, Jiang shifted her focus to capture the encounter between Vortex and Shun Qingzhu. The spectacle of Vortex's forbidden abyss was mesmerizing, with purple whirlpools manifesting in the air, continually devouring the explosions conjured by Shun Qingzhu, only to regurgitate them through another purple whirlpool, embodying the principle of returning to the source. Shun Qingzhu snapped his fingers repeatedly, but predictably, all explosions were consumed by the purple whirlpools. He felt bewildered. Weren't they all at the same realm? How could they possess such abundant mental energy? The opposing whirlpool continued to taunt him, pushing the limits of his patience. As he sensed his mental energy waning, Shun Qingzhu gritted his teeth, intending to muster the last of his strength for a decisive blow against that irritating foe. Suddenly, a surge of vibrant life energy flowed unobstructed into his body, alleviating his discomfort and rapidly replenishing his mental strength to its peak. What was happening? He turned to see a strikingly beautiful girl clad in a new recruit uniform standing regally behind him, her gaze towards Vortex filled with disdain. This girl seemed somewhat familiar. The once smug Vortex was instantly taken aback, shouting at Jiang, "You're cheating." Jiang cast him a sidelong glance, retorting, "How can you even say that? The fact that he has managed to hold his ground without being eliminated is already impressive." Vortex fell silent. Hearing her words, Shun Qingzhu disregarded the flicker of familiarity within him and frowned, asking, "Are you implying that he cheated?" "Yes, he just. This brother. We've been fighting for quite some time, and are rather fatigued. How about we take a break over there? Vortex hurriedly interrupted her, smiling obsequiously at Shen Qingzhu. Shen Qingzhu increasingly felt that this fellow had indeed cheated, and recalling the energy he had just experienced. Well, perhaps this battle was inherently unfair. Even if the mask Team S realm was suppressed, their years of combat experience far surpassed that of these recruits. If it weren't for his cheating, I would have blown him away long ago. That scoundrel. Vortex, oblivious to Shen Qingzhu's irritation, casually draped his arm around his shoulder, engaging him in light conversation, effectively easing Shen Qingzhu's vexation. Jiang watched this scene with a smile. Only Vortex, with his lively spirit, could manage to placate the proud Shen Qingzhu. However, one couldn't help but wonder, was Shen Qingzhu truly this handsome? With slender, elongated eyes, a prominent nose, and delicate, rosy lips, he exudes a certain sharpness when not smiling. Yet, when he graces the world with a smile, the corners of his mouth lift ever so slightly, and his eyes sparkle with fragmented light, infused with the exuberance of youth. However, what captivates Jiang the most are his long, powerful legs encased in military trousers. At this moment, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he strides leisurely, emanating an air of languid charm that is utterly alluring. Jiang finds herself swallowing hard, suddenly aware of a thirst brewing within her. She concedes. She is indeed a great admirer of handsome men. Since her arrival in this world, she has encountered numerous striking figures. When Qima of Team 136, Lin Qiye, Lin Qiye, and Qingyu and Wang Mian, each possessing the kind of good looks that could easily make them internet sensations. Yet, until now, her appreciation had been purely aesthetic, devoid of any romantic inclinations. Even Xuanhua, despite concealing his face behind a mask, possessed a physique captivating enough, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs that made him strut like a male model. She had merely cast a few glances without letting it affect her heart. But Shen Qingzhu stands apart in a remarkable way. Yet, one must ponder, how is it that at the same tender age of 18 or 19, Shen Qingzhu towers at 185 centimeters, while Lin Qiye barely reaches 175 centimeters? This simply cannot stand. She must devise a plan. Her brother, Jiang, cannot be overshadowed by others. Chapter 26. Spatial anchor points on the other side. Shao Yuan, who had been foolishly chuckling while pursuing the floating balance in the sky, was on the brink of exhaustion, both physically and mentally. After employing the Black King's annihilation, his blood-red eyes, having lost their reason, gradually returned to their normal black hue, and even the black flames enveloping him began to dissipate. After laughing for quite some time, his voice became hoarse, and, after a few harsh coughs, he called out to the balance still hovering above. Cough, 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 I'm done fighting. Let us go take a break together. The balance, gazing at the hoarse-voiced Shao Yuan, expressed sympathy, suggesting, why don't you seek treatment? Otherwise, your throat might hurt for several days. There's a girl among the new recruits who is a healing specialist. She is particularly skilled. Shao Yuan, puzzled, replied, is that true? Isn't there only one healing specialist among the new recruits, and isn't she minor healing? It's not that I look down on minor healing, but that description seems rather exaggerated. The balance paused. Minor healing? Are you certain? Such an impressive healing effect belongs to the minor healing of sequence 389? Am I going mad, or is the world itself deranged? At that moment, a vortex approached, accompanied by two individuals clad in new recruit uniforms, among whom a girl instantly caught his eye. He patted Shao Yuan's shoulder and pointed to the approaching trio. It's that girl. Her healing abilities are exceptional, but I'm not sure if she is minor healing. At this juncture, the battlefield was left with only Lin Qiye and Wang Mian locked in a standoff, while the others had long since settled aside to rest. Bili Pang Pang showcased the items within his free space to Yu Gui, while Rose and Molly joined Jiang. The three beautiful girls sitting together and laughing, creating a picturesque scene. The 9 individuals huddled around a large rock, observing with amusement the intensifying clash between the two combatants not far away, both refusing to yield. After tending to their injuries, Yi Jiang began distributing snacks and drinks she had conjured on site, embodying the essence of a logistician. However, the others presumed she possessed spatial items similar to Bai Li Pangpang's free space, and thus refrained from asking further questions. Murmuring as she munched on potato chips, the Vortex remarked, "Who do you think, crunch crunch, will win crunch crunch between these two? That must be Qiye. Qiye will definitely take him down." Bai Li Pangpang exclaimed excitedly, scattering chocolate beans all over Yu Gue, who was seated in front of him. Yu Gue retorted, "The captain won T lose." "Captain, strike him!" Rose shouted. "Qiye is the best. Go, Qiye. You must win." The four voices united in a fervent chorus, their enthusiasm resonating loudly enough to make Yi Jiang's ears ring. Suddenly, three sharp whistles pierced through the training camp. Lin Qiye and Wang Mian momentarily paused their clash. With a smile in his voice, Wang Mian declared, "You've lost. It seems even fate can be altered." Lin Qiye responded, "What nonsense are you talking about? Did you cheat?" Wang Mian subtly averted his gaze from Lin Qiye's suspicious eyes, feeling a twinge of guilt. He chose silence over response, sheathing his sword and directing his attention to the approaching group of instructors. Yuan Gang wore a look of satisfaction, not only towards Wang Mian, but also towards Lin Qiye. Heaven knows, upon witnessing Lin Qiye's formidable prowess, he nearly feared a disastrous outcome. Yet, to his astonishment, the duel unfolded with a remarkable back-and-forth exchange, persisting until 9 o'clock. However, this was also due to Yi Jiang's absence. Otherwise, the outcome might have been uncertain. As the time concluded, the battle came to an end. Yuan Gang's voice resonated through the base's loudspeakers, clear to every rookie present. Half an hour later, on the same training ground, over 20 instructors and the entire mask team stood on stage, while the new recruits sat quietly with their heads bowed. This contest profoundly impressed upon them the vast chasm between themselves and true geniuses, rendering them too intimidated to speak. Only Yi Jiang remained unperturbed, her demeanor fearless. Yuan Gang's words seemed to enter one ear and exit the other, her mind wandering elsewhere. Temporarily resolve the side effects of Wang Mian's ability. Regret-1. Ability available for extraction. Extraction attempts. 1. Would you like to extract the ability? Extraction complete. Congratulations, the host has acquired the ability. Spatial Anchor Point. Spatial Anchor Point can establish one or more spatial anchor points for teleportation, distance determined by one's strength. Please select your anchor point form. Yi Jiang pondered for a couple of seconds before responding. Game currency, please. She intended it as a memento of her first ability, electromagnetic cannon. Anchor point form confirmation successful. This ability was indeed remarkable. It would save her a considerable amount on travel expenses. With her current strength, teleportation anywhere within the Great Xia territory posed no challenge. Yi Jiang absent-mindedly caressed the game currency that had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, planning to present it to Wang Mian shortly. Even if he were to withhold the location from them, she could discern it through the spatial anchor point. However, her foremost desire was to flaunt it to Wang Mian. She had ascended to the boundless realm. Look at that. What she says becomes reality. This is the elegance of Great Xia women. She had confidently proclaimed her attainment of the boundless realm by the next day, and she had achieved it overnight. How could he not be envious? Once Yuan Gang concluded his address and departed the training ground with the other instructors, the masked team followed suit. Shifting her thoughts, Yi Jiang turned to Molly beside her and said, "Molly, I'll go find Instructor Yuan for a moment. You head back to the dormitory and wait for me." Molly looked bewildered. Where was their dormitory? Hadn't it been reduced to ruins? Yet, knowing Yi Jiang must have pressing matters, she nodded in agreement. All right. As Yuan Gang entered his office, a figure suddenly appeared before him, startling him and nearly prompting a reflexive action. Fortunately, his keen eyes recognized the visitor, and he sighed, "Little Yi, what brings you here so suddenly? Is there something you need?" Yi Jiang nodded. "Instructor Yuan, when does the mask team depart?" "It should be tomorrow, though I cannot be certain, as they sometimes embark on missions at a moment's notice." "Very well. Please inform them to speak with me before they depart. I have matters to discuss with them." Yuan Gang's expression suddenly turned peculiar, as if he were hesitant to speak. Yi Jiang, sensing his reluctance, urged, "Please, Do not hold back. Ah, little Yi. Yuan Gang began to organize his thoughts. I simply wish to inquire about your opinions on Lin Qiye and Wang Mian. His inquiry, albeit indirect, hinted at his embarrassment in asking directly. Well, they are both quite good, she replied. Both are kind-hearted individuals without any ill intentions, and I get along well with them. With a deep breath, Yuan Gang pressed on. If you absolutely had to choose one of them, whom would you select? What a perplexing question. Yi Jiang scratched her head, questioning the necessity of such a choice. Is this a matter of allegiance? Receiving an affirmative nod from Yuan Gang, she hesitated before responding. I suppose it would be Lin Qiye, as we have spent more time together. The duration of their acquaintance naturally deepened their bond. Alas, the numerous mysteries surrounding domestic affairs are to blame. Wang Mian is perpetually occupied with missions, leaving him little time to spend with others. It is no wonder he might fall short compared to Lin Qiye. He must have a serious conversation with Commander Yi regarding this issue, lest it culminate in a situation where love breeds resentment, which would undoubtedly be troublesome. Chapter 27. The performance at 3 in the morning. The training camp lay in utter silence. Suddenly, a series of sharp whistles pierced through the stillness, summoning everyone to assemble on the training ground. Yi Jiang jolted awake, immediately realizing that the instructors were up to something. She hastily roused the groggy Molly, fumbling to get dressed before rushing downstairs. The corridor was bustling with people, many of whom were running while still putting on their clothes. Grasping Molly's hand, Yi Jiang willed them both to appear on the training field. By the time they arrived, 3 instructors were already present, with Instructor Hong leading the group. The sudden appearance of the 2 girls startled all 3 instructors, and Molly was equally taken aback. She felt a firm grip on her hand, and in an instant they were in a different location, meeting the gazes of the instructors. Stealing a glance at Yi Jiang, she swallowed hard, her sleepiness evaporating. Before long, Lin Qiye dashed over like a gust of wind and stood beside Yi Jiang. Following him, the other recruits hurriedly joined them. Once all the recruits were assembled, Instructor Hong, with a stoic expression, announced loudly, "Today marks the first day of your formal training as recruits. From this day forth, regardless of what you are doing, upon hearing the whistle, you must gather at the training ground within 3 minutes. Anyone taking longer than 3 minutes to arrive will step out of formation." A few recruits who arrived last stepped out quietly, and those attempting to evade responsibility were called out and penalized with weighted laps. Among them were the notably rotund Bai Li and Shen Qingzhu. The remaining recruits were granted permission to rest in place. As the penalized recruits returned, breathless, and collapsed onto the ground, Yi Jiang distributed bottles of energy drinks to those sitting nearby. Previously, she had been finicky about consuming her own creations, but now, with no other options, her pretensions were cast aside. "Thank you," Shen Qingzhu said as he accepted the drink, with Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang all expressing their gratitude as well. Bai Li unscrewed the cap and took a hearty swig, gasping for breath as he lamented, "You're so clever, Sister Jiang, for storing so much food in your space. Why didn't I think of that earlier?" Chao Yuan quietly remarked, "Perhaps it's because you're wealthy. You always buy everything directly, so why stock up?" Yi Jiang smiled, but remained silent. Her meager funds had been spent on more pressing supplies, leaving no room for snacks or drinks. "My forbidden realm is no longer accessible." Molly suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence. Li Jia exclaimed, "I can't sense my forbidden realm either." "Neither can I. What is going on?" Among them, only the extraordinary Lin Qiye and Yi Jiang, along with Bai Li and the uniquely situated Chao Yuan, could still sense the presence of their forbidden realms. Shen Qingzhu added, "Instructor Yuan previously mentioned that there are forbidden items capable of suppressing forbidden realms. They must have employed such items." Lin Qiye attentively sensed his surroundings and discovered that his forbidden space remained functional, albeit its effectiveness had diminished considerably. He softly inquired of Yi Jiang, "Is your forbidden space still operational?" Yi Jiang smiled slyly, gesturing for him to observe her hand, where a green orb was swiftly forming. Lin Qiye remarked, "You truly are something else." Yi Jiang handed him the orb and suddenly asked, "Do you know how to string beads?" "String beads? How does one do that?" Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback, as he had no tools at hand to do so. Yi Jiang raised her arm, revealing a miniature electric drill at her fingertips. "We can use this to make a hole in the bead and then string it with this," she said, producing a length of red thread from seemingly nowhere and giving it a gentle shake. "Let me give it a try." The dawn was just breaking, and while visibility was poor for others, it posed no challenge for Lin Qiye, who possessed keen mental perception. He placed the bead Jiang had just formed on the ground, stabilizing it with one hand while cautiously drilling a hole with a mini electric drill in the other. "It's off-center. Move it a bit more towards the middle," he instructed. "It's not off. This is the exact center." "No, it's definitely skewed. I can see it descending at an angle." "Are you sure you can see clearly in this dim light? Besides, from my vantage point beside you, it naturally looks slanted." Their quiet dispute drew the attention of several onlookers. Li, plump and jovial, approached Sister Jiang. "What are you and Qiye up to?" "I want to make a few bracelets, and I thought of having him make a hole for me." "But little Qiye, your accuracy leaves much to be desired." She then recalled, "By the way, do you still have the beads I gave you the other day? Perhaps we can make holes in them and string them together for convenience." "I do have them." Since Lin Qiye had educated him on the purpose of those beads, he had kept them securely in the free space, fearing they might get lost. Lin Qiye successfully drilled a hole in one bead and gestured for Jiang to inspect it. "What do you think? Is this acceptable?" Jiang examined it and replied, "It seems all right. It appears to be centered." Deng Wei craned his neck to take a look and exclaimed, "This task is a forte of my brother Shun. He has always had excellent eyesight, threading needles, and such as child's play for him, and his craftsmanship is exceptional. Yes, we must enlist my brother Shun for this." Shun Qingzhu shot a sharp glare at Deng Wei and the others, muttering, "You all really talk too much." Deng Wei and his companions chuckled softly. Over the past few days at the training camp, they had observed two female soldiers who could be associated with the term fairy. One was Mo Li, and the other was Jiang. However, Mo Li was typically aloof, her demeanor cold, and a mere few words from her could evoke a sense of impending confrontation, leading the trio to dismiss her. In contrast, Jiang was even more enchanting than Mo Li, often sporting a cheerful smile that inspired fondness in those around her. Thus, the three unanimously deemed her to be the little fairy spoken of by Shun Qingzhu. Moreover, Shun Qingzhu typically exudes an air of arrogance, embodying the belief that he reigns supreme while others fall beneath him. However, on these two occasions before Jiang, he refrained from smoking and chewing gum, speaking very little, adopting a demeanor reminiscent of an aloof cool guy. In the past, the trio might have presumed this behavior stemmed from Shun Qingzhu's disdain for one among them. Yet the conundrum lies in the fact that if one harbors such sentiments, why would they still associate with Lin Qiye and the others? Surely, it cannot be attributed to an infatuation with Bai Li Pang, can it? Thus, it is evident that Shun Qingzhu has undoubtedly developed feelings for Jiang. As brothers, they must assist in fostering this budding romance. What a splendid opportunity. A glimmer of excitement danced in Jiang's eyes as she shyly turned to Shun Qingzhu and said, could I trouble you for a favor?" The subtle blush on her cheeks, kissed by the morning sun, added an enchanting charm to her youthful appearance, momentarily rendering Shun Qingzhu speechless. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye, who was obliviously using a mini drill to pierce beads, looked up in confusion, possessing an extraordinary sense of perception. He immediately noticed Jiang's delicate, pleading expression. No way, if this were true, he would stand on his head while washing his hair. Has the sister truly begun to play this role? Chapter 28. Incompatibility, something seems amiss. Lin Qiye crossed his arms, his gaze fixed intently on the girl before him. Jiang averted her eyes, refusing to meet his stare. "Speak frankly, have you developed feelings for Shun Qingzhu?" Although Lin Qiye was inexperienced in matters of the heart, a quintessential 24K pure straight man, anyone familiar with Jiang could discern the budding affection she harbored, a desire to pursue a certain someone. He felt a profound sympathy for Shun Qingzhu, for it was unfortunate that his striking good looks had caught the attention of Jiang, the fierce female. Well, what of it? Jiang, her intentions laid bare, ceased to feign innocence. Mimicking Lin Qiye's posture, she crossed her arms defiantly, her tone brimming with righteous indignation. tinged with a hint of disappointment. As a young woman in the prime of her beauty, is it not permissible for me to seek a charming man for a sweet romance? Moreover, perhaps you should reflect on your own role. As a mere subordinate under my wing, instead of assisting me in finding handsome suitors, you dare to question my choices? Do you not recognize your place? You, Lin Qiye, momentarily flustered, retorted in frustration before weakly adding, I merely believe this is inappropriate. We are comrades, and should we be assigned to different locations in the future, wouldn't that lead to a long-distance relationship? Long-distance relationships can foster deeper feelings. Have you not heard that distance creates beauty? She countered. But if you were to break up midway and then find yourselves in the same place again, how awkward would that be? Seeing her rendered speechless, Lin Qiye seized the moment to press further. Besides, the training camp forbids romantic entanglements. If Instructor Yuan were to discover this, you would undoubtedly face punishment. He wouldn't dare to interfere with me. But you and Qingzhu are not suited for one another. Look at how aloof he is around you. Perhaps he doesn't even fancy your type? This remark struck a nerve with Jiang. She was indeed beautiful and formidable, and once she sold the gold post training camp, she would be quite affluent. Yet, what if Qingzhu simply did not find her appealing? Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Xinge, hurry, someone is trying to steal your corner. Li Jia's loud voice echoed from outside the door as he kicked it open and lunged toward Qingzhu's bedside, wailing dramatically. Qingzhu sighed, lowering his hand from his eyes, revealing a striking red bracelet adorned with 2 colors of beads on his bony wrist. What is it? Li Jia exclaimed. I just overheard Lin Qiye speaking ill of you to Jiang at the supply station. Qingzhu's eyes flickered. What did he say? He said you and Jiang are incompatible and that your long-distance relationship is doomed to fail. With a scoff, Qingzhu closed his eyes again. Knowing all too well that he was not worthy of her affections, he hardly needed anyone to remind him of that. Seeing his lack of response, Li Jia grew anxious. Come on, Shunge, say something. Leave. I wish to sleep. Li Jia. The new recruits had barely settled down when the relentless whistle of the instructors echoed once more. Having learned from a morning's lesson, a notable number of them arrived on time this round, albeit most appeared utterly exhausted, barely able to muster the energy to stand. The only solace for the recruits was that this time it was not training, but rather a trip to the dining hall. Instructor Hong led the recruits to the entrance of the cafeteria, announcing, You have 20 minutes to eat. Assemble at the training ground in 20 minutes. If you exceed this time, the consequences will be yours to bear. With that, he turned and departed alongside 2 other instructors. After a grueling morning, most of the recruits had not consumed a drop of water or a single grain of rice since yesterday afternoon. Upon hearing the announcement, their eyes lit up with hope, and as soon as the instructors left, they surged into the dining hall. However, the sight that greeted them left them dumbfounded. Instead of a spread of delectable dishes or comforting home-cooked meals, they were met with large bowls of steamed buns and a sizable basin of raw meat, still glistening with blood. What is the meaning of this? Are we expected to prepare our own meals? Is there nothing cooked? Bai Li, a rather plump recruit, approached the basin of raw meat, scrutinizing it for a while before expressing his confusion. It wasn't until a seasoned recruit from the Special Forces boldly picked up a bun and a piece of raw meat to eat that realization dawned on the others. This was indeed their meal for the day. Bai Li's eyes widened in shock. But this is raw. At least give us something cooked to medium. Just grab it and go. Jiang declared, taking a tray, selecting a bun and 2 pieces of meat before finding a seat. The others followed her lead and collected their portions. Jiang then retrieved several jars from her storage space, placing them on the table. There was Laogan Ma, fermented tofu, beef sauce, and in addition, marinated eggs and hot dogs. Lin Qiye and the others stared in disbelief. Sister Jiang, did you prepare all this? Bai Li was genuinely impressed. Observing Jiang's storage filled with food and supplies, he lamented his own space, which contained nothing but restricted items and a watch, utterly useless at critical moments. This is just to be prepared for any eventuality. I bought a little of everything, and it turned out to be quite useful, Jiang explained. Feel free to take what you like. If you don't want to eat this raw meat, we can save it for later and cook it together. She produced a plastic bag, placing on the table to store the meat from her tray. Lin Qiye and the others, unable to stomach the bloody raw meat, followed suit and placed their portions into the bag, which Jiang then stored away. Despite its unappealing appearance, the meat was of excellent quality and safe for consumption. Rather than forcing it down, it was preferable to prepare it deliciously and savor it. The other recruits, observing the table laden with dipping sauces, were envious but felt too unfamiliar with Jiang and her group to voice their desires. Halfway through the meal, a group clad in gray cloaks entered the cafeteria, capturing everyone's attention. It was the masked team. The ever-cheerful old son, bustling in the kitchen, emerged to greet them with a hearty laugh. "Oh dear, you little rascals. I almost thought you had stealthily slipped away again. That is impossible, old son. We have long been craving your delightful cooking. We must savor every morsel before we depart." Feigning irritation, old son retorted, "You're only adept at sweet-talking an old man. Quickly, take your seats while I serve you." Before long, their table was adorned with an array of delectable dishes, vibrant in color, aroma, and flavor. In stark contrast, the steamed buns consumed by the new recruits resembled tasteless fare, rendering their faces quite dismal. Once all the dishes were presented, as if recalling something, Wang gestured towards Jiang and Lin Qiye, beckoning them. "Jiang, Qiye, do come over and partake." Rosa enthusiastically encouraged. "Indeed, old son's culinary creations are absolutely exquisite. You must come and taste." Having learned of Jiang's assistance in restoring Wang's vitality the previous evening, the members of the mask team felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards her. Coupled with the life energy she had bestowed upon them, they treated Jiang with exceptional warmth and kindness. Under the scrutinizing gazes of all the new recruits, Jiang and Lin Qiye, obliviously munching on their buns slathered with beef sauce and chili paste, looked up in confusion. "Huh?" Vortex stood up, glancing around with a light chuckle. "Well, who is so considerate as to bring such an abundance of condiments to the training camp?" Jiang swallowed her food and pulled Lin Qiye to the mask team's table, sitting beside Wang. Shun Qingzhu observed this scene, silently lowering her gaze, her expression impassive as she continued to nibble on her bun. Chapter 29. Is it real? Come, do not be shy. Indulge yourself. Sun Lao's chicken stewed with mushrooms is truly exceptional, a rare delight. Qian Wei took a pristine little plate and unceremoniously piled it high with meat and vegetables for Jiang, who hurriedly declined, saying, "That's enough. I've just had a large steamed bun. I'm nearly full." Ignoring her protest, Qian Wei continued to add several more dishes to the plate, insisting, "You must eat more, otherwise you won't have the strength during training." Jiang. Nearby, Lin Qiye was also the recipient of Wang Mian's warm hospitality, but he decisively turned it down. "No need to trouble yourself. I actually came to ask a few questions." Wang Mian nodded. "You wish to inquire about the agents, correct?" "Indeed, I would like to understand the relationship between agents and deities." In the mask team, apart from Qian Wei, there was another female member, codenamed Sandalwood, a seemingly demure and beautiful girl. However, after just a few exchanges, her true nature emerged. Like Qian Wei, she was forthright and amiable. The three girls sat together, chatting and eating, the atmosphere exceedingly harmonious. Jiang glanced at the time. Nearly 10 minutes had passed since mealtime commenced. She turned to the still animated Lin Qiye and Wang Mian, reminding them, "Qiye, it's almost time. We should leave." Wang Mian, also familiar with the training camp, understood the punitive measures of the instructors and said, "Let us wrap it up for today. You two should hurry along." "Very well, continue eating. We shall meet again next time." Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, causing the new recruits to pause, glancing at the clock on the wall. Only 10 minutes had elapsed since mealtime began. Why was there another whistle? Regardless of their thoughts, their bodies instinctively rushed outside. After all, the instructor's punishments were notoriously severe, and no one wished to endure them. Jiang swiftly conjured a handful of game tokens, pressing them into Wang Mian's hands, her tone urgent as she said, "These are spatial anchor points. With these, I can teleport to your side at any moment, and you can shatter one if you need to contact me. I will sense it. Keep a few for yourself, and give the rest to Yifan. Until next time." After a moment's thought, She leaned closer to Wang Mian and whispered something in his ear. With a wave, she took Lin Qiye's hand and dashed outside. As they passed by Sandalwood and Xinghan, she playfully patted each, gifting them a burst of life energy. Wang Mian, Sandalwood, and Xinghan were taken aback. "Captain, what is this?" Seeing their expressions, Wang Mian chuckled and asked, "Do you feel particularly revitalized right now?" "Yes. It feels as though my body has just undergone a massage." A glimmer of amusement flickered in Wang Mian's eyes. "Rest assured, this is a gift from Jiang. We all received it." Sandalwood's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is this what you were referring to? Will I also become youthful like the captain? I wish to remain 18 forever." The moon demon mocked her, saying, "You're almost 30. Stop pretending to be young, will you?" Tanxiang abruptly turned her head, feigning an attempt to strike him. "Who are you calling almost 30? I shall forever be 18. Thank you very much." Tian Ping, exasperated, intervened to prevent an impending altercation at the dining table, explaining the captain's situation is different, and Jiang can potentially restore the captain's lifespan, but it is likely to come at a cost. Tanxiang responded in astonishment. "Oh, will it be like in the novels, where the female lead shares her lifespan with the male lead? Is that true?" Qian would scratch his head, glancing at Wang Mian with a hesitant tone. "Captain, does Jiang have feelings for you? Is that true? Does the captain like Jiang? Is that true? Will Jiang join our team in the future? Then we would have an invincible healer. Is that true? But isn't Jiang paired with Lin Qiye? I often see them together." The group collectively gasped, "Is that true?" Wang Mian took a deep breath, helplessly pinching the bridge of his nose. "Please, stop with the wild speculation. Jiang is simply kind-hearted. As for joining our team, that is unlikely. She will most likely form her own team or go solo." Reflecting on the last whispered words Jiang had shared with him, Wang Mian felt a throb in his temples. "I've already reached the limitless realm. Ha ha ha. What does it mean to fear both for my brother's hardships and their luxurious rides? This is it." He had initially thought Jiang was merely jesting, but now he found her conviction startling. He dreaded the possibility of Jiang telling him the next day that she had reached the Klein realm. That would indeed be absurd. "Now that we have eaten, let us depart." Wang Mian picked up the black box beside him and stood up. Yifan had asked him to return to the capital a few days prior, and coincidentally, Jiang had something for him to deliver to Yifan. The seven of them rose in unison, shouldered their black boxes, donned their masks, and slowly exited the cafeteria. In the training ground, a stranger instructor stood before them, his gaze piercing. "Mysterious creatures are our primary adversaries as night watchmen. Do you know what is essential to combat such beings?" "Report." Shen Qingzhu lazily raised his hand. "It is the Forbidden Ruins." The instructor scoffed coldly. "The abilities of mysterious creatures are various and unpredictable. Do you believe your Forbidden Ruins can simply beckon and slay them?" "I can." While Shen Qingzhu might lack confidence in other areas, he was unyielding when it came to the Forbidden Ruins. The instructor, recognizing him as a troublemaker, pressed further. "What is your Forbidden Ruins?" "Forbidden Ruins Sequence 068, Qimin." The instructor was at a loss for words, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. "Is there anyone else with a different answer?" Bali Pang eagerly raised his hand. "Report, it relies on money." The instructor sneered once more. "What? Do you intend to crush the mysterious creatures with cash?" Bali Pang looked innocently. "I can use money to buy powerful forbidden objects and then smash it." The instructor fell silent again. He feigned ignorance, directing his gaze towards the other recruits. "In addition to the Forbidden Zone, we must also strengthen our physical prowess and acquire combat skills." The instructor, having retrieved a weapon from the nearby rack, proceeded to demonstrate various techniques for the new soldiers. It must be said, this instructor truly possessed remarkable skill, captivating everyone's attention. When he mentioned the straight sword, he suddenly declared, "Now, I require a few volunteers to demonstrate the combat techniques of the straight sword." You there? Yes, you. The little chubby, one who mentioned using money to slay mysterious creatures. He beckoned to the plump Bai Li, simultaneously collecting 2 wooden swords from the rack. Unable to avert his eyes from the impending financial tribulation awaiting the instructor, Jiang whispered to Lin Qiye, "Did you have enough to eat at noon?" "Yes, but I overindulged in steamed buns and now I'm quite thirsty. I packed a substantial amount of food from Wang Mian's table. Once training concludes, I'll gather everyone and prepare a special meal for you all. I stashed away plenty of raw meat in the canteen, and I'll whip up several dishes to enhance our dining experience. When did you pack it? Lin Qiye inquired, puzzled as he had not noticed Yi Jiang doing so. While you were engrossed in conversation with Wang Mian. Oh, do you still have any cola? Yes, whatever you desire is available. After all, she has the ability to conjure it. Chapter 30, a much improved mood on stage. Instructor Han gazed at the wooden sword in his hand, now reduced to merely a handle, his expression dark and contemplative. Bai Li, plump and apologetic, quickly interjected, "Oh dear, I forgot to turn off the automatic firewall." Instructor, shall we try again? Get lost. Instructor Han barked in anger. All right. While he scurried off the stage. Taking a deep breath, the instructor, in a fit of irritation, tossed the sword handle to the ground and cast a swift glance over the new recruits, his gaze eventually landing on Lin Qiye, who was still engaged in quiet conversation with Yi Jiang. You. Yes, you, the one whispering sweet nothings. Sweet nothings? Lin Qiye was taken aback, glancing at the equally bewildered Yi Jiang. A shiver ran down his spine, prompting him to rise quickly and stride onto the stage. The instructor casually tossed him a wooden sword and inquired, "You aren't concealing any prohibited items, are you?" "None," Lin Qiye replied hastily. "And what about your companion?" Lin Qiye sighed in exasperation. "Instructor, she is not my companion." With a disdainful look, the instructor showed no interest in debating this point further and pressed on. "Does the female comrade you are close to possess any prohibited items?" "No." "Then come forth. Clearly, you both have been whispering. So you must have learned something," the instructor scoffed. Meanwhile, seizing the opportunity to divert the instructor's attention, Yi Jiang nimbly swapped places with Bai Li, now seated beside Shen Qingzhu, while Bai Li settled next to Emoli. Emoli instinctively wished to refuse, but upon seeing Yi Jiang's imploring and pitiful expression, her resolve softened. "Well, all right then." Thus, both Yi Jiang and Bai Li found their spirits considerably lifted. Shen Qingzhu turned to glance at Yi Jiang, whose eyes sparkled with mirth, yet remained silent, his ears subtly reddening. He always felt inexplicably anxious around Yi Jiang, unsure of what to say. Moreover, he cast a glance at Lin Qiye, who was currently sparring with the instructor, and a peculiar feeling stirred within him at the instructor's earlier words. "Would you like some gum?" "Strawberry flavor," Yi Jiang offered, presenting a box of gum that had somehow appeared in her hand. Shen Qingzhu hesitated for a moment before accepting it, murmuring, "Thank you. No need for thanks. Just tell me what you want, and I'll have it." Yi Jiang replied with a beaming smile, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Although she had never been in a romantic relationship, she understood that to capture a man's heart, one must first win his stomach. Given the current limitations, she decided to rely on snacks for now, planning to showcase her culinary skills after the evening training, which she believed would surely enchant Shen Qingzhu. Hearing her words, Shen Qingzhu fidgeted with the gum's packaging and quietly said, "Aren't you concerned about him?" Yi Jiang paused, following his gaze to Lin Qiye, who was still locked in combat, with the instructor nearly seething with rage. "Concerned for him? I'd rather worry about the instructor." Yi Jiang scoffed dismissively. Lin Qiye, despite her shortcomings, had trained under Chun Mai's swordsmanship. If she were to lose to an instructor, she would promptly call Chun Mai, requesting specialized training during the holidays. Her words, though unassuming, conveyed a sense of confidence and trust in Lin Qiye that Shen Qingzhu could discern. He fell silent, yearning to inquire about Yi Jiang's relationship with Lin Qiye, yet pondering the futility of such a question. He possessed nothing, not even the means to purchase a moderately expensive gift. Yi Jiang, seated beside him, softly suggested, after the afternoon training, "Please stay. I shall prepare a special meal for you." Shen Qingzhu furrowed his brow, questioning, "A special meal?" "Yes, what dishes do you enjoy? I will cook for you." Yi Jiang looked at him with eager anticipation. She noticed Shen Qingzhu was rather taciturn. Even during their time together these past few days, he spoke little. Was he always this reticent in the original narrative? Did he merely wish to avoid conversation with her? As expected, he replied, "I'm fine with anything." Yi Jiang rolled her eyes in exasperation. When Lin Qiye was dismissed from the training platform, he observed that the previously seated by Li and Jiang had swapped places, with Jiang now sitting closely beside Qingju. Yet, should she not be cheerful? Why did her expression seem troubled? Could it be that she faced difficulties with Qingju? The thought amused Lin Qiye. Meanwhile, Jiang was increasingly convinced that Qingju held no romantic interest in her, which darkened her mood further. Just then, the instructor, having faced two setbacks, called out to her specifically, the girlfriend of that boy, "You, come up here." Jiang took a deep breath, biting her lip as she stood up. The steps to the platform were on the opposite side, forcing her to climb up on her own. Her expression grew increasingly grim as she awkwardly ascended, and the instructor handed her a wooden sword. "Your boyfriend's swordsmanship is commendable. Being his girlfriend, you must be skilled as well," he remarked sarcastically. The mockery was evident. She struggled to climb the steps, hardly capable of wielding any swordsmanship. Fury ignited within Jiang as she narrowed her eyes, gripping the wooden sword in her left hand. A left-handed fighter? Bring it on. The instructor assumed a stance and swiftly swung his sword towards her shoulder. Instead of moving her left hand, Jiang silently raised her right, subtly adjusting her strength. The instructor, believing her to be paralyzed by fear, decided to merely tap her shoulder, thinking it foolish to provoke a young girl. However, the next moment, bang! Upon the collision of the wooden sword and his fist, the instructor was sent crashing to the ground 5 meters away, unconscious, with splinters of wood leaving marks of blood across his face and body. The training ground fell into an eerie silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Jiang exhaled, her expression unwavering as she nonchalantly blew on her fist, though internally she regretted her impulsiveness. Her mood had improved, yet she felt a twinge of remorse for the instructor. On the sidelines, it was Lin Qiye who first regained his composure, shouting at the top of his lungs, "What are you standing there for? Take the instructor to the infirmary." Inside the office, Wang wore a look of helplessness, pinching the bridge of his nose wearily, then turned his gaze toward Jiang, who sat on the sofa with her head bowed, exuding an aura of dejection. "Little Yi," Wang said earnestly, "I understand that the training is arduous and you might be feeling down, but we cannot be so harsh on the instructor. Instructor Han is merely at the pool realm. How could he withstand a punch from you? How about this? If you feel the urge to practice again, come to me, and I shall accompany you. All right?" At present, Jiang had already reached the boundless realm, and with the inherent power of her serious punch. It was only through timely intervention that Instructor Han survived the strike. Nevertheless, upon regaining consciousness, Instructor Han was adamant about resigning, refusing to continue as an instructor. It was only through Wang's persuasive efforts, coupled with promises of additional compensation, that he managed to coax him back. Otherwise, on the very first day of training camp, he would have been left without an instructor, and he could hardly explain that to Yifan. Chapter 31. The violent nanny Wang, speaking earnestly, expressed a lengthy discourse, prompting Jiang to finally lift her head, her expression one of deep grievance. "I truly did not intend for this to happen. Instructor Han asked me to join him on stage to demonstrate the sword techniques, and in that moment, I was overwhelmed with fear. I inadvertently sent him flying. Indeed, we all understand that it was an accident." Wang thought to himself that if he had a daughter, he would probably resort to such coaxing as well. However, the issue at hand was that he was not consoling a daughter, but rather a revered ancestor of a higher realm than his own. With a tone imbued with caution, Wang remarked, "The reason I called you here was not for any particular purpose, but mainly because I noticed you seemed quite upset. I merely wished to inquire if something had transpired that required my assistance." Jiang suppressed the urge to ask Wang to help her pursue Qingju. Shaking her head, "You cannot assist me." Wang, growing anxious, retorted, "How can you be certain I cannot help if you do not share the details? I wish to pursue Qingju, but he does not harbor feelings for me." Wang fell into silence, realizing that this was indeed beyond his capacity to aid. "Wait a minute, are you not paired with Lin Qiye? And what about Wang Mian? How does Qingju fit into this? A love quadrangle?" Observing his troubled expression, Jiang felt no disappointment, as she had not anticipated his assistance in the first place. Rising to her feet, she declared, "Never mind. I shall return now. You may continue with your tasks. The morning's cold weapon training was hastily concluded when Instructor Han entered the infirmary, leaving the remaining time before lunch to be overseen by another instructor, the unfortunate Hong Hao. All present, 10 laps with weights. Only those who complete the laps are permitted to dine. The group instinctively felt the urge to wail, but the potential consequences of such outbursts led them to silently refrain. Bai Li, panting under the burden, remarked, "Why hasn't T's sister Jiang returned yet? Has she been severely reprimanded by the chief instructor? She wouldn't be expelled, would she?" At these words, Shun Qingzhu felt a sudden tightening in his chest. "She will be fine," replied Emily. "How can you be so sure?" Lin Qiye, possessing some insider knowledge, could not divulge the particulars but spoke vaguely. "Well, Yi Jiang has certain connections, so it is highly unlikely anything will happen. Just wait. She will return shortly." "Connections?" Bali pondered for a moment before muttering softly. "I recall that the commander of the night watch seems to share the surname Yi. Could they possibly be related?" Upon hearing this, the group fell into an eerie silence. Lin Qiye, his face a mask of frustration, countered, "No, you are overthinking it. They merely share a surname. Yi Jiang's status within the Forbidden Ruins is somewhat exceptional, which accounts for her prominence." "Exceptional?" "Isn't Yi Jiang's ability merely minor healing?" Li Liang queried, perplexed. "What is so special about minor healing?" Chao Yuan interjected, "In any case, I have never witnessed a minor healing that could knock out a male instructor with a single punch. Neither have I. Me neither." In light of the recent calamity involving Instructor Han, a collective shiver ran through the group. "What have you never witnessed?" A voice, feminine and melodic, drifted beside him. Bai Li Piying instinctively replied, "Of course, it's Sister Jiang, such a fierce healer." The woman fell silent for a moment, then responded, "Is that so? I haven't seen her either." Yi Jiang's expression turned melancholic. The good news was that her healer persona remained intact. The unfortunate news was that she had transformed into a violent healer. Bai Li Piying's expression stiffened, as if he suddenly grasped something, and turned to the person beside him. "Jiang, Sister Jiang, you're back. Are you all right?" Yi Jiang, similarly burdened, shook her head. "I'm fine." Lin Qiye hurried to her side, whispering curiously, "What did Instructor Yuan say to you?" Yi Jiang shrugged. "Nothing much. Just asked if I was feeling down and if I needed his help." "And what did you say?" "I said I wanted to pursue Shun Qingzhu and asked if he could assist me." Lin Qiye responded. "Yuan Gang must be having a rough time dealing with you." Nearby, eavesdropping were Li Jia and Deng Wei, exclaiming, "What? Those people over there," whispering together. "Do you want me to bring you some chairs so you can chat to your heart's content?" Hong Hao's voice suddenly blared from the loudspeaker, causing the group to fall silent. After an exhausting run, the recruits dashed toward the mess hall, only to discover they still had to consume raw meat and steamed buns, shattering their morale in an instant. However, some keen-eyed individuals noticed an additional small dish of pickled vegetables today. Bai Li Piying swiftly grabbed 4 or 5 pieces of raw meat, filling his plate before leisurely taking a serving of pickled vegetables. Lin Qiye and Chao Yuan followed suit, all preparing ingredients for tonight's special meal. "Do you think old son has had a moment of conscience, adding pickled vegetables?" Bai Li Piying mused, taking a piece and exclaiming, "This tastes quite delightful." Yi Jiang also sampled a piece and agreed, "It's indeed good. Tangy and spicy, quite appetizing." "It is good. Before the training ends, I must ask old son for this recipe," Chao Yuan remarked. At that moment, he unexpectedly placed his portion of pickled vegetables in front of Lin Qiye. "Qiye, have my pickles." Lin Qiye declined. "No need, you enjoy it." "I have enough." No matter how delicious, it was still just pickled vegetables, and overeating could lead to thirst. Moreover, since he had heard the 16-character mantra from the esteemed Master Jin Chan, he always felt a strange sensation around Chao Yuan. It felt as though Chao Yuan was not seeking a benefactor, but rather auditioning to be a sycophant. Just like now, Lin Qiye could hardly withstand the loneliness reflected in Chao Yuan's eyes. Tentatively, he picked up a piece of pickled vegetable and placed it in his bun. The next moment, a visible joy spread across Chao Yuan's face. Lin Qiye thought, "Is it really necessary, brother? Your enthusiasm makes me feel quite uneasy." Bai Li pee and gazed at this scene with a peculiar expression, dipping a piece of meat sauce that Jiang had provided onto his bun and taking a large bite. Seriously, it's just a dish of pickles. Must you fawn over it so? Isn't this robust meat sauce more enticing? His eyes incessantly darted towards the pickles placed before Lin Qiye by Chao Yuan, for he had already finished his own meal. Well then, Qiye, if you have no intention of eating, might I indulge in a couple of bites? The old man's pickles are truly delectable, albeit in short supply. Attention, everyone. After we finish our meal, gather at the back of the cafeteria. This afternoon, you will partake in your inaugural extreme training session. Chapter 32. The disappearing pickled vegetables. Instructor Hong's voice echoed from the entrance of the cafeteria, but its content left everyone perplexed. Extreme training? What on earth is that? Bai Li, plump and bewildered, inquired. I have no idea, Chao Yuan replied, shaking his head. Jiang took a leisurely bite of her steamed bun filled with pickled vegetables and said, You all don't understand what extreme training means. In simple terms, it's training designed to push you beyond your limits. Bai Li, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly. So that's it? Listening to Sister Jiang is like receiving profound wisdom. Lin Qiye couldn't contain her laughter, and soon the others, who had been stifling their chuckles, joined in quietly. Jiang smiled slightly. However, I do know a bit about the training content. Would you like to hear it? Bai Li's eyes lit up with eagerness. Yes. Yet, Emoli frowned and asked, Jiang, won't the instructor get mad if you reveal this in advance? No, Jiang shook her head. Even if I don't say anything now, you will find out soon enough. It's not a secret. Nevertheless, her voice lowered unconsciously. We will be climbing a mountain shortly. Climbing a mountain? Bai Li looked confused. How is that extreme training? Jiang let out a cold laugh. What if you had to climb while something was chasing you from behind? What the heck? That's ruthless. Bai Li exclaimed, instinctively reaching for another bun and taking a hefty bite. Lin Qiye pondered for a moment before asking, given the instructor's habits, there will likely be a punishment if you're caught, right? What kind of punishment? Running laps on a mountain? Not exactly. Jiang revealed a mysterious smile. I can't say what it is, but I can tell you it will be quite exhilarating. Bai Li nodded thoughtfully, not overly concerned. Oh, as long as it's not physical punishment, I'm fine. But I'm curious about one thing. His gaze was filled with suspicion as he looked at the dish of pickled vegetables in front of Jiang. Sister Jiang, how come your pickled vegetables seem to multiply as you eat them? You've been eating, but it's still a full plate. How could a few pieces transform into a heaping dish? Was it possible these pickles were reproducing? Most importantly, he hadn't seen Jiang go for more. Jiang and the others were momentarily taken aback, glancing at her dish of pickled vegetables. A sudden realization struck Jiang, her pupils dilating in alarm. Oh no, she had been so engrossed in conversation that she had unwittingly created too many. Faced with the astonished, confused, or enlightened gazes of her companions, she forced a laugh and offered the pickles. Would you like some? After they finished their meal, the group headed straight towards the back of the cafeteria, where several black buses awaited silently. A few instructors stood by the buses, and upon seeing them approach, beckoned them to board. The ones who had been forewarned by Jiang asked no questions and boarded the buses in an orderly fashion. Regardless of the type of bus, once it sets in motion, an inescapable blend of gasoline and leather pervades the interior, often inducing a sense of nausea in passengers. Jiang had scarcely been seated for a minute before she began to fidget restlessly. Observing her discomfort, Molly inquired, What's wrong? Jiang, her complexion pale, managed to utter 3 words through clenched teeth. I feel carsick. This affliction had plagued her since childhood. While she could tolerate other vehicles, buses were her nemesis. She had hoped that the healing properties of the forbidden ruins within her would enable her to endure, but alas, that was not the case. Before Molly could respond, Jiang decisively constructed a mental realm around her seat, diving into its depths, as she truly felt the urge to vomit. Jiang? Molly's panicked voice drew the attention of several nearby passengers, but fortunately, her tone remained low, and, as the surrounding individuals included Lin Qiye and his companions, the instructors remained oblivious. Lin Qiye glanced at Jiang's former position and turned to Molly, asking, What's going on? Where's Jiang? Molly appeared bewildered, explaining. She seemed off earlier. When I asked, she merely mentioned feeling carsick, and then she vanished. I heard that too, Shen Qingzhu remarked solemnly, sitting directly behind Yi Jiang. Though their conversation had been quiet, he had overheard it clearly. Surely, she didn't just blink out of existence. Lin Qiye scratched his head, suggesting, let us keep this from the instructors for now. Perhaps she'll return on her own momentarily. Blinking out? Shen Qingzhu's expression turned grave as he fixed his gaze on Lin Qiye. Do you know something? Lin Qiye did not hesitate to respond. Yes, but that's Yi Jiang's secret. I cannot disclose it. Even if Yi Jiang is fond of you, I still cannot reveal it. As the tension between the two escalated, Bai Li, chubby and eager to mediate, interjected, we're all friends here. Let us not argue. Perhaps Sister Jiang simply stepped off to alleviate her discomfort. There is no need to panic. But what if she encounters danger? Molly's face was etched with anxiety and guilt, for Yi Jiang had vanished right before her eyes, and she felt a rising urgency to seek out an instructor. Well, I believe there is a high probability she is not in danger. Lin Qiye coughed lightly, meeting the puzzled gazes of his companions. He clarified, if there were another reason for concern, it would be understandable, but her safety is truly not a matter of worry. What do you mean by that? What I mean is, even if the entire training camp were to join forces, they would likely be unable to contend with Yi Jiang. Lin Qiye stated candidly. The more he learned about the forbidden ruins in combat, the clearer it became how formidable Yi Jiang was when she took action. She was nothing short of a legendary multifaceted warrior, capable of both magical and physical attacks. Her defense was exceptional, and she even possessed healing abilities. Moreover, her speed was astonishing. Even the objects capable of suppressing the forbidden ruins could not restrain her. Thus, even if someone intended to confront Yi Jiang, the likelihood of her being the one to face trouble was minimal. Shen Qingzhu spoke with a tone of displeasure. What nonsensical words are you uttering? Even if Yi Jiang's forbidden domain is formidable, all of our domains have been suppressed. What combat capability can a delicate girl like her possess? If you are unwilling to rescue her, so be it. I shall seek out the instructor. As he spoke, he attempted to rise, but the next moment he froze in place, his gaze fixed in astonishment. Yi Jiang? The others were momentarily taken aback, following his line of sight to see Yi Jiang emerging halfway from the mental realm, seemingly attempting to seat herself. However, the bus seats were too constricted for her to maneuver her body. Yi Jiang, you have returned. Sister Jiang, what is this appearance? Yi Jiang, why is only half of your body visible? Having struggled in the mental domain for quite some time, Yi Jiang's complexion was pale. Coupled with the narrowness of the bus seat, she could only protrude half of her body, leaving the scene bewildering for the onlookers. Were it not for the bright daylight, they might have thought they were witnessing a ghost. Observing that they merely stood there conversing without coming to her aid, and seeing Shen Qingzhu standing behind her seat, Yi Jiang felt an acute sense of embarrassment. Gritting her teeth, she enunciated each word with precision. Could you kindly lend a hand, my friends? Are you all merely going to stand there and gawk? This is unacceptable. A complete lack of support. Chapter 33. The commencement of extreme training as the story unfolds. The onlookers remained motionless, not out of cruelty, but because Yi Jiang could not withstand the nausea from the motion sickness. After exchanging a few words with Lin Qiye and the others, she retreated back into her mental realm to regurgitate. As her upper body vanished, the remaining individuals exchanged glances, enveloped in silence for an extended period. Eventually, Bai Li Pang broke the silence, inquiring, Qiye, what exactly is Jiang's forbidden domain? To his knowledge, micro-healing could not possibly create a space that allowed entry. Chao Yuan speculated it could be a forbidden object. After all, our own forbidden domains have been suppressed. Bai Li Pang scratched his head, puzzled, but I have never heard of such a forbidden object. If there were one capable of creating space, surely the Bai Li family would be aware of it? It is not a forbidden object, Lin Qiye replied, furrowing his brow. How do you know? Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback by the question. He couldn't very well say it was merely intuition, could he? I believe that rather than speculating, it would be more prudent to ask Yi Jiang directly later on. Indeed, the others conceded. The bus continued its journey, for over half an hour before it finally came to a halt. Through the bus windows, the group beheld the scenery outside. It was indeed Jinan Mountain. Lin Qiye mused silently. Once the doors opened, the recruits disembarked in succession. Shen Qingzhu glanced at Yi Jiang's empty seat and asked, "What about Yi Jiang?" Bai Li Pang tentatively reached towards the space from which Yi Jiang had previously peered out, exclaiming, "There's nothing here." Lin Qiye suggested, "Let us get off the bus first. If it becomes necessary, we can inform Instructor Yuan." Given Instructor Yuan's regard for Yi Jiang, it was unlikely he would reprimand her absence. Once outside, the group quickly spotted a familiar figure standing among them. Yi Jiang had somehow managed to disembark and was now standing in a line with her hands in her pockets. Thanks to the healing of the forbidden domain, her complexion, though still somewhat unnaturally pale, was significantly improved compared to before. Jiang. Bali Pang hurried over, concern etched on his face. "Are you all right?" Shen Qingzhu, surprisingly, positioned himself beside Yi Jiang, his eyes filled with empathy. Upon seeing him, Yi Jiang recalled her earlier disgraceful state and felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, abandoning any thoughts of pursuing him. "Ahem, I'm fine." Shen Qingzhu produced a pack of gum from his pocket, clearly a gift from Yi Jiang. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted a piece, only to return it with a grateful thank you. "You're welcome." Soon, the new recruits assembled at the foot of the mountain. Instructor Hong, with a stern expression, addressed them gravely. "Next, we shall embark on extreme training. Do you see that vast mountain range behind you? Shortly, each of you will be equipped with a 35-kilogram load, and your task is to traverse this mountain range before dawn tomorrow. Moreover, once your training commences, drones armed with paintball guns will be deployed to pursue you. Should you be struck, it signifies failure in this training, and the consequences of failure will be exceedingly harsh." Instructor Hong waved towards the bus behind him, and a swarm of drones emerged, gracefully executing a few aerial maneuvers as if to showcase their prowess. Moreover, there are several rules I must emphasize. After listening to Instructor Hong's admonitions, the recruits took turns to don their weighted vests, each receiving a tactical knife. Save for Chao Yuan. The instructors, well aware of Chao Yuan's situation, instead provided him with a small spoon. Chao Yuan was left dumbfounded, while Yi Jiang and the others erupted in laughter. Yi Jiang, who was already privy to this unfolding scene, collected his gear and brought his friends along to witness the spectacle. "No, Instructor Han," Chao Yuan protested, hoping for at least a stick in place of the knife. Han Li patted him on the shoulder in consolation. "Make do with what you have." He then turned to the boisterous Bai Li Pang, "And you, remove your free space and other restricted items, hand them over to me for safekeeping until after training." Bai Li Pang cast a resentful glance at Yi Jiang, his face contorted in frustration as he emptied his pockets of various prohibited items into Han Li's hands. Yi Jiang, with a fleeting expression, remarked, "Look, I don't have anything to offer either. Let's go." In the verdant expanse of Jinan Mountain, Yi Jiang and his companions navigated through the trees, the ground littered with vines, dry branches, and roots, posing a constant tripping hazard. Each of them sported bracelets gifted by Yi Jiang, which enabled them to recover their stamina at an accelerated rate, allowing for swift progress. Yet, their speed paled in comparison to that of the drones. Soon enough, the unmistakable buzzing of the machines filled the air. "Goodness, so fast!" Bai Li Pang exclaimed, sprinting at a pace that belied his physique, prompting Lin Qiye and the others to hasten their own steps. The multitude of drones soared overhead, relentlessly pursuing the new recruits, their menacing sounds sending shivers down their spines. Even Lin Qiye and his companions found themselves tailed by several drones, which incessantly fired paintballs in their direction. With 70 pounds of weight on their backs and the treacherous, obstacle-ridden terrain to navigate, this escapade proved to be an immense challenge for everyone involved. "Ugh, I can't run anymore," Bai Li Pang gasped. Despite Yi Jiang's bracelet's impressive capabilities, he was not about to transform into a superhero at a moment's notice. Contemplating surrender, he remembered Yi Jiang's earlier reassurance that failure would not incur any severe penalties. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden thud echoed behind him. A fellow recruit had been struck by a paintball gun and instantly fell unconscious. Two instructors emerged from the thicket, their expressions malevolent as they dragged the unconscious recruit away. "Wait, isn't this a paintball gun? How would he faint from that?" Bai Li Pang shouted in alarm. "Sister Jiang, didn't you say it would be fine even if we failed? What was that all about? This doesn't seem fine at all." As Yi Jiang sprinted, she retorted, "I never said failure was inconsequential. What I meant is that the punishment for failure will be quite exhilarating." Upon hearing this, Bai Li Pang and Chao Yuan were taken aback, clutching their lower bodies in disbelief. Could it be that failure would result in the loss of their virtue? As they recalled the lewd expressions of the two instructors, their apprehension grew, and an extraordinary surge of potential erupted within them. Despite the weights they bore, they found themselves racing ahead of the group. Yi Jiang remarked, "Another day of suffering from the instructors' reputations." Logically, each recruit was accompanied by only one drone, or at most two. However, with 8 of them, a throng of over a dozen drones trailed behind. The sound of paintball rounds striking the ground was profoundly jarring, akin to the effect of a Gatling gun spitting blue flames. Just as they fled in a state of disarray, a voice suddenly emanated from the burdens they carried, startling everyone. What was happening? Chapter 34. Truth or dare? The echo of burdens still reverberated within. "You can hear it, right? Well then, let us begin with you. Your name is Zhang Yuan, correct? Pray, recount the most embarrassing thing you have ever done from childhood to the present." Yi Jiang blinked, pondering. Surely it should be that fellow Wang Liang, who peeped at the neighbor's sister while she bathed. Why has the spotlight shifted? The voice of the new recruit, Zhang Yuan, emerged. "When I was in elementary school, I listened to my classmates tell ghost stories and was too frightened to go to the restroom alone after school. So I urinated beneath the teacher's office window. Is there more? Once I suffered a hemorrhoid rupture and mistook it for the arrival of my menstruation. Even writing a farewell letter." The instructors could hardly contain their laughter. "Is there more?" Zhang Yuan's voice, tinged with resignation, continued. "On my college graduation day, I went to a hotel with my partner, thinking I had brought protection, only to discover it was a pair of disposable gloves." The instructors, who had been valiantly suppressing their laughter, could no longer hold back and erupted into roars of laughter, while Zhang Yuan, tightly bound to his chair, resembled a fish out of water, devoid of all hope. It was only when the instructor removed the silver ring from his hand that he stared blankly, trembling lips forming the words, "Beast." Within the confines of Jinan Mountain, the other recruits were also laughing uncontrollably, unable to maintain composure. Bai Li Pang clutched his belly, running while laughing, and when a gust of cool wind blew, he choked, coughing for quite some time. Lin Qiye said wistfully, Pang, is it amusing?" "Oh, it's too hilarious, disposable gloves. Ha ha ha. Yet when you get caught, it will be others' turn to laugh. Ha hick. Wait a minute." Bai Li Pang suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, his smile vanishing, his face paling. "No, Sister Jiang. Is this the delightful punishment you spoke of?" Yi Jiang nodded defiantly. "Indeed, weren't you all quite pleased while laughing just now?" The others, "Is this the kind of pleasure we sought?" Lin Qiye could not help but retort. They even brought out something that forces people to speak the truth. The hearts of these instructors are truly dark. Indeed, this was akin to a grand social death scene. Chao Yuan felt a twinge of pity for the newly recruited soldier from earlier. Shenqing Zhu glanced back at the relentlessly pursuing drones, speaking solemnly. "There are too many drones trailing us. If this continues, we shall surely face annihilation. We must split up." Lin Qiye concurred. "Understood. We shall meet at the finish line." "To the finish line?" With that, Shenqing Zhu led Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang in another direction, while Bai Li Pang and Chao Yuan chose their own path. Molly opted to venture alone, leaving Lin Qiye and Yi Jiang to naturally form a team. After they split up, only 2 or 3 drones remained in pursuit, and the weight of pressure seemed to diminish significantly. The recent barrage of relentless firepower was utterly horrific, sending everyone fleeing in all directions. In contrast, the current situation felt significantly less tense. As Lin Qiye deftly sliced through branches with a small knife, he even found the inclination to inquire, "Yi Jiang, what exactly is your forbidden realm?" Naturally, he was mindful of the instructors, lowering his voice to avoid detection. Without turning her head, Yi Jiang replied, "Which one are you referring to?" Lin Qiye responded. Understood. The two swiftly wielded their knives, clearing obstacles from their path. Lin Qiye glanced around and suddenly remarked, Do you not find this place rather peculiar? Jiang, aware of the strangeness, feigned ignorance, replying, What seems strange? We've been running for so long, yet the sun hasn't moved at all. Moreover, the mountain path I see keeps changing, giving me a sensation of going in circles. Can you find the right way? Lin Qiye paused for a moment, realizing that Jiang was well aware of the situation. However, he understood her reluctance to voice it. He knew he could not always rely on her, and must strive to become stronger himself. Listening to the whispers of the newly captured recruits behind him, Lin Qiye declared resolutely, I can. Suddenly, a familiar voice emerged from the group burdened with weight. You're Liang, right? Yes. Do you have someone you like? I like my brother Shun, Jiang, Ding Wei, my brother, Grandma Lu next door, and Aunt Shin from the breakfast shop. Stop. You mean your brother Shun is Shun Qingzhu, correct? Yes. Do you know who Shun Qingzhu likes? This time, Li Liang took longer to respond. As if grappling with the question before finally answering, Jiang. Yuan Gang, seated nearby and sipping tea while enjoying the spectacle, sprayed his drink in surprise, attracting the puzzled gaze of the questioning instructor. Coughing, Yuan Gang gestured for the inquiry to continue. How do you know that Shun Qingzhu likes Jiang? Li Liang, wearing a sorrowful expression, uncontrollably divulged. Whenever Shun Gu daydreams, he always stares at Jiang. Back at the dorm, he fixates on the bracelet and gum Jiang gave him. When he asks with Jiang, he can hardly speak, his ears turning so red that it's unbearable to look at. With Li Liang's revelations, Shun Qingzhu found himself frozen in place. The truth of his affections for Jiang laid bare. After a long pause, he surveyed the towering trees and dense thickets around him, murmuring to himself, Perhaps I should just live here. Why was it that others were captured, yet he was the one facing social annihilation? Meanwhile, Jiang, having overheard Li Liang's words, wore a broad smile, and Lin Qiye shot her an exasperated glance, saying, If you want to laugh, just go ahead. Don't hold it in. He had not anticipated that the arrogant and proud Shun Qingzhu actually harbored feelings for Jiang. What disaster! His prized pig had been stolen by the cabbage. How was he to explain this to Team 136? Jiang smiled brightly, her eyes crescent-shaped, yet she remarked nonchalantly, Actually, it's all right. I anticipated this all along. After all, how could a girl as perfect as I am not attract admirers? Lin Qiye regarded her with a deadpan expression, retorting, Are you aware of one particular flaw that you possess? What flaw? She inquired. Your skin is remarkably thick. Jiang raised her fist, declaring, Little Qiye, it seems you are in dire need of a righteous punch from me. As they playfully bantered, they dashed forward along the correct path, seemingly oblivious to the drone trailing behind them. At the foot of the mountain, Yuan Gang observed a handsome young man bound and gagged before him, a sly smile playing on his lips as he slowly inquired, Are you Shun Qingzhu? Yes, came the reply. I've heard you have an affection for Jiang. Yes. Do share. What is it that you adore about her? Shun Qingzhu's gaze was vacant, his expression as he answered, She is beautiful, charming, kind-hearted, with a melodious voice, gentle demeanor, sincere in her dealings, intelligent, and empathetic, like a fairy. Yuan Gang stifled a laugh, pressing on with his questioning. If Jiang is truly so wonderful, why don't you pursue her? Are you afraid? I do not feel worthy of her at this moment. Hearing Shun Qingzhu's words, Jiang felt as though her heart had been filled with a ton of honey, sweetness threatening to overflow, her cheeks flushed with a delicate blush. So it turns out, she holds such a place in his heart. She gazed at Lin Qiye, who was still methodically clearing the obstacles ahead, and gently called out, Little Qiye. Lin Qiye shivered, casting a wary glance her way. I understand you are quite thrilled and happy at the moment, but please, if you have something to say, do so plainly without all this fuss. Chapter 35. Conditions and Kisses. Jiang's gaze was filled with affection, akin to that of a guardian observing a mischievous younger relative. With a gentle tone, she remarked, Sister is going to speak with your brother-in-law about a matter. I shall return shortly. You may run along, but do ensure you evade capture. Is this truly the brother-in-law? Lin Qiye expressed his disdain. waving his hands dismissively. Hurry along, hurry along. Your presence here is merely a burden. Since their ascent up the mountain, Jiang had merely run without engaging in any combat, having not even touched the tactical knife issued by the instructor. In her words, it is but a small hill. With a few swift movements, I could reach the summit. Why exert unnecessary effort? Now, while she was absent, the 4 drones trailing behind would make his task significantly easier. Jiang conjured a game token from thin air and tossed it to him, stating, "This is a spatial anchor point. Hold on to it, and I shall teleport to you shortly." With that, she vanished in an instant, leaving Lin Qiye rolling his eyes in exasperation. The instructor behind the drones exclaimed, "What was it that just zipped past?" Instructor Hong stared at the footage relayed by the drones, utterly bewildered. How had Jiang disappeared so suddenly? Among the drones that followed Lin Qiye, 2 diligently continued to launch paint rounds, while the other 2 flitted about aimlessly like disoriented flies. What the hell? Where did she go? Instructor Hong could not suppress his astonishment. Gang, hearing the commotion, approached and inquired, "What is happening?" Instructor Hong, his expression grave, replied, "Jiang seems to have vanished in an instant. The drones can no longer locate her." What? Gang's immediate reaction, after reviewing the drone surveillance footage, was to locate Shun Qingzhu, who had just been released. "Go, check if Shun Qingzhu is still in the vehicle." Before long, an instructor hurried back, panic evident in his tone. "Sir, Shun Qingzhu is also missing." Gang let out a sigh of relief, feeling an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "All right, keep a close watch on Lin Qiye's movements. Jiang will likely seek him out shortly." Instructor Hong, observing Gang's series of reactions, was filled with curiosity but restrained himself from voicing his thoughts. The favoritism and attention Gang displayed towards Jiang had not gone unnoticed by the instructors. They had speculated in hushed tones about whether Jiang might be the commander's daughter, given the similarities in their names. However, it was evident that Jiang harbored secrets yet to be revealed. 2 minutes earlier, on the bus, the last row was occupied by a solitary figure, gazing melancholically out the window at the passing scenery. Liang, with an apologetic expression, ventured, "Shun, brother Shun." Without turning around, Shun Qingzhu coldly retorted, "Get lost." Liang sighed, opting not to elaborate further. He acknowledged that he had indeed faltered under the effects of the truth ring. However, the instructors had been excessively cruel to utilize such devices to torment the new recruits, leading him to inadvertently disclose Shun's secret. "Everything seems to have settled down now. It is likely that Shan Ge will ignore me for several days." However, on a more optimistic note, if Jiang were to hear Shun Ji's heartfelt confession and directly enter into a relationship with him, perhaps he would even achieve something noteworthy. Liang, lost in thought, remained oblivious to the turmoil raging within Shun Qingzhu's heart at that moment. In truth, he bore little anger towards Liang, as even he himself had been unable to resist the allure of the truth ring. Instead, he was filled with regret and frustration at his own weakness, unable to withstand even the slightest temptation, compounded by the uncertainty of how to face Jiang in the future without feeling awkward. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept by, accompanied by a scent that was strikingly familiar. Could it be the fragrance of Jiang's shampoo? Just as he turned in astonishment, his arm was seized, and he vanished from his seat in an instant. Liang, who had been glancing back at Shun Qingzhu from his position ahead, found to his bewilderment that Shun Ge had inexplicably disappeared. His pupils dilated in shock, and just as he opened his mouth to call out, an instructor boarded the bus, shouting, "Is Shun Qingzhu here?" Trembling, Liang raised his hand, stammering, "Shun Ge." He vanished into thin air in the realm of the mind. Jiang and Shun Qingzhu stood face to face. Jiang? How come? Shun Qingzhu was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. For a moment, he nearly reacted instinctively. Jiang looked at him with a radiant smile, her lips parting slightly as she spoke. "Shun Qingzhu, I've heard that you have feelings for me." This direct approach caught Shun Qingzhu off guard. Gazing at the enchanting young woman before him, his mind went blank, and his heart felt as though it were being gripped tightly by an unseen force. causing him to swallow hard. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and confessed, "Yes, I like you." But before he could finish his sentence, a slender finger, as delicate as jade, pressed against his lips. Jiang pouted in dissatisfaction. "All right, that's enough. You needn't say more. I probably wouldn't want to hear it anyway." At that moment, Shun Qingzhu realized that perhaps, just perhaps, Jiang harbored a modicum of affection for him as well. A flicker of hope ignited within him. He grasped the hand that was resting against his lips, holding it tightly, as if it were the most precious treasure in his life, unwilling to let go for even a moment. "I do like you, but right now I have nothing to offer. I intended to wait until I was more established before confessing. I fear that the current version of myself cannot provide you with what you desire." His voice, no longer calm as it had always been, trembled slightly, revealing the tension and unease he felt. Yet his gaze toward Jiang remained earnest and solemn. Jiang had always believed that among Shun Qingzhu's features, his eyes were the most captivating. Typically aloof and proud, his emotions were hidden within those eyes. Now, as he focused intently on her, they sparkled as if scattered with shards of diamonds. It was evident that his words did not align with her desires. "What do you think I want?" Jiang's tone was laced with indignation. "Do you truly believe that when I, Jiang, seek a boyfriend, I only consider superficial attributes?" Shun Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback, stuttering as he attempted to clarify. "No, I meant to say that at this moment, I am unable to even purchase a gift you would cherish. I simply believe that what other girlfriends possess, you too should be able to attain." Moreover, his Adam's apple bobbed nervously, his ears flushed with heat. "And I inquired with Bai Li Pangbang about your birthday. You are still not of age. Early romance is ill-advised." As he uttered the last 4 words, his voice became nearly inaudible. Jiang's pupils dilated in disbelief. "Early romance?" Shun Qingzhu nodded emphatically. "Yes, your birthday is in December, over 2 months away from your coming of age." Jiang was momentarily speechless, rubbing her forehead in frustration. She had never anticipated that she was still underage, nor could she fathom Shun Qingzhu's unwavering adherence to principles. "So, are you suggesting we wait until I am of age before being together?" "I think." Shun Qingzhu's expression wavered, revealing his internal conflict over the gifts that other girlfriends possessed. Jiang clenched her teeth in determination, her heart steeled. Suddenly, she rose on her toes, her hands slithering around Shun Qingzhu's neck, pulling him forcefully toward herself. She elevated herself, her lips slightly parted, and, disregarding everything, kissed him fervently. Shun Qingzhu's eyes widened in shock, his body stiffening, his mind blank. Yet, Jiang was undeterred. Her kiss bore the weight of her anger and an indescribable yearning. Her lips warm and soft against his. Initially taken aback, Shun Qingzhu soon succumbed to instinct, wrapping his arms around Jiang's waist and drawing her tightly into his embrace. Deepening the kiss, their breaths quickened, and the air around them seemed to ignite. In that moment, it felt as though the entire world faded away, leaving only the two of them. After what felt like an eternity, their lips parted. Jiang's cheeks flushed crimson, yet her gaze remained defiantly locked onto Shun Qingzhu. Her chest heaving, breaths ragged. Shun Qingzhu, too, was panting, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions: shock, surprise, and an undeniable desire. Jiang. His voice was low and husky, tinged with unrestrained joy and a hint of bashfulness. Jiang tilted her head slightly, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. "So now, do you still insist on waiting until I am of age?" Shun Qingzhu gazed at her, his eyes growing deeper in intensity, and once more enveloped Jiang in his arms, holding her tightly as though he wished to meld her into his very being. Chapter 36. Midnight conversations in the inky blackness of the forest. 2 figures darted through the shadows like phantoms, their speed reaching its zenith. Behind them, an increasing number of drones pursued relentlessly. At that moment, 8 drones were hot on their heels, unleashing a torrent of paintball fire akin to a deluge. Yet astonishingly, not a single drop had touched the 2. "From the looks of you, it seems you haven't reached an agreement with my brother-in-law, have you?" Lin Qiye's teasing voice floated in from a left. Observing Yi Jiang in such a beleaguered state was a rare treat. Indeed, he felt a surge of energy wash over him, dispelling his fatigue. Yi Jiang's expression stiffened as she kicked a stone that blocked her path with force, her tone heavy with sarcasm. "Are you itching for trouble?" Puffed. Lin Qiye couldn't help but chuckle, noticing the increasingly dangerous glint in Yi Jiang's eyes. He quickly cleared his throat and surrendered. All right, I won't tease you anymore. We're almost at the summit." They had been racing through the forest for an entire afternoon, and the weight on their backs had not elicited a single command from their instructor for quite some time. Truth be told, this ordeal tested not only their physical prowess, but also their mental fortitude. On the surface, Yi Jiang appeared calm, yet her mind was besieged by countless terrifying images from horror films she had previously watched. She envisioned rural teachers, bizarre creatures crawling out of wells, and a maniacal figure wielding a chainsaw, all interspersed with peculiar individuals bouncing along the path. The atmosphere was thick with dread. Her ability to remain composed in such a moment, even engaging in banter with Lin Qiye, showcased her formidable psychological resilience. Down below, a group of instructors watched in awe as the two figures sprinted and leaped across the drone footage. Are Lin Qiye and Yi Jiang truly this physically capable? One instructor mused. "I recall Yi Jiang awakening her medical abilities. Not this," another remarked, noting the remarkable strength she seemed to possess. "Perhaps she could serve as a formidable force in battle. Have you noticed? They have consistently maintained a straight trajectory, as if heading directly for the finish line. Is that true? We have been altering our routes with forbidden items, yet they seem completely unaffected. At this rate, they might reach the finish line quite soon." Given their speed, perhaps in another 2 hours, Instructor Hong said quietly, his gaze fixed intently on the two figures. "Let us tidy up here and wait for them at the finish line." On the mountain, the drones, which had been firing indiscriminately, suddenly ceased their assault, retracting their offensive and retreating altogether. Lin Qiye glanced back. "Have the drones run out of power?" "Seems likely," Yi Jiang replied. "We must be close to the finish line." In silence, the two continued their run, completing the remaining distance. In the 10th hour since the recruits had entered Jinan Mountain, Lin Qiye and Yi Jiang suddenly beheld a blinding light ahead. It was the headlights of a vehicle. All the instructors stood at the finish line, silently watching. Moments later, two figures, caked in mud and appearing somewhat disheveled, emerged from the thicket, one trailing just behind the other. Their military uniforms bore various degrees of damage, yet their spirits were remarkably high. Yi Jiang declared, "I was just pretending." Beneath the luminous glow, the two approached the instructors and rendered a formal military salute. In the face of the astonished and admiring gazes of those present, Yi Jiang, with a beaming smile, inquired, "Excuse me, instructor, have we completed our task?" Instructor Hong, his expression a mixture of complexity, after a moment's pause, gently patted Lin Qiye and Yi Jiang on the shoulders, proclaiming, "You have accomplished your mission, and moreover, you have forged history." A relentless 10-hour sprint, without any supplies, while bearing heavy loads and enduring pursuit, had led them to successfully traverse the entirety of Jinan Mountain. This was no mere completion of a task. It was the manifestation of an extraordinary miracle. Lin Qiye exhaled a slight sigh of relief. Though the life essence crystals on his wrist continuously restored his stamina and mended his injured muscles, the unceasing, rapid running for such an extended duration had indeed pushed him to his limits. Now, as he suddenly relaxed, his once taut legs gave way. Quick as a flash, Yi Jiang supported him and administered some treatment to alleviate his discomfort. Instructor Hong handed them both a bottle of water, exclaiming, "You both are remarkable. Throughout all the training camps, you are the first recruits to have truly succeeded in crossing Jinan Mountain." Lin Qiye gulped down a generous mouthful of water and, intrigued, asked, "Has no one accomplished this before?" "No," Instructor Hong replied, shaking his head. "That is precisely why you have made history. Now, let us return, as it is quite late." That night, the new recruits were soaking in medicinal baths in their dormitory. Yi Jiang lay in the tub, drowsy. Molly, however, sat in her bath, wide awake. After much contemplation, she decided to discuss the day's events with Yi Jiang. "Jiang, are you asleep?" she asked softly. Yi Jiang, eyes closed, replied, "No, what's up?" "Nothing much. I just wanted to talk to you about Shen Qingzhu." "About Shen Qingzhu?" Yi Jiang instantly became alert, her mind racing with melodramatic scenarios from countless novels. Molly, curious, asked, "What did you think when he confessed to you today?" What was his thought? Yi Jiang's annoyance flared at the thought of the afternoon's events. With a cold laugh, she retorted, "What does it matter what I think? He wasn't even listening." Her tone brimmed with indignation as she recounted Shen Qingzhu's words to Molly, ultimately lamenting, "I have never encountered someone so principled." Molly chuckled softly, surprised that Shen Qingzhu, who appeared to be a playboy, possessed such an innocent heart. "But doesn't this also signify that he genuinely cares for you?" Yi Jiang sighed, "I understand, but I don't want to waste time. If we clearly like each other, why wait? So many people linger in such uncertainty, only to end up missing their chance. Why endure this? If you like someone, be together. If not, part ways. Isn't that better?" She certainly comprehended Shen Qingzhu's perspective. However, as night watchers, they could be called to duty at any moment, potentially leading to an irrevocable separation or assignment to different teams in distant cities. Long-distance relationships often diminish in emotional connection, and later regrets would be futile. Why not act sooner? Certainly, she was well aware of Shen Qingzhu's fate, and with her own system providing an advantage, she was unlikely to encounter any mishaps. However, life is replete with unexpected occurrences, and she simply wished to avoid any lingering regrets. Moreover, having already stamped her approval on Shen Qingzhu, she was perplexed by his steadfast resolve. Yet, Shen Qingzhu remained resolute in his decision to wait, at least until she reached adulthood, which infuriated her to the point of biting him several times. Beneath the moonlight, Yi Jiang and Molly could only sigh in resignation. Chapter 37. Your sister Hemera on the rooftop of the female dormitory in the training camp. Yi Jiang had set up an incredibly comfortable beanbag chair, languidly sprawled across it, fully relishing the gentle caress of the night breeze. It was deep autumn, while the days still retained a hint of warmth. The nights were distinctly cool and pleasant. After each training session, Yi Jiang would escape to this secluded corner of the rooftop, where surveillance cameras could not reach, nestling into the chair while idly fiddling with some beads to pass the time. With the deadline for her task fast approaching, she had been contemplating whether to seize this opportunity to call Yi Fan and inquire about the matter of the soul return talisman. It had been quite some time, yet the system still showed no signs of the medium Team S regrets being resolved. Could it be that something had gone awry on Yi Fan's end? Just as she was lost in thought, the door to the boys' dormitory rooftop creaked open. Yi Jiang opened her eyes and quickly tuned her senses toward that direction, only to find Lin Qiye. What could he possibly be doing on the rooftop at such a late hour? She observed Lin Qiye standing there, his eyes tightly shut, seemingly engaged in deep meditation, utterly motionless. Yi Jiang scratched her head, suddenly recalling that this period coincided with the dark goddess Nyx reaching 50% healing. This meant, in the next moment, a stunningly beautiful woman clad in an exquisite black veil gown materialized like a phantom behind Lin Qiye, locking eyes with Yi Jiang, who was hidden in the shadows. Yi Jiang's heart raced, panic setting in as she quickly withdrew her senses, shrinking back into the chair like a frightened kitten, scarcely daring to breathe. She swallowed hard, her heartbeat accelerating. Could that be Nyx, one of the renowned primordial deities from Greek mythology? Her beauty was breathtaking, an undeniable aura of power emanating from her, coupled with a motherly authority that instilled both awe and fear. Yi Jiang felt an inexplicable mixture of nervousness and sadness wash over her. It was absurd. She was not Nyx's child, so why was she feeling such trepidation? "Danaeus," Nyx said, a hint of confusion crossing her features. "Why doesn't your sister come to see me?" "Sister?" Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback, following Nyx's gaze to the spot where Yi Jiang was concealed. "Mother, do you mean my sister is also here?" Nyx's expression darkened, a flicker of irritation appearing as she remarked, "Naughty child, hiding from me." No sooner had she spoken than her form flickered like a specter, instantly appearing on the girls' dormitory rooftop, with Lin Qiye hastily utilizing his starry night dancer ability to follow suit. Upon seeing the unmistakably out-of-place bean bag chair and a collection of snacks, Lin Qiye surmised that the one attempting to disguise herself beneath a small blanket was undoubtedly Yi Jiang. Nix gently lifted the blanket covering Yi Jiang's head. Her tone calm, yet imbued with an irresistible force as she said, "Hemera, do you not wish to see your mother?" Yi Jiang's heart sank, her mind going blank. "I have been discovered, having taken the divine essence of another child and being caught by the child's mother in the act. What should one do? I await your guidance with urgency." As the adage goes, when faced with an insurmountable dilemma, sometimes it is best to refrain from seeking a solution. Yi Jiang forced a smile that was more wretched than tears, hastily pushing the snacks from the small table towards Nix, her voice trembling as she suggested, Mother, perhaps you could sit down and have a bite?" Surprisingly, Nix's current expression, devoid of emotion, made Yi Jiang feel as if she would face a severe reprimand if she dared to disobey. Lin Qiye, utterly bewildered, stared wide-eyed at Yi Jiang, incredulity written all over his face as he exclaimed, "Mother, are you referring to Yi Jiang? She is the goddess of daylight, Hemera." With a gentle demeanor, Nix embraced the obediently seated Yi Jiang, who had eagerly opened her arms for a hug, revealing a smile of satisfaction and warmth. "Indeed, you have been with your sister for so long, and yet failed to recognize her?" Lin Qiye's expression was one of utter confusion and disbelief, his eyes resembling those of a dead fish as he looked at Yi Jiang, seemingly pleading for an explanation of the bewildering situation. Yi Jiang, adorned with a smile of persuasion, gestured with her eyes, urging him to listen to her explanation. The powerful aura emanating from Nix had attracted the attention of many onlookers. To avoid revealing her identity, Yi Jiang decisively waved her hand, drawing the three of them into her mental realm, where she thoughtfully conjured an enormous, soft, and comfortable lazy sofa, accompanied by a table laden with an array of snacks. Nix settled beside Yi Jiang on the plush sofa. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the surroundings, exclaiming in astonishment, "Hemera, you have established your divine realm within that of Dainados." Yi Jiang handed 3 cups of milk tea to Nix and Lin Qiye, nodding in affirmation, "Yes, my power is still quite feeble. I can only temporarily reside within his divine realm for now." Filled with love and concern, Nix held Yi Jiang tightly in her embrace, gently stroking Lin Qiye's head as she reassured him, "Do not worry, my child. Now that you have reawakened the essence of daylight, I believe it won't be long before you regain your formidable strength. Moreover, the support you two provide each other brings me great comfort." While Nix and Yi Jiang shared an intimate conversation filled with a plethora of words that Lin Qiye could not comprehend, he suppressed his questions, noting that Nix's healing progress had already reached 60% in such a short time. At this rate, he would soon be able to extract new abilities. "Mother, you must try this. It's taro bubble milk tea, and it tastes extraordinary. This one is also delightful. If you like it, please indulge. And remember to take some home to share with your friends." Little Qiye, don't just sit there. Hurry and eat, considered a late-night snack. Time slipped away unnoticed, and eventually, both Lin Qiye and Yi Jiang recognized it was time to return to rest, while Nix also had to depart for the hospital. She tightly grasped Yi Jiang's hand, her eyes brimming with reluctance, softly admonishing, "Hecate, you must take good care of yourself. If anyone dares to bully you, have Dainados come to me. I shall advocate for you." "I understand, Mother," Yi Jiang replied, nestling in Nix's embrace, her heart heavy with longing, reluctant to let go. The genuine maternal love bestowed upon her by this goddess filled her with immeasurable warmth and happiness, her heart overflowing with joy. Just before Nix was to depart, Yi Jiang suddenly spoke with unwavering determination, "Mother, do not worry about vengeance. Once I ascend to the pinnacle of power, I shall join you in confronting Olympus." This was not solely for the progression of the narrative, but also for Nix, the goddess who truly cared for her. She was resolute in her journey to Olympus, intent on reclaiming justice for them. Nix's eyes glistened with emotion as she gently caressed Yi Jiang's head, saying, "Very well, Mother will await your return." Chapter 38. Confession. As the figure of Nix faded into the ether, Lin Qiye and Yi Jiang exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with an eerie silence. After a prolonged pause, Lin Qiye spoke softly, "Comrade Hemera, please elucidate this for me. Ye Jiang, replied. Tonight is quite the sophisticated affair. Which aspect would you like to hear about first? Pondering for a moment, Lin Qiye inquired, what is the divine realm? Why did Nix assert that you reside within my divine realm? The divine realm represents the domains governed by various deities. Yet I am no deity. How could I possess a divine realm? Lin Qiye was engulfed in confusion, unable to fathom why Nix would make such a statement. Jiang fell silent, contemplating whether to lay everything bare. Lin Qiye's dark eyes fixated on her. Are you uncertain as well? Not precisely. Jiang scratched her head. I was contemplating how to convey this in a manner you might better comprehend. Suddenly, Lin Qiye felt an ominous premonition. Just speak plainly. Do not concern yourself with my reaction. With a grave expression, Jiang replied, I can disclose this to you, but you must promise me to remain calm and composed. No matter what. Can you manage that? Yes. In truth, the entirety of Songnan City was obliterated 9 years ago. That is, it perished. You utilized the mortal realm of the divine to revive all its inhabitants. Her voice was soft, yet each word struck Lin Qiye's heart like a hammer. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in shock, unable to contain his incredulity. Perished? You must be jesting. That was an entire city, not merely a handful of individuals. How could this be? Jiang's gaze was filled with compassion and reluctance as she gently responded, It is true. 9 years ago, Songnan City was conceptually erased by an external deity using a forbidden artifact. At that time, you bore the power of the Archangel Michael, utilizing the mortal realm of the divine to resurrect the city, sustaining it for 9 years. 9 years ago, Lin Qiye murmured. Was that when my eyes were seared by Michael's power? Jiang nodded. Indeed, the inability to withstand Michael's power led to your blindness. Taking a deep breath, Lin Qiye asked, and my aunt and Jean? Your aunt also vanished at that time, as did Captain Chen Mai, who happened to be on a mission in Songnan. You may not have realized, but you have never left Songnan City since childhood. This is because should you depart, the miracle will dissipate. However, even if you remain in Songnan, the mortal realm of the divine can only persist for another year. It is likely that by next year, Songnan City will vanish once more. At that moment, Lin Qiye felt as if struck by lightning, his entire being frozen in place, his mind a blank slate. Aunt and Jean, they too shall disappear? Jiang appeared considerably more at ease, even finding the time to sip her milk tea. However, do not fret, for within the sacred realm of the goddess of daylight lies a power known as the purification field, capable of cleansing all negative states. I initially intended to return during the holiday to see if I could rescue Aunt and Captain Chen Mai. Suddenly, Lin Qiye's gaze brightened with an alarming intensity, staring blankly at Jiang. The overwhelming surge of joy and sorrow made him feel as though a lump was lodged in his chest, making it impossible to swallow or expel, causing him immense discomfort. After a moment, he slowly squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Why didn't you say this earlier? Jiang shrugged, her expression resolute. I've already mentioned it. I told you to remain calm, yet it was you who was too anxious to listen. Lin Qiye helplessly closed his eyes, exhaling deeply before asking again. Why not return now to save them? I understand your urgency, but please hold your horses. Even if we cannot purify the effects of Shiva's grievance, I have a second plan. Jiang playfully raised 2 fingers, waving them before Lin Qiye. When Songnan disappears, we will preserve Ant's and the other souls, and then I will create a body for Ant. At that point, we can directly merge. Lin Qiye looked on with skepticism. Is this reliable? Jiang let out a cold chuckle. Are you questioning the most dependable sister in this world, Donatus? At the mention of this, Lin Qiye recalled previous events. Are you truly the goddess of daylight, Hemera? Well, perhaps not yet, but in the future, you might indeed address me as the goddess of daylight, Jiang. Lin Qiye responded, I see, so it's all a fabrication. So, the powers you utilized before were from the goddess of daylight's sacred realm? Ah, this. She indeed had not employed the ability of the source of daylight. Jiang touched her nose sheepishly, and Lin Qiye immediately understood. All right, I comprehend now. We should make our exit. Yuan Gang has been waiting outside for quite some time. Jiang had long sensed Yuan Gang's presence outside, yet she first attended to Nike's and then engaged in conversation with Lin Qiye, allowing him to wait outside. Lin Qiye paused. Instructor Yuan? What is he waiting for us? Nike's aura is overwhelmingly powerful, so he certainly sensed it. He came to investigate. Just tell him that Nike's is here to find you as an agent. Jiang appeared notably relaxed. Lin Qiye shot her a sidelong glance. Why don't you say he is here to find you? This person always made him shoulder the blame. Jiang shook her finger while making its sking sound. You're thinking too small, little Qiye. Moments ago, Nike specifically instructed you to take good care of me. Are you not heeding your sister's words? Be wary, or I shall report your misdeeds to her next time. Lin Qiye. On the rooftop, Yuan Gang sat solemnly on Jiang's lazy sofa, gripping the star blade, quietly awaiting their return. Suddenly, a head materialized before him without warning. Yuan Gang was taken aback. His reflexes surpassed his thoughts, and he swiftly unsheathed his blade, striking out, only to trigger the protective barrier surrounding Jiang, which firmly halted his strike. Jiang widened her eyes in disbelief as she gazed at the blade before her, exclaiming, Instructor Yuan, how could you possibly strike me? Jiang, why is it that you are left with nothing but your head? Yuan Gang hastily set down the knife, feigning ignorance of the incident. Jiang rolled her eyes in response. I am perfectly fine. It is you who has taken my place. I merely poked my head out to warn you, fearing that I might accidentally step on you. Chapter 39. The Early New Year's Money Cough. Yuan Gang awkwardly stood up, making way as Jiang and Lin Qiye emerged one after the other from the realm of consciousness. Jiang feigned ignorance, her face brimming with curiosity as she inquired, Instructor Yuan, what brings you here? Yuan Gang shot her a fierce glare. Do not play dumb. Was that unfamiliar divine aura just now conjured by you? How could you accuse me so unjustly? Jiang pouted, her lively eyes subtly directing his attention to Lin Qiye beside her. Yuan Gang, filled with confusion, turned his gaze toward Lin Qiye. Was it you who caused it? Lin Qiye reluctantly admitted, yes, it was me. That aura was certainly not that of the Archangel Michael. You cannot possibly be suggesting that you are also a dual divine agent, can you? Yuan Gang wore an expression of disbelief. Lin Qiye let out a dry laugh. Instructor Yuan, what if I truly am a dual divine agent? Yuan Gang's eyes nearly popped out in astonishment, scanning the two individuals before him. Is that true? Which deity? The goddess of night? Nix, Lin Qiye responded. The goddess of night. Yuan Gang could not help but exclaim, for she was one of the primordial deities of Greek mythology. But you are already the agent of the Archangel Michael, aren't you? I am indeed walking two paths. Yuan Gang replied. Jiang could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter. Yuan Gang frowned at the two evidently mischievous individuals. You aren't using Lin Qiye as a scapegoat to fool me, are you? Instructor Yuan, how could you think so ill of us? Do we appear to be the type to lie? Lin Qiye silently scoffed. If you never lied, there would be no con artists in this world. Upon hearing her retort, Yuan Gang fell silent for a moment before shifting the topic. What task has the goddess of night assigned you as her agent? Typically, when a deity selects an agent, they provide a specific task. However, it was peculiar that Lin Qiye had not received any requirements from Michael and had instead scorched his eyes at first glance, rendering him blind for a decade. Surely, Nick could not be so unreasonable as well. Lin Qiye scratched his head. She asked me to help her find a bracelet. Yuan Gang nodded thoughtfully. A request for an item? That is somewhat reassuring. After a pause, he pondered, but why would Nix choose an agent like you? And how did you end up with Lin Qiye? Jiang stated with righteous conviction, Instructor Yuan, you see, you do not quite understand. When purchasing goods, one must compare several options. Selecting an agent also requires careful consideration to find a suitable and pleasing choice. Oh, is that so? Yuan Gang appeared somewhat perplexed, as he was neither a divine agent nor familiar with such intricacies. Very well then, it is quite late. You both should return and rest. Training awaits you tomorrow. Okay. Jiang made an okay gesture, swiftly retrieving the lazy sofa and snacks from the rooftop into the system space, then skipped downstairs. Yuan Gang turned to Lin Qiye. Why haven't you left yet? Lin Qiye was in a state of inner turmoil, It felt rather inappropriate to exit the girls' dormitory in broad daylight, and scaling the wall in front of the instructor seemed equally unwise. However, since Instructor Yuan had urged him, he decided to choose a more convenient method. Lin Qiye thought to himself, "I shall proceed." With that, he nimbly leaped from the rooftop of the girls' dormitory to that of the boys' dormitory, swiftly disappearing from Yuan Gang's line of sight. Yuan Gang approached the edge of the rooftop, surveying the nearly 5-meter gap between the two dormitories, unable to suppress a click of his tongue. This young lad, it seems that in future training sessions, dormitories must be spaced at least 20 meters apart. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Over the course of 5 months of intensive training, the mental fortitude and combat preparedness of the new recruits had undergone a dramatic transformation. Yet, the instructors remained as stringent as ever. In the cafeteria, the enticing aroma of food continuously assaulted the nostrils of the recruits. Bai Li, plump and jovial, clutched a large meat bun in his hand, his mouth covered in grease. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he inquired, "With the new year approaching, do you think we will have a break?" Lin Qiye was taken aback. The days in the training camp had flown by so swiftly that he had not even realized the new year was imminent. Jiang and Shun Qingzhu sat together, chewing on a lovingly prepared soft-boiled egg that Shun Qingzhu had peeled. Upon hearing the question, they replied, "Yes." Bai Li's eyes brightened, and he mischievously pressed on, "Sister Jiang, do you have insider information?" "Well, it may not strictly be insider information, perhaps more akin to external news," replied Jiang. Lin Qiye furrowed his brow. "You have external news?" Chao Yuan retorted, "Is this really the time to debate the distinction between internal and external matters?" "Precisely. Accurate information is undoubtedly good news." Bai Li hastily chimed in. Lin Qiye. Jiang beckoned them closer, and Bai Li and the others quickly understood, gathering around her. "I have heard that a nefarious organization intends to target the training camp. Instructor Yuan and the others plan to break us into smaller groups, ensuring that the recruits remain safer." Nefarious organization? Could it possibly be the ancient god cult? Lin Qiye suddenly recalled what Zhao Kongsheng had mentioned to him before joining Team 136. This ancient god cult was the largest malevolent organization within the Great Xia territory. Jiang nodded, a smile playing on her lips. Indeed, Bai Li should be quite familiar with it. Bai Li waved his hand dismissively. "Back when I was in Guangshan, they often attempted to assassinate me. I've heard my bounty is several 100 million Great Xia coins." "Several 100 million." Everyone gasped in unison. Among them, aside from Bai Li, the others were quite impoverished, and upon hearing of such a vast bounty, they gazed at Bai Li with eyes gleaming with avarice. Jiang lightly cleared her throat, signaling everyone to focus on her. With a flicker of light in her hand, several gleaming gold ingots appeared on the table. Bai Li exclaimed in astonishment, "Sister Jiang, what do you need with so many gold ingots in your space?" Jiang distributed a gold ingot to each person, smiling as she said, "This is an early gift of New Year's money for you all. When the time comes, none of us will be able to return home, and we'll have to spend the new year in Songnan. Selling this ingot will ensure we have a pleasant celebration." Moreover, she reminded Pang, "There aren't many places in Songnan where you can use a credit card, so make sure to withdraw some cash as soon as the holiday begins, and keep it on hand." Bai Li Pang played with the gold ingot, nodding repeatedly. "Got it, Sister Jiang." Lin Qiye had an inkling of the origins of these gold ingots, and, given her good rapport with Jiang, accepted the early New Year's gift without hesitation. Chao Yuan followed suit, expressing gratitude as he received his share. However, when it came to Shun Qingzhu and Deng Wei, they hesitated and felt too embarrassed to accept. Jiang understood that it was Shun Qingzhu's pride at play, yet recalling that in the original story, these few could only afford to eat plain noodles in Noodle Shop during the new year. Her heart felt heavy. Chapter 40. I haven't wronged any of you upon exiting the cafeteria. Jiang seized the opportunity to claim she had matters to discuss with Shun Qingzhu, firmly pulling him away without further ado. The onlookers at the entrance of the cafeteria gazed at the retreating figures of the two, and Bai Li Pang couldn't help but exclaim, "Who would have thought that the usually arrogant and haughty brother would turn into a submissive husband after falling in love?" The term submissive husband was one he had heard from other recruits, perfectly encapsulating Shun Qingzhu's demeanor when facing Yi Jiang. Chao Yuan interjected with a smirk. If you were dating Yi Jiang, would you not be meek? Initially, everyone at the training camp assumed Yi Jiang was just an ordinary logistics aide, until the incident during the Forbidden Ruins riot, when Yi Jiang decisively knocked out Chao Yuan's transformed Black King with a single punch in front of everyone, leading them to realize why Lin Qiye, as the divine agent, would heed her every command. The power behind that punch was such that anyone disobedient would surely suffer its consequences. Lin Qiye, however, held a differing view. What are you talking about? I see Brother Zhua is quite willing and enjoying himself. Have you forgotten when he thought Yi Jiang was lost, lamenting that she was merely a delicate girl? Li Pang's eyes brimmed with sympathy for Shun Qingzhu, thinking to himself how fortunate his own partner, Li, was, though she appeared cold and indifferent. She would never knock someone out with a single blow. Love truly blinds one. The others shook their heads in a mix of exasperation and amusement. Meanwhile, after pulling Shun Qingzhu out of sight, Yi Jiang swiftly drew him into the realm of the mind. Once inside, she forcefully pinned him against the wall, executing a bold wall slam. Tell me, why won't you accept my gold ingots? Yi Jiang glared at him, her cheeks puffed up in indignation. Shun Qingzhu lowered his gaze upon the irate young woman before him, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he reached out to tenderly pinch her soft, chubby cheeks. If I were to accept them, wouldn't that make me a kept man? Rest assured, I still have my own money. His voice was soft and deep. Your money is yours, but what I offer you is mine to give. I simply wish for you to spend what I provide. Do you have any objections? Yi Jiang stood with her hands on her hips, her eyes shimmering with determination. Shun Qingzhu fell silent, yet his expression betrayed a multitude of thoughts. Yi Jiang struck the wall in frustration, exclaiming, I knew it. Seven Knight was right. You don't listen to me now. What will it be like when we're married? Will you end up abusing me? Lin Qiye, who was reveling in the gold ingots, remained speechless. First and foremost, I haven't wronged any of you. I will not. Shun Qingzhu's expression revealed a blend of helplessness, affection, and tolerance. He understood that Yi Jiang cared for him, worrying about his financial situation. However, as a man, especially when their relationship had yet to be officially defined, spending a woman's money weighed heavily upon his pride. Yi Jiang gently cradled his face in her hands, her gaze earnest and focused as she asked, If you had money, would you spend it on me? Shun Qingzhu, without a moment's hesitation, blurted out, Yes. Should I also refuse your offer to spend money on me? Yi Jiang gazed at him with wide eyes, fixated on his response. Shun Qingzhu was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Jiang continued, To be honest, this isn't even my money. It's merely my awakened forbidden domain. Forbidden domain? Shun Qingzhu inquired, his expression one of confusion. Isn't your forbidden domain microtherapy? Yi Jiang tossed her hair and replied, Just consider that I possess 2 forbidden domains. Shun Qingzhu glanced around the wondrous mental realm and asked, What about this place? Yi Jiang crossed her arms, proudly declaring, Just assume I have 3 forbidden domains. Shun Qingzhu pointed to the ethereal shield enveloping her and asked, And that shield surrounding you? Yi Jiang retorted, I knew it. You dare to question me now. What will happen in the future? She turned her head away in annoyance. Shun Qingzhu couldn't help but chuckle, gently reaching out to caress Yi Jiang's fluffy hair, soothing her. All right, then tell me about your awakened forbidden domain and its relation to the golden ingots. Yi Jiang, still miffed, produced a lazy sofa and insisted that Shun Qingzhu sit down. Then, she conjured 2 steaming cups of fruit tea, handing one to him. My forbidden domain is called creation, and theoretically, it can create any non-living object. As she spoke, she sipped her fruit tea, grimacing at the taste before conjuring a cup of warm milk tea for herself. Shun Qingzhu pondered. So those golden ingots were created by your forbidden domain? Yi Jiang nodded vigorously. I can create as many as I desire. Shun Qingzhu took a sip of his fruit tea, neither affirming nor denying her claim. He understood that Yi Jiang had more to share, but he didn't mind. There was no need for complete transparency in their relationship. Being together was sufficient. Yi Jiang nestled against him, nuzzling his neck like a kitten, her voice soft as she said, "So, do not feel burdened or overthink things, and also..." She suddenly lifted her head, her expression serious, as she looked at Shun Qingzhu and earnestly stated, "I spend money on you because I like you, and I enjoy you spending my money." Shun Qingzhu's heart softened at her candid confession. He gently embraced her and whispered in her ear, "Okay, I understand." Yi Jiang smiled and returned the embrace, then playfully remarked, "However, I awakened this forbidden domain only after entering the training camp. I have always regretted not awakening it before, as it would have allowed me to experience the joy of sudden wealth." Shun Qingzhu chuckled. "You can experience it when you leave the training camp. So, when the New Year holiday comes, let's invite Qiye, Fatty, Chao Yuan, and Deng Wei to have a great time." Ye Viang exclaimed excitedly. Shun Qingzhu nodded. "All right. I also need to visit the Qiye family to pay New Year's greetings. You should come with me." Yi Jiang's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Sure, when the time comes. Let's seek out a 5-star hotel so that we may indulge in the joys of life." "Very well. Would you grant me a kiss?" Ye Viang blinked, a faint blush adorning her cheeks. "Very well." As the words escaped his lips, Shun Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback, only to realize he had fallen into her playful trap. Lowering his gaze upon Yi Jiang's mischievous smile, he could only shake his head in resignation. "Since you have consented, I shall not hold back." Without waiting for his response, Yi Jiang rose on her toes and initiated the kiss. "Wait, Shun Qingzhu attempted to protest, but it was too late. He could only embrace her tightly, reciprocating this sweet kiss. Chapter 41. A familiar whistle suddenly pierced the air, prompting the new recruits to dash out of their dormitories like arrows released from a bow, racing towards the training ground for assembly. On the platform, the instructors, led by Instructor Hong, stood in perfect formation, their postures upright and imposing. Once everyone had gathered, Instructor Hong cleared his throat and began to speak. He announced that, starting today and lasting until the second day of the Lunar New Year, they would be granted a 4-day holiday. As soon as the words left his lips, the new recruits erupted into cheers, their expressions radiating the joy of having struck gold. After months of relentless training, they had almost become ascetics. The prospect of a break was utterly unexpected. Though it was but a brief 4 days, it felt like a significant reprieve to them. The new recruits were grinning from ear to ear, with Li Pang bouncing around like a monkey, suddenly leaping on a Lin Qiye and shouting, "Wow. We're really getting a break. Did you hear that, Qiye? We're genuinely getting time off. Ha ha ha." Chao Yuan also wore a broad smile, remarking, "The New Year's money from Sister Yi Jiang will finally come in handy." However, just as they were reveling in the thought of returning home for the new year, Instructor Hong's next statement was like a bucket of cold water, ruthlessly extinguishing their fantasies. "However, none of you are permitted to leave Songnan. If anyone is found to have left, you will be immediately expelled from the night watch." Li Pang and his companions had already heard this from Yi Jiang, so they were somewhat prepared and did not feel too disheartened, still cheerfully responding, "Understood." Lin Qiye clapped Li Pang and Chao Yuan on the shoulders, saying, "Come to my house for the New Year's Eve dinner." He thought to himself that since these two were not locals, celebrating alone would be quite lonely. To his surprise, both of them shook their heads in unison. "Let us skip the New Year's dinner. Sister Jiang said we should all eat together." Lin Qiye suddenly understood. It made sense since they would all be unable to go home. Celebrating together was only natural. "All right, I'll come find you when I have the time." On the platform, Instructor Hong waved his hand decisively. "Everyone, head back to your dormitories to pack your belongings. Assemble at the training ground within half an hour. A vehicle will take you out." With that command, the new recruits surged towards the dormitory like wild horses set free. Finally, they could escape the confines of the training camp. Yi Jiang produced a large tote bag from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Shun Qingzhu. Shun Qingzhu looked puzzled. "What is this?" Li Pang and the others, equally curious, leaned in to get a better look. "Open it and see." "Yes, hurry up." Shun Qingzhu glanced at Yi Jiang, seeking permission to open it. Yi Jiang smiled and nodded. It was nothing embarrassing, so they could look if they wished. As Shun Qingzhu opened the bag, she found several neatly folded garments inside. The group paused, taken aback. "Clothes?" Yi Jiang crossed her arms, a proud expression on her face. What? Have you never seen matching outfits for couples? Oh, the couple outfits. Even our suave brother has a matching outfit, while we do not. Well, who can blame you for being single, my dear friends? Lin Qiye mimicked Yi Jiang's pose, casting a sidelong glance at her. Yi Jiang, if you continue like this, I must say something about you. After all, our suave brother is quite the eligible bachelor. How would you know his clothing size? At this remark, the group erupted into even louder laughter, with giggles resonating around them. Shen Qingzhu cleared her throat, her face betraying an uncontrollable mirth. All right, I'll confess, I was the one who told her. Now, hurry back to the dormitory and pack your bags. We won't have much time left. Bai Li, with a teasing tone, chimed in. When our suave brother is in a relationship, everything is different. His words are all sweet and mushy. Chao Yuan laughed in agreement. Exactly. I remember when he used to dismiss people with just one word, scram. Lin Qiye chuckled. All right, just don't speak ill of our suave brother in front of Yi Jiang. Otherwise, I want to be able to stop her if she decides to give you a beating. Once everyone had changed and gathered their luggage, they arrived at the training ground, where several buses awaited them. Standing by the vehicles were a few instructors, beside whom lay piles of black long cases. Those black cases were all too familiar to the new recruits, for they contained the essential weapon of every night watchman, the Starblade. Instructor Hong stood before the recruits and proclaimed loudly, "This holiday, everyone must bring their Starblade, but it must only be used when absolutely necessary. Moreover, it must remain concealed from the general public. Do you understand?" Understood. Lin Qiye, cradling the black case, just received, leaned towards Yi Jiang and whispered, "Is it really that dangerous this time? Everyone has to carry a blade." Yi Jiang replied quietly, "Indeed, especially you. You must be cautious once we board the bus. Always be ready to activate the divine ruins." Lin Qiye nodded solemnly, understood. As the recruits boarded the bus one by one, it slowly departed from the training camp. Upon leaving the confines of the training grounds, the recruits were astonished to find that the long-forgotten forbidden ruins had returned. Simultaneously, their mental strength effortlessly reached the pool realm. The bus erupted into a cacophony of excitement and disbelief. Lin Qiye felt the shift in his mental prowess, gazing in disbelief at his hands. Murmuring, "I have broken through to the pool realm." Yi Jiang, distractedly observing the skies outside, nonchalantly replied, Congratulations." Lin Qiye turned to her. "What about you?" "Me? I haven't broken through. The town ruins monument is of no use to me." "The town ruins monument? Is it the object suppressing our forbidden ruins?" "Pretty much." At that moment, Yi Jiang's attention was entirely captured by the sky outside, her fingers absent-mindedly rubbing a game token. Suddenly, 5 small black dots appeared in the sky, descending rapidly toward them. A new recruit noticed and shouted in terror, "Look, what are those?" Yi Jiang's eyes lit up. "Little Qiye, prepare to activate the divine ruins." "Missiles! They're missiles! Get down! Take cover!" Panic-stricken cries reverberated throughout the bus. Yet Yi Jiang remained remarkably composed. Her mind raced as she calculated the distance of the missiles. She observed 3 of the 5 missiles soaring directly overhead, accurately striking the training camp behind them, instantly conjuring a colossal mushroom cloud. The violent shockwave caused the bus to tremble violently. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 missiles hurtled toward them, alarmingly close. Yi Jiang decisively opened the window and unleashed 2 blasts from her electromagnetic cannon, where golden arcs of electricity clashed with the missiles. Amidst the deafening explosions, countless fragments scattered in all directions. Subsequently, a transparent protective barrier materialized instantaneously, securing the bus within its embrace. Despite enduring the shockwaves from the dual missile strikes, the bus managed to stabilize amidst the violent shaking, avoiding a catastrophic overturn. However, the new recruits inside were far less fortunate. The tremendous shockwaves and explosions left them dizzy, blood seeping from their ears, making it exceedingly difficult to remain conscious, let alone employ their forbidden techniques. Lin Qiye, without hesitation, activated his dark erosion, an intense darkness rapidly enveloping the bus in a hemispherical shroud, effectively shielding it from all external scrutiny. Yi Jiang silently commended him. This cover was executed masterfully. Gazing at the disoriented and pained expressions of the recruits, she resolutely summoned her divine ruins, the Garden of Redemption. A fantastical garden brimming with blossoms and golden wings materialized simultaneously, emanating waves of pure and warm energy that radiated from her. Those touched by this energy experienced swift healing of their injuries, subsequently succumbing to a deep slumber. Lin Qiye, the sole witness to this remarkable spectacle, was left astounded, feeling an unexpected pang of unfairness. As divine agents, why did Yi Jiang's abilities appear so visually stunning, complete with wings? Couldn't Mika else spare a pair of wings for him as well? He yearned for that beauty. Chapter 42. I Can Still Grow. Training Camp. Before departing from the camp, Yi Jiang cast a protective barrier over the entire training facility, ensuring that all individuals and structures within remained unscathed. Wang looked up at the invisible shield above him, a warm sensation swelling within. Yet, recalling Yi Jiang's words from a few days prior, he couldn't shake a lingering sense of dread. Who would have imagined that the ancient God Church could be so devious? In a bid to sever the Night Watcher's future, they not only kidnapped a family member of an instructor, but also covertly brainwashed 2 instructors within the camp, turning them into their pawns. Chief, an instructor rushed in, visibly agitated. 2 missiles have landed on the road out of the camp. Gang's heart leapt into his throat. What did you say? The instructor continued, however. A beam of light in the sky successfully detonated the missiles, and a dark object flashed by. The bus remained unharmed, and the recruits were uninjured. Only then did Gang exhale, nodding as he inquired, "Have we gathered information on the launch site of Missile 39? According to the footage transmitted from the cameras we installed at the launch site, we indeed saw a woman enter, and she was the one who activated the missiles. What about the others at the site? As per your instructions, everyone was taken to the hospital today for a comprehensive checkup. There was no one left at the base." "Oh," Gang asked with keen interest. Did anyone object? Previously, when organizing health checks for these researchers, many had excused themselves with claims of new developments in their research, saying they were unavailable at the moment. Yet this time, they complied without hesitation. The instructor responded with a peculiar expression. "Yesterday, somehow, poisonous mushrooms accidentally mixed into the cafeteria food, coupled with undercooked green beans. Nearly 80% of the people suffered from food poisoning and were sent to the hospital, while the remaining 20% experienced severe diarrhea and were also taken to the hospital." Ahem. Gang stifled a cough with a clenched fist, suppressing a smile, threatening to break through. Yi Jiang's cunning plan was indeed effective, though it felt somewhat unfair to the staff at the launch site. On the road, a black van cruised smoothly. Ying and Yi Jiang sat in the back, quietly sharing amusing stories from their absence. In the front, Zhao Kongsheng and Wen Qima incessantly inquired about Lin Qiye's experiences at the training camp, asking if he had made any new friends. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was warm and harmonious. Yi Jiang suddenly turned to Lin Qiye and asked, "Qiye, are you heading home later?" Lin Qiye nodded. "I'll go back to check in, but there's nothing particularly special." He was still concerned about the influence of Ashiva's grudge on his aunt and Ajin, and this visit would provide an opportunity for Yi Jiang to help see if a resolution could be found. Yi Jiang nodded in agreement. "All right, then I'll accompany you." Upon hearing this, Ying grinned mischievously. "Oh, so you and Qiye have progressed to visiting family now?" "Indeed, when the time comes for us to officially be together, do remember to notify us." The playful banter was joined by Wen Qima, sitting in the passenger seat. Only Zhao Kongsheng, who was driving, emitted a vague sound of discontent, choosing not to elaborate further. Lin Qiye felt a wave of frustration wash over him. "Yejing and I are not what you think. We understand. He continued. "Moreover, Yejing is about to have a boyfriend." Lin Qiye declared. "We understand, huh? What?" Ying and Wen Qima exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes widening. Yejing chuckled softly and nodded. "Yes, I will soon have a boyfriend. I'll introduce him to you when I find the time in the next few days." Ying's gaze shifted back and forth between Yejing and Lin Qiye. Incredulity etched on her face. "Qiye, I must say, before the training camp, I urged you to keep an eye on Yejing, to prevent anyone from stealing her away. How on earth did you let her slip away?" Lin Qiye wore a look of helplessness, thinking to himself, how could he possibly monitor Yejing? Suddenly, Zhao Kongqing burst into laughter. You've lost. Remember to buy all the ingredients and drinks for tomorrow's feast. Lost what? Yejing inquired, glancing curiously at the suddenly somber Hong Ying and Wen Qimo. Zhao Kongqing cheerfully explained. They bet with me, insisting that you and Qiye would definitely end up together. I said it was impossible, and ultimately we wagered that whoever lost would be responsible for preparing the entire New Year's Eve dinner. Wen Qimo, exasperated, cast a reproachful glance at Lin Qiye, saying, Qiye, how could you let that opportunity slip away? Lin Qiye, feigning innocence, protested, Is Yejing a mere duck? More like a T-Rex. In the entire training camp, only Shen Qingzhu is unafraid of her, believing her to be the weakest girl in the world. Shen Qingzhu? Is that Yejing's boyfriend? What does he look like? Is he as handsome as Qiye? Yejing nodded vigorously, incredibly handsome, standing at 185 meters with long, straight legs, completely fitting my aesthetic, not to mention he is from a very exclusive circle. Upon hearing this, the other three fell silent, casting sympathetic glances at Lin Qiye. It turned out that Qiye had lost out due to height. When Qimo patted Lin Qiye's shoulder with sympathy, offering comfort, It's all right, Qiye. You're only 17. You still have time to grow. Lin Qiye. Upon arriving at the Peace Affairs office, Chun Mai and the members of Team 136 had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. Chun Mai had meticulously prepared a lavish feast to welcome Yejing and Lin Qiye back. Wow, so much delicious food. Both Yejing and Lin Qiye beamed with excitement, their eyes sparkling at the prospect of savoring Chun Mai's exquisite culinary skills upon their return. Wu Xiangnan gently adjusted his glasses and remarked with a smile, Indeed, the captain went out early this morning to buy vegetables and meat, all in anticipation of your return for a splendid meal. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Captain. To be honest, during their brief stay at the training camp, they had continually yearned for the familiar taste of home. To my surprise, upon my return, I was immediately indulged in a sumptuous feast. It is only wise to refrain from excessive chatter and focus on the meal at hand. After all, the time spent on idle conversation could very well diminish the enjoyment of the dish. Such a loss is not easily borne. Once we had savored our fill, everyone reclined contentedly in their chairs, lazily clutching their bellies, unwilling to stir. At this moment, Jiang rose and addressed Chun Mai, saying, Captain, I have a matter I wish to discuss with you privately. Chapter 43. The Forbidden Ruins, Light Purification Field. How did you come to know this? In the office, Chun Mai wore a serious expression, his brows furrowed as he fixated on Jiang, who sat nonchalantly on the sofa. Ye viens shuruk dismissivedi, commander ye informit me. She bore no guilt in deflecting responsibility onto Yi Fan, likely believing that he would be eager for her to resolve the matter concerning Songnan. After a moment of silence, Chun Mai's thoughts swiftly linked to the Vitality Jade and Guardian Barrier that had been gradually distributed to the Night Watchers by headquarters since 2 months prior. Others might be oblivious, but their squad, having been among the first to benefit, surely understood the implications. In fact, Xiaopingge had even called him to issue a gag order, strictly prohibiting any disclosure of Yi Jiang as the creator of these forbidden items. Given such a significant contribution, Commander, you must have shared these secrets with her with the intent of seeking her assistance in devising a solution. Chun Mai inquired eagerly, Can your forbidden ruins eliminate the effects of the Shiva's curse? Yi Jiang shook her head, and before he could reveal disappointment, she continued, It remains uncertain. We must first conduct a trial. How shall we test it? Do you require my cooperation? No need. As soon as she spoke, a white magic circle adorned with peculiar runes materialized on the office floor, and countless golden threads began to pour forth from the array, drifting towards Chun Mai. The Forbidden Ruins, Light Purification Field. Chun Mai watched in astonishment as the multitude of golden threads entered his body, feeling no pain whatsoever. Instead, he was enveloped in a sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Was this the disappearance of the Shiva's curse effect? He distinctly sensed that he was no longer a mere phantom resurrected by miracle, but had truly returned to life. Yi Jiang retracted the Forbidden Ruins, taking a moment to gauge her own spiritual energy consumption. It seemed there was hardly any expenditure. Was it truly this simple? Rescued instructor Li Yaowang's family in advance, preventing him from becoming an undercover agent. Regret. 1. Saved all personnel at Missile Launch Base number 39. Regret. 1. Erased the effects of Shiva's curse from Chun Mai. Regret. 1. Ability can be extracted. Extraction attempts. 3. Would you like to extract the ability? Upon the system prompt's emergence, Jiang felt a wave of relief. Evidently, this forbidden ruins was indeed effective. Ant and Sangnan City were saved. She dismissed the system panel, planning to extract the ability once she returned. Chun Mai, filled with exhilaration, struggled to contain his emotions before calmly inquiring, "Does your forbidden ruins consume much spiritual energy?" Jiang scratched her head, replying, "Not much, perhaps because the range of this release was limited." With a sudden burst of enthusiasm, Chun Mai slapped the table and rose, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Sangnan City is saved." Jiang hurriedly restrained his hand, which was poised to report the joyous news to Shao. "Wait, Captain, we cannot speak of this yet." Chun Mai was engulfed in confusion. "Why not resolve the matter with Sangnan sooner?" "Captain, that object still clings to you, and Sangnan is undoubtedly under close surveillance. Therefore, we must not expose ourselves." "Are you implying?" Jiang gestured towards the door, her lips moving silently. Chun Mai's pupils constricted suddenly. "Who is it?" Jiang shook her head. "Don't overthink it, Captain. The truth is not as you perceive. Every member of our team, 136, is worthy of trust. In due time, I will utilize the Forbidden Abyss, but certainly not now." As Jiang exited the office, Lin Qiye, who had been waiting outside, rushed forward, his eyes filled with urgency and inquiry. Jiang smiled and nodded, a wave of relief washing over Lin Qiye, causing a smile to bloom on his face. "Enough with the silly grins. It is only a little past 4. I plan to visit the gold shop. Would you like to accompany me?" She had little cash on hand and could not directly conjure money with her abilities, as that would disrupt market order. Thus, it was more prudent to exchange gold for currency. Without hesitation, Lin Qiye replied, "I will join you." He also wished to convert the gold ingot given by Jiang into money to buy gifts for his aunt and Ajin. "All right, let us inform Hong Ying and the others," Lin Qiye added, "and let us take the Starry Blade along." As night fell, the two emerged from the shopping mall, laden with bags. Lin Qiye eagerly counted their spoils, meticulously checking for any omissions. In contrast, Jiang appeared dazed, her expression numb, as if she had lost all ideals and goals in life. She had never imagined a boy could be so enthusiastic about shopping. Lin Qiye had likely been constrained by financial limitations before. "Shall we seek out Bai Li and the others for dinner?" Jiang surveyed their surroundings, her gaze drawn to a towering building nearby, prompting her to ask. Lin Qiye glanced at the multitude of shopping bags in his hands, hesitating. "Shouldn't we head to my aunt's house first?" He was eager to see how his aunt and Ajin looked in their new clothes. Jiang threw her arm around his shoulder. "Why the rush? We can go in the morning, just in time to share the New Year's Eve dinner with them." "All right." Then, as they approached the vicinity of the Kailansky Hotel, a blinding flash of fire suddenly erupted from the towering structure, resembling exploding fireworks. A définie explosion réverbérated, akin to thunder rolling across the sky, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Bystanders watched in horror as various debris rained down from the building, eliciting terrified screams. Among the chaos, two figures plummeted at an astonishing speed. Jiang and Lin Qiye inwardly cursed their misfortune, swiftly stowing all their shopping bags into the system space. In the blink of an eye, their figures vanished like phantoms and reappeared beneath the hotel. Looking up, they immediately spotted Bai Li and Shao Yuan, who were hurtling downward. Bailey Pang Pang shouted incessantly, his voice drowned out by the continuous explosions surrounding him. Jiang and Lin Qiye could not discern what he was exclaiming. Anxious and frantic to rescue him, Lin Qiye was about to rush forward when Jiang firmly grasped his arm, urging him to halt. "No, look." Lin Qiye quickly lifted his gaze and beheld a dazzling golden light flickering intermittently beside Bailey Pang Pang and Shao Yuan. Their descent had evidently slowed significantly, and before long, they landed safely on the ground. As their feet touched the earth, Chao Yuan cast a curious glance at the towel wrapped around Bailey Pang Pang and inquired, "Where have you hidden the free space?" Bailey Pang Pang shot him an exasperated look and retorted, "Mind your own business." Then, turning to Jiang and Lin Qiye, he exclaimed with delight, "Hey, Sister Jiang, Qiye, what brings you here?" Spotting the two not far away, his round face lit up with excitement as he bounded toward them like a joyful ball. Chapter 44. A strike to end it all, seventh night. Sister Jiang, what brings you here? Bailey Pan Pan exclaimed excitedly. Lin Qiye smiled and replied, "We initially intended to invite you for dinner, but it seems your place is quite the spectacle." "Indeed," Jiang said, glancing up at the towering hotel, which had transformed into a raging inferno. Her brow furrowed as she mused about the hotel owner's impending financial ruin. It's nothing. Once my security team arrives, we'll settle the damages." Bailey Pang Pang said nonchalantly, patting his chest, clearly unfazed by the chaos surrounding them. Chao Yuan, clutching his starry blade, wore a grave expression as he slowly remarked, "I believe your priority should be to survive the night. Don't you find it eerily quiet?" Moments ago, the sounds of rushing vehicles and terrified screams filled the air. Yet now, it felt as though the world had been silenced, enveloped in an oppressive stillness. Lin Qiye scanned the surroundings with vigilance, his brows knitted in concern. "Is this Wujie Void? Isn't this a forbidden realm reserved for the Night Watchers? We'll address that later, but it's highly likely we're surrounded." Jiang narrowed her eyes, her gaze piercing into the distant darkness. Lin Qiye sensed something amiss, his voice turning icy. "Be cautious." From the shadows emerged a man of formidable stature, akin to a towering iron pillar, while behind him, a specter-like figure bearing 3 blades obstructed their escape. Bailey Pang Pang, seeing this, patted his round belly in relief. "Fortunately, it's just 2 of them." "No, there's likely another one who has yet to reveal themselves," maintaining the Wujie Void, Chao Yuan asserted with a stern demeanor. "Are they also Night Watchers?" Lin Qiye pondered, confusion flooding his mind. How could they have access to the Wujie Void? "No, we have long ceased to be Night Watchers. We hail from the Abstinence Institute." The burly man's voice rumbled like distant thunder. The Abstinence Institute? Bailey Pang Pang had never heard of such a place. He was about to inquire further when Jiang interrupted. "Seventh night? Be wary. There's an archer on the upper floor. I will handle this brute, while Pang Pang and Chao Yuan keep the man with 3 blades occupied. None of them are to be trifled with, so let us not waste time chit-chatting." I had hoped for a sumptuous feast with everyone tonight. She was eager to put her formidable skills to the test, feeling a restless itch to showcase her impressive abilities. Her fists were itching for action. "Very well." The burly man scoffed derisively at Jiang's challenge. "You think you can protect him? I'll be frank, today, you shall not escape this Wujie Void. That depends on whether you possess the capability." Jiang vanished in a blink, appearing behind the man, and without hesitation, she unleashed a powerful punch. Serious punch. The man quickly sensed her fierce offensive, responding with remarkable speed as he pivoted and met her strike with all his strength. A fierce gale surged forth, causing their garments to flutter violently, as if they were desperately struggling against the wind. Suddenly, a thunderous bang echoed through the air, and the man was propelled backwards like a cannonball. Upon closer inspection, one could see that his arm had entirely vanished, his muscles ruptured, blood splattering everywhere, and even his bones had shattered into several pieces. After smashing a gaping hole through the once opulent hotel building, he completely disappeared from the spectator's view. The man with 3 blades, observing from the sidelines, remarked cautiously, "What on earth just flew past?" Jiang replied, "Body reorganization? Is that all you can do?" Lin Qiye, Bailey Pang Pang, and Chao Yuan exclaimed in unison, "Sister Jiang, ye is truly formidable. Ye Jiang, filikut heridist." Suddenly feeling that this skill was not in alignment with her gentle and beautiful persona, it was far too violent. With such a punch, her adversaries would surely be left with a multitude of bruises and injuries. This was not suitable for her delicate image. Once the 3-bladed man comprehended the swift defeat of the burly man, he regarded Jiang with caution and said, "Our target is merely the young master of the Bailey family. We have no conflict with you. If you leave, we shall not lay a hand on you. Yi Jiang, expressionless, flicked a coin that had mysteriously appeared in her hand, smirking coldly. If you cannot win, just admit it. What else with the excuses? After all, before she could finish her sentence, the coin, charged with a massive current, surged towards the three-bladed man with the force of thunder. The three-bladed man, taken aback, had no time to draw his weapon and could only exert all his strength to evade. However, the diameter of the electrical column was too staggering. No matter how he dodged, half of his body was reduced to black ash. Three-bladed man, you are finished. Yi Jiang added languidly. After all, you cannot escape. Her tone was calm, as if she had merely accomplished a trivial task. Wow, Sister Jiang is so cool. Sister Jiang is invincible. Li Pang exclaimed, ecstatic, his round figure bouncing with excitement, his face radiating admiration. Chao Yuan clapped fervently behind him, his eyes sparkling. After all, two formidable beings had been utterly defeated before Yi Jiang, without even enduring a single blow. It was truly a case of one punch, one cute little adversary. They could only fervently cheer and express their excitement, unsure of what else to say. At that moment, Lin Qiye came rushing over from a distance, tightly gripping a person, or rather a corpse. This was the archer who had shot earlier. She had mentioned that another assailant was outside, likely the one who had opened the unrestrained void. Lin Qiye's breath was slightly hurried, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yeviank no dit sidaitli, her, demanor composit, alricht. We will look for them outside shortly. What shall we do now? Lin Qiye asked, glancing at Yi Jiang. We cannot stay in this hotel any longer. It will be foolish to wait idly. He looked at Yi Jiang, his gaze inquiring, where are Brother Zhua and the others? Yi Jiang swiftly retrieved her phone and opened a message sent by Shun Qingzhu, stating that he and Deng Wei were staying at a nearby home inn. Shall we go find them directly? She suggested. Bai Li, filled with anticipation, nodded eagerly, sure, as long as there's a place to stay. Chao Yuan cast a sidelong glance at him, unable to suppress his sarcasm. Is that how you plan to go? At that moment, Bai Li was merely clad in a bathrobe and oversized shorts, and in the frigid weather nearing freezing, the draft was quite unabashed. If he were to wander the streets in such attire, he would easily be mistaken for a pervert and escorted to the police station. Embarrassed, Bai Li scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. My clothes are up there. Yi Jiang sighed in exasperation and, conjuring an outfit reminiscent of what he had worn when leaving the training camp, fashioned a counterfeit designer ensemble for him. Here, put this on first, she said with a hint of irritation. Bai Li eagerly accepted the clothes, his eyes brimming with joy, and curiously inquired, Thank you, Sister Jiang, but how do you have my clothes in your space? Ask no questions, just wear it. She retorted. Chapter 45. Happy Planet. The four of them chose not to dine at the bustling restaurant outside, but hastily gathered a sumptuous array of dishes, intending to join Qingzhu for a meal. As they passed through the vibrant night market, the intoxicating aroma of street food ensnared their senses, compelling them to pause. After indulging in a delightful shopping spree, they finally set off towards the home inn. However, just a few steps in, Chao Yuan suddenly halted, his voice grave. This is not right. We cannot go to a place that requires personal information. Lin Qiye, realizing the implication, responded, Indeed. Fatty S.'s recent encounter with danger must have stemmed from his exposed whereabouts. Not just that. Do you think you are safe? Yi Jiang, with a candied hawthorn skewer in his mouth, mumbled indistinctly. Had it not been for their afternoon spent amidst crowds, Lin Qiye might have faced several unexpected assaults by now. Finally, Fatty, burdened with bags, looked bewildered and exclaimed, What should we do then? Lin Qiye's mind raced, and a sudden idea sparked. I know a place that doesn't require registration. Absolutely not. Yi Jiang, having anticipated his thoughts, interjected, You big men staying at a love hotel? How suggestive. Chao Yuan looked on, puzzled. A love hotel? Finally, Fatty smirked knowingly, teasing, Do you frequent such places 7 night? With whom? Lin Qiye's expression darkened, his teeth grinding as he managed to stammer, I've only been there once. Oh, we understand now. Yi Jiang chuckled uncontrollably, her laughter at Lin Qiye's expense echoing. Discarding her finished skewer into a nearby trash bin, she waved her hand. Let us find a secluded spot first. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye immediately grasped the implication. With Yi Jiang around, their stealthy arrival at any location was a mere formality. Sure enough, upon reaching an empty alley, Yi Jiang swiftly stowed away their food into her system space and opened a spatial portal leading to Shun Qingzhu's vicinity. A small vortex materialized before them. Does that look familiar? Wily Fatty pondered, stroking his chin. Stop staring, let us go. Yi Jiang commanded, gripping their arms, and, with an oddly awkward demeanor, hurriedly led them into the vortex. Inside the home inn, Shun Qingzhu lay languidly on the bed, engrossed in his phone, when his right eye inexplicably twitched. Carelessly rubbing his eyes, he muttered to himself, "Have I not been resting well these past few days?" In the next moment, an all-too-familiar spatial vortex appeared before him without warning, and 3 figures tumbled out in utter disarray. "Whoa! You're tugging my hair. Are you all right, Seven Knight? Can you all get off me?" Yi Jiang and the others precariously piled atop Shun Qingzhu, resembling a human tower, particularly the hefty Bailey Pang Pang, whose considerable weight nearly suffocated Shun Qingzhu beneath him. Coincidentally, Yi Jiang collided with Shun Qingzhu in a rather intimate manner. Once they finally disentangled themselves, Shun Qingzhu gently massaged Yi Jiang's arm while turning to Bailey Pang Pang, inquiring, "What brings you here all of a sudden?" With a broad grin revealing his pearly whites, Bailey Pang Pang cheerfully replied, "We came specifically to dine with you." Shun Qingzhu shot him a skeptical glance, her expression betraying disbelief. "Do you honestly expect me to believe that? Sneaking in through the back door, just for a meal? Well, the truth is, we've come to seek refuge with you." Bailey Pang Pang shrugged helplessly and recounted the night's escapades, enthusiastically emphasizing Yi Jiang's valiant feats. "You should have seen it. Sister Jiang dispatched each little cutie with a single punch. She was magnificent." Shun Qingzhu lowered her gaze to Yi Jiang, who was smiling sweetly, a hint of pride glimmering in her eyes. She gently squeezed Yi Jiang's hand, reproaching her lightly. "Didn't you bring the Starblade? Why resort to fisticuffs?" Yi Jiang blinked innocently, remaining silent while inwardly musing that she was, in fact, not particularly adept with a blade. "Where will you be staying tonight?" Lin Qiye interjected. "Yi Jiang and I can return to Team 136, but you two, Pang Pang and Chao Yuan, will need to trouble Shun Qingzhu." Yi Jiang, having retrieved the food stored in her spatial pocket, casually suggested, "Since there's nothing pressing tonight, why don't we all just sleep here? It'll save us the hassle of back and forth." Bailey Pang Pang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Sister Jiang, this is a king-sized room. How can we fit 5 people in here?" Yi Jiang waved her hand nonchalantly, dismissing his concerns. "Oh, that is not an issue." With that, she swiftly conjured her spiritual domain, pulling everyone inside. It was the first time Bailey Pang Pang and Chao Yuan witnessed Yi Jiang's extraordinary skill, leaving them awestruck as they explored the vast expanse of the spiritual realm, poking and peering at their surroundings. "This space is surely ample enough for all 5 of us. Isn't it?" Yi Jiang proclaimed, crossing her arms with a triumphant grin. "Indeed, it's more than sufficient. But Sister Jiang, what exactly is your forbidden domain? How can it possess so many functionalities?" Bailey Pang Pang stood dumbfounded, realizing that Yi Jiang's domain showcased capabilities that seemed to surpass even his own forbidden items. "Ye Jiang similit enigmatijal, wagink had finger." "That's a secret. You'll find out in due time." With her reticence, the others ceased their inquiries. Lin Qiye, rubbing his stomach, suggested, "Shall we head out for dinner now? After wandering the streets all afternoon, I am quite famished." "Absolutely. I concur. Have Deng Wei and the others eaten yet? Let us invite them to join us." Shun Qingzhu shook her head, replying, "The 3 of them went out to have fun and aren't at the hotel right now, after spending half a year in training camp. The new recruits are as restless as cooped-up huskies. They simply cannot stay put." Moreover, with the addition of the golden ingots generously bestowed by Yi Jiang, Deng Wei and his companions found themselves in possession of considerable wealth after selling them. It is only fitting that they indulge in a delightful outing. Bai Li, pleasantly plump, nodded in understanding. "Very well then, Qiye, please turn on the television. I wish to watch Happy Planet." Chapter 46. New Abilities as the Night Fell. Lin Qiye and his companions retreated to the spiritual realm for rest. Jiang languidly reclined on the plush hotel bed, effortlessly accessing the system panel. Rescue instructor Li Yaoguang's family in advance to prevent him from becoming an undercover agent. Regret-1. Save all personnel at Missile Launch Base number 39. Regret-1. Eliminate the effects of the Curse of Shiva on Shunmai. Regret-1. Abilities available for extraction. Extraction attempts remaining 3. Would you like to extract an ability? Without hesitation, Jiang clicked yes. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the abilities Frigid Ice Prison, Lock, and Puppet Distortion. Frigid Ice Prison, the divine realm of the ice god, Shavana, capable of unleashing extreme cold to instantly freeze all matter, as well as manipulate ice shards to form a sword formation for attack, or imprison enemies within an ice cell. Lock, conceptual level ability that can secure anything you deem lockable. Puppet Distortion, the ability to transform living beings into puppets or bestow life force upon inanimate objects, enabling them to move like puppets. Name, Jiang. Age, 17. Gender, female. Realm, early Klein realm abilities, electromagnetic cannon, breath of the Archangel, origin fused, serious punch. Unlimited technique, flash step, guardian barrier, spiritual realm, clone, creation, soul rebirth, healing origin, origin fused, daylight origin, origin fused, spatial anchor, frigid ice prison, lock, puppet distortion. Indeed, she had reached the Klein realm. It was evident that to grow stronger, one must rely on extraordinary means. The exhilarating sensation of becoming powerful with just one ability extraction is something only a few can truly appreciate. However, as Jiang regarded the abilities she had acquired, she thoughtfully stroked her chin, her gaze reflecting deep contemplation. While each ability was exceptional, they were largely influenced by her own mental prowess. Only electromagnetic cannon and serious punch had a slightly higher starting point, enabling her to engage in battles beyond her current level. Likely a privilege granted by the system for newcomers. Nevertheless, the newly extracted abilities were quite useful, one of which was a conceptual level ability. Gazing through the window at the crescent moon suspended in the sky, her thoughts raced like a wild stallion. Could it be that upon achieving divinity, she might boldly attempt to lock away those repugnant entities residing on the moon? If so, it would undoubtedly be a game-changing sealing ability. Moreover, the puppet distortion skill was a perfect blend of puppetry and spirit manipulation, was it not? Could she dare to experiment with transforming Curse of Shiva into a puppet, compelling it to inscribe upon itself? Wouldn't he that effortlessly eliminate those outer gods like Loki and Zeus? In that case, wouldn't he Tsangnan be able to avert a divine war? Contemplating this, Jiang could not help but chuckle at her audacious and whimsical imaginings. Yet, considering that Curse of Shiva was a divine artifact, perhaps once she ascended to godhood, she might indeed have the chance to try. For now, such hopes seemed rather bleak. It would indeed be worthwhile to experiment with transforming the Shiva's grievance into a puppet. If we can suppress its aura, it would be considered a commendable achievement. As Shen Qingzhu emerged from the realm of consciousness, he noticed Jiang lost in thought, a sweet smile gracing her lips, radiating pure joy. What could possibly be occupying her mind to elicit such delight? He knelt beside the bed, tenderly pinching the soft flesh of her cheek. Jiang gently nuzzled his hand, her voice as soft as a spring breeze. Will you accompany me to Team 136 to celebrate the new year tomorrow? Tomorrow marks her first new year in this world, and she yearns to share it with Shen Qingzhu and her friends. Shen Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback, evidently unprepared for her request. With a playful arch of his brow, Tizo, are you planning to introduce me to your parents? What, are you unwilling? Jiang feigned a pout, grasping his hand and playfully biting it, as if to say, if you refuse, I might just really bite you. Of course I am willing, he replied tenderly, ruffling her hair, his gaze filled with affection. However, it was quite late, so it was time for rest. Jiang's eyes sparkled with mischief as she sealed the door meant for Lin Qiye and the others, then playfully looped her arms around Shen Qingzhu's neck, pulling him down. Kiss. All right, off to sleep now, good night. With a cheeky wave, she swiftly wrapped herself in the blanket, pretending to be fast asleep. Shen Qingzhu chuckled helplessly. You need to open the door for me first. Oh, in the morning, the snow that had fallen throughout the night finally ceased, blanketing the outside world in a stunning, dreamlike white that was almost surreal. Bai Li, gazing at the enchanting scene, exclaimed in astonishment, Isn't Songnan in the south? How could it possibly snow so heavily? Lin Qiye shared his surprise. It's indeed rare for such heavy snowfall. It hasn't been seen in previous years. Chao Yuan, squinting and half reclining on the sofa, appeared as if he had not rested well the night before. Do we have plans today? He inquired. Yes, Shen Qingzhu replied, emerging from the bathroom while drying his face. Where are they? We are going to Team 136 to celebrate the new year. To Team 136? The three of them were initially stunned, but Bai Li quickly grasped the situation with a mischievous grin. Sister Jiang is introducing you to her parents so soon? Cough, it's just a casual meeting. Suddenly, Chao Yuan asked, Is Yijiang's family also in Songnan? Lin Qiye pondered. It seems not. She initially said she came to Songnan for travel. Has she never mentioned where she is from? Lin Qiye shook his head. No. What about her family? It seems not. The group fell silent, pondering how Yijiang could possibly have appeared out of thin air. Meanwhile, Yijiang, at a nearby sewer, sneezed twice forcefully, rubbing her nose as she muttered to herself. Who is speaking ill of me? Could it be you? Her gaze fell upon the diminutive white mouse before her. The mouse tilted its head and inquired, What are you saying? Yijiang replied, Enkinjiu, I know you can hear me. I have something to discuss with you. The mouse paused momentarily, took a few steps toward the entrance of the sewer, then turned back to look at her. Yijiang instantly comprehended the situation, yet she was utterly disinclined to venture into that filthy sewer. After a moment's contemplation, she carefully placed a spatial anchor point into a petite handbag and gently secured it around the white mouse's neck. This is a spatial anchor point. Once you arrive at your destination, simply crush it, and I shall be able to come find you. With that, she blinked innocently and added, After all, it is the new year, and I am wearing new clothes. Please understand. The anthropomorphized white mouse hesitated for a moment, nodded, and then swiftly disappeared into the sewer. Chapter 47 Farewell to Qingyu. Moments later, a gray vortex silently materialized before Yijiang, and without hesitation, she stepped into it. This time, she did not find herself in the awkward predicament she faced the previous night. Instead, she stood confidently before an underground cavern. A man clad in a black cloak stood quietly nearby, surrounded by several gray mice. Qingyu, it has been a long time, Yijiang greeted cheerfully, waving her hand with enthusiasm. How did you know these mice were mine? Qingyu's voice emerged from beneath the cloak, tinged with curiosity. I guessed. Yijiang replied with a sly smile, conjuring two single sofas and an exquisite coffee table out of thin air, then promptly seated herself, beckoning Qingyu to join her. Qingyu tilted his head, his eyes brimming with inquiry. Who exactly are you? A night watcher, Yijiang answered succinctly. Yet a mere night watcher cannot locate me. Qingyu remained unfazed. Otherwise, I would not have had several mysterious corpses stolen from me without being able to track him down. Ye Viang Shuruk, preoccupied with arranging food and drinks on the coffee table, mostly hastily purchased fast food and fresh fruit from earlier, along with a dozen takeout boxes containing the delicious meals prepared by Chunmai the day before, perfectly replicated using her creation ability. Once the table was filled to the brim, she slowly remarked, The head of the Nantua serpent demon is reserved for you. Otherwise, I would have smashed it directly with that punch. Qingyu remained as calm as still water. And so, he did not believe Yijiang had come merely to seek his acknowledgement. Yijiang smiled, her expression laced with shrewdness. Thus, I am here to request your assistance. Things have been quite chaotic in Songnan City these past few days. You must know the whereabouts of those individuals, right? Is this payment for your assistance? Qingyu inquired, eyeing the food on the table. Certainly not. Yijiang shook her head, her fingertips shimmering with a faint glow as three items materialized before her. A green crystal radiating mysterious light, a translucent marble, and an ordinary-looking game coin appeared. These are a vitality crystal, a guardian barrier, and a spatial anchor. Yi Jiang elaborated on their uses before handing them to Qingyu. Qingyu idly toyed with the game coin, suddenly laughing. How did you know I would help you? Ah, this isn't merely about helping me. It's about aiding Lin Qiye. Most of those individuals are primarily targeting him, and I thought it prudent to deal with them in advance to save some trouble by seeking your help. After a moment of silence, Qingyu replied, Very well, I will send you their locations from my phone shortly. Yi Jiang smiled politely, secretly pleased, thinking to herself, just wait. I doubt you can resist the allure of Qiye. At the Peace Affairs office, Hong Ying stood with hands on her hips, commanding everyone to tidy up. Wen Shimon, have you cleaned the front door? Shao Nan organized the desk. Deputy team mopped the floor. Old Zhao cleaned the windows. Zhao Kongchang vigorously mopped the water stains on the floor and looked up to inquire, What are you up to? Hong Ying, with a gleeful demeanor, proudly produced several large shopping bags from behind her and exclaimed, Shao Yi and Shi, you're bringing their friends over for dinner soon. So I must go out to buy some groceries. Friend from the training camp? Wu Xiangnan adjusted his glasses, curiosity evident in his tone. Indeed. Hong Ying's eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled. When Shima interjected with a teasing remark, I hope that boy Shao Yi likes doesn't come too. Hong Ying playfully slapped the back of his head and retorted, Stop chattering. You're so talkative. Hurry up and wipe. Oh. When Shima responded, somewhat aggrieved, and resumed cleaning the door. Zhao Kongchang straightened up, surveying the surroundings, and asked with curiosity, By the way, where has the captain gone? I thought I just saw him. Wu Xiangnan couldn't help but chuckle. The captain is in the office reviewing 100 precautions for the new son-in-law. In the old city, Auntie's voice drifted from the kitchen. Ajin, could you call your brother later and see if he is coming home for the new year? Holding a spring festival couplet, Yang Jin replied, My brother might not be able to answer, but I'll give it a try. Auntie continued her ramblings. He hasn't called in half a year. I wonder how he is doing. Yang Jin smiled reassuringly. My brother is incredibly capable, and with such formidable comrades, he is bound to be fine. Don't worry, Mom. He stepped onto the balcony, ready to dial, when he noticed a black van parked outside and a beautiful girl walking slowly in the distance. Yi Jiang caught his gaze and smiled gently, waving her hand. According to the intelligence provided by Qingyu, this location was guarded by a group of believers. And if her memory served her correctly, they were part of a squad codenamed Scorpion. Although Annie's house had a protective barrier, it was said that cockroaches may not bite, but are still repulsive, so she decided to eliminate these nuisances before heading elsewhere. However, her gesture greeting was evidently noticed by those in the vehicle. Scorpion 3 reported, A woman is approaching. She seems to know the target. Ignore her. Maintain position. Came a command. Scorpion 1 added, We have been stationed here for 2 days. What if the target does not arrive? Do not fear. The target is already here. A strange female voice suddenly resonated. Scorpion 3, holding a walkie-talkie, was taken aback. She is already here? Knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking echoed from outside the car window. Scorpion 3 turned to look, astonished to see that it was the woman. Yi Jiang smiled amicably at him, her lips moving. Scorpion 3 couldn't quite catch what she said, but he discerned her lip movements. She was saying, Hello, you fool. In an instant, a chilling cold radiated from Yi Jiang, sweeping outward like a surging tide. Scorpion 3's body was enveloped in a thick layer of frost within the blink of an eye. His terrified expression frozen in place, forever captured in that moment of fear. With a smile playing on her lips, Yi Jiang wielded the power of the extreme cold prison, intensifying the chill that surged towards the vehicle occupied by Scorpion 3. The temperature within the vehicle plummeted sharply, causing the metallic components to become brittle and fragile. In an instant, the glass was adorned with intricate frost patterns, before shattering into countless crystalline fragments. As the ice shards fell to the ground, a faint sound emanated from a distant skyscraper, followed closely by 2 bullets hurtling towards Yi Jiang's forehead at great speed. With a swift motion, the projectiles were intercepted by her limitless technique, halting their advance. I found you, Yi Jiang declared, casting her gaze towards the building concealing the snipers. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from her position, reappearing at the base of one of the skyscrapers. Without hesitation, she unleashed the extreme cold ice prison. A chilling aura rapidly ascended the walls of the building, leaving a trail of frost in its wake. The snipers atop the high-rise sensed the encroaching cold, their hearts racing with alarm. They attempted to aim and fire at Jiang, but their fingers had nearly succumbed to numbness from the frigid air. Jiang afforded them no opportunity. She blinked again, materializing directly behind one of the snipers. He felt an icy chill wash over him, and, as he turned, realized his body was ensnared by frost. With a disdainful scoff, Jiang raised her hand, and the power of extreme cold erupted, instantly transforming the sniper into a statue of ice. Swiftly, she flashed to confront another sniper. His eyes widened in terror, and before he could react, Jiang's fist was poised for impact. With a resounding thud, his body was sent hurtling like a ragged cloth, colliding violently against the ceiling before crashing to the floor. Jiang approached, observing the stillness. There was no breath, no heartbeat, devoid of any semblance of life. Indeed, this is rather excessive, she mused. Activating the extreme cold ice prison, once more, she encased the lifeless body in ice and shattered it into fragments. This, she reasoned, would alleviate the burden on her logistical colleagues. Having dealt with the two snipers, Jiang brushed off the frost from her attire, her expression devoid of emotion, and turned to walk towards her aunt's residence. Chapter 48. The pitiful Lu Liang, the Scorpion Squad, consisted of 9 members, and, in an instant, Jiang had dispatched 3 of them, rendering her opponents utterly defenseless. Those lying in ambush nearby were taken aback by the spectacle. Who is this person? Scorpion 2 queried through his earpiece, filled with confusion. There was no mention of such a figure in Songnan City or the training camp. Could she possibly have come from Shanjing City? A low voice emanated from Scorpion 1's earpiece. Do not dwell on it. Attack her together. Eliminate her and capture her family. Understood. Having sensed the positions of several individuals, Jiang's form flickered as she teleported behind Scorpion 2. With a delicate gesture, an intense chill surged forth, freezing Scorpion 2 mid-motion, who then shattered into countless fragments upon hitting the ground. The remaining 4, witnessing this, wasted no time in drawing their firearms, unleashing a barrage of bullets towards Jiang. Yet, the projectiles were effortlessly deflected by the protective shield enveloping her, leaving her unscathed. She even offered them a faint smile. If one disregarded the surrounding chaos, she could easily be mistaken for a high school girl out to play with friends. However, her actions were merciless, her movements ghost-like as she flickered about, freezing anyone within her vicinity into shards of ice. In the blink of an eye, Scorpion 2 and Scorpion 4 had been reduced to a heap of frozen remnants. The remaining 3, sensing the dire situation, realized that conventional firearms were ineffective against this peculiar woman. In a moment of reckless determination, they drew their melee weapons and charged at Jiang, intent on close combat. As they recklessly hurled themselves into danger, a middle-aged man clad in a trench coat suddenly appeared at the foot of the ant's residence. Observing the ice fragments containing human remains and the few remaining adversaries clinging to their firearms, he scoffed. A bunch of brainless fools. Do they not understand the principle of capture the king first? They can't win, yet they persist. How foolish. He casually discarded the half-finished cigarette in his hand and strolled leisurely towards the entrance of the low building. Jiang, since his life, forced the moment he drew near. Noticing his approach towards her aunt's house, she remained unhurried, even playfully toying with Scorpion 6 and Scorpion 7. Perhaps due to her refraining from instant annihilation, they developed the delusion that they might actually defeat Jiang, intensifying their assault. Once the middle-aged man's figure was out of sight, Jiang finally froze them into shards of ice. Stepping on the remnants beneath her, she walked over to a patch of snow and stomped her foot. Although she was stepping on ice rather than flesh, it was unsettling to think that mere moments ago, they had been living beings. During the festive season, she wore fresh attire, and these individuals were indeed a stroke of misfortune. Suddenly, a man clad in the same attire as the earlier assailants silently appeared behind Jiang. Her movement halted. She turned to see him and tilted her head, recognizing him as Scorpion 1. Indeed, Scorpion 1 approached Jiang deliberately, unfastening his white disguise to reveal the black tactical vest beneath. Jiang gazed at the scene before her, her brows knitted in concern. What was this individual doing to a beautiful maiden? Was he behaving lewdly? Scorpion, with unwavering focus, fixated his gaze upon Jiang and spoke. I do not know who you are, but since you have appeared here and slain so many of my brethren, I cannot allow you to leave alive. With that, he disarmed himself of all weapons, retaining only a folding knife and a silver insignia adorning his chest. Blood boiling? Jiang suddenly interjected, catching Scorpion off guard, as if she had uttered his very thoughts. How do you know? A chilling frost surged forth, enveloping him in an instant, transforming him into a statue of ice that remained unyielding. A sharp crack echoed as the ice sculpture shattered into countless fragments. Did he not know that showing off could invite disaster? Moreover, who taught him to extend his movements so unnecessarily? After a brief moment of sarcasm, Jiang approached the scattered ice, bending down to retrieve the silver insignia ensnared within the frozen mass. Truly, this was a forbidden item of exceptional quality. She melted the ice encasing the insignia, gave the chain a shake, and after ensuring it bore no trivialities, she tucked it away into her pocket. Having completed her task, she turned towards the distant rooftop, waving cheerfully. She was aware that someone had been observing her from above. Cold Qian, gazing through the rifle scope at the girl who had just wreaked havoc yet now wore a radiant smile, mimicked her gesture. He had witnessed everything clearly and understood that Jiang's forbidden technique was certainly not minor healing. However, it mattered little to them. She was simply Jiang of Team 136. With a light chuckle, Jiang proceeded towards her aunt's residence. This doppelganger could endure for over 40 more minutes, allowing her a brief visit at her aunt's before returning, during which she could cleanse the Shiva's grudge affliction her aunt bore, alleviating Lin Qiye's constant worry. Considered a New Year's gift from a sister to her brother. At the entrance of her aunt's home, a black, scruffy dog lay sprawled on the ground, occasionally gnawing on the pristine snow beside it. Jiang halted, crouched down, and affectionately petted the dog's head, exclaiming, "Did you just devour Lu Liang again?" She had assumed that with the guardian barrier in place, Lu Liang could not enter. Thus she had not rushed to eliminate Scorpion. The sudden disappearance of Lu Liang's life force had led her to believe he had left due to being unable to breach the barrier. Little did she know, it was the scruffy dog's doing. The dog tilted its head in confusion, wondering why it was being accused again. It had only consumed one person. That individual had insulted its appearance. And how could the dignity of the great canine be disrespected? With a swift bite, it had devoured him. Jiang, charmed by the dog's adorable panting, could not resist petting it a few more times before conjuring an enormous beef and chicken-flavored donut and presenting it to the creature. A New Year's gift for you. Happy New Year, canine guardian. Elated by the New Year's blessings and gift, the scruffy dog spun around joyfully several times before snatching the donut from Jiang's hands and dashing up the stairs in a flurry. Chapter 49. The son-in-law bureau visiting one's aunt during her menstrual cycle without bringing gifts is simply unacceptable. Before stepping through the door, Jiang swiftly conjured a few infallible presents, ensuring her entrance would be well received. Yang Jin was already aware of Jiang's arrival, yet she had been engaged in a scuffle moments prior. Uncertain if she would show up after the altercation, Yang Jin refrained from informing his aunt. Upon seeing her walk in, he raised his voice, calling out to the kitchen, "Mom, Mom, Sister Jiang is here." After a shout, he raced down the stairs. In the kitchen, Aunt was intently chopping vegetables. Upon hearing Yang Jin's call, her hand froze momentarily before she hastily set down her knife. In her flurry, she neglected to wipe the droplets from her hands and hurriedly exited. As she emerged, she spotted the lovely young lady who had returned with her little seven last time, now standing gracefully in their living room. "Happy New Year, Aunt," Jiang greeted with a sweet smile. Aunt's face radiated joy, her lips curving into a wide grin. "Happy New Year to you too. Have you eaten yet? Stay for lunch. I'll prepare something delicious for you." Jiang gently shook her head, politely declining. "No, Aunt. I just came to see you. I have some matters to attend to shortly." Noticing Aunt's expression dim slightly, she quickly reassured her. "However, Aunt, Seven will be back this afternoon. He can enjoy all the delicacies I missed. Little Seven is coming back. My brother is returning." Both Aunt and Yang Jin's eyes sparkled with excitement at the news. They had prepared themselves for the possibility that Lin Qiye would not return for the new year. So this unexpected surprise was delightful. Jiang smiled and nodded. Yes, but he is currently occupied with something, so I came to inform you first. Wonderful. Yang Jin, quickly fetch a drink for Sister Yi. Aunt exclaimed with unabated joy, completely disregarding Jiang's refusal, and swiftly made her way back to the kitchen. Yang Jin leaped off the sofa and soon returned with a can of orange juice, handing it to Jiang. She took the juice and pulled him down to sit beside her. Yang Jin's body stiffened instantly. What was she planning to do? Surely, she didn't want him to help her string another bracelet? Unbeknownst to him, Jiang leaned closer to his ear and whispered softly, I have a way to eliminate Aunt's lingering influence from the wet goddess. Really? Yang Jin's face lit up with surprise. Indeed, but the process might be quite conspicuous, and I will need your assistance to shield it. The efficacy of the light purification field is directly proportional to the aesthetic appeal of its effects. However, the challenge lies in the effects being too striking. The dazzling brilliance, the enigmatic array, and the shimmering golden threads are all visible to anyone with sound eyesight. To execute this quietly would be nothing short of a pipe dream. Yang Jin's expression grew solemn, and he nodded earnestly. All right. In the kitchen, my aunt moved with deft precision, swiftly preparing an exquisite fruit platter. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to create a fruit salad with yogurt, a treat favored by the younger generation. Suddenly, a fleeting glimmer of golden light flashed like lightning, prompting my aunt to instinctively blink. When she looked again, the golden light had vanished without a trace. Could have been an illusion? In the living room, the magical array beneath Jiang's feet gradually dissipated, its radiance retracting. Yang Jin rose solemnly and clasped his hands toward Jiang, expressing gratitude. Thank you, my friend. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. I, Yang Jin, shall undoubtedly respond without fail. Jiang smiled faintly and graciously accepted, for this was a promise from the Erlang Shun, a boon that others could scarcely hope to obtain. Having spent less than half an hour at my aunt's residence, Jiang excused himself, citing prior engagements. Before departing, he diligently updated the protective barrier outside. Now, unless a deity descended personally, it would be nearly impossible to breach this layer of defense. Even if a divine being were to arrive, they would still have the formidable Erlang Shun, Yang Jin, within. Meanwhile, at the Peace Affairs office, a table was laden with delectable dishes expertly crafted by Chun Mai. However, the group gathered around the table had yet to lift their chopsticks. All eyes were fixated on Shun Qingzhu, who sat beside Jiang. Despite the scrutiny, Shun Qingzhu maintained a calm demeanor, if one overlooked the tightly clenched fists beneath the table. Li Pongguan discreetly tugged at Lin Qiye's sleeve, lowering his voice with cautious curiosity. Is this a son-in-law gathering today? Lin Qiye's lips moved slightly as he replied in kind. It seems so. One couldn't help but admire Pongguan's unwavering composure. Chao Yuan leaned in, joining the hushed conversation. Indeed, clearing his throat, Wu Xiangnan took the initiative, asking, Little Shun, where are you from? I hail from Lingjiang City. Shun Qingzhu answered with unruffled poise. And what do you think of our little Yi? Before when Qima could finish his sentence, Hong Ying eagerly interrupted. What do you like about him? A blush instantly spread across Shun Qingzhu's handsome face, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward Jiang. With a hint of bashfulness, he replied, I like everything about Jiang. If she and your brother were to fall into the sea, who would you save first? Without hesitation, Shun Qingzhu responded, I would save her first. My brother can swim. And if you two were to argue, who would apologize first? I would apologize first. Who would manage the finances in your household? She would manage it. And if you were to have children, stop. Let's eat first. The dishes are getting cold. Jiang's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe apple, feeling too embarrassed to continue listening. Those aware of his recent romantic involvement might think he and Shun Qingzhu were on the verge of marriage. Let's eat, Chen Mai declared, lifting his chopsticks with a deep, resonant voice. Jiang and Shun Qingzhu let out a slight sigh of relief, but in the next moment, their hearts tightened again. Chun Mai suddenly inquired, if you were to marry in the future, Would you ever resort to violence against your wife? Shen Qingzhu promptly replied with a serious demeanor, I would never, under any circumstances, strike my wife. Chimai nodded impassively. Let us dine. As dusk gradually enveloped the sky, the group slowly exited the office. Lin Qiye turned to Jiang and the others, saying, I shall head back to my aunt's home now. I will accompany you. Jiang stated without hesitation. Given the recent unrest, she could not bear to let him venture out alone. Lin Qiye, evidently aware of his own precarious situation, readily agreed. Please wait for me here. I will return shortly. With that, Jiang took Lin Qiye's hand, and in an instant, they vanished from sight. Chao Yuan gazed at the direction they had disappeared, exclaiming, Jiang's forbidden domain is truly enviable. Indeed, Bai Li Pang replied, a tinge of envy evident in his voice. It seems my family's restricted items pale in comparison. No sooner had he spoken than Jiang reappeared before the trio, her position unchanged. All right, let us be on our way. At that moment, the sounds of fireworks began to swell throughout the city, vibrant displays ascending from every corner, adorning the night sky with a kaleidoscope of colors. The four of them strolled leisurely towards the hotel, reveling in the breathtaking spectacle of fireworks, their spirits lifted. Jiang felt an extra surge of joy. The picturesque scenery, coupled with the presence of her beloved, was enchanting. Seizing the opportunity, while Bai Li Pang and Chao Yuan were preoccupied, she discreetly slipped her hand into Shun Qingzhu's pocket, gently clasping his somewhat cool hand. The instant Shun Qingzhu felt her touch, he firmly grasped her warm, delicate hand, his expression remaining calm, though unbeknownst to him, his ears had subtly reddened. Bai Li Pang and Chao Yuan exchanged knowing glances, silently acknowledging the subtle display of affection between the two, feigning ignorance to their tender moment. Chapter 50. Eerie lines on the first day of the Lunar New Year. The saying goes, the sound of firecrackers ushers in a new year. Early in the morning, I was roused from my slumber by the incessant cacophony of fireworks and firecrackers. Bai Li, groggy and bleary-eyed, rubbed his eyes as if all the strength had been siphoned from his body, struggling to rise from his bed. I suddenly thought, perhaps banning fireworks isn't such a bad idea. He mumbled, his voice heavy with sleepiness. Chao Yuan was not in a much better state. The night before, it had sounded like bombs were being detonated outside, a relentless barrage that had continued throughout the night, leaving him equally fatigued and barely able to keep his eyes open. As he exited the realm of dreams, he found the room empty, save for a spread of food laid out on the table. Where are Bro and the others? Bai Li murmured sleepily. They've probably gone out on a date. In the old city, Lin Qiye had just ascended the stairs with a broom in hand, ready to sweep away the snow, when he unexpectedly bumped into Jiang and Shun Qingzhu, who were laden with bags. Why are you two here so early? Lin Qiye exclaimed in surprise. Jiang shrugged casually. We came to pay New Year's greetings to Aunt and Ajin, and thought we'd stop by to see you. Last night, although it seemed calm on the surface, she had secretly created 2 clones to guard the hotel vicinity, silently eliminating 5 attackers from the Chuanjing. Otherwise, how could Bai Li and the others have slept so soundly? One could only say that Bai Li's bounty of 800 million was indeed too tempting. If she weren't capable of creating gold herself, she might have been tempted. With a protective barrier at Ant's place, she felt relatively secure. However, they were set to return to the training camp tomorrow, and today those attackers would likely launch a more ferocious assault. Thus, she stationed one of her clones to guard Bai Li and the others while she and Shun Qingzhu came to find Lin Qiye to pay their respects to Ant, while also keeping him safe. You all arrived too early and hasn't made breakfast yet. Is that so? Perfect. After paying our respects to Ant, why don't you join us for a little outing? Jiang said with a smile, though to Lin Qiye, that smile seemed rather insidious. Lin Qiye clutched the broom tightly against his chest, his expression wary. Were you planning to take you both for some practical training? Ant was overjoyed to see Jiang arrive so early to pay her New Year's greetings. But her heart skipped a beat when she noticed Shun Qingzhu standing closely beside her. Little Yi, is this your boyfriend? Jiang nodded obediently. Yes, Aunt. Shun Qingzhu gently placed the gifts he was carrying on the ground, speaking politely. Hello, Aunt. I am a comrade of Jiang and Lin Qiye. and also Yi Jiang's boyfriend. Aunt assessed the tall and handsome Shen Qingzhu, then glanced at her own gentle and charming little seven. Finally resting her gaze on the radiant and beautiful Yi Jiang, inwardly sighing. What a lovely daughter-in-law, snatched away by someone else, while her own little seven remained blissfully unaware. Still grinning like a fool, it seemed he was still lacking in insight. Those involved are often blinded, while observers see clearly. Yi Jiang and Lin Qiye were oblivious to Auntie's subtle intentions. However, Shen Qingzhu keenly noticed Auntie's regretful gaze directed towards them. It seemed that Auntie wished to unite the two. Alas, that will not do. The bride is mine. After exchanging New Year greetings, Yi Jiang and Shen Qingzhu enjoyed a breakfast at Auntie's home, accompanied by Jiang and the little black dog for a brief period. They then excused themselves, claiming urgent matters, and soon whisked Lin Qiye away. Upon exiting Auntie's residence, Lin Qiye lowered his voice and inquired, "Did something happen last night?" Ye Viank nodded, her expression calm. Several groups came, all seeking the chubby one. And that person? All dead. Shen Qingzhu was filled with confusion. How did I not notice anyone arriving? He had not slept deeply the previous night, so it was peculiar that he had not detected Yi Jiang's departure. Oh, I created a few avatars to handle it. Ye Viank replied nonchalantly. She had no intention of concealing this from Shen Qingzhu. He would inevitably learn of it, and hiding it might only jeopardize their relationship. Lin Qiye was accustomed to her seemingly endless manifestations and could not help but express his envy. Wow, you even have avatars now. What level are they? Generally, avatars possess only a fraction of the original strength. Given Yi Jiang's prowess, her avatars should at least be at the Chuan level. Yi Jiang's expression remained serene, though a hint of pride colored her tone. Qian level. What? Say that again. Upon witnessing the impressive effect of her subtle boasting, Yi Jiang could not suppress her laughter. Qian. My avatars share the same level as my original self. What do you think? Are you envious? Jealous? She had longed to showcase this to them, and finally found the opportunity to do so in public. Shen Qingzhu's expression was complex, and he gently squeezed Yi Jiang's hand. How did you cultivate to such a level? 17, no, 18 years old at the Qian level. This is unprecedented in the history of the Night Watchers of Daxia, isn't it? He had never encountered anything like it before. Lin Qiye felt similarly perplexed. She was simply extraordinary. There was no comparison, none whatsoever. The three young individuals, burdened with black boxes, strolled leisurely through the old city, deliberately choosing secluded paths. Each held a cup of milk tea, resembling three high school students with nothing to do during the new year. Lin Qiye discreetly observed his surroundings, suddenly recalling something. What about the chubby one and Shao Yuan? Since you all have left? Yi Jiang waved her hand dismissively. Rest assured, not only my avatars are there, but the Bailey family's forbidden object user is keeping watch as well. As they continued to chat, they turned onto an even more secluded alley. The surroundings were filled with dilapidated, abandoned low houses and nearly devoid of residents. The sound of their footsteps and the crunch of snow echoed loudly in this desolate area. Suddenly, Lin Qiye halted, his brow furrowed. I feel something is amiss. Shen Qingzhu kicked at the snow beneath her feet, revealing the dark lines etched into the ground. Is this a custom of Songnan City? Certainly not. Yi Jiang tossed the unfinished cup of warm milk tea onto the adjacent sidewalk, the heat of the beverage swiftly melting a considerable patch of snow, unveiling the same peculiar dark lines beneath. Lin Qiye observed the orientation and shape of these lines with great scrutiny, hesitating as he remarked, "This appears to resemble an eye. More precisely, it resembles a serpent's pupil." Shen Qingzhu maintained a calm demeanor, stating, "We must have entered someone's forbidden realm." Suddenly, a slow, deliberate applause echoed from the road ahead. The three turned towards the sound to find a captivating woman, graceful and alluring, leisurely approaching them. Chapter 51. Unable to distinguish between the kings, the woman's long, black, curly hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her mysterious, emerald-green eyes exuded a dangerous allure, making her resemble a mesmerizing yet deadly beauty, a siren whose beauty promised demise at a mere touch. "Are you a member of the ancient deity's church?" Lin Qiye inquired solemnly. his brow furrowed. He had already been informed by Instructor Hong about the recent attack on Missile Launch Base 39, and the striking features of the woman before him instantly conjured images of a member of the ancient deity's church, the divine agent of Medusa, the Serpent Woman. The Serpent Woman let out a soft, playful laugh. The legendary dual deity agents are not only handsome, but quite astute, as while Jiang leaned closer to Shen Qingzhu and murmured, "Do we really have such a lack of presence?" Shen Qingzhu responded in a similarly hushed tone, "It appears so." Their whispered conversation, which they believed to be discreet, was clearly audible to Lin Qiye, and even the Serpent Woman nearby caught every word. At this, her gaze shifted to Jiang, her eyes narrowing slightly with a hint of amusement. "Oh, there's another pretty sister here." Her tone was flirtatious, yet her words carried a sharp edge. "You're so lovely. How about I send you to feed the snakes later?" Little sister Jiang felt a wave of exasperation surging within her. "First of all, I haven't provoked you. Secondly, you seem to have lost your affection for this world." Initially, she had planned to leave the Serpent Woman for Lin Qiye and Shen Qingzhu to practice combat against. But now that seemed unfeasible. She resolved to confront this Medusa agent herself. While Lin Qiye faced the Serpent Woman, he gripped the star blade tightly, but was suddenly pushed aside by Jiang from behind. "Wait a moment. I think I recognize this sister and wish to get closer to her." The Serpent Woman giggled, covering her mouth. Sure. "Oh, is it your lover over there? Don't worry. Once you perish, I'll ensure he reunites with you." Ye Viang Sukofut. Her tone is frigid as ice. "With you? I believe you cannot even distinguish between the kings." As soon as her words fell, her figure vanished from sight, reappearing instantaneously behind the Serpent Woman. The Serpent Woman's reaction was lightning fast. Just as Jiang's fist was about to strike her from behind, she twisted her form, seemingly glitching, and evaporated from the spot. Trying to flee? I'll give you 39 meters. Jiang swiftly constructed a mental domain centered around herself, with an approximate diameter of 40 meters enveloping all those nearby. Previously, she had only utilized the mental domain as a concealed space. This was her first time activating its secondary function, imprisonment. Just as the Serpent Woman's figure materialized on the trunk of a nearby tree, a strange and potent force ensnared her, rendering her immobile. Even the slight smile that had graced her lips was frozen in place, leaving only her wide, terrified eyes darting about. Jiang flexed her wrists and leisurely approached the tree where the Serpent Woman was bound. "Run, why don't you? Don't you want to escape?" Her tone was exceedingly cheerful, yet to the Serpent Woman, it resonated like the sinister whispers of a demon, utterly terrifying. A broad smile blossomed on Jiang's face as she inhaled deeply and delivered a powerful punch. Crack! The massive tree they embraced collapsed with a resounding crash, and upon closer inspection, the area struck by Jiang had transformed into fine splinters of wood. Lin Qiye, clutching his knife, clicked his tongue in amusement and teased Shen Qingzhu, saying, "Brother, what were you thinking? Aren't you afraid of domestic violence from her?" Shen Qingzhu observed Jiang's formidable display as she struck the tree, feeling no fear whatsoever. Instead, admiration filled his eyes. In response to Lin Qiye's comment, he remarked, "Don't you find her quite adorable like this? Just like a feisty little kitten?" Lin Qiye wore a complex expression, patting Shen Qingzhu's shoulder and advised, "Brother, if it comes to it, perhaps you should visit an eye doctor." Adorable? Little kitten? If one must insist, a tiger is also a member of the feline family. To that, he could only say, "Respect, blessings," and lock it down. The Serpent Woman lay immobilized on the ground, gazing up in terror at the girl who approached her with a smile. What was this girl's forbidden realm? Why was she suddenly unable to move? One strike had rendered her utterly powerless. How could someone so strong have eluded her knowledge? The Serpent Woman had expected Jiang to continue pummeling her, but was taken aback when a mesmerizing and vibrant lavender light suddenly emanated from Jiang's hands. The light cascaded toward her like flowing water, swiftly enveloping her in a glimmering veil, and then her body began to shrink, her skin and bones becoming extraordinarily pliable, as if she were transforming into a doll. She could no longer feel her own body. Jiang bent down to pick up the doll that lay on the ground, gently shaking off the snowflakes that clung to it. It must be said that while the Serpent Woman was a stunning beauty, Her transformed doll form was indeed quite charming. Her long black hair had morphed into a multitude of Q-version black snakes, and her small round face featured two striking green eyes, complemented by a tiny upturned nose and a slightly curved red mouth, reminiscent of the Q-version doll she adored in her childhood. Having dealt with the serpent woman, Jiang retracted her mental domain. Just as Lin Qiye and Shen Qingzhu were about to approach her, a silver spear shot toward Jiang like a bolt of lightning, only to be firmly blocked by unlimited technique, preventing it from advancing further. The wielder of the spear was a man of approximately 30, with long hair cascading over his shoulders and an expression of apathy. Jiang, Lin Qiye, and Shen Qingzhu exclaimed in unison, completely unaware of the presence of such an individual nearby. By the time they reacted, the spear was nearly at Jiang's face. The movement had been too swift. Only when they saw the spear's advance thwarted did they breathe a sigh of relief. In their concern, they had forgotten that Jiang was a formidable force within the Qian realm. How could an ordinary person easily harm her? Jiang raised her gaze to the man and spoke slowly, former captain of the Gusen Night Watch team, Han Shaoyan. Upon hearing this, Han Shaoyan's gaze shifted slightly as he sheathed his long spear behind him and calmly stated, I am Han Shaoyan, the 13th seat of the Believers. I kindly request the serpent woman be entrusted to me. The term Believers and the mention of the former night watchman left Lin Qiye and Shen Qingzhu momentarily stunned. How could such a formidable night watchman have defected to join the ancient god society? Yet, Jiang refrained from handing over the serpent woman doll to Han Shaoyan. Instead, she tilted her head in contemplation. She recalled that Han Shaoyan had been bound by a soul contract initiated by the Murmurs. Although she currently lacked a solution regarding matters of the soul and contracts, she did possess a skill that might prove useful. If the ability to lock everything one deems lockable holds true, could it not also apply to the soul contract imposed upon Han Shaoyan by the Murmurs? Without further ado, she invoked her mental domain to imprison him. Han Shaoyan had intended to articulate something further when a sudden chill pierced through him from behind. It was the sixth sense of danger. He reacted swiftly, attempting to retreat, but before he could exit the area, his movements abruptly froze in place. What manner of forbidden realm was this? Was the serpent woman ensnared in a similar fashion? Chapter 52. The ancient gods' church's scheme to abduct without the need for contact. Jiang gently raised her hand and pointed towards Han Shaoyan in the void. He felt an extraordinary force surge into his body in an instant, and the binding spell that had clung to his soul like a malignant growth seemed to be secured by an indomitable lock. The spell's grip on him lost its efficacy in the blink of an eye. Han Shaoyun's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape in astonishment. What sort of forbidden realm is this? Jiang casually lifted the mental domain control over him, yet he remained rooted in place, dazed, engulfed in the incredibility of the moment that had just transpired. Can you still feel the spell's contract? Jiang asked, arms crossed, an eyebrow raised. Han Shaoyan stood in a stupor for a long while without uttering a word. Jiang's mind began to churn with doubts. Could it be that the lock had failed to work? Let us try again. Forbidden realm. Purification of light. A platinum-hued magic circle suddenly illuminated the surroundings, dazzling brilliance flooding the area, as countless golden threads surged forth like a tumultuous tide towards Han Shaoyan. The radiance was breathtakingly splendid, yet vanished without a trace moments later. This forbidden realm seemed ineffective against soul contracts. However, it was to be expected, as this realm was designed solely to purify negative states, and a contract, at its essence, was merely an intangible agreement. As the light dissipated, Han Shaoyan, as if awakening from a dream, moved his body, his eyes filled with astonishment and shock, staring blankly at the young girl before him. Shen Qingzhu and Lin Qiye stood vigilantly in front of Jiang. How did you accomplish this? Han Shaoyun's voice trembled with excitement. Jiang shrugged nonchalantly, her chin slightly elevated, exuding a hint of pride. Isn't it simply a matter of having hands? Han Shaoyan disregarded her arrogance, his expression suddenly turning grave as he solemnly warned, you must not let anyone know about your forbidden realm. Otherwise, The ancient God's Church will undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to assassinate you and this divine agent, Michael. His gaze shifted to Lin Qiye, who stood behind Jiang, filled with concern. The ancient God's Church will not spare you from assassination. You must remain vigilant and protect yourself at all times. The more Han Shaoyan spoke, the more it sounded like a final testament, causing Lin Qiye to furrow his brow, filled with suspicion as he inquired, "What exactly do you intend to do?" Han Shaoyan's tightly clenched fists turned white from the strain, his eyes harboring a turbulent hatred. His voice as cold as frost as he declared, "I am going to the ancient God's Church." As he uttered the name of the ancient Goddess Church, his teeth ground together, as if it were his mortal enemy. Qing is still there. Even if I cannot rescue her, I will drag that group of bastards from the ancient God's Church down to hell with me. His voice resonated with determination and unwavering resolve. What do you intend to do at the ancient Goddess Church? Offer yourself up as cannon fodder? Jiang, Koldi. I exerted tremendous effort to suppress the soul contract. It was not for you to throw your life away in vain. Han Shaoyan remained silent for a considerable time, his voice rasping like sandpaper as he slowly spoke. I have betrayed the Night Watchers, a sin deserving of death 1,000 times over. However, Qing is innocent. She knows nothing of this. If it is at all possible, I would willingly sacrifice my life to rescue her. If I cannot save her, then I would not hesitate to bring the ancient God Church down with me. Upon finishing his words, his eyes reddened, tears glistening within their confines. Lin Qiye pressed further. Why not seek help from the Night Watchers? Han Shaoyan shook his head, his face etched with bitterness and helplessness. The ancient God Church is fraught with hidden dangers. Sending an ordinary Night Watcher would be akin to striking a rock with an egg, a futile endeavor that would only lead to death. He paused, taking a deep breath before continuing. More importantly, the methods of mind manipulation are formidable and insidious, coupled with those nearly inescapable soul contracts. I cannot drag my innocent comrades into an irretrievable abyss. Jiang tilted her head. So you know where the headquarters of the ancient God Church is, and where your Qing is, correct? Han Shaoyan hesitated for a moment before eventually nodding. Yes, but I cannot divulge that information to you right now. Jiang stroked her chin, her eyes darting thoughtfully as she proposed. What if I help you sneak Qing away? That would be impossible. Han Shaoyan forced a wry smile. The area outside Qing's room was heavily guarded, with numerous skilled protectors. The moment one stepped out, they would be easily detected. Then why not remain inside? Jiang snapped her fingers with a sharp sound. I possess a family heirloom that can perform directed spatial teleportation. You could use this item to find Qing and then teleport back directly, couldn't you? Jiang refrained from detailing the function of the spatial anchor. But for merely abducting someone, it would be a trivial matter with the spatial anchor in place. She patted her chest confidently, declaring, "If that does not work, I have ways to ensure your safe retreat, so do not worry." Han Shaoyan did not give an immediate answer, instead falling into deep contemplation, his mind racing to assess the feasibility of this plan. Shun Qingzhu and Lin Qiye were taken aback. Moments ago, they were in a fierce conflict, and now they were discussing aiding the enemy in rescuing a loved one. Was this shift not too drastic? Furthermore, Han Shaoyan had a history of betrayal. If he could turn against the Night Watchers before, it was not inconceivable for him to betray Jiang as well. It seemed Jiang was resolute in her decision to wade into this murky water. No amount of persuasion from Shun Qingzhu and Lin Qiye could sway her. Shun Qingzhu, feeling utterly helpless, sighed deeply. Should we not at least inform Instructor Yuan? No need for that. Jiang scrunched her face in reluctance. For such a minor matter, if Instructor Yuan were to find out, I would never hear the end of it. Lin Qiye let out a cold laugh. If anything were to happen to you, both I and Zhuangge would be killed by Instructor Yuan. No, perhaps it would not only be Instructor Yuan. Even Commander, you would likely come after us. That would be quite fine too. Shun Qingzhu wore a serene expression. For death is an inevitable fate. Whether it arrives early or late, it remains the same. Ultimately, the three of us shall reunite in the realm of the afterlife, where we may continue our past connections. Jiang. Chapter 53. The Trial Series, The peace office? Absolutely not. Yuan Gang's voice thundered as he spoke, forcefully slapping the table, leaving several deep imprints on Chun Mai's desk. Chun Mai winced at the sight, lamenting the cost of such furniture. He discreetly attempted to prevent Yuan Gang from continuing his barrage, while echoing, "Indeed, Shao Yi, the ancient god church is not a place one can easily traverse." Ye Jiang, seated upon the sofa, sighed in exasperation. "Why do you not believe me? I merely intend to use this spatial anchor to swiftly retrieve Han Shaoyan and Qingqing. It will take no more than a minute." Why did they assume she was recklessly confronting the ancient god church? Although she possessed formidable abilities, she was not a fool who would knowingly walk into danger. Furthermore, Han Shaoyan had already set off with this spatial anchor, expected to arrive at the headquarters of the ancient god church the day after tomorrow. Initially, Han Shaoyan had wished to spare her from peril. So Yi Jiang deceived him into thinking that once she retrieved Qingqing, she would simply shatter the spatial anchor, allowing them to return through the spatial passage. Thus, Han Shaoyan left, somewhat skeptical, clutching the game token she had provided. Yuan Gang, rubbing his temples in frustration, spoke gravely. "Shao Yi, are you aware that even without the soul pact of the Whispering, Han Shaoyan will still have to enter the fasting sanctuary upon his return?" Ye Jiang nodded. "I am aware. Then why do you still proceed?" Yuan Gang's voice rose sharply before he realized he had become overly agitated, tempering his tone for fear of alarming Yi Jiang. "You know the future is uncertain." Resting her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling with mischief, Yi Jiang mused. "What if I can completely resolve the soul pact binding him? If he behaves well, he could even serve as a sentinel in Gusu City." She sighed wistfully. "He is a formidable figure in the realm. It would be a pity to forsake him. Moreover, Han Shaoyan is not a mere traitor. He was coerced into signing the soul pact under threats against his teammates by the Whispering. It would be a regretful fate if he were to perish." Regret. Yuan Gang found himself momentarily speechless. Seizing the moment, Chun Mai continued, "Have you considered what if there is a trap? In that case, you would find it impossible to escape." "What trap? Firearms?" Yi Jiang confidently lifted her chin. "I have my shield." "Suppressing the forbidden ruins?" She replied nonchalantly, "I fear that even less." Surely, the president of the ancient god church would not personally guard Qingqing, would he? Is Han Shaoyan so valued as the next president? Even if Yu Huai is present, I have no fear. Should I be unable to defeat her, I can still escape. If I cannot flee, I can merely stand there with my shield and let them strike. If they can breach my defenses, that would be an accomplishment on their part. If all else fails, I can dispatch a clone to retrieve Han Shaoyan. Alas, had I known, I would have suggested to Shun Qingzhu and Lin Qiye to send clones instead, sparing us this convoluted detour. Such trivial matters have escalated into significant dilemmas. Chun Mai silently rubbed his forehead, and after a brief pause, he turned to Yuan Gang, who was also silent with his eyes closed, and suddenly suggested, "Why not let her go?" Yuan Gang, furious, exclaimed, "You." He pointed emphatically between Yi Jiang and Chun Mai, and finally conceded, "I cannot make this decision. Perhaps we should inform Commander Yi and see what he says." Yi Jiang reluctantly agreed, knowing that if she refused, Yuan Gang would likely harangue her incessantly. The call to Yi Fan was soon connected, but it was not Yi Fan who answered. Instead, it was Deputy Commander Zhuqing. Upon hearing Yuan Gang state that Yi Jiang intended to rescue Han Shaoyan and Qingqing from the Ancient God Society, he fell silent for a few seconds before addressing Yi Jiang. "Shao Yi, could you come over through the spatial anchor? I believe this matter necessitates a face-to-face discussion." Yi Jiang pondered for a moment, her suspicions rising. "Are you trying to deceive me into coming?" Zhuqing replied, "Look, you are feeling guilty." He chuckled lightly. "I had no such intention. Of course, if you prefer not to come, we can always travel to Cangnan to meet you." Yi Jiang dismissed the idea, then forget it. He shall go. She was unafraid of being detained, for she had already set an intricate web of plans in Cangnan. Returning would be effortless. Additionally, she had some inquiries for Yi Fan, so a trip to the capital was indeed in order. Zhuqing said, "Very well. I will await you at the Night Watch headquarters." Ye Jiang responded, "Understood." After hanging up, Yi Jiang cast a resentful glance at Yuan Gang. "Instructor Yuan, if Commander Yi detains me and I cannot return to the training camp, Will I still graduate smoothly? Yuan Gang coughed lightly in his fist. What should be fine? Shimai chimed in. Don't worry, Shao Yi. If all else fails, you can always return to our team 136. This place will forever be your home. Ye Jiang retorted. Will you be paying me a salary then? Shimai was momentarily speechless. Humph. Yi Jiang rolled her eyes at both of them, turned, and after informing Shun, Qingzhu, and Lin Qiye, who were waiting outside, she resolutely stepped into the spatial passage connected to Yi Fan's office. At the Night Watch headquarters in the capital city, Commander Yi Fan and Zui Qing, clad in dark red cloaks, stood on either side of the desk, their gazes fixed intently on a small pile of game tokens. Suddenly, a gray vortex appeared above the desk, and from it emerged a girl dressed in a white sweater, deep blue jeans, and small boots. Yi Jiang was taken aback to find herself emerging from Yi Fan's desk. After a brief moment of surprise, she quickly jumped to the ground and saluted sharply. Commander Yi, Deputy Commander Zhua. Yi Fan chuckled. Oh, I hardly deserve such respect. You are the one poised to strike at the Ancient God Society's mumblings and kick the Ancient God Society's yuhai. Before long, you might just push me aside. Zui Qing couldn't help but laugh at this remark. Yi Jiang, feeling embarrassed, stammered, Commander Yi, let me explain. Ah, no. I mean, no explanations. Yi Fan took a seat and gestured for Zui Qing to do the same. All right then, go ahead and explain. Yi Jiang, the reason I choose to assist Han Xiaoyan is twofold. Firstly, I possess a method to resolve the soul contract of the Ancient God Sect, and secondly, I cannot bear to see our esteemed Night Watchman from the Great Xia embroiled in peril. Now that I have the means, it is only fitting that I offer my utmost support. So, what do you believe is my assurance for a safe retreat? I have 4 assurances, which I have aptly named, try to strike me, try to touch me, let me strike you, and try to pursue me. Collectively, I refer to them as the Triad series of Forbidden Realms. As soon as Yi Jiang concluded his statement, Zui Qing let out a chuckle, and upon meeting the gazes of Yi Jiang and Yi Fan, he waved his hand apologetically. I beg your pardon, I couldn't help myself. Yi Jiang then continued with a grave tone. Moreover, I possess one ultimate trump card, known as a 120 Minutes of Doom. Chapter 54. Chinamo Yi Fan was instantly captivated by this so-called ultimate move, the fatal 120 minutes. What is this? Yi Jiang replied. It is essentially doppelganger. Doppelganger? They were not entirely unfamiliar with this concept, as the murmurs of the Ancient God Sect could conjure nightmare projections, akin to one's own doppelganger, causing significant distress to the Night Watchers. Is this your forbidden realm? Could you demonstrate it? Of course. Yi Jiang nodded without hesitation. She had initially intended to reveal this ability to them, so that they would not constantly worry about her venturing into perilous places. Such tasks could then be entrusted to her doppelganger. In an instant, Yi Fan and Zui Qing witnessed a brilliant flash of light, and beside Yi Jiang appeared another identical Yi Jiang. The two stood together, resembling twins, with identical appearances and expressions, even radiating the same aura of mastery. Zui Qing, in disbelief, exclaimed too. Klein realm. Yi Fan quickly inquired, Little Yi, is your doppelganger indistinguishable from your true self? Indeed. Yi Fan and Zui Qing exchanged glances, both filled with astonishment. It was crucial to note that even the nightmare projections of the murmurs were merely of the ocean realm. Yet Yi Jiang's doppelganger managed to attain the same level as her true self. This signified that once Yi Jiang reached the pinnacle of humanity, the Night Watchers would suddenly possess 2 formidable entities at that apex. Zui Qing then asked, can this doppelganger only be maintained for 2 hours? Otherwise, why would it be called the fatal 120 minutes? Indeed, after 2 hours, the doppelganger will vanish, and I can only recreate it. And what of the spiritual energy expended in creating the doppelganger? Yi Jiang pondered for a moment and fabricated a small lie, perhaps a little over half of my spiritual energy. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan and Zui Qing did not feel disheartened for an emergencies. 2 hours could suffice for many endeavors. Yi Fan remarked, you may dismiss the doppelganger for now. Given this, we shall no longer impede your journey to the Ancient God Sect. However, one point you must remember clearly. His expression turned grave, and his tone became earnest. Before you attain the pinnacle of humanity, you must never expose your forbidden realm. Moreover, Let the doppelganger undertake any dangerous tasks first. You must prioritize your own safety. Jiang was momentarily taken aback, instantly grasping the profound implications of his words, and then a smile blossomed on her face. All right. I understand. Her choice had indeed proven to be the right one. In truth, revealing her abilities and uniqueness to Yi Fan was a decision she had pondered deeply. She was wagering whether this Night Watcher commander could resist temptation. After all, the life-giving jade, the guardian barrier, and even the soul recovery talisman, any one of these could incite the greed of all. Yet, from the very beginning, Yi Fan had granted her freedom, never coercing her to contribute to the Night Watchers. It was precisely this aspect that endeared her more to the Night Watchers and to this commander of the Night Watchers. This is precisely the reason why she willingly provides the life-preserving trifecta to the Night Watchmen every month. After discussing serious matters, Qing lifted her gaze to check the time, realizing it was nearly midnight. It was time for a meal. Would Shao Yi care to sample the fare from the headquarters cafeteria? Yi Fan chimed in, stating that the culinary skills of the cafeteria's master chef were on par with those of Sun from the training camp. And since they were here, why not indulge? Jiang hesitated slightly, expressing concern that dining with them might attract too much attention. Moreover, dressed in casual attire amidst a sea of night watchman uniforms, she felt conspicuous. And with two commanders at her side, she feared that even before leaving the cafeteria, her personal information would be in the hands of certain individuals. Yi Fan, struck by a thought, reassured her, saying, "There's no issue. We can simply say you are my junior." Qing added, "Indeed, you and Commander Yi share the same surname. Perhaps you are distantly related, and dining together as relatives is hardly a scandal." The unexpected notion of having an uncle made Jiang feel somewhat bashful as she shyly touched her nose. "All right then, let's proceed. Uncle," she finally acquiesced. Stepping out of the office first, Yi Fan paused, then playfully patted Qing's shoulder, laughing heartily. "Come, my dear niece is here to visit. We must ensure Chef Kai prepares some exquisite dishes." The cafeteria was bustling with activity, and their presence undoubtedly piqued the curiosity of many. With passers-by greeting Yi Fan and Qing respectfully, while Jiang attracted her share of inquisitive glances. By the time they reached a private room on the second floor of the cafeteria, Jiang felt as though her social anxieties were on the verge of overwhelming her. As they arrived, a young man with a buzz cut stood at the entrance, immediately standing at attention and saluting upon their arrival, then breaking into a bright smile. "Commander Yi, Commander Zhua, the dishes are ready." Qing nodded slightly. "Very well. MOU, you should join us for a meal as well." The young man acknowledged and quickly descended the stairs. However, upon hearing the name MOU, Jiang was suddenly jolted. "MOU? Chen MOU? The grandson of Chen Lu?" She scrutinized Chen MOU's retreating figure, her brow furrowed, but refrained from voicing her thoughts as she stepped directly into the private room. The dining table was adorned with an array of 6 dishes, each a feast for the senses, particularly the Peking duck, which left Jiang utterly enchanted. Now this was what life was meant to be. After the meal, Jiang, content, cradled a cup of warm water, sipping it slowly. "Uncle, may I request the chef to prepare a few extra dishes for me to take away?" It wasn't a matter of lack of ambition. She simply could not resist the exquisite flavors. Surely, Shun Qingzhu and Lin Qiye had never experienced such culinary delights. How wonderful it would be to bring them a taste. Yi Fan smiled. "Of course, just let the kitchen know afterward. Feel free to come by any time you wish for a meal." Jiang readily agreed, feeling quite justified in her newfound status as Yi Fan's niece. Occasionally dropping by for a meal seemed reasonable enough. Yet, the thought of Chen MOU caused her spirits to plummet like an avalanche. Qing, perceptive to her sudden shift in mood, inquired, "What's the matter? Why do you look so downcast?" Jiang appeared somewhat conflicted, uncertain of how to begin. Should he perhaps delve into the origins and evolution of Cthulhu? Chapter 55, If you have the ability, try to kill me. No, it is not something that can be disclosed. The mere incursion of the outer gods is already sufficient to leave the night watchmen in a state of disarray, should they become aware of Cthulhu's existence. Both Yi Fan and Qing would likely find themselves sleeping with one eye open in the future. Not receiving a response from her, Qing immediately recalled Yi Jiang's gaze directed at Chen Moyu moments ago, and in a lowered voice, he inquired, "Is this related to Chen Moyu?" Yi Fan also turned her gaze towards Yi Jiang, awaiting her reply. After a brief hesitation, Yi Jiang nodded and, drawing them into the realm of consciousness, spoke. "It is not just him. There is also Chen Lu." "Old Chen?" They both exclaimed in surprise, for Chen Lao was one of the high-ranking members of the Night Watch. "They have issues. You must exercise caution." Yi Fan and Qing exchanged glances, and Yi Fan hesitantly asked, "Are you certain?" Old Chen is a significant figure among the Night Watch's leadership. Moreover, Chen Lu nearly became the fourth commander of the Night Watch. How could someone of such esteemed reputation possibly be involved in wrongdoing? Yi Jiang nodded with resolute certainty. "I am absolutely sure that Chen Lu and Chen Moyu are connected to the malevolent deity. While I cannot disclose how I know this at present, you may conduct your investigations discreetly, such as checking for alterations in the new recruits files, potential collusion with the ancient God Society regarding the recruits, or even the infiltration of the technical department to undermine special teams." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's pupils dilated in alarm. If any of the scenarios Yi Jiang outlined were to come to fruition, the ramifications for the Great Xia would be incalculable. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Jiang added with utmost caution, "Even if you uncover nothing, I hope you will remain vigilant regarding Chen Lu and Chen Moyu." Qing remained silent for a moment before nodding solemnly. "Very well, I will conduct a thorough investigation. By the way, I actually came here to inquire about the effectiveness of the soul recalling talisman." Yi Jiang casually shifted the conversation, glancing at Yi Fan. Yi Fan shook her head. "I haven't had the chance to use it yet. The Ancient God Society has been particularly active lately, and the medium team has been preoccupied with pursuing the Whispering Ones, leaving no time to return." Yi Jiang stroked her chin, clearly considering this aspect as well. "If you need my assistance, just let me know. After all, I am merely idle at the training camp." Having attained the Klein realm, she was still lingering in the novice village. Was that not absurd? "All right, if we require assistance, you will certainly be the first we think of." In the past, even if Yi Jiang had reached the pinnacle of humanity, Yi Fan would not have allowed her to face danger. But the circumstances had changed. A doppelganger in the Klein realm would be a waste, wouldn't it? Ha ha ha. Moreover, it could help alleviate some of the workload for the Phoenix team, saving them from incessant calls from Xia Simeng requesting leave. Once old Kai had prepared the meal, Yi Jiang expressed her gratitude and promptly stored the packaging in the system space before turning to bid farewell to Yi Fan and Qing. "Commander Yi, Commander Zhua, we shall leave it at this for today. Let us gather again when time permits." Yi Fan and Qing were amused by her playful remarks. "All right, just give me a heads up when you arrive, and I will ask old Kai to prepare some delicacies for you." "Great. I shall head back to Sangnan now." Yi Jiang waved her hand and stepped into the spatial passage. The moment the gray vortex vanished, the smiles on Yi Fan and Qing's faces faded away. "Let's revise the new recruits files and collude with the ancient God Church to target the special team. We should conduct a thorough investigation within the Night Watchman first," Qing suggested. "Shall we summon the spirit medium team back?" Yi Fan frowned deeply and, after a moment's hesitation, slowly replied, "Bring them back. If the spirit medium team truly can be resurrected, Wu Tongxian should also emerge from the fasting chamber." In Sangnan City, at the Peace Affairs office, Chun Mai, Lin Qiye, and Shen Qingzhu sat on the office sofa, their brows tightly knitted. After a long pause, Chun Mai finally spoke up. "I don't think you need to worry so much. The likelihood of Yi Jiang being detained is quite slim. The commander wouldn't go so far as to seize someone directly, would he?" Lin Qiye countered. "But what if he does? Yi Jiang is immensely powerful. Perhaps the commander has taken a liking to her, and she might join the Night Watchman in Shangjing permanently." Hearing this, Shen Qingzhu's frown deepened, her voice icy as she stated, "If Yi Jiang does not return, I will go to Shangjing to find her." Chumai, upon hearing their concerns, began to feel uneasy himself. He picked up his phone, contemplating whether to call Xiaopingge for an update. In the next moment, the familiar gray vortex appeared, and Yi Jiang stepped out leisurely, hands in pockets. Noticing their worried expressions, she curiously inquired, "What is the matter? Why do you all look so troubled?" Yi Viang. Thus, The matter was effortlessly resolved. Jiang recounted the events that transpired at the night watchman headquarters in detail, leaving Chunmai utterly astonished. He sighed deeply. Jiang never ceased to challenge his perceptions. However, it was for the best. Henceforth, for perilous missions, she could dispatch her avatars, ensuring greater safety. Jiang shrugged. Commander Yi and Commander Zhu mentioned the same. But honestly, with the guardian barrier in place, the tasks that could genuinely endanger me are likely few and far between. Sometimes, she felt the system cared for her excessively. Just look at the abilities she had acquired. The super healer source of life ensured her safety. Unlimited technique and guardian barrier safeguarded her. Avatar was remarkably effective, allowing her to avoid personal involvement in danger. During escapes, there were blink and spatial anchor, even if she encountered unforeseen misfortunes. As long as she possessed soul reviving talisman and ample vitality crystals, she could resurrect on the spot. How concerned was the system about her safety? She mused that her abilities, when combined, could be aptly termed, "Try to defeat me if you can." You are all heading back to the training camp tomorrow. Would you like to stay for dinner tonight? Shema inquired. Jiang decisively raised her hand, exclaiming, "Absolutely. However, we still have a few comrades. Might it be possible to invite them as well? It would weigh heavily on my conscience to leave by Li and Shao Yuan aside." Naturally, Shema could not refuse. Certainly. How many are there? Jiang gently squeezed Shun Qingzhu's hand and inquired, "Will Deng Wei and the others be joining us?" Shun Qingzhu shook her head. The three of them have been frolicking around Sangnan these past few days, so they probably won't come, having exchanged their gold ingots for money. The trio had sent the majority home, keeping only a small portion for themselves. They spent their days either at amusement parks or exploring scenic spots in Sangnan City, thoroughly enjoying themselves. If we were to summon them for a meal, it might disrupt their plans. Thus, it seems we will have only 2 individuals. Chenmai nodded. Very well, then let us gather at Hong Ying's residence this evening. The office is rather limited in space. Having too many people would not only be uncomfortable, but also quite cramped. Understood. Chapter 56. 2 metals upon hearing the familiar and piercing whistle from outside. Jiang lay in bed, indulging in a luxurious stretch, her mind reluctant to leave the comfort of her slumber. Beside her, Molly was already in a flurry, hastily dressing herself. Noticing Jiang still lounging in bed with a dazed expression, she urged anxiously, "Hurry up. If you're late, you'll be penalized with lapse." Jiang thought to herself, has it been only 3 days of good days? Is there no justice in this? Although her mind contemplated grand aspirations, her body promptly responded, and she sprang up from her bed with agility, swiftly donning her uniform. Soon enough, the new recruits stood in neat rows on the training field. On the training platform, the instructors, including Yuan Gang, had taken their positions. Unusually, today's uniforms bore an array of medals, gleaming in various sizes on their chests. "Hey, Qiye, have you noticed that a few instructors seem to be missing today?" Ali Pang Pang whispered, lowering his voice. Lin Qiye nodded slightly. 2 are absent. At that moment, Yuan Gang scanned the new recruits with a keen eye before speaking in a low, resonant tone. "Today's morning training is canceled. The reason you have gathered here is to bestow honors upon some of you." He continued, "The accolades of our night watchmen are categorized into 4 types: the Spark Medal, the Radiance Medal, the Star Medal, and the Sea of Stars Medal. Now I will announce the first recipient of a medal." Yuan Gang took a small black box from an instructor behind him, his gaze searching the crowd, revealing a glimmer of satisfaction and admiration. "Jiang, during the missile attack, you acted decisively, saving over 50 recruits, subsequently capturing the Serpent Woman of the Ancient God Church and severely injuring the 13th seat, Han Shaoyan. Thus, I confer upon you the Sea of Stars Medal." The announcement left the instructors and recruits in stunned silence. Yuan Gang had previously elaborated on the arduous nature of acquiring these 4 medals. The Sea of Stars Medal was the most challenging to attain, and yet Jiang, a new recruit from this training camp, had achieved it so swiftly? What they were unaware of was that Yi Fan had taken into account Jiang's contributions of the Life Essence Jade, the Guardian Barrier, and the Soul Recalling Talisman, any of which alone would warrant such an honor. However, due to the need for confidentiality, The decision was made to award her the Sea of Stars medal directly at this ceremony. Even so, Jiang was genuinely taken aback. She could hardly believe that she would one day receive such an accolade. My goodness, if this were in her previous world, she would have undoubtedly warranted a dedicated page in her family tree. Alas, there was no family tree to speak of. With the envious and astonished gazes of her fellow recruits upon her, Jiang strode confidently towards the training platform. Gang approached her with a smile, gently opening the small black box in his hands. A splendid medal of deep violet hue lay quietly amidst the dark silk, its crystalline surface seemingly harboring a vast cosmos. Resplendent and breathtakingly beautiful. With a solemn expression, Gang carefully lifted the starry sea medal and gently affixed it to Jiang's chest. As Jiang gazed upon the weighty emblem, a surge of emotion welled up within her. She had never anticipated such a glorious day, a moment that would undoubtedly bring honor to her family. Henceforth, this would be her treasured heirloom. Upon descending from the martial arts platform to rejoin her team, Gang announced the second recipient of the honor, and as expected, it was Lin Qiye. During the missile attack incident, Lin Qiye had assisted Jiang in rescuing over 50 new recruits, later capturing the serpent woman of the ancient god cult alongside Jiang and repelling the 13th seat of the believers, Han Shaoyan. Thus, he was awarded the Starry Light Medal. Lin Qiye ascended the stage with a bewildered expression, returning to his team equally perplexed. He stared at the medal on his chest in disbelief, not realizing that following Jiang would lead him to such an accolade. Regrettably, this time, Han Shaoyan had not unleashed the great wind disaster which had caused Shun Qingzhu's Starry Light Medal to fall, but Jiang firmly believed that with their capabilities, they would undoubtedly earn more medals in the future. Soon, their uniforms would be adorned with accolades galore. After breakfast, Jiang was summoned to Gang's office. "What is it, Instructor Yuan?" Gang retrieved a small black box from his drawer and handed it to her. Jiang glanced at the familiar box, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Open it and see," Gang urged with a smile. Upon opening the box, she discovered a deep blue medal resting quietly inside. "This is the stellar medal. Is this for me?" Jiang was perplexed. Hadn't she already received the Starry Sea Medal? Why then was she being presented with the stellar medal? Surely it wasn't merely for her to admire? Gang clarified. "In truth, this is the reward for your valor in saving the recruits and capturing the serpent woman." Jiang eyed him warily. "You're not suggesting that you made an error, are you?" Gang chuckled. "How could that be? The Starry Sea Medal is a recognition of your selfless contributions with the Life Essence Gem, Guardian Barrier, and Soul Return Talisman. Since the Life Essence Gem and Guardian Barrier were provided to the Night Watchers, countless lives have been saved, and you are wholly deserving of the Starry Sea Medal. Thus, Yifan thoughtfully added the Stellar Medal as well." Realization dawned on Jiang, and her heart swelled with joy as she admired the deep blue medal in the black box. It was truly exquisite. Overcome with happiness, she spontaneously created several Qian-level, super-compressed life crystals and super-compressed guardian barriers. "Instructor Yuan, could you kindly pass these along to Commander Yi? And please inform him that these are more suitable for use at the Qian level and above. Especially the life crystals. If consumed, they should be taken sparingly. Otherwise, I might unexpectedly revert to childhood, and I would be at a loss for how to handle that." Instructor Yuan beamed with delight, pleasantly surprised by the unexpected gain. He promptly replied, "All right, I shall deliver it to the commander shortly. Is there anything else you would like me to convey?" Jiang pondered for a moment before handing him a substantial handful of spatial anchors. "Can these assist me in distributing to our esteemed human pinnacle in Great Xia?" "These are spatial anchors? Do you wish to meet them?" "Not exactly," Jiang elucidated. "It's merely a precaution. In case they might require my assistance in the future, I am merely establishing a rapport in advance." Gang nodded in agreement. "Very well. I will request Commander Yi to pass them along." Upon exiting the office, Jiang's thoughts began to soar. She had now reached the initial stage of the Qian realm, which meant that, by resolving a maximum of 3 more regrets, she could ascend to the pinnacle of humanity. And what lay beyond that? Ascendancy to divinity? The thought of becoming divine made Jiang chuckle softly to herself. Once she attained divinity, she would strike Loki with her fists, kick Azathoth, and compel Chaos to kneel and sing her praises. Ahem. Such ambitions seemed distant for now. First, she needed to address the matter with Han Shaoyan. Chapter 57. The Ancient God as Church 2 days later in the training camp classroom. Who can elucidate the essence of mental strength? On the podium, Instructor Gu adjusted his glasses, his gaze leisurely sweeping across the students. Bailey Tumming, comfortably nestled in the last row, was blissfully asleep, utterly oblivious. Lin Qiye discreetly extended his leg and delivered a sharp kick to his chair. Bailey Tumming jolted awake, instinctively standing up. Here, do you comprehend the essence of mental strength? The essence of mental strength is, I don't know, instructor. Go run 10 laps. Yes. Bailey Tumming exited, his expression a portrait of despair as he trudged away to fulfill his punishment. Jiang cast a glance at Shen Qingzhu seated beside her under her vigilant watch. Shen Qingzhu was not only awake but appeared to be listening attentively, albeit uncertain whether the information truly registered. At least she was spared the punishment of running laps. Suddenly, a gray vortex materialized before her without warning. Jiang reacted with remarkable swiftness, instantly entering the mental realm, conjuring a doppelganger to traverse the spatial passage. And then she withdrew from the mental domain. If her intuition served her correctly, it was Han Shaoyan who had invoked the spatial anchor point. Lin Qiye and the others observed the gray vortex, their hearts racing with alarm. Fortunately, they occupied the last row, and with Jiang's rapid actions, the other recruits remained oblivious to the anomaly. However, Instructor Gu on the podium certainly noticed, his eyes widening in astonishment. Upon returning to her seat, Jiang offered him an innocent smile, which prompted a sigh of relief from Instructor Gu. The sudden appearance of the vortex followed by Jiang's instantaneous disappearance had almost compelled him to trigger the alarm, fearing an invasion by the ancient goddess church. Lin Qiye, Shen Qingzhu, and Bailey Tumming regarded Jiang with concern, their eyes brimming with questions. Jiang smiled and gently shook her head, signaling that all was well. She could perceive the scene through her doppelganger, confirming it was indeed Han Shaoyan who had employed the spatial anchor point. What he hadn't anticipated was that upon shattering the game currency, the spatial passage would manifest, yet he found himself unable to enter. He was utterly dumbfounded. Then he witnessed someone emerging from within, the very person he sought, Jiang. Han Shaoyan, burdened with a woman on his back and gripping a long spear, regarded Jiang warily, suppressing his ire. You deceived me? Jiang shot him a glance, retorting, if I were to deceive you, why would I come to fetch you? Her intention was merely to deliver a grand gift to the ancient goddess church while retrieving him. Just wait a moment. With that, Jiang summoned all her mental strength, as if an extreme frost capable of freezing souls surged forth from beneath her feet, rapidly enveloping the surroundings. In an instant, their room transformed into an icy chamber. The guards outside barely had time to react before their forms stiffened, subsequently disintegrating into a heap of small ice shards. The headquarters of the ancient goddess church was not as expansive as that of the Night Watchers, yet under Jiang's full exertion, it transmuted into a colossal ice cavern in less than 10 seconds. Regrettably, formidable beings of Klein level and beyond are stationed here. Soon, a voice brimming with fury reverberated through the ears of all present, including the little ice block. Who dares to seek death at the ancient god church? It's me, Ingzi. I'm here, Didi. The terrifying aura of that powerful entity permeated the headquarters of the ancient god church, causing Han Shaoyan, who was carrying Qingqing, to nearly kneel under the pressure. Fortunately, the guardian barrier on him activated just in time to shield them. The little one stirred up chaos at the ancient god church, and Jiang felt exceptionally pleased. Let's depart. With that, she unhesitatingly grasped the arms of Han, Shaoyan, and Qingqing, leading them into a new spatial passage. When they re-emerged, they found themselves in Yi Fan's command office, perhaps due to Jiang's previous visit when she stood atop the desk. Yi Fan placed a game token in the corner of the room this time. Han Shaoyan looked around, puzzled, and asked, Have we arrived? Ye Viank nodded. This is the headquarters of the Watchers. You should set Qingqing down. I will see if I can heal her. You can heal Qingqing. Han Xiaoyun's eyes widened in astonishment as he excitedly grasped Yi Jiang's arm. He was oblivious to their current surroundings, focusing only on Yi Jiang's promise of healing for Qingqing. I'm not certain yet. Just lay her down and let me assess. All right. Han Xiaoyun gently placed Qingqing on the sofa, his eyes filled with hope. Although Yi Jiang expressed uncertainty, it still ignited boundless optimism within him. Yi Jiang promptly fed Qingqing a vitality crystal, which dissolved upon entering her mouth, releasing a pure life force that surged through her limbs. Soon, a faint flush returned to Qingqing's complexion, yet there were no signs of awakening. Yi Jiang's Strukit Herchin, pondering if perhaps a comatose person required more life energy. Just as she contemplated administering another vitality crystal, Han Xiaoyun suddenly exclaimed with joy, "She's moving. Qingqing is moving." Bang! The office door was violently kicked open, and several watchers clad in dark red cloaks stormed in. "Do not move. Raise your hands." Yi Jiang thought, "This is a disaster. How did she become a criminal?" Ha 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 ha. Yi Fan's laughter rang out robustly, contrasting sharply with Yi Jiang's glum expression, akin to a dejected mushroom. "Can we not laugh? Just moments ago, she and Han Xiaoyun nearly clashed with the Watchers. Fortunately, Zhuo Qing arrived in time to clarify the situation. Otherwise, both she and Han Xiaoyun would have been off to the fasting facility today." Yi Fan chuckled. "Who told you not to announce your arrival in advance?" Yi Jiang rolled her eyes dramatically. "I was in class when I arrived, all right? I went straight to fetch them. There was no time to inform you." All right. No need to be upset. Shall I ask Old Kai to prepare some delicacies for you to take back?" "Sure." With the promise of delicious food, Yi Jiang was willing to forgive him. But what shall we do about Han Xiaoyun and Qingqing? After Qingqing awoke, she consumed a vitality crystal. Her bodily functions have nearly returned to normal. However, having lain down for an extended period, she must undergo rehabilitation to regain her former self. Yi Fan responded, "Let us first send her to the fasting center. Their subsequent performance will determine the next steps." Yi Jiang nodded in agreement. "By the way, did you have Instructor Yuan pass on those items to the esteemed figures of the Great Xia? They have been delivered. But why did you give them the space anchor points?" Yi Fan had presumed that her gift would consist of vitality crystals and protective barriers, not the space anchor points. "Well, it would be convenient for them to contact me when they find themselves at a disadvantage in battle." Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle. "If the pinnacle of humanity cannot prevail, do you believe you can?" Yi Jiang shot him a sidelong glance. "Uncle, do you doubt that I could ascend to the pinnacle of humanity in a heartbeat?" Yi Fan honestly shook his head. "I do not believe it, unless you demonstrate it to me right now." "That's just a jest. The pinnacle of humanity cannot simply be attained at will. If it were that easy, there wouldn't be only 5 in all of Great Xia. Not just yet, perhaps in a couple of days." After rescuing Han, Xiaoyun, and Qingqing, she had only received 2 opportunities to extract abilities. Currently, she stood at the peak of the Qian realm, just a step away from ascension. Chapter 58. Resurrection at the Tsangnan Training Camp. Yi Jiang reclined comfortably on her dormitory bed, her legs crossed, a lollipop nestled between her lips. Rescue Han Xiaoyun from the Ancient God Church. Regret-1. Rescue Qingqing from the Ancient God Church. Regret-1. Ability can be extracted. Extraction attempts. 2. Would you like to extract the ability? Yes. Extraction complete. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the ability. Mental Shock. 0 Forbidden Gun. Mental Shock. Capable of launching a direct assault on the target's brain or mental realm, causing temporary consciousness confusion, hallucinations, loss of directional sense, and memory disarray. It may also serve as a means of mental defense. 0 Forbidden Gun. A black pistol forged from the core of a fallen star, capable of absorbing mental energy for charging. Upon striking a target, it detonates instantaneously, causing both the target's body and soul to disintegrate. Upon reviewing these newfound abilities, Yi Jiang scratched her head in bewilderment, inwardly lamenting how increasingly violent she seemed. Was she not meant to be a healer? Click! The dormitory door swung open, and Molly hurried in, clutching her toiletries. Yi Jiang blinked in surprise at her still-clad military uniform and queried, "Didn't you go for a shower?" Molly replied, "I just stepped out and ran into someone who said Instructor Yuan is looking for you. He wants you in his office. What could Instructor Yuan possibly want with her at this late hour? Jiang nodded. All right, I'll head over now. In the office, Yuan Gang was absorbed in reviewing documents. Upon hearing a knock, he called out in a deep voice, "Come in." Jiang entered, standing at attention and saluting. Instructor Yuan, you summoned me? Little Yi. Yuan Gang began slowly. Do you wish to go out for some fun? Jiang raised an eyebrow. Suspicion etched on her face. Go out for fun? Am I being expelled from the training camp? Yuan Gang quickly shook his head with a wry smile. Not all. To be frank, I've decided to organize a drill for the new recruits in a couple of days. A drill? Jiang pondered, stroking her chin, secretly speculating whether it involved the spider, the cube, and the headless man-s narrative. This was a traditional event for every cohort in our training camp, and this time, I intend to introduce 3 mysterious beings from the Chuanjing realm. Yuan Gang emphasized the last part. Realization dawned on Jiang. Was he concerned that her strength might disrupt the proceedings? If so, spending a day out would be quite agreeable, as she had little interest in merely bullying the weak. Very well, just give me a heads up before it occurs, and I shall journey to Beijing to enjoy time with Commander Yi and the others. The evening before the drill, Yuan Gang summoned Jiang to his office once more. She gestured an okay sign to indicate her understanding. I'll take my leave then. I trust you with the dormitory. At the headquarters of the Night Watchers in Beijing, within the Commander's office, Jiang materialized to find Yi Fan and Zhuqing already awaiting her arrival. Hello, uncles. Have you had dinner yet? The 2 individuals immediately burst into laughter, and Yi Fan remarked, If you haven't eaten, I can accompany you for a bit. After we finish, we can resume our work. Jiang, with a perplexed expression, inquired. Work? What kind of work? Wasn't I here to have fun? It seemed as though she was about to be conscripted. Zhuqing chuckled. The spirit medium team has just returned, and I thought I'd take you to meet them. However, if you'd rather not go, I can escort you to the dormitory for some rest. The spirit medium team. Jiang's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly exclaimed, Let's go. I want to go. After waiting for over half a year, she was finally thrilled that the day had arrived. Zhuqing and Yi Fan exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware that Jiang would never miss such an opportunity. Yi Fan and Zhuqing rose to their feet, guiding Jiang out of the office and towards the conference room. Inside, 7 figures clad in black cloaks were seated, 6 of them eerily motionless like puppets, while only the young man at the edge was absorbed in his phone. Upon hearing their footsteps, the young man looked up at the door, beaming a radiant smile at Yi Fan and Zhuqing. Commander Yi, Commander Zhua. However, when he noticed Jiang following behind them, he appeared momentarily taken aback. Yi Fan cheerfully introduced, This is Jiang, my niece and a new recruit in this training camp. He then turned to Jiang, saying, This is the leader of the spirit medium team, Bu Li. Jiang gazed at Bu Li and then at the 6 shadowy figures, her excitement barely contained. To be honest, when she first read the original text, the spirit medium team tugged at her heartstrings the most. Bu Li, the captain carrying his comrades' corpses into battle, and Wu Tongxian, who awaited the bodies of his teammates at the fasting station, had brought her to tears. Therefore, when she acquired the ability of reincarnation, her foremost thought was to revive the entire spirit medium team. Upon learning of Jiang's familial connection to Yi Fan, Bu Li raised an eyebrow, his skepticism evident. Yet he refrained from voicing any doubts and greeted Jiang amicably. Yi Fan turned his attention to Jiang and asked, Little Yi, considering their current situation, let's enter my mental domain first. It is not entirely safe out here. With a wave of her hand, she drew everyone present into her mental realm. Bu Li instinctively moved to take action, but Zhuqing calmed him, saying, This is Little Ye's forbidden domain. There's no need to be alarmed. Bu Li frowned and asked, Commander Zhua, why have we been summoned back this time? Rather than providing a direct answer, Zhuqing teased, Patience. You will soon find out. Jiang approached one of the motionless figures and cautiously extended her hand. A stream of pale blue light surged from her palm, swirling and ascending around the figure's body. As Jiang continued to channel her mental energy, a blue shield formed around them, enveloping both her and the figure. For some unknown reason, a breeze stirred within the shield, causing their garments to flutter. Suddenly, indistinct shapes began to materialize around the figure's body, resembling fragments of souls gathering and merging. As Yi Fan and his companions beheld this scene, their pupils constricted in shock. It was the soul of this team member. With the continuous casting of the soul recalling technique, the now fully gathered soul began to merge slowly with the body. The figure that had once stood upright before Yi Jiang collapsed softly to the ground, the hood falling away to reveal a pale, serene face with closed eyes. Observing this, Yi Jiang decisively ceased the soul-recalling technique and activated the divine ruins garden of redemption. Golden wings accompanied the ethereal garden as it materialized before them, a rich aura of life flowing incessantly towards the motionless figure. His complexion gradually regained a healthy hue, and his nostrils slightly flared as if striving to breathe. Shortly thereafter, his fingers twitched gently, and his limbs began to move involuntarily, as though he were laboring to awaken. Suddenly, his eyes flew open, filled with a bewildered and perplexed expression. Bu Li, witnessing this miraculous moment, felt his eyes welling with tears. He saw that the light in Shao Hua's eyes had transformed from the previous lifelessness and numbness. He had truly come back to life. Chapter 59. The pinnacle of humanity. After infusing the man on the ground with a surge of life energy akin to that of the masked team, Yi Jiang finally retracted the forbidden realm. Bu Li could no longer contain himself and rushed forward. Shao Hua. The man known as Shao Hua gazed at Bu Li's familiar face, his lips trembling slightly as he uttered weakly, "Bu Li, have you perished too?" Overwhelmed with joy and tears, Bu Li embraced him tightly, exclaiming, "How could I possibly die with my strength? It is you who has returned to life." Yi Fan and Zhuqing experienced a whirlwind of complex emotions, excitement intertwined with profound gratitude. "Shao Yi, how are you?" Ye Fan inquired, placing a hand on Yi Jiang's arm, filled with concern. Yi Jiang shook her head. "I'm fine. It requires less mental energy than I anticipated." To simultaneously resurrect, a person using both Soul Rebirth and Garden of Redemption consumed less than a third of her mental energy, indicating that, at her current level, she could potentially revive up to 3 individuals at once. The most taxing aspect was indeed the Soul Rebirth, which necessitated summoning, gathering, and merging souls. However, if she directly employed a rebirth talisman, she could conserve that portion of mental energy. Reviving the remaining 5 individuals at once should not pose a significant challenge, especially with the life source continuously replenishing her mental energy. "Should we return to rest first?" Zhuqing inquired, her face etched with concern. Previously, she regarded Yi Jiang as a treasure, but now she perceived her as a national treasure of immeasurable value. Yi Jiang's gaze shifted towards Bu Li and Shao Hua, who were still weeping in each other's embrace, and she silently shook her head. "No need. I will use the rebirth talisman next. My mental energy is sufficient." She eagerly anticipated the resurrection of the entire medium team, for rectifying this regret would elevate her to the pinnacle of humanity. She needed to be well prepared for her imminent encounter with the Whisperer. Half an hour later, 5 individuals lay before Yi Jiang, arranged neatly. Bu Li's emotions had stabilized considerably. After placing the still somewhat weak Shao Hua aside, he approached Yi Jiang to express his gratitude. "I cannot thank you enough. In the future, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. The medium team will never utter a word of refusal." Yi Jiang, unreserved in her demeanor, smiled and nodded. "I shall take you at your word. However, since they have just been revived, the integration of their souls and bodies is still somewhat tenuous, especially considering they sacrificed for an extended period. Therefore, it would be best to refrain from undertaking combat missions for the time being." Yi Fan inquired, "How long will their condition persist?" Yi Jiang pondered for a moment before responding, "Approximately 7 to 8 days." She had infused each of them with a surge of life energy, allowing ample time for them to return to their optimal state. Bu Li nodded and addressed Yi Fan. "All right, let us allow them to recuperate at headquarters during this time. You aren't considering embarking on a mission yourself, are you?" Yi Jiang questioned suspiciously. "Surely, you do not intend to pursue the Whisper?" Bu Li was taken aback. "How did you know?" Yi Jiang shrugged nonchalantly. I possess the ability to foresee events, yet I advise you not to rush. In a few days, the ancient god sect will once again take action, at which point the true form of the Whisperer will emerge. I plan to capture him alive. Bu Li gazed at Yi Jiang with a peculiar expression. Are you certain it will be you capturing him, rather than the other way around? From his perspective, Yi Jiang likely possessed auxiliary abilities, lacking formidable combat strength. Pursuing the Whisperer seemed akin to courting death. Yi Fan hastily interjected, Indeed, young Yi, do exercise caution. Though both Yi Jiang and the Whisperer were of the Qian realm, the fact that the Whisperer had evaded capture for such an extended period suggested that, even at the Qian level, he was a formidable force. Do not unwittingly draw the attention of that perverse entity. Seeing their lack of faith in her, Yi Jiang, in a fit of indignation, opened the system panel. Revive medium team Regret-1. Ability can be extracted. Extraction attempts. 1. Would you like to extract the ability? Yes. Extraction complete. Congratulations. Host has acquired the ability. Conceptual Annihilation. Conceptual Annihilation. The power to manipulate the concepts of existence and non-existence, allowing the user to strip and obliterate the target's key concept from the world's perception. Name, Yi Jiang. Age, 17. Gender, female. Realm, human. Pinnacle ability, electromagnetic cannon. Breath of the Archangel, merged with the origin. Serious punch, unlimited technique, blink, guardian barrier, mental domain, clone, creation, resurrection technique, healing origin, merged, daylight origin, merged, space anchor point. Extreme cold ice prison, lock, illusionary aberration, mental impact, 0. Forbidden gun, conceptual annihilation. Gazing at this resplendent panel, Yi Jiang felt an urge to proclaim, My dear. The times have changed. With her hands leisurely tucked in her pockets and chin slightly raised, she mused, What realm is the Whisperer in? The pinnacle of the Qian realm. Now, take a look at my realm. You are. Wait. The expressions of the three shifted dramatically in an instant. Just moments ago, it was evident that she was of the Qian realm, yet now she appeared blurred and indistinct. Yi Jiang, with an air of nonchalance, patted Yi Fan's shoulder and earnestly remarked, Uncle, the times have changed. Do take time to read The Dragon King Returns, The Self-Cultivation of a Show-Off, and 30 Years in the East. 30 Years in the West. Yi Fan rubbed his head in disbelief. You have reached the pinnacle of humanity? After relocating the members of the medium team to the Watcher's dormitory, Yi Jiang returned to the dormitory assigned to her by Zhuo Qing for some much-needed rest. Once they departed, Bu Li, with a puzzled expression, asked Yi Fan, Commander, is Yi Jiang also a divine agent? The intense divine aura when she revived Shao Hua and the conspicuous large wings were unmistakable. Yi Fan, not one to conceal the truth, candidly replied, Perhaps. Bu Li widened his eyes in disbelief. How can it still be perhaps when it is so evident? Yi Fan let out a soft sigh, her expression grave as she explained, To be honest, I would rather believe that she is indeed a deity rather than merely an agent of the divine. After all, have you ever encountered a mortal capable of resurrecting the dead? Most importantly, there is no cost involved. Those acquainted with Yi Jiang are well aware that she harbors a significant secret. Initially, there were doubts and even a desire to investigate further. However, her various displays gradually eased their suspicions. Regardless of whether she is a divine being or a mere human, as long as she steadfastly stands with the Great Xia, she will eternally be an exceptional soldier of the Great Xia, a loyal sentinel of the realm. Evidence has shown that her actions merit their utmost trust. Bu Li smacked his lips, contemplatively remarking, The new recruits today are truly astonishing. ISNT, they're also a divine agent of the Archangel Michael in this training camp. Is he as formidable as Yi Jiang? Yi Fan's expression turned peculiar, and after a moment of silence, she slowly responded, In truth, if it weren't for Yi Jiang, Lin Qiye, you would also be remarkably impressive, as he has maintained the miracle of Tsangnan City for a decade on his own. However, based on our observations, the dynamic between Yi Jiang and Lin Qiye resembles that of siblings, and Lin Qiye is entirely at a disadvantage in their contests. One reason is that he cannot hit her, and another is that he simply cannot compete. But isn't Yi Jiang a support type, forbidden area? Yi Fan's gaze darkened as she slowly continued. A couple of days ago, the headquarters of the ancient god church was destroyed. Are you aware of this? Bully nodded vigorously. Yes, I know. The murmurs have nearly driven him mad. He even dared to fight back during his escape these days. This is Yi Jiang's masterpiece. Is that true? How many types of forbidden areas does she possess? I'm not sure. I've never counted. Commander, I suddenly feel that a genius like Yi Jiang is perfectly suited for our spirit medium team. If she is willing to join, I would gladly relinquish the captaincy to her and take on the role of vice captain. What do you think? The mask team feels the same way. Chapter 60. The all-powerful support. Yi Jiang. The following day, Yi Jiang found herself waking up around 9 in the morning, utterly astonished by the sheer pleasure of indulging in a leisurely slumber. It had been quite some time since she had experienced the joy of waking naturally. Even her previous affliction with smartphone dependency seemed to have vanished without a trace. The training camp was devoid of any signal. And with the rigorous daily schedule of training and classes consuming her time, she had completely forgotten when she last laid eyes on her phone. Lost in thought, the tranquility of the dormitory was abruptly shattered by a series of urgent knocks at the door. Wait a moment. Yi Jiang tousled her disheveled hair and quickly dressed before climbing out of bed. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of Bu Li, who stood at the threshold with a cheerful smile, appearing to be in high spirits. Shao Yi, would you like to go out and have some fun today? After considerable contemplation and taking into account the suggestions of his teammates, he had resolved to first build a rapport with Yi Jiang. Once their relationship deepened, inviting her to join the spirit medium team would naturally follow. Yi Jiang was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at Bu Li, who was dressed casually. Where are they planning to go? An amusement park? Wasn't it a bit chilly? It was still early spring in Beijing, and the weather remained quite brisk. Shopping? She found that rather exhausting. Bu Li scratched his head, suggesting, how about watching a movie? Afterwards, we could enjoy some delicious food? This was his first time inviting a girl out, and he was genuinely uncertain about what to do. However, Yi Jiang's expression grew peculiar at his suggestion. Well, Captain Bu, I already have a boyfriend. He is still waiting for me at the training camp. We wouldn't be a suitable match. Realizing she had misunderstood, Bu Li's face flushed a deep crimson as he hurriedly waved his hands in denial. No, you've misunderstood me. That is not what I meant. I actually wanted to invite you to join our spirit medium team. Yi Jiang suddenly understood, realizing that her formidable abilities had indeed impressed him. Nonetheless, she had long since resolved to join Lin Qiye's team. Otherwise, how would the plot progress? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she replied, I'm sorry, Captain Bu, but I currently have no intention of joining a team. However, I can offer you this. She extended her hand, and a game token materialized within her grasp, which she then handed to Bu Li. Bu Li, bewildered, accepted the token and inquired, What is this? A game token? This is my forbidden domain, space anchor point. If you need my assistance, simply crush it, and I will come and find you immediately. When I require your help, I will also use this to reach your location. Once you've used it up, let me know, and I will provide you with another. Bu Li stared in astonishment at the game token in his hand, suddenly exclaiming, You can use this anchor point to come directly to us? Yi Jiang nodded, Indeed, but it can only be used by me, or if I take someone along with me. In that case, I cannot accept this. Bu Li returned the space anchor point. The missions we undertake are exceedingly perilous. Should you suddenly appear, it could easily place you in a dangerous situation. Yi Jiang chuckled, Rest assured, it is not so easy to harm me. My forbidden void is quite formidable. Noticing Bu Li still entangled in doubt, Yi Jiang took a few steps back, casually placing her hands in her pockets. If you do not believe me, why not give me a light strike as a test? Although Bu Li was curious, he had no intention of truly hitting her. He merely patted her arm gently. To his surprise, his hand seemed obstructed by an invisible barrier, unable to advance even an inch. See? Therefore, you need not worry about my safety. After hearing this, Bu Li couldn't resist trying again, this time applying a bit more force, yet it remained utterly immovable. All right, I shall accept that. However, just to be safe, do notify me in advance before you seek us out. Yi Jiang flashed an okay gesture. Oh, and there's this. She rubbed her hands together, conjuring several guardian barriers that appeared in her palms, which she then handed to him. This is a guardian barrier. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it. Li's eyes widened in astonishment before he smiled and accepted it. Of course I know, nowadays, not only special teams, but also the night watchmen in various cities each have one. I just didn't expect it to be crafted by you. They had always assumed it was a relic developed by headquarters. Jiang's lips curled into a slight smile, shrugging with pride. What can I say? I am quite versatile. Li found her self-satisfied demeanor amusing, bursting into laughter as he raised the game coin in his hand. So, does that mean we now have an all-purpose ally? Indeed. I have to juggle multiple roles. Perhaps I should negotiate with Commander Yi for a raise. Jiang joked. I think you could give a try. Li carefully tucked the items into his pocket, pondering the day ahead. Since there's nothing pressing today, how about we go out for some fun? He hadn't taken a break in quite some time, and with a sudden holiday at hand, he was uncertain how to spend it, especially with teammates recuperating, leaving him rather bored. Jiang contemplated for a moment before suggesting, how about a shopping trip? I visited the capital several times, but never ventured beyond the Night Watch headquarters. Today, I happen to have some free time. We could buy gifts for Lin Qiye and Shen Qingzhu. As she thought of Shen Qingzhu and the others, Jiang suddenly jolted. She realized she had forgotten something important. She had neglected to inform them of her visit to the capital today. Given the instructor's tendencies, they might have even gone so far as to place a fake corpse in her bed as a prank. Sangnan training camp. Shen Qingzhu surveyed the warehouse before him, his gaze sharp. The voice of Li Jia crackled through the walkie-talkie. Brother Shen, the explosives are all set. Should we detonate now? No need. I will go in and take a look first. Wait for my signal. Li Jia's voice brimmed with concern. Brother Shen, that's the mysterious area of Chuanjing. Even if it's for revenge for sister-in-law, you shouldn't throw your life away. Why not just blow it up? Shen Qingzhu replied, exasperated. Jiang is not dead. What revenge am I seeking? You should stop reading those romance novels. Without discussing Jiang's formidable prowess, even her ability to effortlessly intercept missiles is noteworthy. Considering Yuan Gang's level of concern for her, would he remain so composed if something were to genuinely happen to her? Perhaps Jiang is merely off playing somewhere. Li Jia chuckled awkwardly, remarking that it aligns perfectly with the atmosphere of the narrative. Upon first encountering Jiang's lifeless body, everyone was utterly astounded. Shen Qingzhu and Lin Qiye nearly detonated the training camp in their shock. Fortunately, they quickly realized that this must be a test, which allowed them to breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 61. Undetermined in the city of Shangjing at the headquarters of the Night Watchman, Jiang returned to her dormitory, burdened with numerous bags. Oh my, I am utterly exhausted, she exclaimed as she dropped the shopping bags onto the floor and collapsed on her bed. She had purchased a plethora of delectable treats, clothing, and footwear for Shen Qingzhu, Lin Qiye, and their companions, while also acquiring an array of gifts for her recuperating teammates. The two had been so enamored with selecting suitable items for their friends that they lost track of time and did not return until the afternoon. Ding! Ding! Her phone suddenly chimed twice from her pocket. Jiang retrieved it and noticed a text message from Zhuqing. Shao Yi, the exercises at the training camp have concluded. Are you planning to return today or tomorrow? Without hesitation, Jiang replied, I will return today. Zhuqing responded promptly. All right. Jiang then stored the shopping bags in her space and tidied up her room before exiting the dormitory. At the training camp in Sangnan City, Lin Qiye, Shen Qingzhu, Li Pangpang, and Chao Yuan were seated together, engaging in idle conversation. Following the conclusion of the exercises, Instructor Yuan had granted them over a day's reprieve, yet without their phones or any form of entertainment, the group found themselves congregating once more to chat. Leaning lazily against the steps, Li Pangpang remarked, Did Instructor Yuan mention where Sister Jiang went? Lin Qiye shook his head. Instructor Yuan only mentioned that she went out for some leisure. She went out to have fun and didn't even bother to inform us. I am genuinely upset. Li Pangpang feigned anger, tossing a small stone into the distance. Chao Yuan mused. What if she returns with delicious treats for you? Li Pangpang azitata. In that case, I might consider forgiving her. However, you two, Brother Zhuang, should have told us. Sister Jiang going out without a word is one thing, but for you to remain silent is quite disappointing. He smirked, teasing Shen Qingzhu, who sat nearby. Shen Qingzhu cast him a sidelong glance. When Yi Jiang returns, I will be sure to relay your words. Bai li bang bang gaspat. Hey you, there's no need to tell me. I heard everything. A melodic female voice suddenly chimed in, catching the attention of the group. They swiftly turned to see the very subject of their discussion, Yi Jiang, standing behind them with a bright smile. Yi Jiang raised an eyebrow. I went all the way to Shangjing to buy you gifts. And yet you dare speak ill of me behind my back? Sister Jiang, Bai Li Pang Pang exclaimed with delight, rushing to her side and flattering. How could I possibly say anything negative about you? I was merely testing Brother Zhuang's affection for you. Shen Qingzhu rolled his eyes. You are truly shameless. Sister Jiang, did you buy us something delicious? Yi Jiang could tell that Bai Li Pang Pang was merely after the food. She laughed indeed. I bought plenty of treats and gifts for all of you. With that, she drew the four of them into her mental realm and began to retrieve items from her space. Here, I have pastries and meals, all packed from restaurants. And these are the spring outfits I bought for you, along with shoes. Oh, and I also purchased some undergarments. You can each select your own sizes. In addition to skincare products, remember to apply them after washing your face each day. Just look at the state of your skin before long, within a vast space. Only the incessant chatter of Yi Jiang remained. A sudden sense of unease washed over her, and upon raising her gaze, she found four tall young men staring at her in a daze. Confused, Yi Jiang asked, what troubles you? Do you not like it? Shen Qingzhu stepped forward and embraced Yi Jiang, stating earnestly, I like it, I truly do. Thank you, Yi Jiang. Lin Qiye's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he gently wrapped his arms around her from the left side, adding, Thank you, Yi Jiang. Aside from his aunt and Jean, Yi Jiang was the first person to show him such kindness, akin to that of an older sister. And it brought him immense joy. Bai Li Pang Pang quickly claimed the right side of Yi Jiang, exclaiming, I adore you too. Thank you, Sister Jiang. Not forgetting to buy them gifts while out, even the clothes were chosen based on their preferences, leaving him profoundly touched. He resolved that from now on, Yi Jiang would be his only sister. Chao Yuan stood by, hesitating to speak. The three of them shielded Yi Jiang completely, leaving him wondering about his own position. Eventually, he stepped forward and embraced all four of them, feeling more included. Today's emotional display left a bittersweet taste in his heart. Yi Jiang remarked, Wait, hugging my boyfriend is one thing, but what are you all doing here? As spring yielded to summer, the countdown to the training camp commenced. In the cafeteria, familiar faces occupied familiar seats. With training and assessments concluded, Lin Qiye inquired, Is there anything left to do? Bai Li Pang Pang pondered briefly before responding, I think not. Next, we await the overall scores to determine our placements, followed by the oath-taking ceremony, where we will receive our star blade, cloaks, and medals. After that, we can depart the training camp for our respective bases. Chao Yuan suddenly interjected, Does that mean Sister Jiang and Brother Zhuang will be in a long-distance relationship? It seemed that at some point, everyone except Shen Qingzhu had begun to address Yi Jiang as sister, despite her not being the eldest. Yi Jiang could only resignedly accept this, for sisterhood is indeed equality. However, with Chao Yuan's remark, an awkward silence ensued as they exchanged glances. Yi Jiang swallowed her food, looked at them, and finally settled her gaze on Shen Qingzhu, whose expression was less than cheerful. She sighed, stopped teasing him. They were well aware of the spatial anchor point that allowed her and Shen Qingzhu to meet at any time. It was merely amusement to provoke him. Hadn't they noticed how he would start to radiate coldness at the mere mention of it? Bai Li Pang Pang was the first to chuckle, followed by Lin Qiye and Chao Yuan, who turned their smiles toward Shen Qingzhu. Brother Zhuang, I must ask, how can you still be upset after all this time? Shen Qingzhu shot them a glare, then placed a peeled egg onto Yi Jiang's plate, mocking, a bunch of single dogs, what do you know? Lin Qiye, Bai Li Pang Pang, Chao Yuan, Didi. A notification chimed from their phones, which lay upon the table, as all the new recruits received the same message simultaneously. Bai Li Pang Pang picked up his phone and exclaimed, Holy cow, the overall score rankings are out. My total score is 74, placing me 184th in the battalion. How can it be so low? Chao Yuan responded, "My total score is 91, ranked 3rd. Have you no awareness of your performance in physical fitness, close combat, and strategy apart from the exercises and shooting? Yet, astonishingly, Qiye has attained the 1st position." "What? Qiye is 1st. They were all taken aback, not questioning Lin Qiye's achievement, but rather astonished that the top spot was not claimed by Yi Jiang. Even more perplexing was the absence of Yi Jiang's score on the list. Beside his name, there were only 2 words, pending. Chapter 62. Orders by Li Pang wore a puzzled expression, inquiring, "What does pending mean? Has Sister Jiang been held back?" Chao Yuan, however, entertained a different notion. Perhaps her scores were too high, and the instructors need to deliberate further. "Whatever, we'll find out in due time," Yi Jiang remarked casually. In truth, she could almost surmise the thoughts of Yi Fan and the others. Having reached the pinnacle of human potential, what purpose did these scores serve? It was unlikely she would be assigned to the Night Watchman squad, so she simply remained as pending. On the border of the Great Xia, in a primitive jungle, a woman cloaked in golden robes spoke with resolute determination, her gaze brimming with ambition. "We must secure Lin Qiye. As the foremost agent of the dual deities and the top-ranked in the training camp, having also received the Star Medal, such a talent cannot be overlooked by our Phoenix squad." She rifled through documents, pointing to a line with a furrowed brow. "But what is this pending situation? Did she fail?" A refined gentleman beside her glanced at the papers and remarked, "This Yi Jiang likely does not require grades." "Why?" the woman asked, her brow knitting in sudden realization. They share the same surname. Could she be related to Commander Yi? Unbelievable. Commander Yi is abusing his position for personal gain. I must report him. The gentleman sighed. Reporting him won't grant you any favors, as it appears that Yi Jiang is also a paragon of humanity. A paragon of humanity. A paragon attending a training camp? Am I mad, or has the world gone mad? The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. It was said she ascended to the pinnacle of humanity within just 6 months of entering the training camp. A paragon elevated within 6 months? What extraordinary talent! Her gaze fixed intently on the name Yi Jiang in the document. She declared with unwavering conviction, "Then we shall not recruit Lin Qiye. Let us recruit her instead." The gentleman replied, "Talent cannot be seized at will. By the way, we must find a way to obtain her contact information. Such a talent would undoubtedly attract the attention of spirit medium and masquerade. We must act swiftly. In fact, we have always had her contact details." "What?" The man revealed a necklace hanging around his neck, adorned with 2 differently colored circular beads and 2 silver game tokens. "Didn't Commander Yi mention that this spatial anchor point could summon a paragon of humanity in times of crisis?" The woman's understanding dawned. "Are you implying this is used to summon Yi Jiang?" The gentleman nodded reluctantly. "Did you not heed Commander Ye's words?" "Never mind that. How do we use this?" the woman asked eagerly. "Just crush it, but it cannot be used now." The man swiftly evaded the woman's outstretched hand, decisively tucking the necklace back into his clothing. "Only our special squad has received these 2. We cannot waste them frivolously." Above, the sky was shrouded in dense clouds, seemingly heralding an impending downpour. Yi Jiang emerged from Yuan Gang's office and gazed at the sky. It should be today. A few days ago, she had conspired with Yi Fan to arrange for the villagers near Jinan Mountain to be relocated. She wondered how that was progressing. If this relocation could indeed serve to amend previous regrets, it would elevate her to divinity, a prospect she found quite exhilarating. With a familiar whistle piercing the air, everyone instinctively set aside their tasks, sprinting towards the training grounds like arrows released from a bow. True to the narrative, Instructor Hong announced the deployment orders for all new recruits that day. Bailey Tu Ming, reassigned to Team 010 in Guangzhou, Shenzhen. Molly, reassigned to Team 017 in Suzhou. Gao Duan, reassigned to Team 007 in Huaihai. Shen Qingzhu, reassigned to Team 006 in Shangjing. Lin Qiye, reassigned to Team 136 in Songnan. Yi Jiang, temporarily assigned to Team 136 in Songnan. The strongest individuals from the 2 training camps were dispatched to the Night Watch team in Songnan, leaving everyone in a state of confusion and astonishment tinged with resentment. Only Bailey and a few others were aware of the underlying reasons, thus maintaining their composure. However, upon hearing that he and Jiang would be separated by cities, Shen Qingzhu's expression darkened instantaneously, his brows knitting tightly together. Despite having anticipated this outcome, he was reluctant to part ways with Jiang. After Instructor Hong finished reading the deployment orders, he called for dismissal. Tick-tick, raindrops began to fall upon everyone, and within moments, a torrential downpour ensued. The recruits dashed towards their dormitories, while Jiang activated her guardian barrier, shielding a 10-meter radius around her, ensuring that Lin Qiye and the others remained dry. Shen Qingzhu gently grasped Jiang's hand and squeezed it lightly. In response, she entwined her arm with his, smiling as she said, "Didn't we already know this?" Why the long face? Shen Qingzhu's dark eyes clouded, exuding a pitiable aura, resembling a forsaken puppy. "We won't be able to be together every day anymore." Jiang nuzzled her cheek against his hand, her voice soft, "But I made so many spatial anchors for you. Whenever you have time, I can come visit." "That's not the same." "Oh dear, Brother Qiye, it's not the same." Lin Qiye, Bailey, and Shao Yuan, who were hiding behind them, overheard the sweet nothings exchanged by the couple. Upon hearing Shen Qingzhu's woeful remark, they could not help but burst into laughter. "Ah, my dear brother, you're no longer the cool guy. You should be called Jiang's little darling instead." Bailey laughed uproariously. Fuming, Shen Qingzhu kicked out in frustration. Chasing after him. "You're asking for it, fatty." Lin Qiye and Shao Yuan watched Bailey endure the playful beating without intervening, leisurely strolling alongside Jiang. Lin Qiye observed Jiang's composed expression, seemingly unaffected by the situation, and couldn't help but click his tongue. "You both are about to embark on a long-distance relationship, yet you appear utterly unfazed. How is that possible?" Jiang shrugged nonchalantly, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "What is there to be upset about? It won't be a long separation. Besides, as long as I wish, I can visit Shen Qingzhu every day. Most importantly, seeing how clingy he has been lately, I must admit I rather enjoy it." Lin Qiye regarded her with disdain. "You truly are wicked." Jiang playfully winked. "A woman must be a little wicked for a man to take notice." Before Lin Qiye could retort, he suddenly paused. "Do you all feel the ground shaking?" Chapter 63, The Doll Alas. The rain outside poured down with unrelenting ferocity, akin to a torrential deluge. Just as the drenched recruits returned to their dormitory, preparing for a much-needed shower, a sharp whistle pierced the air once more. Jiang and Lin Qiye, who were engaged in conversation on the training grounds, paused in surprise. What could this be about? It was likely related to the recent earthquake. Jiang swiftly infused a surge of life energy into their group and promptly crafted several guardian barriers to distribute among them. Lin Qiye, puzzled, inquired why the sudden generosity. "Today is far from ordinary. This is for your protection. As long as divine beings do not descend upon you, these will safeguard you," Jiang replied. Taking heed of his words, the bewildered recruits carefully stored away the guardian barriers they had received. Amidst the heavy rain, the recruits hastily assembled on the training grounds, their confusion mirrored by that of their instructors. It was not until several military green trucks approached from the distance that Yuan Gang emerged from one of the vehicles. Bellowing at the gathered crowd, 10 minutes ago, a massive landslide occurred near Jinan Mountain due to the earthquake, claiming the lives of 6 villages. Everyone board the vehicles. We are heading to the disaster site. The sky darkened ominously, and the vehicles sped through the muddy terrain. Instructor Hong sat at the front, distributing raincoats, black boxes containing the star blade, and 2 translucent orbs, one green and one clear. These orbs are Life Essence Jade and Guardian Barrier. You must hold onto them tightly, for they may save your lives at a crucial moment. Instructor Hong elaborated on the usage of these items, while Jiang, seated in the same vehicle as Yuan Gang, quietly observed the rain cascading outside. At the temporary disaster relief headquarters beneath Jinan Mountain, 2 instructors meticulously calibrated the satellite tracking equipment. Jiang assisted by passing and receiving various items. Yuan Gang stood at the tent entrance, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant mountains. The recruits had been divided into various rescue teams, dispatched to the different villages, while voices from the satellite communication device confirmed that the teams had reached their destinations. Though the operation was ostensibly a disaster relief mission, it was primarily a performance for the ancient god church. However, using so many recruits as pawns left him feeling somewhat uneasy. As Yuan Gang pondered, subtle changes began to unfold around him. A barely perceptible smile flickered in his eyes. So it had come to pass. Feigning panic, he glanced around before his gaze settled on a figure approaching from afar, a man clad in a tailcoat, with striking features framed by long hair. The ancient god church, Murmurs. Yuan Gang murmured. The man raised an eyebrow in surprise. I did not expect the vice captain of the night watch team from Shangjing City to recognize me. Yuan Gang sighed. There's no escaping it. We have been waiting for you for quite some time. Murmurs appeared momentarily taken aback. We? A melodic female voice chimed in from behind him. Indeed, I have been waiting for you for half a year. You have finally arrived. Domain of the mind, control. A look of astonishment momentarily froze on Yu's face, rendering him immobile, while a flicker of panic danced in his eyes. Jiang smiled, continuing to wield her power. Phantom oddity distortion. For personal reasons, Jiang chose not to transform Yu into a chibi doll as she had with the serpent woman, but instead crafted a life-sized inflatable doll. In the final step, she locked away all of his mental energy, as well as the soul of this nightmarish projection. I will not allow you to escape. With his mental energy confined, Yu's nightmare lost its potency, and Yuan Gang and Jiang reappeared within the makeshift tent. Jiang held a doll that bore a striking resemblance to an adult figure. Yuan Gang's expression was a tapestry of emotions. Little Yi, your preferences are rather peculiar. One could only attribute it to Yu's good looks, as even in doll form, he remained appealing. Well, if the child enjoys it, let her keep it. Jiang lifted the doll, her expression unchanging, and remarked, Don't you think it resembles a sandbag? Yuan Gang paused. A sandbag? Indeed. Jiang raised her fist and mercilessly struck the doll's face, which yielded softly before quickly rebounding. Jiang was thoroughly pleased. The material is quite good. I shall use you for my training henceforth. Observing this spectacle, Yuan Gang felt a twinge of envy and shyly inquired, Little Yi, may I have a turn as well? Chapter 64. The stalwart man at this moment. Jiang's true self was accompanying the rescue team towards the designated location, reveling in the fact that the nightmare's projection had been captured and transformed into a mere inflatable doll. A wicked chuckle escaped her lips. If the projection had been reduced to a plaything, the true essence of the nightmare could not escape its fate. Yet, uncertainty loomed over whether the true entity would appear this time. If not, she would have to consult Bu Li, who had been relentlessly pursuing the nightmare and would undoubtedly have knowledge of its whereabouts. As Jiang gazed out at the torrential rain through the car window, a glimmer of amusement sparkled in her eyes. Nightmare, I do hope you do not cower, she mused. The mountain path was treacherous and muddy, rendering vehicular passage impossible, compelling the group to continue on foot with great difficulty. The arduous journey drained their energy, and it wasn't long before fatigue and hunger, accompanied by a biting chill, surged over them like a relentless tide. Struggling to extricate her foot from the mire, Jiang conjured a bag of bread, biscuits, and energy drinks to distribute among her companions. She then inquired of Instructor Hong, how much longer until we reach village number 1? This village was the target destination assigned to their rescue team. After a moment's contemplation, Instructor Hong replied, at our current pace, it will take approximately another half hour. However, given how long we have been traveling, would you like to take a brief rest? Lin Qiye promptly shook his head in refusal. No need. With the breath of life jade, our stamina recovers swiftly. The group pressed onward toward village number 1, and half an hour later, a fragment of the village, buried beneath a landslide, faintly emerged from the debris. They had finally arrived at their destination. As the group halted, Instructor Hong vigilantly surveyed the surroundings before commanding, everyone, secure your weapons and search for survivors. Within the entire training camp, only Jiang, Yuan Gang, and Instructor Hong were privy to the true nature of this rescue operation. While it was proclaimed that all personnel were mobilized for disaster relief, in reality, only their team had ventured deep into Jinan Mountain, while the other recruits had been assigned to nearby villages to merely bide their time. However, The ruse required authenticity, and thus Lin Qiye and his companions were unaware that they were, in fact, lying in wait for an opportunity. Upon hearing Instructor Hong's directive, the 8 members immediately dispersed to search for any survivors. Jiang exchanged a knowing glance with Instructor Hong before sprinting towards the outskirts of the village. If memory served her correctly, the first member of the ancient god church had appeared on the mountain and subsequently slain Li Jia. In a flash, she vanished from sight. Shen Qingzhu's subordinate. Wasn't that her own underling? Surely, it was only right for a sister to avenge her brother. Through her earpiece, Yuan Gang's voice inquired, "What is the situation?" Instructor Hong replied in a hushed tone, "For now, all is well, but Jiang has ascended the mountain." "Let her act freely," Yuan Gang reassured. "Just ensure you hold on tightly to the game tokens I provided. If danger arises, crush them at the first opportunity. Understood?" He reiterated with concern. The night watchmen of Xia often experienced a reluctance to use valuable items, fearful that if real danger did present itself, Hong Hao would hesitate to utilize them, which would spell disaster. Hong Hao grinned widely. "I have noted it, Commander." Before taking action, Yuan Gang had emphasized several times the purpose of the game currency to him. He was not foolish. If he could summon a master for salvation, why would he choose to perish himself? After Jiang ascended the mountain, she ceased to teleport and instead meandered leisurely along the mountain path. The dusk was rather dim, and she had even crafted a flashlight to shine around, fearful that others might not realize her presence. It must be said that this method proved quite effective before long. A burly man wielding an axe appeared on the nearby path. A smile crept upon Jiang's lips. Her first catch was on the line. She feigned searching for someone and approached him, anxiously inquiring, "Are you the father of Yiya?" "Yeah. I don't know any Yiya," the burly man replied, his gaze appraising Jiang with a lewd demeanor, lingering particularly long on her chest. Jiang's smile grew increasingly radiant. "Then do you know who I am?" The man's grin faltered slightly, his eyes narrowing as he took 2 steps back, gripping the axe firmly in his large hand. "Who are you?" Jiang enunciated each word with precision. "I am your ancestor." "What are you staring at, you fool?" As soon as the words left her lips, she clenched her right fist tightly, then propelled herself off the ground, unleashing a punch imbued with 10% of her power directly towards the burly man. His pupils constricted in sudden realization, and he swiftly raised the axe to defend himself. In the next moment, her punch descended with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible. Colliding forcefully, bang, flesh met metal with a resounding clash. Yet the axe could not withstand even a moment before being penetrated. Jiang's fist drove straight through the axe and into the man's chest. The overwhelming force shattered his upper body, and he spewed forth dark, crimson blood, mingled with fragments of his internal organs. His eyes were filled with disbelief and terror, and as Jiang withdrew her arm, his body crumpled to the ground like a rag. Jiang exhaled slowly. It was her first time killing someone so mercilessly, and the sensation was undeniably nauseating. Equipped with a personal recorder, Yuan Gang was able to observe her situation in real time. In the temporary command center, silence enveloped the room as several instructors stared, stunned by the recent spectacle. Yuan Gang, watching the unfolding events on the screen, instinctively rubbed the back of his head. One instructor, who had trained the new recruits, swallowed hard and asked, "Sir, is this the micro-healing of the Forbidden Ruins sequence 389? Sent to eliminate new recruits. That burly man must at least be a formidable opponent, right? A new recruit, capable of killing a formidable opponent with a single punch. And clearly a strength-based entity from the Forbidden Ruins. Does this reflect the expected power of a healing-based entity?" Yuan Gang clicked his tongue, pondering how to articulate this. Perhaps this was simply the nature of genius. Another instructor suddenly interjected. Wasn't Instructor Han knocked out by her during the swordsmanship class? After freezing the corpse at her feet into a pile of icy fragments to eliminate evidence, Jiang dusted off her hands. She wondered where the next unfortunate soul might be. Could these individuals not coordinate their actions? What caliber of opponent warranted her personal involvement in the hunt? Suddenly, she sensed several life forces swiftly approaching her direction. Chapter 65. Such misery. Jiang turned her gaze towards the mountain path behind her, and indeed, Instructor Hong was rushing towards her, accompanied by Lin Qiye and the others. Upon their arrival, Jiang raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What brings you here?" Instructor Hong sighed in exasperation. "These little rascals insisted on following you after they learned you ascended the mountain alone." Bai Li Pang, with a disgruntled expression, exclaimed, "Sister Jiang, do you doubt our strength? How could you venture out to fight without us?" Chao Yuan quickly chimed in, "Exactly. If you encounter any trouble, we would have no idea and might not arrive in time to assist you." "Indeed, you should have seen how anxious Brother Zhua was," they echoed in agreement. Shen Qingzhu, holding hands with Jiang, was aware of her prowess but felt a twinge of concern and said, "You mustn't do this again. Otherwise, we shall be quite upset." "Indeed," they reiterated. Jiang, exasperated, raised her hand and playfully chastised Chao Yuan. "So you're the one responsible for the atmosphere, are you?" In truth, it wasn't long after Jiang departed that they discovered the village was devoid of survivors. Furthermore, upon realizing Jiang was missing, Lin Qiye promptly sought out Instructor Hong, whose acting skills left much to be desired, thus revealing the situation. Upon hearing that Jiang had ventured out to confront the cult of the ancient deity alone, Shen Qingzhu and Bai Li Pang were incensed, insisting on joining her search. Consequently, they had no choice but to accompany her. Jiang cast a bemused glance at Instructor Hong, remarking, "You can't even fool a few recruits." Instructor Hong rubbed his nose, responding helplessly, "They're simply too perceptive." Lin Qiye had remained silent during their exchange, his attention captivated by the pile of shattered ice at Jiang's feet. Within the ice, remnants of human tissue were faintly discernible. He picked up a fragment for closer inspection, noting the surprisingly fresh eyeball within. Huang Hao also noticed the fragmented ice and inquired, "Have you encountered one already?" Jiang nodded, "Yes, a man wielding an axe, seemingly from the Chuanjing." She then cast a glance at Li Jia, who was observing the human remains alongside Li Liang. This could be seen as retribution for the otherworldly Li Jia. "This mission is fraught with peril. You must exercise utmost caution. Do not hesitate to employ the Guardian Barrier and the Life Essence Jade when the moment demands it. Do you understand? Even if you cannot defeat the opponent, the Guardian Barrier will protect you from harm." Jiang earnestly advised them, then turned to Instructor Hong. "If we happen to become separated, you must immediately crush the game token that Instructor Yuan entrusted to you. Remember that." Instructor Hong, caught between laughter and tears, replied, I remember. Instructor Yuan has reiterated it many times. A considerable number of individuals from the ancient god sect have arrived. So far, aside from this heap of shattered ice, I have also discerned the presence of 3 individuals. Judging by their spiritual energy fluctuations, 2 of them likely belong to the river realm, while the third possesses a notably powerful spiritual force. I suspect he may be of the ocean realm. The mention of the ocean realm caused Instructor Hong's expression to shift dramatically. If an ocean realm being is present, this operation is beyond your capacity to engage in. You should return at once. Rest assured, Instructor, we are equipped with ample life essence jades and protective barriers. We shall be fine, Lin Qiye assured him. While at the training camp, Jiang busied herself with bead crafting, and upon completing her beads, she fashioned bracelets. Each of them now possessed several fully beaded bracelets. Huang Hao hesitated, glancing at Jiang with an inquiring gaze. Jiang had no objections. Since they had come, they might as well broaden their horizons. With her presence, there would be no cause for concern. Seeing her acquiescence, Huang Hao relented, reiterating the importance of self-protection. Understood. Jiang observed the darkening sky, now as black as ink. Shao Qiye, unleash the divine might of Michael. We must resume our fishing endeavors. The ocean realm presence has likely already detected the flame vein earth dragon. So we should first lure and eliminate the 2 river realm beings before pursuing the ocean realm individual. Lin Qiye nodded, his eyes instantly shimmering with a brilliant golden glow as the divine might of the seraph was fully unleashed, radiating a dazzling light that stood out prominently against the night. Moments later, he retracted the divine aura and the golden hue in his eyes gradually faded. Should we conceal ourselves? Bai Li Pang's eyes sparkled with excitement. That one tea be necessary. Jiang surveyed the group, suggesting, why don't you all give it a try shortly? She could not always shield them behind her. Practical experience was crucial. Bai Li Pang's face fell in dismay. Do we really have to? Weren't we just here to observe? The others, however, were eager to test their mettle. With Jiang by their side, they felt assured that their lives would not be at risk. It was a perfect opportunity to gauge their disparity with the river realm. Jiang conjured several large stones for them to rest upon, and soon, a man wearing a baseball cap emerged from the woods. Upon noticing them lounging on the stones, engaged in conversation and snacking, the man's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Wait, are you all specifically waiting for me? Lin Qiye and the others became aware of the newcomer, promptly setting aside their snacks, grasping their starfall blades, and rising to face the threat. The man inhaled the air, his gaze locking onto Lin Qiye with precision. The divine agent has been located. As for the others, he dismissed them entirely. They were merely a group of rookie pool realm practitioners. Even if they were lying in ambush for him, a river realm being could easily crush them without effort. Upon their encounter, both sides ignited with fierce combat intent. Lin Qiye was the first to charge the man with his blade, followed closely by the others. Lin Qiye, Chao Yuan, and Mo Li confronted their adversary, while Shun Qingzhu, Bai Li Pang, Deng Wei, Li Jia, and Li Liang provided long-range harassment. Their strategy was rooted in unity. Outnumbered 8-1, if a one-on-one duel was futile, surely a collective assault would yield results? Hong Hao, chewing on dried fish, watched as they subdued the man from the Chuan realm, particularly noting Shun Qingzhu's ruthlessness, seizing every opportunity to unleash a Qi Min attack that left the man gasping for breath, allowing the others to swarm in. The man wielded a hunting knife, and it was unclear what his forbidden domain was, enabling him to shatter the knife into fragments for both attack and defense. This technique bore a striking resemblance to Bai Li Pang's, one Qi transforming into 3,000. Throughout the encounter, the man's focus remained solely on Lin Qiye. Thus, most of his blade fragments were directed at him. As a result, Lin Qiye's guardian barrier activated automatically, producing a series of resonant clangs, successfully deflecting all the shards back at the man. His eyes widened in disbelief, utterly unprepared for such a turn of events, caught off guard. He suffered several deep lacerations from his own blades. Had he truly been harmed by his own forbidden domain? Was there no justice left in the world? He. Bai Li Pang, witnessing the scene, let out a sinister laugh, stowing away his forbidden item and shouting, "Brothers, surround him." In an instant, everyone grasped his intent. Retracting their forbidden domains, their faces contorted with malicious glee as they advanced to encircle the man. Observing from the sidelines, Jiang and Hong Hao exclaimed, "How tragic! Truly, how tragic!" Chapter 66. The Earth Dragon, the man, besieged by numerous assailants, was acutely aware of the adage that many ants can kill an elephant. Yet, he found himself devoid of any viable strategy. All assaults were thwarted by the peculiar protective shields of the Night Watchman, which not only absorbed the impacts but also reflected them back, leading to most of his injuries being self-inflicted. If given the chance, he would have loved to bellow, "Is there no honor in combat? Where's the justice?" Once Lin Qiye and the others had dispatched their foe, Jiang instinctively stepped forward to obliterate the evidence, conjuring a pile of shattered ice upon the ground. Bai Li, exhausted, plopped down onto the earth and couldn't help but grin, exclaiming, "This is truly exhilarating." Indeed, there is nothing quite like a good brawl. Chao Yuan joined in the merriment, wiping his pitch-black iron rod with his garment, remarking, "Indeed, this rod is remarkably effective. A single strike is just right, confounding yet non-lethal. I had previously underestimated its utility. If I cannot wield a sword, a club suffices. Why must one always fixate on blades?" It was also due to the guardian barrier that they had prevailed. Otherwise, with their mere pool realm abilities, it was uncertain whether they could have slain him. Lin Qiye commented, "The disparity between the pool realm and the stream realm was substantial. Were it not for the guardian barrier, Even a hollow victory would have been costly. Instructor Hong, concerned about their burgeoning confidence, stated earnestly, Lin Qiye is correct. The gulf between realms is vast. Do not let this stroke of luck against a stream realm foe lead to complacency. Without the aid of the guardian barrier, you would still have much to learn. Have you all recovered? Jiang emerged from the nearby thicket, surveying the group. They all stood up, asserting they were ready. Excellent. Let us proceed, Instructor Hong declared, his expression turning serious. Shao Yi, have you sensed something? Jiang nodded, revealing without hesitation there is a sea realm entity, as well as an Inferno Pulse Earth Dragon. The Inferno Pulse Earth Dragon. Instructor Hong's voice involuntarily escalated. Lin Qiye and the others, puzzled, inquired, what is an Inferno Pulse Earth Dragon? It is a formidable dragon-like entity, typically found in ancient, secluded mountains or renowned peaks. What brings an earth dragon to the foot of Jinan Mountain? I do not know. We shall find out by investigating. It appears that the Sea Realm has also discovered this Inferno Pulse Earth Dragon. We can seize the opportunity to eliminate them all. Splendid. I have yet to encounter a dragon. Me too. This will broaden our horizons. Instructor Hong firmly rejected the notion. No, you must ascend the mountain. The Earth Dragon is at least of the Stream Realm. It is beyond your capabilities. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, but Lin Qiye asserted, Instructor, I wish to go. I can defend myself. The others, recalling their guardian barrier, quickly echoed their eagerness. I want to go too. I can protect myself. Me as well. I can handle it. Bailey proudly jingled the shimmering trinkets adorning his chest and wrists, boasting, rest assured, Instructor, we will not be a burden. Instructor Hong, with a pained expression, gazed at the unruly group and turned to Jiang, asking, what do you think, Shao Yi? Jiang was indifferent to whether they followed or not. After all, they had already arrived, and it was a good opportunity to broaden their horizons. Sighing in resignation, Instructor Hong said, very well. You must stay close and absolutely avoid falling behind. Understood, the group replied, as they traversed the jungle, hastily following Jiang and Instructor Hong in a specific direction. As they passed a sturdy tree, Lin Qiye suddenly exclaimed, oh, why are there shards of ice here? Everyone's attention was drawn to a pile of ice blocks and fragments, partially obscured by branches beneath the tree, and they collectively turned to Jiang. She clarified, it was a member of the Ancient God Society. This individual was lurking in the shadows, attempting to ensnare me with a branch when I spotted him. It was clear he was up to no good, so I froze him solid. Upon hearing it was the Ancient God Society, the group ceased their inquiries and continued to sprint after Jiang. As they neared the mountainside, Jiang abruptly halted and conjured a lengthy rope. Bind this around your waists, forming a chain, she instructed. In her heightened perception, she sensed that a member of the Ancient God Society named Ma Qian had descended underground and might soon clash with a Fire Pulse Earth Dragon. If they did not tether themselves together, they risked becoming separated when the dragon stirred. Lin Qiye and Bai Li Pang did not question her reasoning. They promptly picked up the rope and secured themselves one after another. Just as they finished tying it around Mo Li, the earth began to tremble violently, as if something beneath was about to break through the surface. Subsequently, all the flora and stones on the mountain tilted dramatically, and countless boulders tumbled down. Goodness, an earthquake? Bai Li Pang exclaimed, hastily grasping onto a nearby tree. How could an earthquake overturn an entire mountain? Grab a rope. In the next moment, a profound sensation of weightlessness enveloped them as the ground beneath their feet vanished, and they plummeted into darkness. Observing the dire situation, Jiang decisively created a clone to rescue those tethered together while she herself pursued Lin Qiye and the others. Lin Qiye, Shen Qingzu, Bai Li Pangpan, and Instructor Hong had yet to secure themselves with the rope and were currently in free fall. Jiang, appearing in midair, first caught Lin Qiye, then Shen Qingzu, and finally retrieved Bai Li Pang and Instructor Hong. Bai Li Pang, still screaming with his eyes shut, was enveloped in a golden light, indicating he had activated the protective barrier of Wang. Shen Qingzu swiftly smacked the barrier, signaling him to quiet down. Once they safely landed with the four individuals, Yi Jiang's clone also brought Mo Li and Chao Yuan down safely before vanishing. Bai Li Pang, shaken but relieved, stood on the ground, patting his chest. What just happened? Instructor Hong switched on his flashlight to survey the subterranean cavern, frowning as he remarked, "It appears the Earth Dragon has turned. We must hurry. The Ancient God Society members are already engaged with the Fire Pulse Earth Dragon. Let us see if we can benefit from the chaos." Yi Jiang rubbed her hands together in excitement, thinking that Ma Qian, ever so loyal, must have already informed Yu about the emergence of the Fire Pulse Earth Dragon. At long last, she was able to behold the essence of the Murmurs, and to be candid, a sense of exhilaration enveloped her. As they ventured deeper, the temperature within the subterranean cavern escalated, prompting the group to shed their heavy military coats, which they clutched in their hands. Beads of perspiration beginning to form on their faces and bodies. Leading the way, Yi Jiang abruptly halted, her ears catching the sound of a fierce altercation echoing in the depths. Chapter 67. You still have such skills. She enveloped the few individuals behind her within a protective barrier, instructing them to remain silent. They then stealthily made their way toward the source of the sound. Upon reaching the depths of the underground cavern, they were met with an expansive world ablaze in fiery red, with scorching magma filling most of the space. In the molten depths, a colossal gray earth dragon was engaged in a fierce battle with a man who was clearly injured and in disarray. Though it appeared intense, it was, in fact, a one-sided onslaught, with the earth dragon mercilessly overpowering the man. Amidst the dragon's roars, several thick columns of fire surged toward the man, suspended in midair. And even a mere brush against him resulted in the instantaneous disappearance of his entire right arm. Yi Jiang established a mental realm, drawing everyone into its confines. Once they confirmed that those outside could not see them, they began to excitedly discuss the scene unfolding before them. "Wow, this earth dragon is incredible. Did you see that? It burned off that man's arm in an instant. I saw it. I nearly blurted out, wow." Molly's tone turned anxious. But if even the ocean realm experts cannot contend with this fiery earth dragon, how are we supposed to survive here? A mysterious creature stronger than those in the ocean realm, and we struggle against those in the river realm. Are we truly here just to be fodder? In unison, they glanced toward Yi Jiang, who was placing drinks and food on the newly created coffee table. Bai Li Pang, feeling a bit uneasy after Molly's remark, suggested, "Sister Jiang, perhaps we should wait until they finish fighting before we venture out? If we can't even handle one ocean realm expert, what hope do we have against two?" Yi Jiang chuckled lightly, leisurely savoring a lamb skewer that had somehow appeared in her hand. It's my time to shine. To you, they are ocean realm experts. To me, they are merely two insignificant ocean realm foes. Rest assured, I would not have brought you here if I lacked confidence." Her words momentarily silenced the group, as if they were struck by the audacity of her tone. Then, Bai Li Pang cautiously glanced at the unexpectedly cheerful Lin Qiye and Shen Qingzhu, asking Yi Jiang, "So, Sister Jiang, what is your current realm?" Yi Jiang parted her lips, slowly uttering two words, "Guess." The group responded with incredulity. "Huh?" Instructeur shook softly, clearing his throat. "At the very least, you must be at the peak of the ocean realm, right?" Chao Yuan shook his head. "Instructor Hong, that's too small a perspective. I wager you're at the boundless realm. Goodness, could it be the Klein realm?" Sister Jiang entered the training camp with us. How is it that you are the only one excelling so? Shan Yingzu Fedye Viang A Pidet Lobster, Similing. You might not even realize just how exceptional Yi Jiang truly is. Lin Qiye joined in. "I suspect you are at least at the pinnacle of humanity now." During the holiday break, she was already at the Klein realm. Given her rate of advancement, she must be at the peak of humanity. The group gazed at Yi Jiang with disbelief. "Is that true?" Yi Jiang nodded with a smile, eliciting a chorus of lamentations from the crowd. At times, the disparity between individuals can be even more pronounced than that between humans and dogs. The delectable crayfish in Bai Li's mouth suddenly lost its allure. "Sister, have you been honing your skills since birth?" he exclaimed incredulously. Yi Jiang chuckled softly. "I only awakened my powers a month prior to arriving at the training camp." Chao Yuan raised his can of cola, proclaiming, "No need for further words. From now on, we shall rely on Sister Jiang for protection." Indeed, Having consumed this elixir of joy, we shall henceforth be like siblings of different fathers and mothers. Within the realm of the mind, one could observe the outside world, yet the outside remained oblivious to the inner workings. Thus, the group leisurely indulged in food and drink while watching Ma Etienne struggle to evade the onslaught of the flame vein dragon. Occasionally, they would lament, "How tragic." However, Sister Jiang, are we to wait here until they are mutually annihilated before we venture out? Jiang shook her head. I do not await them. I am anticipating someone else. This individual is from the ancient God Church. Upon discovering the flame vein dragon, he will undoubtedly report it. I am waiting for his superior. No sooner had she finished speaking than a figure in a tailcoat appeared beside the beleaguered Ma Etienne. Finally arrived. Lord Yi, Ma Etienne exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Yi scrutinized the creature before him, nodding in approval. Indeed, this is the flame vein dragon. Although its current realm is modest, its potential is immense. Well done. I shall commend you upon my return. Thank you, my lord. As Yi gazed at the flame vein dragon, an eerie luminescence enveloped the entire underground cavern. Under this ghostly glow, the flame vein dragon sensed an imminent threat. It warily regarded the unexpectedly materialized man, and then, swoosh, Yi appeared to lose his footing and plummeted from the air, heading straight for the lava. Ma Etienne gasped in alarm, my lord. In the next moment, a figure darted past, snatching the startled Yi and casually tossing him to the ground at the tunnel's entrance, brushing off his hands in disdain. Who are you? Insolent. Both Yi and Ma Etienne shouted in unison, while Jiang looked down from her elevated position at the now disheveled Yi, who was no longer the refined figure he had been. With a voice laced with mirth and malice, she remarked, So you are Qian Erniu, aren't you? Yi was momentarily stunned before erupting into madness. What did you say? At that moment, Ma Etienne realized that Jiang was certainly not a member of the ancient God Church. He swiftly moved to attack her. Yet, Jiang did not even spare him a glance, casually gesturing at him, erasing both his powers and combat prowess in an instant. To her delight, this ability proved quite satisfying when employed against those weaker than herself. Ma Etienne faltered, unable to maintain his levitation, and plummeted into the lava with a splash, disappearing without a trace. Jiang waved her hand towards the realm of the mind, prompting Bai Li to poke his head out first, his eyes darting around like a thief before being kicked out by Chao Yuan. Do not block the way. Instructor Hong and Lin Qiye emerged one after another, first casting a glance at the dormant flame vein earth dragon before observing the illustrious master murmurs of the ancient divine church. Shen Qingzhu inquired, Jiang, who is Qian Erniu that you mentioned earlier? Jiang let out a laugh, pointing at the immobile figure who could only rotate his eyes, saying, It's him. Who would have thought that Murmurs is merely his stage name? Master Murmurs, upon hearing their derision, was filled with an intense, bone-chilling, murderous intent. How dare they? How dare they? Once his mental energy was restored, he vowed to execute the night watchmen in the most excruciating manner before feeding their remains to the dogs. Deng Wei, noticing the ferocity in his gaze, exclaimed, Look at the malice in his eyes. He must be harboring something foul. Why don't we toss him into the magma to rid the world of his menace? This suggestion received unanimous consent, yet Jiang objected, That won't do. I still need him as a punching bag. The group stared in astonishment. Punching bag. A chilling image instantly materialized in their minds. Ye Wang, feigning anger, retorted. What are you all thinking? She first nullified Master Murmur's restraint and then executed illusory puppet distortion. Before their very eyes, a living being transformed into a soft, elastic, and perfectly replicated inflatable doll. The crowd was left speechless. You possess such talent? Chao Yuan applauded in awe. Sister Jiang, how does your restraint possess such creativity? Lin Qiye added, odd and peculiar. Shen Qingzhu remarked, diverse and varied. Baili pang pang kumanta, inexplicable. Instructor Hong, in a fit of rage, shouted, Enough. I say, you all have had your fill. Chapter 68. Guardian deity Lin Qiye pointed at the flame pulse earth dragon, which was still standing in the lava, and inquired, What shall we do with it? Should we kill it? Yi Jiang glanced at the defiant and rebellious flame pulse earth dragon, stroking her chin in contemplation. A flame pulse earth dragon from the sea realm, if tamed, could serve as a formidable asset in future battles. However, she lacked the soul contract of the murmuring spirits, leaving her uncertain of its loyalty. Perhaps it would be better to eliminate it? After all, the dragon's carcass could be offered to Lin Qiye. Surely, a dragon's remains would summon a creature stronger than that war mummy. The system recommends that the host spare it. The sudden interjection of the system momentarily stunned Yi Jiang. What a day it was for the aloof system to initiate a private conversation with her. Curiosity piqued. She asked why. The system responded, the host is on the verge of becoming a deity. Once ascended, the divine power can transform this flame pulse earth dragon into a true divine dragon, granting the host a god-tier battle companion. A divine dragon? Images of the majestic and sacred Chinese dragon she had seen in films flooded her mind, and she unconsciously swallowed. How enticing. Well, I prefer fluffy creatures. Could it be transformed into a nine-tailed fox or a white tiger instead? She was a staunch advocate of plush beings. The system coldly stated no. With the prospect of a divine dragon, she should count her blessings and not ask for more. Very well, Yi Jiang wiped the drool from her lips. Waving her hand dismissively, I still have use for this earth dragon. I shall spare its life for now. Approaching, she locked onto the dragon's spiritual essence, transforming it into a plush toy roughly a meter tall, cradling it in her arms. A divine dragon. Oh, how delightful. Instructor Hong observed Yi Jiang, who was grinning from ear to ear while holding the dragon plush, and cleared his throat. Since everything here is settled, should we not take our leave? It is rather warm in this lava cave. At the temporary command center at the foot of Jinan Mountain, Yuan Gang frowned at the flickering snowflakes on the display screen. Was there still no signal from Hong Hao's side? The instructor adjusting the signal was growing increasingly anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Still no luck. Ever since the last pitch-black image from Instructor Hong's team had been transmitted half an hour ago, the signal from the recording device had vanished, leaving them uncertain of the current situation. Suddenly, the snowflakes on the screen began to dissipate, revealing the footage from the recording device. Behind Yuan Gang, several presences materialized. The individuals in the tent noticed and turned alert, only to see several figures emerge from a gray vortex. Upon spotting Yuan Gang, Hong Hao stood at attention, saluting sharply. Report, Commander. The mission has been successfully completed. Saved over 100 people from villages near Jinan Mountain. Regret-1. Avoided the death of Li Jia. Regret-1. Prevented Xinqingzhu from sustaining severe injuries due to the demonic summon and joining the ancient god cult. Regret-1. Abilities can be extracted. Extraction attempts remaining. 3. Would you like to extract an ability? Extraction complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the abilities Predator, Origin of Order, and Laws of Order. It has been detected that the host is about to ascend to divinity. The system will undergo an upgrade. Upgrading, please wait. Upgrade successful. Ding. The God-slaying system has been activated. It has been detected that the host simultaneously possesses the essence and laws of divinity. Would you like to merge? Yes. Merging. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine persona. Guardian Deity. Guardian Deity. Overseer of Order and Justice. Divine Abode. Holy City of Order, with impenetrable walls and luminous legal runes within, symbolizing fairness and regulation. It grants the Guardian formidable defenses, reflecting enemy attacks, capable of discerning unlawful acts and administering retribution, thus maintaining the balance of justice in the world and protecting the virtuous. Forbidden Domain. Divine Punishment Judgment, drawing upon a thread of primordial energy from the boundless chaos, forming a sphere of judgment in the palm, which, when thrown at target, will erupt instantly, penetrating divine shields and assaulting the core of divinity, shattering its soul structure. Forbidden Domain. Light of Order, Purification, summons forth the pure light of order, a manifestation of the power of rules. Wherever this light reaches, it purifies the chaotic energies within deities, gradually dismantling their malevolent intentions. Moreover, the light of order can construct a purification field in the surrounding space, within which the powers of Cthulhu deities are continuously suppressed. Warm sunlight cascaded upon her fair cheeks, causing her curled lashes to flutter slightly as Jiang slowly opened her eyes. What met her gaze was a realm of white. A white ceiling, white walls, and a white hospital bed. Not far away, muffled sounds of chatter mingled with an enticing aroma of food. It smelled remarkably like the chicken stew with mushrooms that elder son used to make. Wait, chicken stew with mushrooms. Jiang abruptly shook off her drowsiness and turned toward the source of the sound. Lin Qiye, Shen Qingzu, Bai Li Bang Ban, and Shao Yuan were gathered around a small tea table, engrossed in their meal, completely unaware that she had awakened. Jiang swallowed hard the delicious scent and called out, "Slow down, you guys. Leave some for me." A few minutes later, Jiang was devouring her meal with fervor, feeling as though she could gnaw through an entire cow. Shun Qingzhu continuously served her dishes, struggling to keep up with her voracious appetite, while Bai Li Pang, with a curious expression, remarked, "Sister Jiang, you haven't eaten for just a day. Why are you so ravenous?" They had returned to the training camp the previous afternoon, and while they were enjoying refreshments in the spiritual realm, Jiang had suddenly fainted, her body flickering in and out of existence, startling them all. They hastily summoned Yuan Gang, but he was equally perplexed. In a state of urgency, they contacted Yi Fan in the capital city. Using this spatial anchor point from his end, Shun Qingzhu and the others transported the still fuzzy Jiang to the headquarters of the Night Watchers in the capital city. Upon seeing Jiang's condition, Yi Fan was taken aback. She had begun to transform into a Dao? Transform into Dao. Shun Qingzhu and the others were somewhat perplexed by the meaning of the situation, and Yi Fan, with a countenance marked by complexity, elucidated, to ascend to divinity. One must inevitably undergo the process of transformation of the Dao. The physical form cannot withstand the power of the laws. Should it falter, it would collapse. Jiang is currently in the midst of this transformation. Shun Qingzhu's voice was dry as he inquired, "If the physical form collapses, does it not imply?" The remainder of his statement lingered unuttered, yet the others clearly grasped his implication. Yi Fan sighed. It would mean death. However, he added, "Yet, Jiang's divine essence is unique. Judging by her present condition, she appears to be utilizing divine energy to mend her body. We must exercise patience." Bai Li, feeling somewhat anxious, asked, "Is there any way to assist her?" Yi Fan shook his head. "No, attaining divinity is not a trivial endeavor. If there were a means to overcome the transformation of the Tao, the great Xia would not have been without deities for so many years." The group fell into silence. Chapter 69. Oath. Jiang swallowed the morsel in her mouth before speaking. "I have expended too much mental energy. It feels as though my body has been utterly drained." According to Bai Li Pang and the others, she had spent a full 6 hours in transformation, which meant that throughout that duration, she had been tirelessly utilizing the forbidden ruins to mend her failing body. It was no wonder she felt ravenous. "Then you have succeeded, I presume?" Jiang glanced at her system panel, nodded, and replied, "Indeed, I have succeeded." Her current realm had ascended to the demigod level. According to the system's description, as long as she continued to use Predator to consume deities, she could further advance. Chao Yuan expressed his admiration. "So, you are now a deity?" "Yes." Bai Li Pang inquired with curiosity, "What kind of deity are you?" He had never encountered a living deity before, and his curiosity was piqued. Jiang chewed on the food that Shun Qingzhu had offered her and said, "I am the guardian deity." In truth, she found this divine identity somewhat lacking. Its combat prowess seemed rather feeble, and even the divine ruins were defensive in nature. She wondered why the system had bestowed upon her such a modest divine rank. Was she not worthy of a more flamboyant and formidable identity? Guardian deity? Shun Qingzhu suddenly remarked, "That suits you well." "Indeed," Bai Li Pang chimed in. "Sister Jiang has always been our protector. It is no wonder she is the guardian deity." Chao Yuan nodded in agreement. Jiang was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling her actions since arriving in this world. Could it truly be that her role as a protector had led to her acquiring this divine rank? The door to the ward swung open, and Yi Fan entered, carrying some items. Upon seeing Jiang unharmed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Shun Qingzhu, Bai Li Pang, and Chao Yuan hurriedly rose to salute, Commander Yi. Yi Fan nodded, gesturing for them to continue their meal, then turned to Yi Jiang, saying, "You truly live up to your reputation. Little Yi, you have endured the transformation." Yi Jiang, feeling a bit shy, waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, it was merely a trivial matter." "Not a trivial matter at all." Yi Fan placed the fruit basket he was holding on the table. "I have come to seek your wisdom." Yi Jiang blinked, understanding his intent. With the inclusion of the Special Team 001's Heroic Spirits Squad, the human pinnacle of the Great Xia was likely at its zenith. However, due to the transformation, they had been hesitant or unable to attempt ascension to godhood. Now that Yi Jiang had become the first to take the plunge, they were eager to learn if her method would prove effective for them. In the current situation where Great Xia was devoid of deities and facing external threats, the emergence of more gods would undoubtedly bolster their chances in combating these invaders. Naturally, she was more than willing to assist. "You have indeed come to the right person," Yi Jiang said with a smile playing at the corners of her lips. "I do have a method to withstand the transformation, so who wishes to go first?" Sangnan Training Camp. Today marked a special occasion. The new recruits stood solemnly on the training ground, clad in immaculate uniforms. Lin Qiye, Ye Viang, Shen Qingzhu, Gao Duan, Bai Li Tuming, Montak Li. On the training platform, the instructor called out names from a list, and those whose names were mentioned received their exclusive Night Watcher equipment in order. The former Night Watcher ensemble consisted of 3 items: the Star Blade, a cloak, and the Night Watcher emblem. The current ensemble has expanded to 5 items: the Star Blade, cloak, Night Watcher emblem, the Vitality Gem, bracelet, and the Guardian necklace. The previous Guardian Barrier, having been reinvented by Yi Jiang, has transformed into a forbidden artifact exclusive to the Night Watchers, known as the Guardian, capable of withstanding a full force strike below the level of the Divine Sovereign. Once they received their gear, the group donned the dark red cloaks, followed by adorning themselves with a bracelet and necklace, and finally grasping the Star Blade engraved with their names, along with the Night Watcher emblem. Truly, once the equipment was worn, the sensation was markedly different, as if a heavy weight had settled upon their shoulders. That weight was undoubtedly the burden of responsibility and duty. Yi Jiang caressed the Star Blade and emblem inscribed with her name, remaining silent for a while, as she began to comprehend what it meant to possess a soldier's sense of belief. As the 5 pieces of equipment were distributed among all the new recruits, Yuan Gang gazed at the neatly arranged dark red figures below the platform and solemnly declared, "The oath-taking ceremony officially begins." Everyone followed suit, clutching the emblem tightly in their right hands, placing it over their hearts, while their left hands grasped the hilt of the Star Blade, and they recited with solemnity, "I pledge under the national flag. When the dark night descends, I shall stand before countless souls, with blade drawn towards the abyss. Blood shall stain the heavens." Yi Jiang's gaze was fixed upon the fluttering national flag above, her eyes gleaming with excitement and her heart brimming with resolve. Indeed, she would stand before countless souls, with blade drawn towards the abyss, blood staining the heavens. This day marked the final day of training camp for the new recruits. After a year of camaraderie, the time for farewells had finally arrived. "Brothers and sisters, after I leave, please do not miss me. Come here for a hug." Bai Li Pang Pang, with reddened eyes, embraced Lin Qiye, Yi Jiang, and Shen Qingzhu one by one, finally shyly hugging Emoli. A few of them remarked in disbelief. Chao Yuan quipped, "Sister Jiang has provided us with so many space anchor points, squeezing one daily would suffice for a month." "Wouldn't it?" Bai Li Pang Pang shot him an indignant look. "Chao thief, are you allergic to romance? By the way, if you have time, come visit me in Guangzhou or Shenzhen. Just one call, and I'll arrange for a private jet and 5-star hotel accommodations." Lin Qiye replied resignedly, "Got it. We will come when we can. Now I must take my leave. Sister Jiang, Qiye, Brother Zhuang, Chao thief, and Emoli, please remember to come find me." Yi Jiang waved to him, signaling him to hurry along. Why was he so clingy? After Chao Yuan and Emoli bid farewell to Yi Jiang and the others, he departed with a black box in one hand and a suitcase in the other. Now only Yi Jiang, Lin Qiye, and Shen Qingzhu remained. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Lin Qiye said to Shen Qingzhu, who was tightly holding on to Yi Jiang's hand, exasperated. You two are quite the couple, aren't you? Together every day without a hint of annoyance. I'm just seeing him off to the capital, Yi Jiang replied, and I'll also pay a visit to Commander Yi. Once inseparable, they now faced the sudden prospect of separation. She felt a considerable reluctance to part ways and ultimately resolved to accompany him to the capital. Coincidentally, Yi Fan had also completed his work handover, and she needed to assist him in achieving divinity. Lin Qiye was taken aback. Are you not returning to Team 136 with me? At that moment, a person who bore an uncanny resemblance to Yi Jiang appeared beside her. And both Yi Jiangs simultaneously remarked, Isn't this perfect? After attaining divinity, all her abilities underwent a profound enhancement. Even the duration of her doppelganger's existence was extended to 24 hours. Chapter 70, Is He Unwell? Outside the training camp, a familiar black van was parked by the roadside, beside which leaned a stunning woman clad in a red tracksuit. Upon spotting Yi Jiang and Lin Qiye emerging with their suitcases, she excitedly waved her hand and rushed towards them, enveloping Yi Jiang in a warm embrace. Yi Jiang felt the softness and fullness against her face. Her ears flushed slightly. Sister Hongying, still as enthusiastic as ever. Inside the vehicle, Hongying chattered about the recent happenings of Team 136, occasionally throwing in a playful remark. The captain initially assumed that the two would surely be reassigned to the capital city, causing some distress that affected his cooking. However, upon learning that both had returned to Team 136, he was oblivious to the fact that they had already begun contemplating what delicious meals to prepare for their return. Perusing recipes daily, eager to showcase their culinary skills upon their comeback. Yet, did you offend Instructor Yuan? Given your capabilities, you should not have been reassigned to a lesser position. Initially, they believed the duo's performance was subpar, only to discover Lin Qiye had achieved an impressive score of 95. Ranking first, while Yi Jiang's results remained a mystery. Lin Qiye remarked, offended, Sister Hongying, you haven't seen how Instructor Yuan practically cherishes Yi Jiang. He probably kept us in Sangnan out of concern for us missing home, considering we hail from Team 136. Yi Jiang concurred, indeed. I have longed for everyone in Team 136 for the past 6 months. Staying in Sangnan brings me immense joy. Hongying chuckled heartily, huh? Our little Yi has such a sweet tongue. Lin Qiye, feeling overlooked, interjected, I often feel that you all favor the female over the male. The vehicle sped along the road before halting in front of the Peace Affairs office. Yi Jiang and Lin Qiye disembarked, gazing at the familiar scenery before them. A wave of nostalgia washing over them. Since the beginning of the year, they had endured a rigorous half-year of closed training, and stepping out now felt surreal, as if they had emerged from a dream. Let us go, Hongying said as she descended from the car, taking one of each by the hand, leading them into the office. Their return was met with a warm welcome from everyone. Shao Ye, Jiye, Veljame home. Welcome, welcome. Are you hungry? Thirsty? I just brought out some cola. Have a couple of sips to cool off. Lung Qian, with an expressionless face, pulled open a confetti cannon, showering Yi Jiang and Lin Qiye with colorful fragments. Chun Mai emerged from the kitchen, donning an apron and carrying 2 plates of food. Upon seeing the scattered confetti, he immediately exclaimed, Clean up the mess before eating. Lung Qian. After a whirlwind of activity, the table successfully achieved a clean plate policy, with even the soup being divided to soak rice. The captain's cooking is truly delightful. I wish I could enjoy it every day. When Shimal leaned back, contentedly patting his slightly full belly, Hongying teased, You wish. Unlike you, the captain can't afford to be more considerate. Cooking twice a week would suffice. When Shimal retorted, What difference does that make for me? Of course there's a difference. The crowd watched with amusement as the two engaged in a war of words. Lin Qiye recalled the information gleaned during a casual conversation with Hongying on the way and inquired, I heard that Sangnan has once again encountered something mysterious? It remains unclear whether it is truly mysterious, when Shimal replied. This morning, we received a report stating that a corpse was discovered in the backyard of a tavern in the eastern part of the city. The victim's fingers have been severed, and the body was affixed to the wall in a grotesque manner. Furthermore, this marks the 4th victim this month exhibiting the same horrifying condition. Ye Viank, slightly it herposture. Here it comes, Belkrant. The tavern owner fortuitously recorded the incident. The deceased had seemingly levitated into the air, while iron nails from the ground flew up automatically, impaling the limbs and heart. In a few seconds, the fingers appeared to be gnawed away by some unseen force, vanishing entirely. The thought of such a bizarre scene rendered Wen Qima's expression grim. Jiang set down her cup and asked, "May I view the surveillance video?" "Certainly." Wen Qima retrieved a laptop from his office and opened a video. As he had described, in the dimly lit backyard of the tavern, a figure that had been standing was suddenly lifted into the air by an unseen force gripping its neck, leaving its feet dangling. It was then violently slammed against the wall. Iron nails then ascended from the ground, piercing the figure's limbs and body at eerie angles. The fingers seemed to be slowly consumed by an unknown entity, disappearing bit by bit. Once the fingers had completely vanished, leaving only the palms, the final nail floated up and plunged into the individual's chest. The video concluded at that point. The gathered individuals shuddered in unison. Hong Ying rubbed her arms, where goosebumps had risen, and remarked, "That's quite twisted." Jiang looked at Wen Qima. "Could you play the video in reverse?" "Of course." "Reverse?" Wu Xiangnan was taken aback, quickly grasping the implication. "Are you suggesting that this video has been played in reverse?" Ye Viank nodded. "I believe this footage was orchestrated by an individual with the ability to regenerate at an accelerated rate. They're deliberately misleading us." "Then who manipulated this video? The tavern owner? That seems implausible. What would he gain from it?" Zhao Kongcheng pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "Could it be that the tavern owner is the killer? I find the tavern owner highly suspect. Should we seek him out and inquire further? I believe that will be prudent." Jiang sprang to her feet. "Qian and I shall go. We are swift." In a nearby residential building, a short, bald, greasy middle-aged man sat on his bed, reverently cradling a crystal ball. His eyes gleamed with fervor and adoration as he gazed at the golden shimmer nestled within the orb. Soon, the great Lord Belkrant shall awaken. No one must disrupt the sacrificial ritual. He cast a glance at the flight information on his phone, a manic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Unbeknownst to him, two individuals outside were observing his every move. Hearing the tavern keeper's murmured words, Lin Qiye suddenly realized, was it a sacrificial ritual? All for the resurrection of that creature within the crystal ball? His expression was complex. No, surely he had lost his mind? Jiang's demeanor was solemn. This is the esteemed Buyer clan, a formidable enigma from the western mists, the sovereign of desire and spirit. In its prime, it could incite the entire city to turn upon itself within mere minutes. You ought to show it some respect. Lin Qiye looked at her with a sense of exasperation. No, you must be deluded as well. Respect a mystery like the trivial teapot? With a thud, Lin Qiye clasped his head in anguish, wincing in pain. Indeed, while disrespecting the creature might bear no consequences, failing to honor Jiang would surely result in repercussions. Chapter 71. Resolution, what shall we do next? Should we seize him directly? Lin Qiye unsheathed his straight knife, poised for action, awaiting Jiang's command. Jiang stroked his chin and replied, "Not in haste. First go outside and find a mouse." "Why?" Lin Qiye inquired, perplexed. "Once you find a mouse, simply inform it that you seek in Qingyu and bring him here. And mention there is a gift for him. Despite the insect's modest power, its ability for mental control could prove invaluable at a crucial moment, and Qingyu would undoubtedly be intrigued." "And Qingyu?" Lin Qiye's brow furrowed in confusion, the name sounding vaguely familiar. Jiang cast him a sideways glance and reminded him, he is the academic genius we met during the Nanda serpent demon incident. "Now I recall. I shall go find him." Without further inquiries, Lin Qiye turned and descended the stairs. Half an hour later, Lin Qiye returned with a demure young man. Jiang, with a lollipop in his mouth, nodded at Qingyu. "You arrived rather swiftly." And Qingyu, surprised by their immediate intention to present him with a gift, felt somewhat embarrassed. He chuckled and shook his head. "If you are to bestow a gift upon me, I must hasten over." "Very well, let us proceed." Jiang stepped directly into the mental realm, where the tavern owner had long been imprisoned, rendered immobile and merely staring at them with wide, astonished eyes. This person is yours to handle. He possesses an intriguing restricted item within him. Keep an eye on it. Understood. Suddenly, a frost-covered spear materialized in Qingyu's hand, swiftly penetrating the tavern owner's skull. The low temperature caused the blood to congeal, preventing any significant spillage. The tavern owner likely never anticipated such a hasty demise, his eyes remaining wide open, refusing to close even in death. And Qingyu gazed at the lifeless body, his expression gradually shifting to one of fervent excitement. Jiang picked up the crystal ball, treated by the tavern owner as a treasured possession, within which lay a golden insect. What is to be done? Shall I shatter it? She attempted to infuse a modicum of mental energy into the crystal, which promptly absorbed it. In the next instant, cracks appeared on the surface, spreading until the orb shattered with a resounding crash. Jiang, quick-witted, managed to catch the insect in her palm. It was entirely golden, with a round head and a somewhat endearing appearance. Lin Qiye reached out to poke it, curiously questioning, "Is this creature truly so formidable? This tiny thing, purportedly a powerful and mysterious entity from the West, the sovereign of desire and mind. Surely it is jest?" As if responding to Lin Qiye's skepticism, the golden insect's wings fluttered slightly, awakening. Jiang swiftly confined its abilities and mental powers before handing it to Lin Qiye. "Here you are. Eliminate it, but do remember to leave in Qingyu with a complete corpse." Lin Qiye glanced at the straight knife in his hand, then at the insect barely larger than his fingernail, falling into silence. Had he known, he would have opted for a smaller blade. Jiang seemed to comprehend his thoughts and conjured a small dagger capable of slicing through iron as if it were mud. "Try using this to slay it," she urged. Lin Qiye took the dagger and, with a swift motion, pierced the creature, impaling it upon the blade. The insect convulsed a couple of times before becoming still. "What do you think? Can you see if it's dead?" This inquiry was not merely about the insect's condition. It was aimed at determining whether this creature existed in the confines of the Divine Asylum's dungeon. Lin Qiye's consciousness delved into the Divine Asylum, and, upon spotting the insect marked as Belcrand, he returned to reality. "It's dead." "Good," Jiang remarked as she retrieved the dagger with the impaled insect, glancing at the already closed-eyed Qingyu. "Little fish, come here. There's another one." And Qingyu, undeterred by the lifeless insect, took it and placed it on the table, carefully extracting a scalpel to begin the dissection. Lin Qiye, observing this scene, was momentarily speechless. He leaned closer to Jiang and whispered, "Do you think you can see it clearly at such a small size?" Jiang's gaze held a hint of pity as she patted his shoulder, saying, "Don't ask. It's simply the difference between a genius and us." The dissected remains were not wasted. They were given to Lin Qiye to see if he could summon new cattle using summoning magic, while the remaining tasks were left to the Night Watch's logistics team. The trio descended the stairs at a leisurely pace. And Qingyu inquired, "Will you be staying with the Night Watch team in Sangnan City from now on?" "That seems likely." "What about you? Are you interested in joining the Night Watch?" he asked with a smile, shaking his head. "I'm currently a wanted criminal." "Wouldn't joining the Night Watch be akin to walking into a trap?" "Wanted criminal?" Lin Qiye gazed at him in disbelief, questioning, "What misdeed have you committed? Wasn't he the academic prodigy of number 2 high school? Had he truly crossed the line of the law in just a year?" "Yid Viank clarified." "Do you remember Sister Hong in mentioning a thief of secrets in Sangnan recently?" "That's him. The thief of secrets." Lin Qiye's expression shifted dramatically as realization dawned upon him. Was it for dissection? And Qingyu adjusted his glasses, a smile playing at his lips. "My forbidden ruins are rather unique. I require constant dissection of corpses to level up. Honestly, I don't believe you've committed a grave offense. It's merely a matter of pilfering some scraps. The Night Watch wouldn't apprehend you for such trivialities, and once you join them, you needn't hide underground anymore. I think I'll pass. The environment of the Night Watch doesn't suit me, and I don't trust them." Later that night, Jiang knocked on Chen Mai's office door. "Enter." She pushed the door open and approached the desk, coming to a halt. Chen Mai regarded her with curiosity, uncertain of her intentions. Jiang cleared her throat and said, "Captain, I wish to borrow something from you." "What is it?" "The Wrath of Shiva." Chen Mai furrowed his brows slightly. "What do you need that for?" The moment Wrath of Shiva is taken out, its aura will leak, attracting the attention of outer gods. No need to worry, Jiang said. Today, I simply wish to see if it can be resolved directly. Do you truly possess the means to solve this? Chun Mai's gaze was filled with skepticism. If this forbidden object could be so easily destroyed, he would not have spent nearly a decade suppressing it within the forbidden ruins. Let's give it a try, Jiang proposed, as he conjured a realm of consciousness and pulled Chun Mai into it. After a brief moment of silence, Chun Mai retrieved the ominous sheepskin scroll from his bosom and handed it to Jiang. Chapter 72. Compliance within the realm of consciousness. As long as Jiang willed it, no aura would escape her presence. Yet, recalling the divine war of Songnan, she subtly released a trace of the Shiva's grievance aura. She awaited the arrival of the outer deities to devour and elevate her powers. The instant the aura dissipated, countless gazes in the void converged upon Songnan. Chun Mai observed her, transfixed by the Shiva's grievance, and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Can it be destroyed? I shall attempt it." Jiang endeavored to employ concept erasure on the parchment, aiming to obliterate the existence of Shiva's grievance. A silvery gleam flickered from her hand, yet the parchment remained unscathed. No, there is indeed a change. The aura of Shiva's grievance has diminished considerably. Could it be due to my insufficient level? Is this as much as I can achieve for the time being? Let me try again. Concept erasure. The aura weakened further. Continue. The aura diminished once more, though the parchment itself remained unharmed. Could it be that the effect of Shiva's grievance inherently involves erasure, rendering my concept erasure skill ineffective? Is its impact neutralized? Jiang pondered for a moment before shifting her skill, attempting to lock its erasure effect. The moment the skill was cast, she distinctly sensed the aura of Shiva's grievance vanish instantaneously, rendering it an ordinary piece of parchment. Remarkable, Jiang murmured, inspecting it with meticulous attention. Chun Mai, noticing the absence of the aura, hurriedly approached and asked, "Is it done?" Jiang handed the parchment to him. "It should suffice. No one will be able to use it again, except for myself." However, she pondered, what purpose would she serve by employing Shiva's grievance? To annihilate Olympus? Or Asgard? Nonsense. Not only did she lack the capability to wield Shiva's grievance at present, but even if she did, she could hardly envision personally invading the divine realms of these outer deities to devour their essence and elevate her status. Chun Mai, holding Shiva's grievance, appeared bewildered. "Is that it? What shall we do with this?" Jiang scratched her head. "If you wish to keep it as a memento, you may. If not, just give it back to me. I shall retain it as a keepsake." Chun Mai decisively returned it to her. "Then you may keep it. This object brings ill fortune, and I have no desire for it." Jiang, unceremoniously accepting it, employed illusionary distortion to enhance its appearance, ensuring that even its original creator, the goddess, would fail to recognize it. Thus, Chun Mai watched in astonishment as the parchment transformed into a large red handkerchief, reminiscent of those used in northeastern comedic performances. Jiang playfully toyed with it briefly before casually stowing it away in her system space, wholly disregarding Chun Mai's shock. Now, she had another matter to attend to. "Captain, I have a few more affairs to resolve. Would you prefer to return or remain here and wait for me?" Given the option, he opted to stay, eager to witness what other mischief Jiang might concoct. Chun Mai resolutely declared, "Since I have nothing pressing, remaining here to assist is perfectly fine." "Very well. Do take care of yourself," she replied. Jiang retrieved the long-forgotten Earth Dragon plush toy from the depths of space, casting it onto the ground several meters away. With a subtle movement of her fingers, the effect of phantom distortion was dispelled. The plush, originally over a meter tall, began to grow, ultimately reaching a height of 17 or 18 stories before coming to a halt. Chun Mai stared in astonishment at the colossal figure before him, his mouth agape. "This is an Earth Dragon. Good heavens! Where on earth did this ancestor acquire such a creature?" Jiang remained silent, continuing her actions. The effect of lock was lifted. The fiery pulse Earth Dragon sensed its body was once again mobile, its pupils dilating with excitement as it let out a deafening roar. Qian exclaimed, "It's still alive." The dragon lowered its gaze upon the human who had rendered it immobile, a surge of old grievances and new resentments flooding its mind. It opened its massive jaws, a glow of red energy surging forth. Sensing the air around her rapidly heating, Jiang narrowed her eyes dangerously. It seemed the creature remained defiant. What to do with a defiant child? Subdue it, of course. "Captain, take cover," she instructed, and with that, she vanished in a flash, appearing atop the dragon's head, ruthlessly delivering a punch directed at the Qian realm. Ouch! The fiery pulse earth dragon howled in pain, unable to unleash the fire it had been preparing, lifting its short claws to cover its head. Jiang struck again, coldly demanding, "Are you submissive now?" After several blows, the dragon's eyes sparkled with stars, rolling on the ground and wailing. Jiang hovered above, waiting for it to regain its composure. As its cries diminished, she delivered yet another punch. With each strike, she inquired, "Do you yield?" Each of her punches carried a shockwave effect, causing excruciating pain within several meters around, filling the entire mental realm with the dragon's anguished roars. The commotion made Qian grimace involuntarily from a distance. This earth dragon was truly unfortunate. Finally, when the fiery pulse earth dragon curled up, trembling and clutching its head, Jiang jiasit herasot. Approaching it, she coolly stated, "I shall ask you one last time. Do you yield?" If it complied, she would transform it into a wise celestial dragon. If not, even a foolish dragon would suffice for riding. The dragon quivered, reluctantly letting out a few muffled sounds from deep within its throat. Jiang's gaze sharpened. It seemed it still resisted. The dragon protested, "Roar, roar. Is it not enough that I yield?" Satisfied, Jiang gently patted its large head, soothingly assuring, "Mother knows you are obedient." The fiery pulse earth dragon could only respond with a resigned sigh. Qian could only think, how unfortunate it is. Chapter 73. The fire god dragon. The inferno dragon obediently nudged Jiang with its large head, though its eyes were filled with fear and despair. Its dragon life was over. It had contemplated ambushing this human, but it truly was no match for her. As soon as its sparks of fire began to flicker, her fist struck its head, each blow landing with palpable force, inflicting genuine harm. Despite its tough hide, it could not withstand such onslaught. Regardless of its thoughts, Jiang focused on channeling her divine power. Suddenly, a golden radiance erupted in her eyes, resembling two blazing suns suspended in the sky. Her hands slowly rose, and a brilliant golden divine light surged from her palms, as if infused with life, weaving its way toward the inferno dragon before her. The gray body of the inferno dragon began to tremble violently. Under the infusion of divine power, its scales gradually ignited with a scorching red glow, until flames enveloped its entire form. As it burned in the fire, the dragon's shape began to transform visibly. Its head grew broader and more imposing, a plump flesh lump forming between its brows, from which a sharp horn emerged, soon followed by a second, both reflecting dazzling light in the sun. Its once rotund body elongated, and new scales sprouted across its form, no longer the rough gray texture of the inferno dragon from before, but akin to the legendary divine dragon, possessing the smoothness of jade and the brilliance of glass. Each scale seemed meticulously crafted, its edges shimmering with fiery patterns. As the divine power continued to pour in, its limbs underwent a metamorphosis. Its claws became sharper and larger, resembling 5 hooked blades that, when grasping the air, sparked with fire. Its tail transformed into a blazing whip, flames roaring along its length, now shifting from the previous red to a mysterious platinum hue. With a resounding dragon roar, the inferno dragon soared skyward through the flames, its length nearly shattering the spiritual realm. Surrounded by swirling golden flames and clouds that radiated waves of heat, incinerating anything that drew near, Jiang gazed at the newly emerged dragon, utterly astonished. What she initially thought would be a mere adjustment turned out to be a complete transformation. The previous inferno dragon resembled a Western dragon, while this new dragon embodied the essence of a Chinese dragon. Truly magnificent, a perfect match for her. Detected that the host possesses a battle pet. The system rewards the host and the battle pet with a one-tier enhancement in their realms. The system's fireworks crackled in Yi Jiang's mind for several seconds before coming to a halt. She hurriedly opened her personal information panel. Name, Yi Jiang. Age, 18. Gender, female. Divine rank, guardian deity realm. Main god, 0. Abilities, electromagnetic cannon, breath of the Archangel, source integrated. Serious punch, unlimited technique, blink. Guardian barrier, mental domain, cloning, creation, resurrection technique, healing source, source integrated. Daylight source, source integrated. Spatial anchor, extreme cold ice prison, lock, illusory aberration. Mental shock, 0. Forbidden gun. Conceptual annihilation, predator, order source, source integrated. Order law, source integrated. Battle pet, fire god dragon, unnamed, realm. Main god, advances with its master, abilities, infernal fire sea. Flame shield, dragon flame impact, judgment of fire. Special abilities, flight, transformation, rebirth in flames, fire eye. With exhilaration, Yi Jiang tucked away the system panel and gazed fondly at the fire dragon circling above her. The once ignoble infernal earth dragon had now transformed into a treasured fire god dragon. She beckoned to the dragon, which had been gazing at her intently, calling out, "Darling, shrink down a bit and come a mama." The fire god dragon hesitated momentarily before gradually transforming into a form approximately 2 meters in length and gliding toward Yi Jiang. She stepped forward, embracing it tightly and indulging in the thrill of stroking its scales. She had indeed made progress. Petting cats and dogs was nothing compared to petting a dragon. A true dragon. The system interjected quietly. Didn't you previously disdain it for not being fluffy? Nonsense. Yi Jiang retorted. What are you babbling about in front of my precious? The system chuckled disdainfully. Yi Jiang ignored its mockery, planting 2 fervent kisses on the fire god dragon. As her battle pet, its flames posed no harm to her, and it welcomed her affection without reservation. From now on, you should be called Jiang. What does that sound? Jiang. The dragon blinked its eyes and tilted its head, nuzzling against Yi Jiang, prompting more kisses and hugs from her. What is this? Chunmai finally regained his voice, stuttering out a stunned exclamation. Yi Jiang and Jiang turned to look at him. Chunmai approached heavily, eyes fixated on Jiang. Is this truly a dragon? Indeed, but it was just an infernal earth dragon a moment ago, wasn't it? Chunmai was dumbfounded. He had entered with an earth dragon and emerged with a divine dragon. Was this some kind of magical transformation? Yi Jiang spoke earnestly. Captain, times have changed. Who said an infernal earth dragon cannot evolve into a divine dragon? Chunmai's expression turned blank. Are you seriously trying to deceive me with such blatant falsehoods? An infernal earth dragon and a divine dragon are entirely different species. Don't overthink it, Captain. If you're already this astonished, what will you do in the future? Yi Jiang comfortingly patted his shoulder, adding, and as long as you train diligently, one day I will also possess a dragon. Chunmai's eyes sparkled with hope. No. Yi Jiang's gaze was filled with pity. One day, you will come to know that such a dream is unattainable. At present, the heavenly realm has yet to be fully restored, and there are but a few deities remaining. Where could one possibly procure a dragon? This particular one was self-sourced. However, she recalled that the first seat of the ancient god church seemed to be occupied by a wind-vane earth dragon. Her eyes brightened. The ancient god church truly served as her financial reservoir. What would she do without it? In the early hours of today, a powerful typhoon made landfall along the eastern coast, with wave heights reaching 30 meters. Today, the Peace Affairs Office had no visitors, and the members of Team 136 found themselves lounging in the living room, each engaging in their own pastimes. Hong Ying and Wu Xiangnan were fighting over the television remote. Lin Qiye was maintaining his firearms. Si Shaonan was drowsily resting his head on the table while yawning, and old Shao was seated backward in his chair, playing a match 3 game. Meanwhile, when Qima and Lin Qiye were feeding birds nearby, Yi Jiang was fixated on her phone screen, occasionally caressing the platinum bracelet on her wrist. Hearing the childish squabble over the remote, a sudden inspiration struck her mind. Now that she had attained the rank of a supreme god, could she not attempt to heal Wu Xiangnan's wounds? Deputy team leader, come over here. Wu Xiangnan turned his head to see Yi Jiang calling him. In a huff, he tossed the remote, which he had just snatched, back to Hong Ying, earning a playful grimace in return. "What is it, little Yi?" Yi Jiang gestured for him to extend his hands. Wu Xiangnan, puzzled yet compliant, stretched his arms out before her. Upon inspection, she noted 2 deep crimson scars on his wrists, gaping enough to reveal bone. These are the eternal soul wounds left by the Tian Tsung Yun sword. To heal them, one must resolve both the eternal and the soul-related issues. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Jiang attempted to employ concept erasure, first eliminating the eternal attribute from scars. Then, she proceeded to mend the soul's injury. The red marks gradually faded from their sight, ultimately leaving not even a trace of scar behind. Yi Jiang let out a gentle sigh. It seemed she was still too capable for her own good. She sent the elated Wu Xiangnan off to practice swordsmanship and joined Wen Qima and Lin Qiye in their bird-feeding endeavor. Lin Qiye inquired, "What did you just say to the deputy team leader to excite him so? I noticed he limped out." "Nothing much," Yi Jiang replied nonchalantly, "merely a small gift." "Oh," Lin Qiye remarked, "this bird is quite lovely. Is it easy to care for?" Yi Jiang gently tapped the bird's head with her finger. Wen Qima replied, "It's manageable. As long as it doesn't make noise, it can live indefinitely." Chapter 74, Captain, I Will Save You Once More is quite manageable. Yi Jiang seized a handful of birdseed from Wen Qima and fed it to the blackbird. Poor little creature, it is on the brink of demise. Let it indulge in whatever it desires. Just as the group was on the verge of boredom, Chun Mai emerged from the office, casting a glance at the listless crowd, and remarked, "Is it truly that dull?" Hong Ying, rising from the sofa, nodded vigorously, "Indeed, exceedingly dull." The others followed suit in agreement. "Very well," Chun Mai said, a hint of a smile gracing his face. "Let us tidy up. We shall embark on a team-building outing today." The destination remained unchanged. The park in the heart of Sangnan City, renowned for its picturesque scenery, pleasant climate, and the utmost significance of all, its affordability. A large picnic blanket was spread across the grass, adorned with a plethora of snacks, pastries, and juices. Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan were expertly grilling skewers in the barbecue area, effortlessly coordinating their efforts, while the others occasionally lent a hand. Yi Jiang, basking in the sun, felt drowsy, her face concealed beneath a red handkerchief. To her, inclement weather was fit for slumber, but fair weather was even more conducive to sleep. Beneath her, peculiar white symbols flickered in and out of visibility, only to vanish beneath the sunlight. Lin Qiye, meanwhile, was taking photographs nearby, promptly sharing them in the group chat with Bai Li and the others, which garnered a return of images from Bai Li showcasing yachts, the sea, and men and women clad in light attire. "Skewers are here." Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan placed several plates of grilled skewers upon the picnic blanket, beckoning everyone to indulge. The aroma had already captivated the group, compelling them to eagerly reach for the food. When Qima snagged a skewer of beef, taking a hearty bite, the juices bursting forth in a delightful explosion of flavor. "Honestly, Captain, why don't we abandon the law firm and open a restaurant? With your culinary skills, it would be a shame not to." Chun Mai shot him a sidelong glance. "Open a restaurant so you can mooch off meals every day, is that it?" Nearby, a family of 3 strolled across the lawn, a little girl clutching a green flower, animatedly conversing with her parents. Hong Ying, still chewing, gazed at the joyful family. She pointed to the green flower and inquired, "What kind of flower is that?" The group looked up, with Wu Xiangnan being the first to respond. "You lack knowledge, don't you? That is a Lycoris radiata, commonly known as the red spider lily." "Wait a moment," Hong Ying pondered. "Isn't the red spider lily supposed to be red? When did it become green?" There are many colors of the spider lily, each with its own symbolism. For instance, the red spider lily represents longing, memories, and the beauty of death, while the blue one signifies sorrow and separation. "What about the green one?" Yi Jiang raised her hand. "I know. It symbolizes the hope of everlasting life." Wu Xiangnan cast her an approving glance, then turned to Hong Ying with a mixture of exasperation and affection. "You see, I urged you to study, yet you insisted on raising pigs. Now you ask questions to which you know no answers, and you leave nothing on your plate." The gaze of Hong Ying gradually turned perilous as she clenched the empty, kin in her hand into a crumpled ball. Could you repeat that? Wu Xiangnan immediately capitulated, murmuring, "It's nothing." A few onlookers were amused by their banter, struggling to suppress their laughter. After a hearty meal, they languidly reclined on the picnic blanket to digest. Qian Mai wiped his hands and spoke up. "Has everyone had enough to eat? I wish to announce something." The group, still somewhat dazed from their meal, forced themselves to focus on him. Qian Mai hesitated for a moment, seemingly steeling himself before he slowly declared, "This morning, I received notification that Team 006 from Shangjing has invited our Team 136 to observe and learn. After today's team building concludes, we can return to pack our bags and set off for Shangjing together tomorrow morning." Jiang squinted at him, realizing that, true to form, Captain Qian Mai was determined to safeguard his team. However, she did not anticipate that his team members were not quite so obedient. Reflecting on the damaged Boeing 737, Jiang sighed again. "Captain, I shall rescue your wallet once more. There's no need to hurry. I can transport them to Shangjing, saving both time and money." Their gazes met for a brief moment, and although Qian Mai's lips moved as if to speak, he swallowed his words when confronted by Jiang's tranquil black eyes. Ultimately, he conceded, "That works too." Hong Ying exuberantly waved her hands. "Wonderful. We're going to Shangjing. I have long to go." Wu Xiangnan appeared somewhat hesitant. "What if something mysterious occurs in Sangnan while we are away? I, Qiye, and the captain will remain, so you can confidently enjoy your time in Shangjing. I mean, observe and learn." Lin Qiye nodded in agreement, having no objections, as he could not venture into Sangnan anyway. Hong Ying joyfully wrapped her arms around Jiang's neck, nuzzling her cheek affectionately. "Thank you, Shao Yi. You are the best." However, a question arose in Wen Qima's mind. "But why has the Night Watch team in Shangjing invited us to observe and learn? We are not well acquainted with the teams there." Just as Qian Mai was about to respond, Jiang interjected, "It's because of me and Qiye. You have no idea how impressive we were during the training camp. Our strength was formidable, and our looks were striking. The Night Watch teams in first-tier cities were nearly frantic to recruit us. This opportunity arose perfectly, and I happen to have a smattering of connections in Shangjing." Jiang gestured with her hand to indicate a smattering, then lifted her chin. "Thus we have this chance. You must seize the opportunity to shop, explore, and enjoy yourselves." After her explanation, the group looked at Qian Mai with skepticism. He silently nodded, thinking to himself, "This girl is even more adept at spinning tales than I am." The situation is as follows. You will engage in a period of observation and learning lasting from 3 to 7 days. Pay close attention, observe diligently, and learn well. Understood? The crowd responded in unison, "Understood." Chapter 75. The city wall at dawn the following day, Jiang found herself besieged by a relentless barrage of calls from Qian Mai. With her eyes barely open, she swiped across her phone screen and uttered, "Hello, Captain. What is the matter? Get up quickly. We need to escort Hong Ying and the others to the capital." Qian Mai's voice was hushed as he spoke from his office. "They've packed their bags and are just waiting for you." Jiang, now fully awake, let out a resigned sigh. "Captain, are you sure that keeping them hidden is truly for their benefit? They are also night watchmen, not cowardly deserters. I believe you should reveal the truth to them." A brief silence lingered on the other end before Qian Mai's deep voice broke through. "This time is different. This time, we are facing external deities." Jiang interrupted him. "So what? Every household has its own deity, right? Let's just get on with it. Do you plan to keep Hong Ying and the others sheltered under your wing forever? I think they would prefer to be comrades fighting alongside you rather than remain perpetual children under your protection." Emerging from her blankets, she continued, "Besides, what if Sangnan wins, and during the awarding ceremony, they're discovered to have fled before the battle? How embarrassing. Will you blame yourself or me? This does not bode well for team harmony." Qian Mai fell silent, contemplating her words, realizing the difficulty of such a scenario. Noticing his silence, Jiang pressed on. "Moreover, I have completely purified the effects of the Sangnan Shiva's wrath. Once the boundless void opens, it's all systems go. Have you forgotten I have a dragon at my disposal? Then, should I discuss this with Xiangnan and the others? Perhaps wait a bit. Mention it when I come to find you." She had not forgotten that a little traitor was stirring within their ranks. Chunmai grunted in acknowledgement and hung up the call. He closed his eyes, pinching his brow, muttering, "These damned external deities." By 10 o'clock that morning, Jiang appeared at the peace office, draped in a dark red cloak, a carton of milk clutched between her lips. As she entered, Wen Qima's eyes lit up. "Wow, little Yi, you look striking in that outfit." Hong Ying rushed over, inspecting her from every angle, puzzled. "Little Yi, why do you look so stunning in a cloak?" Her slender waist and long legs exuded an air of confidence. Jiang tossed her ponytail and replied with a hint of vanity. "Perhaps it's simply my natural beauty." "Huh, you're even more confident than I am." Zhao Kongcheng lifted his phone to capture several shots that showcased her elegance, posting them in the Team 136 group chat. Si Xiaonan opened the photos, wrinkling her nose in discontent. "Ugh, it's not as good as the ones taken by Lin Qiye." Zhao Kongcheng shot her an incredulous look. "Hey, can the pixels of a phone compare to a camera? Besides, my phone is 2 or 3 years old and a bit sluggish." Si Xiaonan stuck out her tongue and made a face, while Lin Qiye produced a camera from seemingly nowhere, snapping a couple of shots of Jiang with a click. She posed gracefully in response. "However, Xiaoya, why are you dressed so formally today?" When Qima inquired with curiosity, "Aren't you just sending them to the capital? Why the serious attire?" "Sai, ye viang innocenti shuruk hershoulders. I merely wish to express my respect for the night watch team of the capital. And it is my first visit to the city. Surely, one must dress appropriately for such an occasion." As she spoke, she approached the empty chair beside Si Xiaonan. Upon reaching her side, she affectionately patted her twin buns and complimented, "So adorable." Si Xiaonan smiled Esiaka y. Jiang moved swiftly. She began to seal the contract between the divine and the agent. She sealed the spiritual energy contained within her own divinity. She sealed Si Xiaonan's spiritual energy. The trio of seals was remarkably effective. Si Xiaonan froze, her head turning stiffly, shock evident in her gaze as she looked at the composed Jiang beside her. "You, how are you feeling? Can you still sense anything?" Lin Qiye perceptively noticed the tension in the atmosphere between the two and asked, "What is wrong?" Not only him, but the once leisurely others also sensed the unease. Si Xiaonan bit her lip and hesitantly shook her head. "I can no longer feel it." She realized that her connection with Loki had been severed. Jiang nodded. "That's good, Captain. It's time to come out." She called toward the office. In less than 2 seconds, Chunmai emerged alongside Lin Qiye, both wearing somewhat grim expressions. Jiang hurriedly interjected, "All right, no need to be so serious." Xiaonan was compelled. "Please do not be harsh with her. I have temporarily shielded her connection with Loki, and to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, I also suppressed her spiritual power." Several baffled individuals were already taken aback by the mention of Loki. Chunmai sighed and gently ruffled Si Xiaonan's hair. "It's not your fault. Such a significant matter. Why didn't you mention it?" Upon hearing this, tears of grievance streamed down Si Xiaonan's cheeks, and Lin Qiye quietly grasped her hand, offering silent comfort. On the eastern coast, the Black Sea surged relentlessly, boiling and tumultuous. Under the onslaught of fierce winds, waves crashed against the shore, as if conducting a final test before an impending assault. Suddenly, a colossal wave appeared on the horizon, looming ominously, charging towards the city. "Heavens! Is that a tsunami?" A man in military attire gasped at the scene displayed on the screen. A middle-aged man in uniform beside him wore a grim expression. "No tsunami is this terrifying. If it strikes the mark, every city along the southeastern coast will suffer." Ding! Just as tension gripped everyone, a resounding clang of a sword echoed through the air. The once menacing wave was abruptly cleaved as if severed in half, crashing heavily back into the sea, sending countless surges toward the city. Buzz! A golden light streaked swiftly along the coastline. A formidable wall, extending hundreds of miles and towering several dozen meters, materialized at the city's edge, solidly blocking all waves' assaults. "What is this?" A middle-aged man gasped in astonishment, hastily enlarging the video content. "Who possesses such remarkable prowess to construct a city wall?" The sheer impact suggests it must be the divine realm. Observing the shimmering golden runes adorning the expansive city wall, a man scratched his head in confusion, pondering aloud. Has anyone in the Night Watch ever heard of a divine realm that erects city walls? The middle-aged man, however, breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes brimming with delight. Regardless of the identity of this individual, one truth remained clear. This person has saved everyone along the southeastern coast, thus earning the title of a hero of the Great Xia. Along the coastline, two figures approached slowly. One was a young man, tightly clutching a long box. His slightly long hair obscured his handsome brow and eyes. The other was a young woman, garbed in the Night Watch's distinctive dark red cloak, her slender form and exquisite features captivating as she turned her head to converse with the young man. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted as the sea churned once more, and an even more colossal wave surged skyward, subsequently crashing ferociously against the city wall. The young man regarded the oncoming wave with a serene expression, his hand slightly raised to strike the long box nestled in his arms. With a familiar clang, the sound of the sword resonated again, cleaving the wave in two. The remnants cascaded into the ocean, sending forth countless droplets, all halted by the transparent shield that manifested before the two figures. The man cast a fleeting glance at the red bracelet, adorned with numerous beads, encircling his wrist, an accessory forcibly placed there by the young woman beside him just moments ago. Chapter 76. A fortuitous day before the vast expanse of the Great Xia territory. The divine realm lay shrouded in silence. The man's voice, though soft, resonated with unwavering conviction, cutting through the cacophony of crashing waves with remarkable clarity. As his words lingered in the air, the once turbulent sea inexplicably fell into a profound stillness, a true manifestation of tranquility, where each droplet and wave seemed suspended in time. Soon, the water surged back to life, as if forcefully cleaved apart, rushing violently to either side. A towering figure emerged from the parted waves, wielding a trident. His gaze swept over the two figures standing at the water's edge, finally resting upon the young man. "Mortal, do you know who I am? Should you remain ignorant, feel free to inquire with your mother." Jiang interjected before her companion could respond. What is he but a mere deity, not even a supreme one? What pretense? Her words were laced with disdain, as though no one else could claim divinity. Zhou Ping cast a complex glance at her. This girl possessed an audacious spirit. Upon hearing such blatant disrespect, Poseidon erupted in fury. "Insect, dare you speak to me in such a manner?" No one had ever dared to offend him so brazenly. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended upon Zhou Ping and Jiang. Yet with the presence of the guardian, they remained unscathed. "If this shell is your trump card, then you shall perish." Poseidon instantaneously teleported before them, raising his trident, divine power surging at its tip, aimed directly at Jiang. In that instant, the sword sheath in Zhou Ping's arms resonated with a chilling sword cry, and a horrific blade mark materialized before Poseidon. As if immobilized, he braved the blow with his own body. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang conjured a uniquely designed black pistol, its muzzle radiating with golden light, and unleashed a bullet that swiftly exited the chamber. Bang! The golden projectile, accompanied by an afterimage, struck Poseidon's chest. His body stiffened, breaking free from the confines of the psychic domain, and he staggered back, clutching his chest in disbelief. "You too are a deity? How could this be?" He sensed no divine aura within the Great Xia territory. Hadn't he, the Great Xia, been devoid of gods? Do you think everyone is as pretentious as you? Nowadays, it is fashionable to play the fool while hiding one's true strength, isn't it? With that, she hurled a blue, jelly-like object towards the crumbling soul of Poseidon, her eyes devoid of light as she knelt before him. The slime bounced a few times before expanding rapidly, enveloping Poseidon's body along with the scattered remnants of his soul. Moments later, the slime returned to its original palm-sized form, bouncing back into Jiang's hand. With a firm grip, she made the slime vanish. Zhou Ping watched this spectacle, bewildered, blinking in confusion. Not just him, but even those monitoring the scene from the command center were left in a state of shock. After a brief silence, a man murmured, Are deities now so easily slain? The girl's effortless dispatch of her foes instilled in them a sense of invincibility, as if they too could accomplish the same feat yet. Was there truly no one aware of this girl's identity? When had such a figure emerged in the night watch? I have no idea. Could she be an external aid? Perhaps the sixth pinnacle of humanity from the great Qian? A middle-aged man discerned a crucial detail. Noting her cloak, she must be a member of the night watch. Possibly a secret weapon cultivated by headquarters. Send the surveillance footage to headquarters. They will surely clarify. Indeed, Zhou Ping closed the sword box and cradled it once more. His gaze fell upon Jiang, curiosity brimming in his eyes. What technique did you just employ? Jiang revealed the Zero Forbidden Gun to him, stating, I call this move American Iaido. What do you think? Quite impressive. I assent it. Just when others assumed she was unarmed and dared to approach, she swiftly drew a gun, delivering a profound lesson to her adversaries. The mere thought of it was exhilarating. After Zhou Ping absorbed her explanation, the look in his eyes transformed. A mere ambush was one thing, but to label it as American Iaido was quite another. Having successfully showcased her prowess before the renowned sword Saint Zhou Ping, Jiang felt elated and voluntarily escorted him back to his uncle's home before departing gracefully. In the northern regions of the Great Qian, a multitude of dark deaths spread towards the city, repelled only by a blinding beam of Buddhist light. A shadow, steeped in deathly aura, stood face to face with a middle-aged man draped in a dark red cloak. Yi Fan's calm voice echoed through the forest. I did not expect that after a decade, you remain obsessed with Shiva's curse. That artifact is far too perilous. Only Olympus is worthy of its guardianship. Surrender Shiva's curse, or I shall transform this realm into my underworld. I believe one should not speak so boldly nor act so ruthlessly. The last who tried to bluff me was left in utter ruin. A teasing female voice emerged from behind Hades, the god of the underworld. Both Hades and Yi Fan turned towards the source of the voice, a smile flickering in Yi Fan's eyes. Hades, however, was taken aback. How had this human appeared behind her without his notice? Yet, he was unconcerned about an additional presence, a mere human and a demigod. Did they truly believe they could thwart him? Jiang sighed, observing how these deities seemed oblivious to their own hubris. It was evident that benevolent deities like Nyx were indeed a rarity. Considering that this entity lacked a physical form, she swiftly conjured a mental realm, enveloping herself and Hades within. Hades nonchalantly surveyed his surroundings and scoffed. What? Are you seeking death? Ignoring his derision, Jiang activated Light of Order, Purification, allowing the divine aura and pressure to resonate within the mental domain. Hades frowned. You too are a deity? Yet why did I not sense this before? Either you possess a unique ability to conceal your presence, or you are but a false god. Yet the oppressive aura emanating from her was unmistakably that of a deity, akin to his own. Countless tangible strands of rule-based power wafted from her form, ensnaring Hades in their embrace. In an instant, the dense miasma of death surrounding Hades surged forth, seeking to repel the entwining force of rules that had latched onto him. The clash between the inky blackness of death and the radiant golden light was stark. It was evident that the deathly essence was being steadily consumed by the luminous brilliance, until Hades was ensnared tightly within its grasp. At this moment, Hades became aware of the unfolding peril. He uttered curses and pleas for mercy, foolishly hoping that Jiang might show him leniency. The aura of death continued to emanate from him, desperately attempting to sever the binding power of the rules. Little did he realize that this forbidden realm was his kryptonite. The more he struggled, the more invigorated she became. Jiang offered a gentle smile before casting forth the azure slime once more. The prospects of this day were exceedingly bright. Within a mere half-day, she had devoured 2 deities. Upon consuming Poseidon, the system indicated a progress of 5, and upon feasting on Hades, it was likely to reach 10. Indeed, today was a splendid day. Chapter 77. Maintaining order, Jiang strolled out of the spiritual realm with her hands casually tucked into her pockets, her expression relaxed and joyful. Observing this scene, Yi Fan understood immediately. Hades had likely met his match in her. He couldn't help but reflect on the vast disparities between individuals. Truly, the contrast was greater than that between man and dog. Though they both had recently ascended to divinity, she effortlessly dealt with a supreme deity while he would need to engage in a fierce contest just to determine the victor, and in all likelihood, he would emerge the loser. He shook his head in resignation. It was utterly unjust. Where next? Back to Cangnan? Yi Fan inquired. Yi Jiang nodded. Cangnan is likely on the brink of battle, with only Team 136 and the scholar present. They may not withstand the onslaught. I must return to maintain order. Do you need my assistance? Yi Fan asked, his brow furrowing in concern. If Yi Jiang's assumptions were correct, then the number of deities and mysterious entities appearing in Cangnan City would be considerable. With only herself and a clone, Yi Fan felt uneasy. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Jiang replied, if you have the time, you could come to Cangnan and keep an eye on things for me. The old schemer Loki is among those arriving. I truly must be more cautious. Cangnan City at this moment, the sounds of cannon fire intertwined with thunder, heralding the onset of calamity. Countless blue giants wielding massive frost axes approached from a distance. Human artillery posed no threat to them. Even when struck, their bodies could rapidly regenerate. Some artillery shells never even reached their targets, as they were frozen by the frost and snow surrounding the giants. On the other side, storm clouds loomed over the sky, with flashes of lightning illuminating the scene. Among them, the most robust bolt of lightning descended and transformed into a bald, barefoot man from a distant realm, hovering in midair and gazing down upon the city below. He was none other than Indra, the Indian god of storms. Lin Qiye lifted the curtain of the carriage to glance outside, locking eyes with the being in the sky for a brief moment before retreating silently. Observing the composed scholar sipping tea, Lin Qiye curiously asked, Scholar, do you think you could defeat that foreign god? The scholar paused, casting a sidelong glance at him, and replied irritably, if I could defeat him, do you think I would be dragging you around everywhere? He would have confronted him directly long ago. Besides, didn't Yi Shao mention that she would handle these foreign gods? Our task is merely to draw his attention. News had already reached them from Yi Fan, revealing that Yi Jiang had first allied with the Sword Saint to slay the sea god Poseidon, and then together with Yi Fan, they had vanquished Hades, showcasing her formidable strength. Given this, why risk his life? Enjoying tea in the carriage, admiring the scenery, and walking the dog while fulfilling Yi Xiaoyou's assigned task seemed far more appealing. Oh, Indra, hovering in the air, fixed his gaze intently upon the carriage. It was the sole source of threat he felt in this city. Hand over Shiva's forbidden item. His voice boomed like thunder, resonating through the air and clearly reaching the carriage. The scholar and Lin Qiye both paused mid-sip. The scholar raised his voice, calling out to the attendant outside the carriage. Hurry, let's go. The attendant immediately urged the carriage to speed away from the battlefield. Lin Qiye suddenly inquired, Master, have you brought the guardian? He rolled up his sleeves and gestured towards the bracelet on his wrist, adding, if you haven't, I can lend you one. The master, upon hearing this, smiled with pride and rolled up his sleeve, saying, Look. Thereupon, it revealed 2 bracelets of distinct colors adorning his wrist. Now observe, the master continued, as he retrieved a red sachet tied at the corners of the carriage, opening it to reveal 3 translucent beads within. These are all gifts from my friend Yi. I have plenty, so keep yours for yourself. Having boasted, he cautiously placed the sachet back in its original spot. Lin Qiye. Suddenly, a terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, aimed directly at the carriage. This was a warning from Indra, seeing that the occupants of the carriage refused to surrender the Shiva's grievance, was incensed and sought to intimidate them. However, to his astonishment, the individuals within the carriage exhibited no fear and did not even attempt to evade. Just as the lightning was poised to strike the carriage, a transparent shield unfurled gently yet resolutely, not only intercepting the bolt, but also redirecting it towards Indra hovering above. Indra, evidently taken aback by the rebound of his attack, given his status as the god of storms and his indifference to thunder, did not retreat. Consequently, with a resounding crack, anguished cries erupted from Indra as the sound of thunder drowned out the gunfire. The golden bullet and the lightning struck in succession, precisely hitting Indra. While the lightning inflicted no harm upon him, he was unprepared for the moment his attack was reflected. A shadow, momentarily erasing its own presence and essence, stood behind him, wielding a firearm with one hand, and leisurely fired a cold shot at him. As the bullet penetrated, Indra howled in agony. Acutely aware of his body and soul disintegrating rapidly, the tearing of his soul eliciting continuous wails. Who are you?" Indra gazed at the cloaked figure, his eyes brimming with fury and torment, utterly stripped of the arrogance he once displayed. Jiang tenderly stowed away the zero forbidden gun, offering no reply to his futile question. Following her customary practice, she discarded the slime and paid him no further attention. At her zenith, she wreaked havoc indiscriminately. A mere chief god no longer warranted her conversation. Moreover, what would it matter if he knew her identity? Could he resurrect to confront her again? When the slime returned from its meal, Jiang flashed into the carriage. Indra had been dealt with. Next in line was Loki, the trickster god of Norse mythology. She accepted the cup of tea handed to her by the master, expressing her gratitude before continuing, "That scoundrel Loki is undoubtedly plotting against Songnan City. Therefore, Qiye." Her gaze turned crystal clear as she looked at Lin Qiye. "He will attempt to lead you out of Songnan City, and I hope you can manage to keep him with you. Of course, if it proves impossible, that is of little consequence. Just do not recklessly charge in and risk your life." "Understood," Lin Qiye replied. He comprehended Jiang's thoughts in the matter concerning Xiaonan. Loki resembled a rat hidden in the gutter, insidious, cunning, and malevolent. If a chance arose to eliminate him once and for all, it would undoubtedly be the most favorable outcome, preventing any future mischief. The master, listening to their conversation, sensed something amiss. Wait, if young friend Yi were to be taken out of Songnan, then Songnan would surely be. Jiang smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, Master, Songnan City is no longer in peril." Chapter 78. Loki. Above Songnan City, Jiang floated serenely in the air, gazing down at the city below, as the small serpent transformed by Jian joyfully circled around her. Team 136 had engaged in battle with the incessantly attacking frost giants. Among the squad, aside from Chunmai and Xiaonan, the remaining members were all at the level of Qi or Chuan. Yet fortunately, the frost giants were predominantly at the Chuan level, allowing them to maintain their ground for the time being. There. Jiang's gaze fell upon a figure clad in a black trench coat and hood, coordinating with Hong Ying and the others to slay a frost giant, a smile playing at her lips. Indeed, Qingyu was hard-headed yet soft-hearted, displaying a profound sense of patriotism. Her attention shifted to the opposite side of the city. A figure donned in a yellow delivery uniform skillfully maneuvered through the battlefield on an electric bike, executing a graceful drift to halt before a Western man. "Hello, you must be Loki. Here is your delivery." The young deliverman extracted a pizza box from his insulated bag and extended it towards the Western man. Loki did not accept it. Instead, he furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the young deliverman who had dispatched several of his avatars. "How do you keep finding me time after time?" The young deliverman pulled a crumpled receipt from his pocket and replied earnestly, "Because your name is on my order." He added with a smile, "Meituan Delivery. We deliver on our promises." Jiang, observing this scene from a distance, couldn't suppress her laughter. Truly, the Great Xia is filled with remarkable individuals, each one more amusing than the last. Her voice was not loud, yet both the deliverman and Loki turned their gazes toward her simultaneously. Jiang did not shy away. Instead, she cheerfully waved at them. Loki showed little interest in this seemingly harmless and nonsensical human woman, quickly diverting his attention, while the deliverman offered her a friendly nod. This was Jiang's first encounter with Lu Wuwei, a pinnacle among the humans of Great Xia, and she graciously accepted the goodwill he emanated. "Just you alone, perhaps paired with that woman, cannot stop me," Loki declared. "Among your Great Xia's few peak humans, one is in the East Sea, another in the northern frontier, one ensnared by Indra, and one in slumber. You cannot defend against me." Loki spoke casually, yet Lu Wuwei's expression grew increasingly peculiar. He hesitated. "Do your deities not frequent the internet? Poseidon, Hades, and Indra are all dead beyond resurrection. you know? If you had merely exchanged messages online, you wouldn't be making such arrogant claims now. Loki was momentarily taken aback. What did you say? Then, as if realizing something, he let out a cold laugh. You think that by stalling me with these ragtag forces, you can turn the tide? I can only say, you know nothing of my power, nor of Asgard. With that, he pointed to the sky, and a colossal spatial vortex materialized above him. As the vortex expanded, two enormous figures began to emerge from within. A colossal wolfhound, drenched in blood, stood alongside a gigantic squid, the legendary beasts known as the Hellhound Garm and the Kraken of the North Sea. The emergence of these mythic creatures, both surpassing the Klein realm, momentarily silenced the battlefield, even causing a frown to mar Lu Wuwei's countenance. The trickster god of Norse mythology seemed resolute in his intent to annihilate Songnan and seize the wrath of Shiva. However, his gaze traversed past Loki, landing upon the girl, suspended in the air, arms crossed defiantly. Yet, whether Songnan would be obliterated or this deity would fall remained uncertain. At that moment, Jiang had ceased its circling, its eyes gleaming as it fixated on the two mythic beasts summoned by Loki, a strange viscous liquid continuously trickling from its mouth. Jiang inadvertently caught sight of the scene and couldn't help but facepalm. The creature was indeed famished, craving anything edible. Yet, one could hardly blame Jiang for its hunger. Since its transformation into the fire god dragon, it had scarcely consumed more than a morsel of human food. Suddenly confronted by two such massive sources of sustenance, how could it not salivate? After instructing Jiang to be discreet while feeding, the creature, maintaining its serpentine form, swiftly departed. Jiang cast a glance at the two colossal beasts, then back at Loki, still locked in confrontation with Lu Wuwei, her eyes filled with contemplation. Who could distinguish the true deliverer of takeout in this chaotic scene? The false courier, delivering bomb-laden pizza boxes, contrasted sharply with the genuine one, offering an abundance of fresh meat. If a frost giant were to join them, would it not constitute a perfect cold chain delivery? Such promising conditions squandered on deceit rather than entrepreneurial ventures. Truly, it left one speechless. Nevertheless, the presence of Garm and the Kraken undeniably instilled considerable pressure upon all present. These soon-to-be divine beasts posed a challenge even for the pinnacle of humanity. Furthermore, the master had already been instructed not to intervene. While Lu Wuwei was preoccupied with restraining Loki, and Chun Mai, accompanied by Squad 136, was engaged in exterminating frost giants and dismantling the portal. Ye Viang Strukit Herchin. Realizing that the only formidable combatant left in Songnan City, besides herself, was Lin Qiye. She had long harbored a question. Had Lin Qiye not been detained at the monastery for treatment over the past year? Would the narrative have unraveled to a degree that even one's mother could not comprehend? If the storyline had indeed collapsed, affecting subsequent events, would she still possess the divine perspective she enjoyed now? The answer was undoubtedly negative. Her gaze fell upon Lin Qiye, who had transformed into the magical youth. Embodying Merlin's soul, her heart wavering as she surveyed Loki, who was intimidating Lu Wuwei with his divine presence. Regardless, this shameless creature required immediate attention. With a determined step, Jiang's figure flickered to appear behind Loki. As a deity of equal rank, her control abilities would not restrain him for long. Thus, she resolved to conclude matters swiftly. Spiritual domain confinement. Loki's form stiffened. Boom! The bullet from Jiang's zero forbidden gun was instantaneously discharged. As the saying goes, a gun is accurate from 7 meters away, yet within that distance is both swift and precise. The golden bullet struck Loki's nape as his body momentarily froze, penetrating deeply and initiating destruction. As Loki attempted to concoct a ruse to escape control, he felt a sudden impact from behind, and then his soul began to shatter, along with his divine essence and body. He could no longer exert control. A torment akin to the scraping of bones and the slicing of flesh surged through his soul and body, yet he found himself utterly immobilized. Who had dared to lay hands upon him? Lu Wuwei felt a lightness in his body as the divine might that had weighed upon him dissipated. He extracted his feet from the ground where they had been entrenched and gazed with amusement at the trickster god, who was inexplicably acting like a wooden puppet. What was this situation? He turned to the dazed Yi Jiang and inquired. Yi Jiang squinted as she searched for the contract between Loki and Shao, and upon hearing his question, she waved the black pistol in her hand. I shot him in the head, with the shattering of Loki's soul. The divine contract he held with Shao manifested before Yi Jiang's eyes. Swiftly, she erased the contract and seized the floating principles belonging to the trickster god. She intended to reserve this for Shao, to be utilized when she was on the brink of divinity. The mental realm ensnared Loki's scattered soul fragments and crumbling body. Yet Yi Jiang suddenly infused him with a spark of vitality to sustain his corporeal existence. Now his soul could not flee, his body could not die. His divine essence lay shattered, and the principles were lost. Even if he possessed that so-called life exchange formation, she remained unconvinced that he could resurrect. After all, half alive could still be considered alive, couldn't he? Lu Wuwei observed Loki's pitiful state, casting a peculiar glance at the composed Yi Jiang, and involuntarily shivered. This young girl was quite ruthless. What had she done to such a once mighty deity? Clearing his throat, he asked, "What shall we do next?" Yi Jiang contemplated for a few moments, and then transformed Loki into a dazed Q-like doll using phantasmal anomaly. Countless fragmented soul shards floated beside the doll before she stored it within her space. Loki possessed a means of resurrection. Thus he could not be allowed to perish just yet. First, shatter the soul, then toy with the body. Lu Wuwei chuckled awkwardly. I understand. So, if there is nothing else, may I take my leave? Yi Jiang pointed in a direction, indicating that Commander Yi and the Master were over there. Would you like to go find them? All right, then I shall seek them out. As soon as he finished speaking, the yellow electric scooter sped away several meters. Yi Jiang scratched her head in confusion, wondering why this fellow seemed somewhat afraid of her. Chapter 79. Entering the asylum now that Loki has been captured. The city of Songnan has regained its vitality, and the fates of Shao and Lin Qiye have been altered. Not only that, but she has also devoured 3 deities. Once she consumes Loki in a few days, she will have gathered 4 divine beings, achieving a successful progress of 20. Ye Viang, silently commended herself. Realizing her efforts were not in vain. The next issue at hand was how to deal with Lin Qiye. Yi Jiang felt a twinge of headache. Perhaps she should let him sleep for a year. This way, the plot would not deviate too significantly, and she could utilize that year to attend to other matters. After all, if he were to frolic freely for a year, who could predict how the storyline might unravel? Although it had already been largely disrupted. With this thought, she addressed Jiang, who was still frolicking and indulging within her mental realm. Jiang, cease your play and simply consume those 2 colossal beasts. Meanwhile, under the relentless assault from everyone, Gam and Kraken had reached their limits. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Jiang opened its mouth wide and swallowed half of Kraken's tentacle without even chewing, gulping it down in one swift motion. When others were still oblivious, it stealthily took another bite, relishing the moment. Kraken, writhing in pain, emitted piercing screams, increasing the frequency of its attacks, unleashing a barrage upon the crowd below. Unfortunately, the troops and sentinels below were equipped with a new version of the Guardian, effectively blocking all of its assaults. At that moment, Lin Qiye gazed at the mythic behemoths before him, his eyes brimming with excitement. If he could sacrifice them all, perhaps he could attempt to summon a frost dragon? Ice-type superlative magic, eternal oh my. Lin Qiye shuddered at the scene before him, and as the surrounding magical elements began to disperse, he witnessed the once rampaging Kraken vanish into thin air, replaced by a dragon enveloped in fiery clouds, resplendently platinum. At the instant the dragon appeared, Gam, previously in a frenzy, visibly stiffened. It sensed that this dragon was a true divine beast, far beyond what it, a mere giant on the verge of divinity, could hope to compare. How could it possibly fight? Jiang had just swallowed Kraken and felt only partially satiated. Now, gazing at Gam, drool trickled from the corner of its mouth. A dignified dragon's roar echoed. Jiang's tail flicked gracefully, and in an instant it lunged toward Gam. Sensing the impending threat, Gam attempted to flee, spewing black flames behind it as it ran. However, It did not anticipate that Jiang, being a fire god dragon, possessed immunity to nearly all flames in existence. Thus, it effortlessly seized the hellhound in its jaws and, with a mere stretch of its neck, swallowed it whole. While the crowd below remained in a state of bewilderment, Jiang suddenly appeared before Jiang. After affectionately stroking its large head, she transformed it back into a bracelet, adorning her wrist. After a moment, someone finally reacted, murmuring, "There truly exists a divine dragon in this world." Upon uttering those words, it was as if a switch had been flipped, igniting a fervor among all who bore witness to Jiang. The Great Xia truly has a divine dragon to protect it. Who would dare claim that Great Xia is without deities? Old Town. The little black dog barked furiously in the direction where the golden dragon had appeared. Young Jean squatted down, gently stroking its head to soothe it. Beside him stood a young boy clad in a red tracksuit, with a pair of sporty headphones draped around his neck. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he expressed his astonishment. "I've never seen a dragon like this before." "Whose is it? Do you know?" Yang Jin shook his head. "I haven't seen it before, but I am familiar with the aura it emanates." "Not only familiar, but quite well acquainted." Neza raised an eyebrow. "Who could it be? Is it the primordial lord?" He scratched his face, pondering, "But that doesn't seem right. Isn't the Lord's dragon a golden one? It's not a deity from the heavenly court, but rather—" Yang Jin chose his words carefully, "an anomaly." An anomaly, indeed, but also an outsider to this realm. Neza, perplexed by the cryptic language, waved his hand dismissively. "I don't care about all that. As long as it's not an enemy of the Great Xia, that's all that matters." Yang Jin thought of the one who was keen on having him string beads, his expression stiffening slightly. Well, she should not be an enemy. At that moment, Lin Qiye felt as if the sky were collapsing. He simply wished to find some offerings to summon the dragon, yet it proved exceedingly difficult. After Jiang led him to a secluded spot away from the crowd, she waved her hand before him. "What's the matter? Have you become daft from bearing the soul of the plum grove for too long?" Lin Qiye swatted her hand away, letting out a heavy sigh. "Could you ask this dragon to regurgitate a bit of the scraps from that dog and that octopus?" Jiang paused, recalling the limitations of his summoning magic. However, the items swallowed by the golden sun had been refined by divine fire, quickly transforming into pure energy, leaving no scraps behind. Her expression turned somewhat troubled. "How about this? In a little while, I'll see if I can procure some scraps from the remains of a deity for you to see if they might be useful." Lin Qiye's eyes lit up, and he readily agreed. The remains of a deity were far rarer than those of a colossal beast yet to ascend to divinity. "By the way, Qiye." Lin Qiye was taken aback. "What is it?" A sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. When had she ever spoken to him with such politeness? Something was amiss, and he instinctively knew Jiang was up to something. Jiang wrapped her arm around his shoulder, speaking sweetly. "I need your help with something, but you might have to be in a coma for a year." "Must it be a coma?" "It must be." "Very well then." Without hesitation, Lin Qiye consented, trusting that Jiang would not harm him. "But please keep an eye on Aunt and Ah Jin for me." Jiang, deeply moved by Lin Qiye's unwavering trust, quickly made an okay gesture. "Not a problem at all. I'll begin now." Lin Qiye nodded. In the next moment, Jiang's eyes transformed into a profound black, resembling an endless abyss, and an intangible mental force surged forth like a tidal wave towards Lin Qiye's mental sea. In an instant, Lin Qiye felt as if he had been forcefully shoved, finding himself in the asylum of the gods. A Zhu, nibbling on half a carrot, strolled over and exclaimed upon his arrival, "Ah, esteemed director, you have come." She then inquired, "Is this sister a new caregiver?" "A new caregiver?" Lin Qiye was somewhat puzzled until he turned to see Jiang behind him. "How did you get in here?" Jiang surveyed the surroundings before producing a glistening cucumber from her hand. She broke it in half, shared a piece with him, and after munching on it for a moment, replied, "I simply followed you in." She had not anticipated this outcome. Initially, she had intended to use mental shock to render Lin Qiye unconscious, but somehow something had gone awry, and she found herself entering his mental realm, arriving at this peculiar asylum of the gods. Quite intriguing indeed. Lin Qiye, at a loss for words, remarked, "Now that you're here, It's fortuitous that Nix has mentioned you several times. You should go meet her. Chapter 80. Who is the director of the psychiatric hospital? In the garden, a few individuals were gathered together, and upon closer inspection, it became apparent that Nix, Lin Qiye, and a young man clad in a wizard's robe were deeply engrossed in a game of dodiju. Lin Qiye had a multitude of white paper slips affixed to his forehead, while 2 slips adorned the exquisite face of Nix. Jiang, who had been chewing silently, paused her movements, contemplating the richness of their daily entertainment. If it weren't for the fact that they were missing one player, it seemed likely that Mahjong would have made an appearance as well. Lin Qiye shrugged in resignation. There's no internet here, so we can only play cards. Their conversation, though softly spoken, caught the attention of 3 others still engaged in battle. Upon seeing the newcomers, Nix abruptly stood from her chair, lifting her skirt as she hurried toward Jiang. Heckmala, you finally came to see me? Jiang nestled gently against Nix's fragrant and soft embrace and replied, I apologize. Mother, I have been quite busy. Perhaps it was the profound maternal love she felt from Nix that drew her irresistibly close to this goddess. Despite her awareness that Nix was not her true mother, Nix tenderly caressed Jiang's back and spoke softly, There is no need to apologize. I understand that you are busy. Just the fact that you can spare time to visit me brings me great joy. As the 2 shared an affectionate embrace, seemingly oblivious to those around them, Lin Qiye approached the young man in the wizard's robe and greeted him. Good afternoon, Lord Merlin. Merlin responded with an elegant bow. Good afternoon, Director Lin. His gaze shifted to Jiang, a flicker of surprise and understanding crossing his eyes. Is this lady your friend? Following his line of sight towards Jiang, who was still joyfully conversing with Nix, Lin Qiye nodded gently. Yes, her name is Jiang. She is a very good friend of mine. I see, Merlin replied with a smile. The director has indeed made a remarkable friend. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye, pushing aside the paper slips in front of him, shivered upon recognizing Jiang's face. She had once left a significant psychological impact on him during their school days. To avoid drawing attention, he promptly slipped away. At that moment, Nix approached Jiang and introduced her. Lord Merlin, allow me to introduce my child, Heckmala. Heckmala, this is Lord Merlin, a formidable wizard and my neighbor here. With a smile gracing her lips, Jiang regarded the legendary wizard from Scottish myth and politely returned his greeting. She was keenly aware of the profound meaning behind Merlin's gaze, likely having discerned something. Yet she remained unfazed. Ultimately, whether it was Merlin, Nix, Bragi, Sun Wukong, or Gilgamesh, these deities served as Lin Qiye's fortunate allies, not hers. Her primary concern lay in vanquishing the 3 divine pillars of the K realm and the malevolent deities posing a threat to Daxia. The rest held little fear for her. Moreover, she is now a deity, although she still has some distance to cover before reaching their level. However, with perseverance, her ascension to greatness is merely a matter of time. With a flourish of her hand, a neatly arranged array of shopping bags materialized before her, including several state-of-the-art tablets preloaded with a variety of films, documentaries, and animated series, all freshly conjured by her. Mother, Lord Merlin, I have brought you some gifts this time. Please let me know if you find anything to your liking. I shall bring more upon my next visit. She presented a bag filled with exquisite garments, shoes, and high-end cosmetics to Nix, while handing a tablet brimming with documentaries, animations, and a plethora of books to Merlin. The remaining fruits and snacks could be distributed by Lin Qiye. Both Nix and Merlin were elated upon receiving their gifts, eagerly unwrapping them in the quaint little garden. Meanwhile, Jiang accompanied Lin Qiye on a tour of the psychiatric hospital. As they passed the kitchen, she thoughtfully added some ingredients and utensils, demonstrating her attentiveness. Lin Qiye chuckled. If this psychiatric hospital were yours, I can only imagine how splendidly they would live. Oh, please, Jiang laughed. Everyone has their own unique advantages. This is yours, and I dare not covet it. However, curiosity gnawed at her. Why was I unconscious for an entire year? Lin Qiye, unable to contain his inquisitiveness, posed the question. Jiang sighed. Do you remember when old Shao was battling the ghostly Face King, and you asked why I didn't assist him? What was my reply? Lin Qiye pondered for a moment. I recall you said, Everyone has their own entrance sequence. All you can do is arrive on time and not cut in line, correct? Exactly. The issue is that I inadvertently cut in line, altering the sequence for others, which is why I had to trouble you for assistance. Oh, Lin Qiye mused, and then suddenly burst into laughter. Jiang looked at him quizzically. What are you laughing about? I can't shake the feeling that you are unlike us. In what way? Lin Qiye squinted slightly. You resemble a director in a television series, possessing a script that reveals all the plot lines and the fates of every character. You might be mistaken, Jiang responded as she halted before the Sixth Ward's door. Who says a director cannot also be a character within the script? She gazed up at the open book inscribed with an indecipherable title on the plaque by the Sixth Ward's entrance, grasping the doorknob and pressing down firmly. Just as Lin Qiye intended to inform her that it was locked, a sudden click echoed through the air and the door swung open. You actually opened it, he exclaimed in disbelief, staring at Jiang, whose demeanor remained serene. Wait, who can truly discern whether the head of this hospital is you or me? As the door to the ward slowly creaked open, a divine white light spilled forth, revealing the figure standing majestically in the center of the room. There stood an elderly man clad in pure white, treading upon clouds and mists, his demeanor imbued with love and compassion. He gazed gently towards the door of the hospital room, until the individual who entered was revealed to be not Lin Qiye, but rather an unfamiliar woman. At this moment, his pupils imperceptibly contracted before swiftly returning to their usual state. Lin Qiye cast his eyes upon the familiar panel behind the man, murmuring softly, Yeland? This deity certainly carries a significant presence. Chapter 81. The god of chaos Lin Qiye stood in stunned silence. The name Yeland might not resonate with everyone, yet the deity of the Western Holy Church is universally acknowledged. Even the seraphim Michael serves as his foremost angel. To encounter such a being within the confines of a mental asylum raises profound questions. Has one succumbed to madness, or has the institution itself spiraled into chaos? Jiang positioned herself protectively in front of Lin Qiye, her gaze fixed intently upon the elderly man clad in white. It was only when he began to approach them slowly that she uttered the name. Yeland? Yeland paused 2 meters away from them, his deep blue eyes reflecting a profound kindness. With a gentle voice, he addressed Lin Qiye, saying, You have done well, my child. Lin Qiye blinked in astonishment, turning to Jiang for clarification. A teasing smile played on her lips, but it was soon replaced by a deep sigh. Deceiving others is one thing, but deceiving yourself is another. Wouldn't you agree, Chaos? Or should I call you the entity before them? Donning the visage of Yeland, seemed oblivious to Jiang's words, maintaining an expression of warmth and benevolence, though a fleeting glimmer of malevolence flickered in his eyes, unnoticed by the others. Crossing her arms, Jiang uttered the final words, Nyarlathotep. You have done well, my child. The figure of Yeland spoke once more. I too believe I have performed admirably, but your fortunes may soon take a turn for the worse, Jiang remarked, tilting her head slightly. This time, the elderly man in white fell silent. The facade of compassion and empathy that adorned his face vanished, replaced by a countenance devoid of expression, as if a tempest brewed within his gaze. Golden light enveloped Jiang, and countless streams of platinum-hued, purifying order radiated from her, surging towards the elderly figure like a relentless tide. The intensity of the purifying energy within these rays was overwhelming, yet Ka showed no inclination to evade. He smirked at Jiang and Lin Qiye, raising a finger dismissively. You cannot harm me. Is that so? Jiang poured the majority of her divine power into the room as order light. Chaos initially perceived it as mere purifying force, only to find that upon contact, his strength was being consumed by something ineffable, vanishing incrementally without a trace. What is this? He gazed incredulously at the golden light that clung to him like a parasite. This was not purifying power. What was it? How could it devour his strength? Enjoy the gift I have bestowed upon you. Jiang cast one last glance at the pervasive order light within the room, decisively shutting the door and securing it with a lock, thereby confining the ensuing commotion and brilliance within. Even if the purifying force of the order light could not entirely vanquish chaos at present, it would surely inflict some suffering and diminish a significant portion of his power with ease. Content. Jiang clapped her hands together and turned to find Lin Qiye gazing at her with a hint of bewilderment. Lin Qiye struggled to comprehend the events that had just transpired, blinking as he turned to Jiang. Could you explain what just happened? First, you unlocked the sixth room, one that even I could not access, and within it, the deity was none other than Yeland, the god of the Western Holy Church. Then Jiang remarked that this Yeland was not the Yeland he had envisioned, but rather a guise of chaos. Ultimately, Jiang was oblivious to what he had done to chaos and had locked the door behind him. Could he still extract the abilities of the patient in room 6? The individual within was not Yeland, but chaos. Leaning against the corridor railing, Jiang inquired if Lin Qiye was familiar with Cthulhu. Lin Qiye nodded. The Cthulhu pantheon? There are countless mythological systems. However, to his knowledge, humanity has yet to observe any Cthulhu deities. Reflecting on Jiang's recent actions and the name Chaos, he suddenly wondered, could this Chaos be a Cthulhu deity? Indeed, take a guess as to why the Archangel Michael has remained on the moon? Lin Qiye shook his head, having always assumed it was merely Michael's preference. Jiang recalled details from the original text, narrowing his eyes. Internal records of the Watchers noted that in 1928, Archangel Michael first suppressed the fallen angel Lucifer from the moon, and then 10 years later, bestowed upon you mortal divine domain. Yet, curiously, both events occurred on the moon. Do you not find it peculiar that he has remained there, rather than engaging on Earth like other deities? Could it be that he is guarding something? Lin Qiye thoughtfully gazed toward room 6. Bingo! Jiang snapped his fingers. In fact, Cthulhu deities once roamed the Earth in ancient times, but they were subsequently sealed on the moon by the celestial sovereigns in alliance with Earth's supreme deity, with Michael guarding these imprisoned Cthulhu gods. Regrettably, 3 Cthulhu deities remain unsealed, hidden somewhere on Earth. These 3 deities are Black Goat, Shub-Niggurath, Key of the Gate, Yog-Sothoth, and the Chaos, Nyarlathotep residing in the ward. Collectively known as the Triad of Cthulhu mythology. The myths on Earth are but a fragment of Key of the Gate, Yog-Sothoth. Why has Chaos appeared in this mental asylum? 2 reasons. Jiang raised 2 fingers, expressing his desire to seize the authority of this hospital in her body. Despite sounding formidable, he currently possessed only a fraction of his former strength. To regain his power and act freely, he had to set his sights on you and the deities of the mental asylum. Lin Qiye, his expression difficult to articulate, understood that his striking appearance and exceptional talent could indeed be a burden, attracting nefarious intentions. Jiang reassuringly patted his shoulder. Rest assured, I've established a barrier within the ward and securely locked the door to that space. He cannot escape. It's just unfortunate that Chaos still possesses the strength to protect itself. It cannot directly consume him, or else it would undoubtedly be a great boon. Wait, a great boon? Jiang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Chapter 82 Departure. How could she have not thought of it? Lin Qiye noticed the sudden surge of excitement in the girl before him, leaving him perplexed as to what mischievous notion had crossed her mind to elicit such joy. Before he could voice his inquiry, Jiang declared, in any case, you should stay here for a year, so you can learn well from Nix and Merlin. I will come to visit whenever I can. But what about my body? Lin Qiye scratched his head, feeling uneasy now that he was aware someone coveted his physical form. Fear not. I shall safeguard your youthful physique. Jiang teased him lightly. After informing Nix and Merlin, she departed from the asylum of the gods. In Sangnan City, Lin Qiye's sudden fainting had caught everyone off guard. The doctor merely stated that he had succumbed to a coma due to a mental shock. Yet the specifics of how he had been affected or how long he would remain unconscious were unknown. Ultimately, it was Jiang who conferred with her mentor and Fan, deciding to transfer Lin Qiye to a fasting institution for treatment under the complete supervision of Dr. Wang. After escorting Lin Qiye to the fasting institution and ensuring he was settled, Jiang returned to Sangnan City. Although their side had suffered no casualties in the divine battle, considerable destruction had been wrought upon the buildings, and reconstruction would be a monumental task requiring specialized personnel. In the old city, a cacophony of barking erupted. What's the matter with Shao Hailai? Jean, go see if there's someone outside. Ani called from the kitchen. Yang Jin had just finished his bath, a towel draped around his neck. Hearing the call, he emerged from his room with damp hair, responding, "I'm coming, Mom." As he stood on the balcony and looked down, he saw Shao highlight circling around a girl clad in a yellow dress, occasionally rubbing against her legs, receiving gentle strokes on his head in return. Yang Jin was taken aback. "Sister Yi Jiang?" Upon hearing his voice, Yi Jiang smiled and waved at him. "Oh my, Shao Yi, you could have informed us of your arrival in advance. Auntie has prepared delicious food for you. Jean, hurry and buy some drinks and snacks," Auntie exclaimed, her joy palpable at the sight of Yi Jiang, insisting on preparing a sumptuous feast for her. Reluctantly, Yang Jin took Shao Hailai to procure ingredients and refreshments. Having visited Auntie's home several times, they were quite familiar with each other. Yi Jiang missed Auntie's culinary skills and decided to help in the kitchen. Despite Auntie's refusal of her assistance, she lingered at the kitchen door, engaging in conversation. "You soldiers have it tough. I can see you've lost quite a bit of weight. Are you not eating well?" Yi Jiang leaned against the kitchen door, smiling. "I eat plenty, even more than Qiye, yet I don't gain weight. It's just my nature," he replied, revealing his naturally slim physique, which had evoked envy among his friends. Speaking of Lin Qiye, seemed to enliven Auntie. "You're just like Shao Qi. No matter how much he eats, he remains as thin as a bamboo pole." Yi Jiang smiled knowingly. "Boys are like that. They have high metabolism due to their active lifestyle. It's perfectly normal. However, this time I've come secretly to mooch off a meal, and if Qiye finds out, he will surely be upset with me." After conversing with her aunt for a while, Yi Jiang finally broached the main topic. "Aunt, Qi is going away to study for a year and may not be able to contact you for a time." The aunt paused her chopping, her tone laced with concern. "Little Qi, is he in some sort of trouble?" She set down the knife, hurriedly grasping Yi Jiang's hand. "Oh, little Yi, if something truly happens to Qi, you mustn't keep it from me." Feeling the slight tremor in her aunt's grip, Yi Jiang couldn't help but smile through her tears, reassuring her there's nothing wrong. He simply needs to study away for a year in a closed environment, and won't be able to communicate with the outside world for now. Please don't worry. Her aunt's expression remained doubtful. "Really?" "Je viens, no dit earnestly. Absolutely. If it's absolutely necessary, I can have him request permission from his superiors in a few days to send you a message of reassurance." Upon hearing this, the aunt finally sighed in relief. As long as he is safe, that's all that matters. With him going off to serve, my heart is constantly in turmoil. Fearing any bad news, she smiled bashfully at Yi Jiang before returning to her task. Yi Jiang gazed tenderly at this warm and kind-hearted middle-aged woman, shaped by life's trials, as she listened to her aunt's ramblings, feeling a unique blend of emotions. It was no wonder Lin Qiye was so fond of his aunt. In the original narrative, after the disappearance of Sannan City, he fell apart. She truly deserved such affection. As thoughts of the upcoming reconstruction filled her mind, she retrieved her phone and sent a message to Chunmai. "Captain, I wish to open a small supermarket and buy a larger house. Could you assist me in finding one? Ideally, it should be close to our office and number 2 high school." Before long, Chunmai replied, "All right." In Jing City, Team 006, Shun Qingzhu emerged from the bathroom, bare-chested, drying his hair with a towel. Ding dong. The notification sound from his phone broke the silence, and he casually picked up his charging device from the table, glancing at the screen. Jiang, what are you up to?" "Just finished showering, and you?" As soon as he sent the message, Shun Qingzhu sensed another presence behind him, swiftly turning to find a soft, fragrant girl in his arms. Surprised yet amused, he ruffled her fluffy hair and gently teased, "Little rascal, was that intentional?" Unbeknownst to him, the news from Sannan City was under wraps. Leaving Shun Qingzhu unaware of the divine battle that had transpired, mistakenly believing Yi Jiang was deliberately trying to provoke him. Yi Jiang wrapped her arms around his bare waist, nuzzling against him, her hands subtly caressing his cool skin. Shun Qingzhu stiffened momentarily, observing her innocent demeanor, and could only sigh in resignation. She was his girlfriend after all, so why not indulge her? Leaning against him, Yi Jiang cooed softly, "Not at all, I just missed you. What did you have for dinner?" Ever since they began their relationship, she found herself increasingly drawn to him, whether through affectionate gestures or simply sharing quiet moments together, each bringing her a profound sense of fulfillment. In this moment, she felt an immense gratitude towards the system. Had it not been for her arrival in this world, where could she possibly find such a handsome, gentle, considerate, and profoundly capable boyfriend? Most importantly, he dotes on her so. At present, Shen Qingzhu resides in a modest single dormitory prepared for the members of Team 006, encompassing roughly 30 square meters, consisting of a bedroom and a bathroom. Thus, he simply cradled Yi Jiang in his arms while seated on the bed. That evening, the captain treated everyone a hot pot. What about you? Ye Jiang inmuted, raising a towel to dry his hair. I went to Aunt Qiye's house for a meal. She prepared a sumptuous feast for me. It was absolutely delightful. By the way, you probably don't know that a divine battle erupted in Songnan City today. Her tone was so nonchalant that Shen Qingzhu momentarily failed to grasp the gravity of her words. Divine battle. Divine battle. His eyes widened in astonishment, instinctively tightening his embrace around Yi Jiang. Yi Jiang chuckled and elaborated. It was nothing too serious. Just a few foreign deities showed up, accompanied by some colossal beasts. However, Commander Yi was present, along with two of humanity's finest, so those foreign deities were swiftly vanquished. The divine battle commenced in the morning, and by noon, everyone had returned for lunch. She had even taken the opportunity to indulge in 2 takeout meals along the East Sea coastline and in the northern frontier, relishing every moment. Shen Qingzhu's expression grew intricate. I have heard absolutely nothing about the events in Songnan. You all have kept it remarkably under wraps. There's no alternative. There are those with ulterior motives among the Night Watchers, and some matters must remain undisclosed. After a pause, she added, her eyes glinting with intrigue. Moreover, I anticipate needing to leave for a few days. Chapter 83. Not a drop left, where to? The moon. Yi Jiang informed Shen Qingzhu about the matters concerning the K-series deities, then expressed her desire to test her formidable abilities against them. My powers possess a significant restraining effect on the K-series deities. I wish to see if I can resolve the issues surrounding those sealed deities on the moon. By doing so, not only would the K-series deities on the moon be dealt with, but also Michael and Kronos would no longer need to pitifully guard the moon. Furthermore, I could effortlessly advance in my own powers, achieving 3 objectives in one go. How delightful. Yet, the most compelling reason behind her determination was her deep yearning for progress. The thought of not becoming the strongest in the universe left her feeling insecure. Shen Qingzhu sighed softly, embracing Yi Jiang, cherishing this moment of warmth. He felt a considerable pressure from his girlfriend's exceptional strength. Even though he understood she was venturing into perilous territory, he felt utterly incapable of shielding her from the storms ahead, and even more so, he could not accompany her, which left him feeling quite defeated. Moreover, as he was currently at the Qian realm, it seemed imperative for him to intensify his training to keep pace with his girlfriend's remarkable journey. After spending 2 joyful days exploring the capital city with Shen Qingzhu, Yi Jiang proceeded to the Watcher's headquarters to inform Yi Fan of her departure to the moon. Just as she was about to set off, a familiar voice called out to her. The speaker was none other than the master and a middle-aged man dressed in a checkered shirt and a cap. Recognizing his attire, Yi Jiang immediately realized that he was none other than Guan Zai, one of the pinnacle figures of humanity in the Great Xia. Yi Shao, it's good to see you again. The master greeted her with a warm smile. Since witnessing Yi Jiang's prowess, he had been full of praise for her. It was no exaggeration to say that she had single-handedly withstood the recent invasion of the Outer Gods and mitigated the repercussions of the Shiva's Grudge incident in Songnan City, saving countless lives in the process. Her contributions were truly monumental. At such a young age, possessing such strength and noble character, she selflessly dedicated Yushi and Guardian to the Watchers and even aided Yi Fan in his ascension to divinity. Any single achievement of hers was enough to earn her countless accolades. Yet, despite her divine status, she sought neither fame nor fortune, choosing instead to serve quietly. What a remarkable individual. Guanzai had heard of this new recruit's heroic deeds from both the master and Yi Fan, and upon meeting her in person, he greeted her enthusiastically. Hello, I am Guanzai, a programmer. I've heard of your remarkable accomplishments, and it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Yi Jiang felt somewhat bashful, responding, "Compared to the contributions of my seniors, my efforts are but trifles." After exchanging a few compliments, the master, unable to endure their awkward conversation any longer, interjected, "Yi Xiaoyu, have you eaten? If not, would you care to join us for a meal?" With a smile, Yi Jiang politely declined. "No, thank you, master. I just finished eating. You two should go ahead." After all, she had been a student in her past life, and there lingered within her a natural reverence for teachers. Dining with them felt somewhat daunting, so she opted to refrain. Just then, Yi Fan emerged from his office, observing the three of them standing there with a puzzled expression. "What are you all up to?" Confucius chuckled softly, clearly wishing to inquire about the matters of laws and the path of transformation from young Master Yi. It is well understood that discussions flow more freely over a meal. Guanzai nodded in agreement. Having been stuck at the pinnacle of humanity for so long, he yearned for progress. Previously, they had all been at the human ceiling, resigned to the futility of ascending to divinity. However, with the unexpected glimmer of hope, especially after Yi Fan's successful ascension, how could these human pinnacles not feel anxious? Merely witnessing Yi Fan's achievements was almost unbearable for them. In an instant, Yi Fan grasped their intentions. They sought his assistance. Yi Jiang also comprehended their meaning and found no reason to decline. After all, the continuous enhancement of Daxia's combat prowess was essential for its safety, was it not? Seizing this opportunity, Yi Fan promptly contacted Lu Wuwei and Zhou Ping, inviting them to the headquarters of the Night Watchers. However, ultimately only Lu Wuwei arrived, as Zhou Ping regrettably declined, citing the increased patronage at his uncle's rustic eatery, which left him preoccupied with dishwashing duties, unable to break free for the time being. Upon hearing this excuse, Yi Jiang cast a peculiar glance at the speechless Yi Fan, suddenly curious if he would step into cover for Zhou Ping this time. Unfortunately, Yi Fan merely replied nonchalantly, "All right, then join the next wave," before hanging up. Noticing the odd look in Yi Jiang's eyes, he inquired, "What is it?" Yi Jiang carefully chose his words. "Uncle, should you go to your uncle's restaurant to help Senior Zhou with the dishwashing and take his place?" Even in moments of silence, one can smile, and Yi Fan chuckled. As the supreme commander of the Night Watchers, would it be proper for me to wash dishes in a restaurant? Besides, most of Daxia's elite combatants are currently in the capital, so it is imperative to keep at least one stationed outside. Thus, he did not insist that Zhou Ping come. Yi Jiang pouted, choosing not to respond. After all, he would eventually end up washing dishes. His uncle would teach him how to be a competent server. 3 days later, Yi Jiang, feeling dizzy and fatigued, collapsed onto Shun Qingzhu's single bed, utterly motionless. There was nothing left, truly not a drop remained. After 3 consecutive days of serving as a support for Confucius, Guanzai, and Lu Wuwei, she experienced for the first time the frustrating realization that her divine power replenished at a slower pace than the rate at which it was consumed. Once Lu Wuwei succeeded, she could no longer endure the strain and discreetly slipped away, even resisting the temptation of the cafeteria. From now on, they only needed to stabilize their realms. Her presence was no longer required. So, when Shun Qingzhu returned to the dormitory that evening, he discovered an unfamiliar object on the bed. Frowning, he lifted the blanket, revealing a flushed face sound asleep. Shun Qingzhu smiled, pinching Yi Jiang's small face, and sighed in exasperation, wondering what she had done over these 3 days to exhaust herself so thoroughly. "You're back," Yi Jiang murmured, her drowsy eyes fluttering open as she rubbed her face against the pillow. She had sensed Shun Qingzhu's return, but was too lethargic to move. "Yes," Shun Qingzhu replied in a low voice. "Do you wish to sleep more?" Yi Jiang burrowed deeper into the blankets, slightly rising to embrace his waist. "I'm fine with either. It is not merely physical exhaustion, but rather a profound mental fatigue. Coupled with my previous habits, after 3 sleepless days, I felt an overwhelming urgency, as if I might succumb to a sudden demise if I did not rest. After managing to sleep for over 3 hours, I have somewhat recuperated. Have you had your meal?" "No, I have been laboring for 3 days at Yi Fan's, and only just finished before coming here." Upon hearing this, Shun Qingzhu assumed she had gone without food for 3 days, and her brow immediately furrowed. "What would you like to eat? I can go buy something." "No need. I still have some meals stored in my space. A small bite will suffice. Shun Qingzhu nodded. That works too. He moved the bedside table closer to the bed. And as Jiang began her meal, he took out his phone and began to scroll rapidly. Curiously, Jiang leaned over to glimpse the screen, discovering that he was ordering takeout, selecting from various restaurants, and within mere minutes, he had ordered from over 10 establishments. You haven't eaten dinner either? Shun Qingzhu chuckled softly, tousling her disheveled hair. I ordered for you, preparing extra to be stored in your space for later. Chapter 84. You can eat. Jiang chuckled as she playfully pinched the flesh at his waist, feeling genuinely touched. You are truly considerate, my dear. The flesh at Shun Qingzhu's waist was unexpectedly sensitive. Caught off guard by the pinch, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha! Stop it, that tickles. It's really ticklish. Upon hearing this, Jiang became even more spirited, pushing him onto the bed and mischievously poking and pinching various spots around his waist. Shun Qingzhu dodged while retaliating, and the two frolicked for quite a while before finally coming to a halt. When do you depart? Shun Qingzhu asked, lying quietly beside Jiang on the bed. Happy days always seemed to pass by in a flash, thinking of having to return to work the following day. Jiang let out a deep sigh. Tomorrow, I suppose. We still don't know what the situation on the moon is like. The sooner we go, the sooner we can resolve it. The moon. A figure adorned with 6 enormous white wings stood within a vast meteorite crater, holding a holy sword, quietly gazing at the distant azure planet. Suddenly, a streak of golden light emerged from the previously silent cosmos, racing towards the moon like a bolt of lightning. Mikael observed the luminous streak, his form shifting slightly as he slowly withdrew, the holy sword deeply embedded in the ground. At that moment, an elderly man cloaked in black appeared beside Mikael, regarding the golden light with curiosity. It appears to be a deity as well, yet the divine aura surrounding it is unfamiliar. Do you recognize it? Mikael responded in a calm tone. I do not. Simply eliminate it. Anyone attempting to disrupt the seal and release the deity of destruction, be they god or human, would find themselves met with an inescapable fate upon setting foot on the moon. Kronos wholeheartedly agreed. Thus, when Jiang set foot on the moon, she was met with the piercing gazes of 2 supreme deities. Even from a distance of several meters, she could feel the palpable hostility radiating from them. Feeling awkward, Jiang scratched her head and remarked, You two are not here to welcome me, are you? Kronos, with a wary gaze, questioned, Who are you? The young woman before them bore an Eastern visage, likely a deity from the Great Xia, yet the divine aura surrounding her was unfamiliar. As the tension mounted, Jiang hurriedly introduced herself. My name is Jiang, a close friend of Lin Qiye, and I'm also a night watcher of the Great Xia. After a brief pause, as if recalling something, she added, Lin Qiye. Surely, Senior Mikael is aware of him? Given that Lin Qiye was not particularly acquainted with Mikael, she genuinely feared the response might be one of unrecognition. Mikael remained silent, while Kronos leaned in, covering his mouth as he whispered in Mikael's ear, Lin Qiye is your divine agent, correct? Mikael shot him a glance. I know. He was not a fool. How could he possibly be unaware of the name of his own divine agent? He merely wished to see what else this person might say. That's good to know. Jiang exhaled in relief and continued, I have obtained the authority of the guardian deity and have become the new guardian deity. Upon hearing that Senior Mikael is stationed on the moon, I came to see if there is any way I can be of assistance. The guardian deity, as Kronos' eyes brightened, even the typically expressionless face of Michael showed a hint of change. The guardian deity Themis, the embodiment of order and justice, had the ability to summon pure light of order, naturally countering the deities of the Chaos faction. Had he still been alive, Michael and Kronos would not have had to remain in vigil for so many years. Even a slow, methodical approach would have sufficed to eradicate these loathsome creatures entirely. Alas, he had perished too soon. Little did they expect that the seemingly youthful maiden before them was the new guardian deity, though their hearts swelled with excitement. Michael and Kronos managed to maintain their composure. Kronos inquired, Can you summon the light of order? Of course, Jiang replied, promptly invoking the divine void. In an instant, Countless golden streams of light, akin to resplendent golden satin, surged from her, rapidly spreading outward, with a clear trajectory aimed at the space behind Michael. Some beams of light inadvertently passed through the bodies of Michael and Kronos. Having coexisted with these deities of chaos for an extended period, they were susceptible to its influence. Even with Michael's protection from the miracle of the mortal realm, some effects were inevitable. They regarded it as a free cleansing. As Michael and Kronos felt a warm current fleetingly wash over them, they exchanged astonished glances, their eyes reflecting a shared surprise. Such pure, purifying power. Indeed, even a former Themis would pale in comparison. After a moment of contemplation, Michael decisively drew forth all the holy swords held by his subordinates. A flash of light illuminated the scene, restoring the once ashen ground to its charred and fragmented state. Beneath the intricate red ceiling patterns lay a multitude of eerie, open eyes, which were now fixated unblinkingly on Michael and his companions. Sinister and venomous, they were clearly no benign entities. If Jiang had a fear of clustered entities, she might have fainted at the sight. Not far off, a conspicuous breach was evident. The light of order emanating from Jiang surged into the gap like a tide. And soon the three deities were met with the echoes of countless anguished wails emanating from the fissure. The sounds were akin to those of torment, chilling to the bone, interspersed with a sizzle reminiscent of frying eggs. Kronos could not help but furrow his brow, muttering, "If only we could silence their mouths, how unbearable that noise is." He held no sympathy for these repugnant creatures, only wishing for their suffering to intensify. Michael nodded in agreement. "Indeed," Jiang declared, channeling a substantial amount of divine power into the breach before snapping her fingers, sealing that particular opening. In an instant, the wailing and sizzling ceased, and the previously unrelenting pollution was contained within the seal. The imprisoned deities of chaos could only endure the relentless erosion of the light of order in silence. Their screams muffled. It must be said, this scene was truly exhilarating, especially for Michael, who had battled these entities of chaos for centuries. It was a rare moment of relief. Jiang cast a glance at the system panel, noticing the progress steadily incrementing. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. A satisfied smile graced her lips. The moon truly was her auspicious domain. In her elation, she conjured an exquisite spiritual realm, modeled after a five-star hotel presidential suite, and prepared an array of delectable food and drinks. Enthusiastically, she called out to the two deities who stood nearby. Dumbfounded, "Have you two seniors dined yet? I happened to procure some food before my arrival. Shall we make do with a meal together?" Concerned that they might not be accustomed to Chinese cuisine, she thoughtfully provided steak and KFC burgers with fries and mashed potatoes. Michael and Kronos. Despite being deities, what trials have they not endured over the years? Jiang, consider yourselves fortunate to partake. Chapter 85. Ascending to the pinnacle with the issue of the sealed rift resolved, both Michael and Kronos relaxed their postures. Kronos, holding a knife and fork, inquired while savoring his steak, "But how did you come to know that the lunar surface conceals the deities of the chaos system?" His curiosity was understandable, for such knowledge was not widely shared. Michael paused momentarily, turning his gaze towards Jiang. After swallowing his morsel, Jiang raised two fingers, indicating two reasons. First, do you recall the entity known as Chaos? This Chaos, a deity of the chaos system, is among the triumvirate of its principal gods. Alongside the black golden key of the door, he nodded affirmatively, given that, "You must be aware that these three deities have not been sealed away, but rather lie in hiding on earth. It is rather fortuitous that I happened to encounter one of them." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Michael and Kronos darkened. Chaos was notorious for its deceitfulness. Could this newly emerged deity possess similar traits? Sensing the latent hostility emanating from the two divine beings, Jiang understood their suspicions and continued, "At present, he exists solely as a soul, devoid of a physical form, and I recently confined him in a certain location and purified him. He cannot escape. You should have brought him along," Michael remarked skeptically. His doubt did not stem from a lack of faith in Jiang's prowess, but rather from chaos being exceedingly cunning, making it plausible for it to slip away at any moment, which could spell disaster. If they could confront it on the moon, perhaps Michael and Kronos could eliminate the threat once and for all. Jiang shrugged in resignation. I wish I could. But the place where he is currently located allows me only to enter and exit. Extracting him remains unfeasible for now. However, rest assured, since I can lock the rift on the moon, I can similarly lock the door containing Chaos. Once I ascend to the status of the supreme deity, I shall obliterate him in one fell swoop. Her conviction was unwavering. Yet Michael suddenly chuckled. Do you grasp the time required to ascend from a god to a supreme deity? If such a transition were so effortless, the realm of deities on Earth would not be limited to but a scant few supreme beings. Jiang lowered her gaze to the progress bar on the system panel. 10. Kronos joined in the laughter. To think you could achieve the rank of supreme deity in merely 10 years. How naive. 9. Kronos, puzzled, asked, What? 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Detection. Host progress bar is full. Commencing upgrade, please wait. 1. 2. 77. 96. 99. 100. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to the supreme deity. Reward. Ability Predator upgraded. Reward. Law of Healing granted. Upgrade successful. Predator has evolved into Devouring Slime. The ability to summon an unlimited number of slimes endowed with devouring prowess is indeed remarkable. These slimes possess formidable defenses and can consume endlessly. Mikael and Kronos were taken aback, witnessing Jiang's aura surge dramatically as she counted to 1. Was this what it meant to ascend to divinity in an instant? Was it akin to unleashing a powerful attack at close range? What then could be said of their previous jibes? Were they mere jesters? As the divine light enveloping Jiang began to dissipate, Kronos looked at her with a mix of hesitation and awe, as if he were on the verge of expressing something yet refrained. What is it? He inquired. Are you truly only 19 this year? Jiang pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Kronos breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought it implausible that any human could ascend to the status of a supreme deity before the age of 20. Such notion seemed alarmingly exaggerated. Yet Jiang delivered a meticulously precise response. To be exact, I am nearly 20. With the new year approaching in mere months, she would indeed be 20. No mistake about it. Clatter. The fork in Kronos' hand fell to the table. Michael, équilibre surveyed Jiang with a look of sheer astonishment, as if she were a creature from another realm. After a prolonged silence, Kronos sighed. Indeed, the youth of today are truly remarkable. Jiang wholeheartedly concurred. Indeed, the night watch was brimming with prodigious talents, each more formidable than the last. Michael soudainement interjected. Is there anyone more impressive than you? Jiang paused. How could she respond? Were it not for her extraordinary advantages, she would be an ordinary individual, lacking even the qualifications to join the night watch. Yet, she had attained her prowess through her own merits. With newfound confidence, she straightened her posture, proclaiming, For the time being, I suppose not. I am exceptionally strong. Mikael chose not to press further. One such superlative talent was already enough to astound everyone. If several more emerged, he would begin to suspect that the great Xia harbored some secret method for nurturing geniuses. After their meal, Jiang accompanied Mikael and Kronos to the sealed breach. Having departed only a few hours prior, they sensed something subtly amiss. The imprisoned chaos deity within had likely regained some strength and was on the verge of facing punishment once more. Truth be told, were they not adversaries? Kronos might have felt a twinge of sympathy for them. Jiang unfastened the seal, unleashing the light of order, and infused the breach with a dazzling array of golden radiance, compelling the creatures desperate to escape back into submission. This surge of energy was more potent, manifesting as the anguished screams and wails that tormented the ears of the trio. However, Jiang remained undeterred, resolutely bestowing the light of order upon each captive, while not allowing a single glimmer of the golden light that overflowed from the breach to go to waste. Diligently exploring every inch of the lunar surface like a devoted custodian. Before long, everywhere their eyes settled was enveloped in this golden light of unparalleled purifying power. and they could no longer perceive even a hint of pollution. Kronos gazed at the scene and chuckled. How long has it been since we witnessed such a pristine lunar landscape? Mikael, his golden eyes narrowing slightly, replied, It has been a long time. Indeed, it has been a long time since the deities of the K clan were sealed upon the moon. Even with the veil of the mortal realm, the foul stench cannot be concealed. Gazing at the crimson patterns beneath his feet and the grotesque, twisted eyes that seemed to yearn for escape, Kronos spoke with palpable disdain. I sincerely hope we can eradicate these monstrosities this time. Beside him, Jiang, fervently channeling divine energy, was suddenly alarmed. Hey, don't jinx it. Realizing the potential for these creatures to flee, she wasted no time and immediately activated the seal. She imprisoned the seal, secured the breach, and confined the domain of the Order of Light that had manifested on the moon. The Order of Light now enveloped the entire lunar surface, meaning that even if a breach were to appear in the seal, as long as she maintained the domain, the realm of the Order of Light would persist indefinitely. Within it, death awaited, and outside of it, death awaited as well. She was determined to see that they could not escape. Once everything was set, Jiang withdrew her divine power. Michael suddenly interjected. You mentioned 2 reasons. What is the second? The first was chaos, but what then is the second? Jiang pointed toward the secured breach. There, haven't you deduced it? Someone on Earth is attempting to disrupt the seal. By chance, I happen to know 2 followers of the K-clan deities, and it is from them that I acquired this information. Chapter 86. Arrangements. Michael furrowed his brow. Are they followers of Cthulhu? Jiang nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is from their lips that I learned the truth about the missed arrival, as well as your duty to guard the seal on the moon. Furthermore, a Cthulhu beast currently roams within the realm of Xia. Kronos summarized. So Xia is not only burdened with one of the 3 pillars of the Cthulhu pantheon, chaos, but also hosts a Cthulhu beast? To be precise, it should be regarded as 1.5 of the 3 pillars, Jiang stated, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Michael and Kronos exchanged puzzled glances. 1 is 1, and 2 is 2. What does 1.5 mean? In response to their bewildered stares, Jiang shrugged helplessly. Well, actually, the key of the gate is also in Xia. What? Kronos was genuinely baffled. Is Xia some sort of spiritual nexus? Why do the Cthulhu deities congregate there? Perhaps it's due to the protagonist effect? What? Never mind, I was just rambling. You need not worry about the key of the gate. I have it under control. Jiang loved had haunt dismissive. There should be no further issues here. So I must ask both of you to remain vigilant for a while longer. I need to return to Earth to deal with that giant beast. The Cthulhu deity sealed on the moon had long since diminished in power, becoming mere sustenance for slimes. The remaining entities were gods of supreme rank, likely still a formidable challenge. Jiang lifted her gaze to the colossal, deep blue slime, voraciously absorbing divine power in the distance. With this consuming slime present, and alongside Michael and Kronos, nothing should go awry. Kronos reassured her, you may attend to your matters. Should anything arise, I will seek you out into Xia. Jiang handed them 2 game tokens. These are my spatial anchor points. If you need to reach me, simply shatter one, and I shall appear. Recalling her mission concerning Wang, she inquired, do we still need the Yada no Kagami? The Yada no Kagami was with Susanoo. If it was needed, she would have to make another trip to Takamagara. Kronos shook his head with a smile. The quest for the Yada no Kagami was originally intended to repair the seal's breach. Now that you have restored it, it is no longer necessary. However, if you find the time, a journey to Takamagara may yield unexpected delights. Jiang scratched her head. Indeed, there could be unexpected treasures, such as the Kusanagi sword, the Yada no Kagami, and the power of faith. Yet, none of these were meant for her. She would not covet what belonged to Qian. After ensuring matters on the moon were settled, Jiang returned to Earth. She took out her phone and sent a message to Wang, but it seemed they were occupied with a mission and did not respond. Thus, Jiang decided to head to the Night Watcher's headquarters. You mean to say you have annihilated the Cthulhu deities sealed on the moon? Yi Fan, holding a thermos, was so astonished that he forgot to sip his drink. Jiang corrected him. It is not that they have all been eradicated, but rather I have eliminated a portion, while the remainder is still being dealt with. Yi Fan rolled his eyes in exasperation. The real issue was not whether a portion or all had been vanquished, but rather that she had managed to confront the Cthulhu deities. According to her, the Cthulhu deities will pose a significant threat to Earth in the future. If this menace could be eradicated in advance, it would be beneficial for both the planet and the Great Xia. Little did he know that Yi Jiang had quietly undertaken a monumental task herself. However, what was the purpose of seeking the mass team? Yi Jiang did not conceal her intentions and reiterated what she had previously told Wang Mian, asserting that she had promised to bring them along. How could she go back on her word? Yi Fan, feeling suddenly troubled, pondered that Wang Mian and his team had yet to reach the Klein realm, and wondered if it might be somewhat perilous for them to venture there. Yi Jiang, displeased, shot him a look resembling that of a dead fish. With me around, how could anything happen to them? Old Yi, are you underestimating me? Seeing her discontent, Yi Fan hurriedly clarified, it's not that I underestimate you. It's just that our Great Xia currently has only 4 specialized teams. Losing any one of them would be a tremendous loss, and I am merely concerned for their safety. Rest assured, I will ensure their safe return, and we may need the local Night Watch team to assist with any aftermath. So please make the necessary arrangements. Yi Jiang tapped her fingers on the table, her eyes glinting with realization. And what about Chen Lu and Chen Moyu? What do you plan to do about them? At the mention of this, Yi Fan felt an even deeper headache. Chen Lu was a venerable elder of the Night Watch, highly respected, while Chen Moyu was the young and promising secretary of Zhuqing. Neither displayed any signs of betrayal, and to act rashly against them will be difficult to justify to others. Yi Jiang, sensing his predicament, candidly suggested, how about this? You make arrangements, and I will take action when the opportunity arises. Yi Fan was taken aback. Ancestor, please don't do anything reckless. He was genuinely concerned that Yi Jiang might act impulsively against the two, which would lead to significant troubles. Noticing his lack of trust, Yi Jiang clicked her tongue in annoyance. I merely intend to control them. The fishing village has nearly become a cult of the Cthulhu deities. What if they concoct some mischief while aligned with the Night Watch? Control them? Yi Fan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that controlling them was indeed preferable. Very well, I shall inform you when the time comes. Yi Jiang gestured and exchanged a few light-hearted remarks with him before departing the Night Watch headquarters. The mask team was currently on a mission, and she was unaware of their whereabouts, so she decided to head to the fasting center. Emerging from a spatial passage, she noticed Liang Wang in a white lab coat, bending over Lin Qiye, who was lying on a hospital bed, seemingly engaged in some task. However, that posture, Yi Jiang gasped. How could you, with your thick brows and bright eyes, Liang Wang? Lin Qiye is still just a child. Sensing the sudden presence, Liang Wang's eyes sparkled as he turned to face Yi Jiang, who stood behind him, her expression conflicted, holding up an Kong hand. He smiled, adjusted his glasses, and gently inquired, Lu Yi, what brings you here? Yi Jiang, who most dreaded dealing with those who appeared gentle and harmless, yet were like a black sesame, dumpling wrapped in white skin, felt her intellect falter. She licked her lips and chuckled awkwardly. Dr. Li, are you busy? Well, I merely came to check on Qiye. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Liang Wang said, his hands tucked into his pockets, a smile gracing his features. Of course not. Lin Qiye remains as he was, in a deep slumber. Strangely, however, I have yet to perceive any injuries upon him, including within his mental realm. Shao Yi, do you have any insight into this matter? Yi Jiang chuckled softly, fully aware that he was not injured. Rather, he was confined within the psychiatric institution of the gods, unable to escape. But would she divulge this information? Knowing would surely impede his ability to remain in a state of repose at the fasting house for an entire year. Ultimately, was this not a misappropriation of public resources? How hypocritical it seemed. Perhaps he is simply exhausted and has fallen asleep. He will likely awaken of his own accord in due time. By the way, Dr. Li, why don't you take a moment to rest? I can keep watch here. Liang Wang fixed his gaze upon Yi Jiang for several seconds, causing her to feel a tingle of unease before he nodded. Very well, I entrust this to you. Yi Jiang eagerly nodded, urging him, please do go and rest. Chapter 87. The caregiver, after Wang departed, Jiang stepped into the asylum of the gods. Upon entering, she was greeted by a pink starfish, fervently waving a fishing net, chasing after a yellow square while shouting exuberantly. If one were to speculate that this starfish was conjured by Merlin, then the sponge, she surmised, could not possibly be Nyx. Upon spotting Jiang standing to the side, the sponge froze momentarily. Jiang, not wishing to expose him, stifled a chuckle and called out, "Li Yifei, is Lin Qiye around?" The sponge, relieved to hear his name, pointed towards a distant ward before hastily scampering off after the starfish. Observing his slightly flustered demeanor, Jiang couldn't help but laugh. One could only wonder how Merlin managed to transform Lin Qiye and that starfish together to catch jellyfish. She had barely contained her amusement moments ago. As she approached the small garden, she spotted Lin Qiye seated on a stone bench. Upon her arrival, Lin Qiye averted his gaze slightly, and Jiang chose not to tease him. Her purpose for visiting was to deliver a caregiver. Previously, while apprehending the entity known as the Mumbler, she first captured a doppelganger and subsequently the original. The original was currently serving time in the penitentiary, but she had initially intended to gift the doppelganger to Lin Qiye for amusement, only to forget until now. Thus, she decided to bring it along. From her spatial pocket, she retrieved the Mumbler's doppelganger doll, dispelling the illusionary puppet distortion before tossing it to the ground. Stripped of its enchanted confinement, it was now merely an ordinary being of the aquatic realm, and Jiang did not bind it. Lin Qiye, taken aback by its presence, remarked, "The Mumbler? How did you bring him here?" "It's merely a doppelganger of the Mumbler," she replied. "I thought you might be short on caregivers, so I brought him over to lend a hand." Jiang playfully nudged the dazed Mumbler with her foot, asking, "How is Lord Merlin?" "We still need his assistance to transform the Mumbler into a caregiver." No sooner had she spoken than Merlin, adorned in a robe of magic and holding a tablet, appeared gracefully in the small garden. "I seem to sense someone calling me," he remarked. Jiang and Lin Qiye turned to face him. Sensing the subtle divine aura emanating from Jiang, Merlin smiled and said, "Congratulations." Jiang returned the gesture with a fist salute. "Thank you. Thank you. I have merely brought a caregiver, but I must trouble you for a favor." Merlin's gaze drifted past them to the Mumbler sprawled on the ground. "What do you require of me?" he inquired. "Could you transform him into a dog?" Lin Qiye interjected, clearly surprised. "Are we being so harsh?" "Such a request is quite simple." Merlin nodded slightly. "Of course I can." Jiang added, "I notice we are in need of a cleaner in our facility." He might as well resume his original role. While Merlin busied himself with the transformation, Jiang glanced around, puzzled. "By the way, where's Nyx gone? And what about Li Yifei and the others? Why is everyone missing?" "Usually, Nyx is sunbathing in the small garden." Lin Qiye raised an eyebrow. "Isn't it due to those tablets you brought?" They have become utterly captivated by watching dramas, now spending their days huddled in Nike's hospital room, indulging in those soap operas. "Isn't that splendid?" Jiang replied. "It prevents them from aimlessly brooding all day. I will bring them some fabric, yarn, and will felt later. Oh, and a sewing machine. They need to engage in some crafts as well." Lin Qiye sighed. "I'll convey my gratitude on their behalf." "Yvank, dismissivavit headhunt. We are all family. There's no need for thanks." At that moment, a melodious tune accompanied by a rugged, piercing voice resonated clearly in their ears. Jiang felt every hair on her body stand on end, a shiver running through her. "What on earth is that?" Lin Qiye, covering his face in despair, remarked. "Yesterday, I opened the third hospital room, and inside resides Bragi, the god of poetry and music from Greek mythology. Do you have any means to expedite his discharge? Who can endure this cacophony daily?" Jiang facepalmed, almost forgetting that Bragi was in the third room. Given his nature, it was no surprise he produced such sounds. However, aside from the noise, his condition posed some challenges. Jiang stroked her chin, recalling the original narrative. His wife, Aiden's soul, was currently in the chaos realm, and retrieving her would necessitate the assistance of Gilgamesh's Holy Grail. This indicated that chaos could not perish until Lin Qiye obtained the Grail. TSK, that old Aiden has caused quite a bit of trouble. Bragi's situation is rather unique. Solutions will only present themselves when you unlock the fifth hospital room. For now, she lacks the ability and authority to reclaim souls. Does it really take that long? Lin Qiye lamented, as he needed to wait until he reached the boundless realm to open the fifth door, yet he was currently merely at the river realm. Jiang looked at him with compassion. Just endure it. After all, those are your golden opportunities. Lin Qiye, unable to tolerate Bragi's enchanting voice any longer, Jiang briefly recounted recent events to Lin Qiye before taking her leave. After casually placing a layer of lock on the town monument at the fasting institution, she departed leisurely. However, she found herself at a loss about where to go. Her friends were either working or on missions, and she felt it inappropriate to intrude. After some contemplation, Jiang decided to head to Shun Qingzhu's dormitory for a nap. Just as she opened the spatial passage, her phone buzzed with a message from Yifan. Chapter 88. A home for Shun Qingzhu. The message was succinct. Chun Lu and Chen Moyu have been apprehended. Jiang was momentarily taken aback. This was not how the script had foretold. Wasn't it merely supposed to be a matter of controlling them temporarily? Yifan had acted rather decisively, directly capturing both individuals. After replying with "wait for me," she traversed to Yifan's office through the space anchor. Within the office, Yifan and Zhuqing were leisurely sipping tea, and upon her return, they warmly invited her to join them. What was going on here? After taking a sip of tea, Yifan remarked, "Didn't TU ask me to keep an eye on the special team's task assignments?" "Well, guess what happened?" "What happened?" Zhuqing interjected. "This morning, the mass team received a mission to investigate abnormal phenomena in the fishing village. The reminder you gave to Wang Mian proved effective. He called to inquire, and that led us directly to the technology department, where they conveniently apprehended Chen Moyu and Chen Lu." Jiang was at a loss for words. Was this akin to willingly delivering their heads on a platter? One could only say that this grandfather-grandson duo was rather unfortunate. Nevertheless, logically, they should have waited to act until after the establishment of the fifth special team, especially since Lin Qiye was still resting at the retreat. Why the urgency? Contemplating this, she voiced her thoughts. Why do they seem so anxious? It almost feels reckless. Zhuqing shook his head when not sure yet. They're still in the interrogation room, waiting for your return to proceed. Upon hearing this, Jiang set down her teacup and stood up. Then let us hurry and resolve this. I was hoping to get some sleep. Regarding this matter, Yifan gently tapped her head and said earnestly, "You know you're not short on money. Have you not considered buying a place to settle down? Do you plan to stay cooped up in Shun Qingzhu's dormitory for the rest of your life?" Zhuqing chimed in, "Indeed, while you often embark on missions, having your own home is essential. Moreover, if you and Shao should marry in a few years, you will need a marital residence, won't you?" Jiang felt a flush of embarrassment. Why did she suddenly feel as if she was being pressured into marriage? Was it merely her imagination? Observing her flustered demeanor, Yifan's expression shifted, and he spoke sternly. "Shao Yi, you haven't truly considered marriage with Shun Qingzhu, have you? He has followed you at such a young age, and we cannot abandon him. If you were to act in such a manner, we would all stand by Shao Shun." Zhuqing nodded in profound agreement. Jiang protested, "What is this nonsense? Perhaps you should read fewer melodramatic novels, uncles." As they bantered their way to the interrogation room, a few guards in military attire saluted upon their arrival. Once inside the interrogation room, Jiang met a calm gaze. An elderly man with silver hair was confined in the center, exuding an air of tranquility and solemnity, embodying the archetype of a formidable military figure as depicted in novels. Jiang took a seat directly across from him and initiated the conversation. "Old Chun, it is an honor to finally meet you." Chen Lu gazed intently at the young woman who had entered alongside Yifan and Zhuqing. After a moment, he offered a gentle smile. "I have perused your dossier. Your close association with the divine agent, Michael, comes as a surprise. I must admit, I underestimated you." Initially, he had not overlooked the individuals surrounding Lin Qiye, and as a fellow recruit from Team 136, Jiang had indeed drawn his attention. However, upon learning that her specialization was in Sequence 389, micro-healing, and noting her lackluster performance, he had ceased his observations. Ironically, the most unassuming of them all turned out to be the strongest. Ye viang shuruk nonchalantly. That merely indicates you're discerning I requires further refinement. However, my purpose here is not to serve as your practice partner. I wish to inquire why you suddenly targeted the masked team. Upon hearing this, Chen Lu's pupils constricted sharply before he swiftly regained his composure. I do not quite grasp what you are implying. Yi Jiang sighed. Old Chen, feigning ignorance is rather futile. Do you truly believe that your and Chen Mou's abrupt arrests were mere coincidence? We have had our sights set on you for quite some time. At this juncture, you cannot possibly think we remain unaware of the happenings in the fishing village. Can you? Chen Lu fell silent, a myriad of emotions flickering in his eyes. What do you all know? We know everything that ought to be known, and even that which should not. Logically, you should not have been so hasty in your actions against the special team. It would have been prudent to wait another couple of years, or perhaps until the establishment of the 5th special team. Your urgency, even at the cost of exposing your mole within the technical department, piques my curiosity. Might you enlighten me, old Chen? Chen Lu fixed a deep gaze upon Yi Jiang, then suddenly broke into a hearty laugh. It is you. However, his mirth swiftly dissipated, replaced by a sinister countenance. It is you who has taken action against them. Yi Jiang replied, if you are referring to those grotesque creatures on the moon, then indeed, that was my doing. She regarded the contorted face of Chen Lu, a wicked smile gracing her lips. Surprisingly, though they are rather unsightly, they are quite delectable, truly nourishing. Have you seen how they have fortified me to the status of a supreme deity? Chen Lu's expression twisted with rage as he violently struck the table with the chains on his wrist. You dare to insult the divine. They will come for you. They will come for you. Yi Jiang's expression turned peculiar. You do not genuinely believe that I would fear a mere assemblage of ingredients, do you? Perhaps overwhelmed by the provocation, Chen Lu's body convulsed violently, his eyes turning crimson and his expression morphing into a frenzied grimace, as if he were succumbing to madness. Amidst his spasms, he muttered, They're coming again. They're coming again. Yi Fan and Zuoqing rose, their brows furrowed in concern. What is happening to him? Yi Jiang promptly unleashed the light of order, allowing it to spread throughout the small interrogation room. Soul contamination. Cthulhu is not an easy deity to worship. The purifying power of the light of order exhibits a formidable restraining effect on Cthulhu, swiftly eradicating the soul contamination afflicting Chen Lu, who gradually regains her tranquility. With the malevolent influence now dispelled, the remaining matters are entrusted to you. I shall take my leave and retire for the night. She is already aware of the reasons behind their premature actions, so there is no need for her to linger here. However, an opportunity should arise for her to venture once more to the moon to impose strength upon those deities of the Cthulhu mythos. It is indeed a dereliction of her duty that they still possess the vigor to command their earthly followers. Chapter 89. Departure to the Fishing Village. After spending 2 days in Shun Qingzhu's dormitory, Yi Jiang finally received news from Wang Mian. For this expedition to the fishing village, the masked team had taken a full 3 days off after completing their mission. Ordinarily, it would be quite challenging to secure such an extended leave, especially 3 days. However, upon learning that they would accompany Yi Jiang to the fishing village, Yi Fan readily approved the request. When Yi Jiang found them, the group was ravenously indulging in a hot pot at a restaurant, their fervent consumption reminiscent of famished souls who hadn't tasted food in centuries. Xuanhua bellowed, Waiter, bring us 3 more. No, 5 plates of lamb. Upon seeing Yi Jiang, they eagerly waved her over. Rose, with her mouth stuffed to the brim with meat, could barely speak, so she simply pulled Yi Jiang to sit beside her, settling her in before resuming the competitive feasting with Xuanhua and Yuegue over the cooked meat. Yi Jiang raised an eyebrow, inquiring, How long has it been since you last had hot pot? Is there truly such urgency? Wang Mian took a sip of cola and clarified, It's not merely a matter of how long it's been since we had hot pot, but rather how long it's been since we enjoyed a proper, warm meal. Indeed, Yuegue chimed in, taking a bite of sweet potato that was scalding hot. Yet he persisted in conversing, This recent mission has been exceedingly challenging. We had to take turns, even just to sleep. How unfortunate, Yi Jiang remarked, pouring him a drink, which earned her a grateful response amidst Yuegue's puffs of air. Once the group had nearly finished their meal, Wang Mian brought up the main topic, expressing gratitude for her prior warning. Without it, they would surely have faced dire consequences. He referred to the mission assigned to them by Chun Lu and Chun Mo Yu concerning the fishing village. Ye Jiang Wavit headhunt dismissivedi stitting. No need to thank me. Ultimately, I share responsibility for this matter. Had it not been for me, they might not have been so eager to act against the special team. She had not anticipated that the sealed chaos deities could remotely manipulate their followers. Had she not given Wang Mian a heads up, the situation could have spiraled into utter chaos. Wang Mian smiled, insisting, regardless, I must thank you, not solely for this incident. The life energy you left within us has repeatedly helped us avert crises, and those guardians have saved us on numerous occasions. Upon reflection, it was evident that they owed Yi Jiang a considerable debt of gratitude. Yi Jiang smiled, lifting her glass. We are all comrades. No need for such formalities. Wang Mian raised his glass in response, gently clinking it against hers, to comradeship. Hey. What secret conversations are you having without us? You're toasting? I want in, Xuanhua exclaimed, prompting the group to raise their glasses together, which only added to their already overstuffed stomachs. The following morning, the 8 of them embarked on their journey to Ningqiang County. Ningqiang County, Yi Jiang and the members of the masked team all donned casual attire as they exited the airport. At first glance, they appear to be a group of youthful companions embarking on a journey, their striking looks captivating the attention of passers-by. What shall we do next? Wang Mian inquired, surveying the surroundings. Yi Jiang, focused on the map displayed on her phone, replied, The fishing village is near the sunset coastline. Shall we take a taxi there? Just as they were about to nod in agreement, a bus adorned with travel promotional posters approached from a distance and halted before them. A woman clad in a red vest, wielding a megaphone and a small red flag, boisterously announced, 3-day tour of nearby attractions. Individual tickets are $300 each. Group tickets at a 20% discount. Don't miss out. Xuanhua excitedly pointed at the bus, exclaiming, Why don't we take this one? However, upon seeing the bus, Yi Jiang felt a wave of nausea wash over her, even before boarding. Yet, noticing the eager enthusiasm of her companions, she didn't wish to dampen their spirits. And so they collectively paid and boarded the vehicle. The bus was sparsely populated, yet they instinctively chose to sit together. Yu Qiye remarked, I was just thinking about how nice it would be to visit the beach during my holiday, and here we are, making that dream a reality so soon. Xiangwei scoffed. Indeed, by the end of this 3-day holiday, we might not have any leave left for next year. Yu Qiye responded with silence. Xiangwei was not entirely incorrect. Given their current frequency of missions, it was possible that future holidays would be scarce. Yi Jiang gazed out the window, her mind drifting. In the original narrative, who could have anticipated that what was supposed to be an eagerly awaited vacation would lead these individuals to an inexplicably perilous fishing village? The conclusion of the masked team was the most disheartening element for her while reading. Out of 7 promising night watchers, 6 met their untimely demise, leaving only one to face a grim fate due to the overuse of forbidden powers. This plot nearly shattered her heart. It was precisely this sense of injustice that fueled her eagerness to resolve the issues plaguing the fishing village. With her presence, no one would dare extend their malevolent grasp towards Daxia, not even deities. Any who dared to reach out would face her wrath. As more tourists boarded, the bus gradually filled up before it finally set off. The journey to the sunset coastline would take approximately 2 hours. After sending a message to Yi Fan, Yi Jiang turned off her phone and closed her eyes, feigning sleep. To her surprise, she fell asleep amidst the gentle swaying of the bus. She was awakened by Wang Mian's voice. We're almost at the sunset coastline. It's time to disembark. Upon descending, it was already noon, and the tantalizing aroma of barbecued food wafted from the beach, making everyone swallow in anticipation. Yu Qiye tentatively suggested, since it's noon, how about we grab something to eat first? Xuanhua immediately chimed in, I agree. Xiangwei followed suit, agreed. Tianping added 1. Tanxiang exclaimed 2. Yuan declared, then I'll say 3. Wang Mian, observing the eager faces of his teammates, helplessly turned to Yi Jiang. Shall we go eat something first? Jiang readily responded, sure. Bringing the mass team to the seaside was indeed part of my plan, and besides, a meal won't take much time. She nodded slightly, and the swirling vortex, along with the moon demon, let out a cheer, dashing eagerly towards the nearby barbecue shop. The others followed suit, resembling monkeys that had just escaped from their cage, scampering after them with exuberant cries. Sensing the astonished gazes of those around them, Wang and Jiang instinctively lowered their heads, concealing their faces, and hastily departed from the scene. Chapter 90. The pursuit of vengeance. As the 8 individuals set foot upon the sandy shore once more, dusk was gently descending. The waning sun, akin to an enchanting artist, tenderly bestowed a warm and captivating glow upon the beach. After an afternoon filled with indulgent feasting and merriment, their spirits were buoyant. However, it was now time to attend to more pressing matters. The fishing village was conspicuously absent from the map. Wang scrutinized the maximally magnified map on his phone, his brow furrowed in concentration. According to the intel sent by Zhu Qing regarding Chun Lu's hometown, it was indeed noted that some had visited the fishing village during the recruitment of new sentinels, yet the precise location remained unrecorded. This implied that to locate the village, they would have to rely solely on their own exploration. Jiang surveyed the surroundings and suddenly furrowed her brow, pointing in a particular direction. It should be over there. Let us proceed in that direction. She possessed the uncanny ability to sense all life forms within a 100-mile radius, and the aura emanating from that direction felt distinctly peculiar. Each life force seemed ensconced in a repugnant, viscous black mire, a scent she recognized all too well, the very same that had enveloped Chun Lu during his recent episode. The group hastened towards the fishing village, and as they drew nearer, the unsettling presence intensified. Xuan was brow knitted in distaste as he gazed ahead, hesitating. Do you not feel an odd sensation? Rosa gripped her miniature hammer tightly, her tone sharp. If by that you mean an inexplicable urge to lash out, then yes. I do. Tianping slowly added, I, too, feel an overwhelming aversion to this place. I have no desire to enter. The others voiced their strong disquiet as well, ranging from a general sense of repulsion to an intense desire to flee. Even Wang Mian's expression was dark, his furrowed brow betraying his unease. Jiang remained silent. From a certain perspective, the masked team had barely escaped annihilation here, making it rather peculiar to harbor a favorable impression. Perhaps I should venture in alone while you all wait here? Absolutely not. Rosa interjected without hesitation, her conviction firm. This place reeks of malevolence. We will accompany you. Tianping echoed her sentiment. Indeed, we shall go together. Someone was evidently attempting to ensnare their team within this fishing village. They needed to uncover the secrets concealed within its depths and discern why others believed they would meet their demise here. Moreover, the mask team bore the weighty responsibility of addressing the mysterious occurrences within the Great Xia, and this fishing village was an essential destination. With unanimous agreement from a group, Jiang ceased her persuasion, swiftly conjuring an invisible mental domain that enveloped herself and the entire mask team, rendering their figures imperceptible. To avoid unnecessary complications, let us enter quietly. Stay vigilant and do not step beyond the confines of the domain. This unique mental domain, which allowed for both invisibility and unhindered movement, was a skill she had acquired following her ascension to divinity. Although it is indeed effective, its range is rather limited, extending only 5 meters beyond this distance. One would be exposed to the public eye. To ensure a seamless exploration of the fishing village, she meticulously instructed everyone before they ventured forth. This fishing village, modest in size, houses merely 20 to 30 families and appears quite underdeveloped. Upon entering the village, they encountered only a few fishermen returning home with their catch, and, as expected, these individuals exuded an odious black aura. Wang Mian, who had been closely following Jiang, suddenly felt a shiver run through him, as if every hair on his body stood on end. It was a sensation akin to an urgent alert emanating from his spiritual realm. Was there something amiss with the flow of time in this fishing village? He cast a grave look at Yi Jiang. Without hesitation, Yi Jiang replied, "Indeed. The moment we stepped in, we became ensnared by time." The group was momentarily taken aback, and the whirlpool eagerly inquired, "What do you mean by being trapped in time?" After a brief contemplation, Wang Mian responded, "It appears to be a time loop." "Bingo!" Yi Jiang exclaimed with a snap of her fingers. "If we were to liken normal time to an unceasing straight line, then the time in this fishing village resembles a circular loop. This implies that while time outside continues to flow, within this village, a specific segment of time is perpetually repeated. Once this segment reaches its conclusion, all beings and objects revert to their origin, commencing the cycle anew. This is the essence of a time loop." Her gaze swept slowly across the quaint earthen brick houses surrounding them, and in a calm tone, she remarked, observing the state of affairs here, "It is evident that this time loop has existed for at least 50 years. With that, she secretly chuckled to herself, grateful for the astute analysis presented in the original text by Qingyu, which allowed her to display her knowledge before them. Indeed, a moment of ostentation brings fleeting joy, yet the thrill persists. Tian Ping suddenly grasped the situation, exclaiming, "So this is the reason we perished here?" As the vice-captain of the masked team, he was aware of the information Wang Mian had shared, yet none anticipated he would bring it up at this juncture. The atmosphere grew tense. The whirlpool stood frozen, bewildered as he asked, "What do you mean by we perished here? Tian Ping, what are you talking about?" Seeing this, Wang Mian sighed inwardly and recounted the details he had learned during the training camp. The voice of Yu emerged, strained. "So, in another timeline, we unknowingly entered this fishing village and were subsequently erased by this time loop? And aside from the captain, we all met our demise?" Rose's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation, her face paling as she remarked, "No wonder I felt such animosity upon first seeing this village. This is a mortal enmity." Xing Hen raised his hand, posing a question. "Then does our presence here this time imply that we are destined to encounter peril once again?" A profound silence enveloped the air. Yi Jiang crossed her arms, her beautiful eyes scanning the faces of her companions. "Do you know why I brought you here?" The group, in unison, shook their heads. First, Yi Jiang extended a finger, indicating that in that particular timeline, you were originally meant to enjoy a vacation by the seaside. Yet, before you could truly savor the experience, you found yourselves ensnared here. I thought to seize this opportunity to bring you over for a delightful adventure. Secondly, she raised another finger, forming a gesture of triumph. My intent in bringing you here is to exact vengeance for another version of yourself from a different timeline. Thus, do not perceive this place as overly terrifying. Today, I shall make you comprehend the essence of the phrase, in the face of absolute power. All schemes and conspiracies are but paper tigers. Upon her declaration, the members of the mask team fell into a profound silence. Even the whirlpool appeared with reddened eyes, gazing at her with glistening tears. Ahem. Yi Jiang, slightly uncomfortable, feigned a cough or two. "So, is there any question? If there are none, let us prepare to seek our revenge." Chapter 91. Chun Yangrong, in a tranquil expanse of the sea, 8 gleaming figures, radiant with golden light, swiftly maneuvered through the depths. They had now submerged into the abyss, surrounded by an almost impenetrable darkness, save for the divine energy emanating from Yi Jiang that clung to them. They relied solely on her life perception to navigate through the obscurity. With her eyes tightly shut, Yi Jiang attuned herself to the peculiar essence of the water. It was not until a familiar thread of dark energy infiltrated her awareness that she opened her eyes. "Over there," she commanded, and the mask team followed her lead with haste toward that direction. As they moved rapidly, the concealed mountain beneath the sea gradually revealed its true form. "It is indeed it," Yi Jiang asserted. Wang Mian gazed at the colossal carcass of the beast, lost in contemplation. The creature before them was as immense as a fishing vessel, its body cloaked in a dense layer of black scales, marred by numerous scars inflicted by unknown weapons. Its face bore a single, tightly shut eye, presenting an appearance both bizarre and menacing. Yet, it was evident that this beast had long since perished. But what of the soul pollution? Could a deceased creature exert such significant influence? Vortex drew closer to inspect the beast, grimacing as he rubbed his arms. This thing is truly hideous. Suddenly, I find our mysterious entities from the Great Xia to be quite aesthetically pleasing in comparison, though not particularly attractive. They certainly do not possess the unique ugliness of this beast. Suddenly, Vortex pointed at a specific spot on the creature, exclaiming in astonishment, "Look, is it a person? Am I mistaken?" He could have sworn he saw a fleeting shadow. Yue glanced in that direction, hesitating. "You must be imagining things. How could there be anyone here?" "No, there is indeed a person," Jiang affirmed confidently. Within her life perception, a faint life aura resided deep within the beast's mouth. That individual was likely her target for this expedition. Chen Lu's grandfather, Chen Yangrong. Vortex's perceptive abilities are quite impressive. Jiang was the first to venture into the beast's maw. For some inexplicable reason, her initial reaction was relief that the creature did not suffer from halitosis. The beast's vast size naturally meant its mouth was equally expansive, littered with the bones of large fish. The group had no desire to explore the creature's dietary habits and swam straight into the depths of its oral cavity. The deeper they ventured, the more skeletal fragments they encountered, accompanied by a foul stench. Jiang enveloped the mask team with divine energy, swiftly traversing this region until they came upon a blood-red wall of flesh, at the center of which stood the shadow of a figure. It was an elderly man with graying hair, his lower body ensnared by the flesh wall, as if devoured. His upper body was bare, and a long knife, one that felt eerily familiar to the group, was deeply embedded in his emaciated chest, pinning him to the flesh wall. At the hilt of the knife, a brilliant circular ring floated in the water, slowly revolving. The members of the mask team simultaneously turned their gaze towards the Yuan, hanging at Wang Mian's side. Their expressions filled with bewilderment. Is it possible that there are two Yuan in this world? Wang Mian stared at the blade embedded in the old man's chest, his hand instinctively caressing the hilt of Yuan. After a lengthy pause, he spoke, "This blade must originate from my future self." His voice resonated with a deep conviction as he sensed the laws of time through the hilt. Such formidable temporal power must have been woven into existence by his future self for some unknown reason. Nevertheless, like the others, he was perplexed as to why the future Wang Mian would create a temporal closed loop in the fishing village, and what his intentions truly were. It is worth noting that had it not been for Jiang's warning, they would have likely perished within this temporal trap. Surely, the future version of himself would not wish to eliminate his present self. Such a notion was utterly absurd. Just as the group fell into contemplative silence, the old man, pinned against the flesh wall, slowly opened his eyes. His murky gaze swept over the individuals before him, finally landing on Wang Mian. The old man's lips quivered slightly as he uttered in a frail voice, "It is you. Are you here to kill me?" Wang Mian furrowed his brow, retorting, "Do you recognize me?" The moment the words left his lips, he immediately realized the futility of the question. After all, it was impossible for the old man not to know, given that his blade had impaled him here. Upon hearing this, the old man surprisingly chuckled. He did not respond to Wang Mian's inquiry, but instead remarked, "Regardless, you have already entered this temporal closed loop." His voice bore a seductive quality as he continued, "If you wish to live, extract the blade from my chest. Once I am free, I shall reward you handsomely." He emphasized the word reward, yet the group paid him no heed. Did he truly believe they would fall for such an obvious ruse? Jiang regarded the old man and suddenly interjected, "Chen Yangrong, you must be aware that a disaster has befallen the K-line deity on the moon. She has devoured nearly half of them." At this revelation, Chen Yangrong's previously calm demeanor transformed into a grotesque snarl as he fixed his gaze on Jiang, exclaiming, "How do you know this? How do you know?" For days, he had been incessantly besieged by the divine's urging and wails. The deities had informed him of their profound suffering and their desperate desire to return. He would sacrifice his very last flesh and blood to fulfill their wishes. Jiang smirked maliciously as waves of golden law power surged from her, rapidly spreading outward. With the encroachment of the light of order, the walls of the beast's stomach suddenly writhed violently. Even the seawater within began to churn tumultuously. Yet, Jiang merely raised her hand and pressed down lightly, and the space they occupied fell eerily silent, as if it trembled in fear of her power. 4. We are the ones she intends to consume. Her tone was playfully mischievous, yet it struck Chen Yangrong's heart like a heavy hammer. He stared blankly at Yi Jiang's youthful and beautiful visage, feeling the divine aura emanating from her, and slowly uttered, "You are a deity." Yi Jiang, weary of further banter, unleashed a myriad of gelatinous slimes, allowing them to roam freely. She then grasped the hilt of the Yuan knife embedded in Chen Yangrong's chest. The resplendent circular ring transformed into a pure essence of temporal law upon her touch. After a few adjustments, she handed it to Wang Mian, instructing him to hold it and see if it could be of use. As Wang Mian accepted it, the temporal law seemed to find its sanctuary, melding into his being and concealing itself. Given his current prowess, he was unable to absorb the law. It would have to remain dormant for the time being. What shall we do next? Yi Jiang queried, extracting the Yuan from Chen Yangrong's chest, her brow furrowed in confusion. What do you mean by what to do? Isn't this nearing its conclusion? The carcass of the colossal beast was left for the slimes to consume, while the soul pollution was entrusted to the light of order for purification. As for Chen Yangrong, he had nearly fused with the beast in his quest for power. With the beast's demise, his own life would inevitably extinguish as well. This operation had been a resounding success, even granting them an extra day of respite. Truly splendid. Chapter 92. The Sacred Steel at the Airport. Yi Jiang bid farewell to the members of the mask team at the security checkpoint. Rose lingered, affectionately embracing her shoulder, while the others wore expressions of reluctance. Oh, how swiftly time passes. Little Yi, can you truly not join our team? Rose feigned tears in an attempt to soften Yi Jiang's heart. Yi Jiang smiled gently and patted her back, saying, "Whenever you miss me, just use the spatial anchor point. I will come to visit you." She was never stingy with the spatial anchors, often bestowing them generously at every meeting, though, until now, only a few had utilized them. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Fan discreetly warned everyone behind the scenes that unless it was an urgent matter,